Macmillan Audio presents The Immortality Key, The Secret History of the Religion with No Name, written and read by Brian C. Marescu. Forward written and read by Graham Hancock. Preface by Michael Pollan. I date the start of today's psychedelic renaissance to the year 2006, when Roland Griffiths and his team at Johns Hopkins published a landmark study in the Journal of Psychopharmacology with the intriguing title, Psilocybin Can Occasion Mystical Type Experiences Having Substantial and Sustained Personal Meaning and Spiritual Significance. The researchers reported that 2/3 of the volunteers given a high dose of psilocybin had a profoundly meaningful mystical type experience that led to lasting improvements in their well-being. The 2006 study launched dozens of others as researchers began testing the potential of psilocybin to treat a range of mental disorders, from depression and anxiety to addiction and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Psychedelic research had headed down the path of science, and specifically, the path of psychiatric drug development, with striking results. It is expected that within the next few years, certain psychedelics like psilocybin will be approved as drugs by the FDA. But there was a second, very different path of inquiry that Griffith's 2006 study pointed to that might have been pursued instead, the path suggested by the phrase mystical type experience. To the discomfort of some scientists, Griffith's paper dwelled on the distinctly spiritual nature of his subject's experience, one that was indistinguishable from the sort of transformative mystical experiences chronicled in the history and literature of religion. Few picked up on them at the time, but Griffiths and his colleagues were dropping some interesting crumbs, leading anyone who might want to follow them in the direction not of science or medicine, but deep into the history of religion. The crumbs came in the form of questions. Are humans hardwired for mystical experience, and if so, why? If a high dose of psilocybin can occasion the sort of profound visions and mystical experiences that have inspired religions, might psychedelic compounds have played a pivotal and unappreciated role in the birth and practice of certain religions? And if this is indeed the case, why have these extraordinary facts been suppressed for thousands of years? The reason we speak in terms of a renaissance of psychedelics is that most of today's research represents a revival of work begun in the 1950s and 60s, and then abandoned after the moral panic that engulfed psychedelics after 1965 or so. This goes for not only the medical research, but also for the research on religion and culture more generally. Albert Hofmann, the Swiss chemist who discovered LSD in 1938, came to believe that a related psychedelic compound was used by the ancient Greeks in the Eleusinian Mysteries, the secretive ritual that lasted for some 2,000 years and counted among its celebrants many of the leading lights of Greece and later Rome, including Plato, Cicero, and Marcus Aurelius. This potion, called the Kykeon, allowed those who consumed it to travel to the underworld to commune with ancestors and preview the afterlife. Working with R. Gordon Wasson, the banker and amateur mycologist who discovered the ceremonial use of psilocybin among the Mazatec in Oaxaca in 1955, and a young classicist named Fall of Ruck, Hofmann sought to identify the psychedelic compound used at Eleusis. Other scholars, such as John Allegro, argued that psychedelic compounds played a role in the development of early Christianity. The case for these theories was compelling, to be sure, but never more than circumstantial and speculative. The early researchers failed to find convincing evidence for their extraordinary claims. With The Immortality Key, Brian Marescu has picked up and followed these provocative lines of inquiry, in the process advancing the story of psychedelics and religion to the point where it must be taken seriously. The book takes the form of a detective story, setting out to answer a fascinating series of questions, using a set of tools and documents that were unavailable to Ruck and his colleagues in the 1970s. What was the chemical in the Kykeon? What about the drink consumed in the rituals of Dionysus and Bacchus? The classical texts speak about the transformative power of wine, yet the Greeks had no word for alcohol and sometimes drank their potions from improbably tiny cups. With what psychoactive plants or fungi was Greek and Roman wine spiked? In its earliest days, the upstart religion of Christianity sought to appeal to worshippers of Dionysus and Bacchus by delivering a similarly ecstatic experience that also involved wine. Aside from fermented grapes, what else was in the Christian sacrament? In one of the Immortality Key's most arresting discoveries, we learn of an archaeobotanist who subjected the residue in a 2nd century pre-Christian communion cup to optical microscopy and a scanning electron microscope and determined that it contained, well, I don't want to spoil it. The answer is one of the many, many rewards this thoroughly absorbing book offers the reader. Amateurs of one kind or another have played key roles in the history of psychedelics. Think of Wasson's rediscovery of psilocybin in Oaxaca, or Al Hubbard, the Johnny Appleseed of LSD, designing the protocols for guided psychedelic therapy in the 1950s. Brian Muraresku is the latest in that line of great amateurs, in the best sense of the word. He has a passionate love for his subject, which is what inspired him to pursue it with dogged energy for more than a decade. For much of this time, he had a day job as an attorney doing international law at a white shoe firm in New York. But all along he moonlighted as a hybrid classicist detective, trained at Brown not only in Greek and Latin, but also Sanskrit. Brian's command of Spanish, French, and Italian has also equipped him for an investigative journey that took him to Spain in search of that communion cup, Paris, to meet a Catholic priest willing to entertain the idea of a psychedelic Eucharist, and deep into the catacombs of Rome, where the Vatican preserves its most secret assets. It's quite a ride, full of suspense and surprise, and on the page, Brian is a most companionable guide. By the end of the Immortality Key, the idea that the very foundations of our civilization, its Greek, Roman, and Christian DNA, were powerfully influenced by psychedelics will no longer seem far-fetched in the least. This is one of those books that, once read, can't be unread. By the time you get to the end, the history of religion, not to mention our culture, will look very different, and at least for me, make a lot more sense. But the Immortality Key makes another valuable contribution as well. It pushes the psychedelic renaissance into the realm of the humanities and culture, which may well be its next and most exciting chapter. Michael Pollan.
Forward. Like Brian C. Muraresku, author of the excellent Immortality Key that it is my pleasure to introduce to you here, I was raised in a Christian household. My family was Presbyterian, whereas Brian's upbringing was Roman Catholic. There are many doctrinal differences between these two denominations, but both practice the rite of Holy Communion, and until as late as the 18th century, both advocated and pursued horrific deaths by burning at the stake for heretics, particularly those accused of witchcraft. My mother and father met in church in Edinburgh in the 1940s, and my father went on to qualify as a surgeon, subsequently taking up a post as a medical missionary at the Christian Medical College in Vellore in the south of India, which he held from 1954 until 1958. Born in 1950, I was my parents' only child, and our 4 years in the mission field, embedded in a devout Christian community, were undoubtedly formative in my life, although certainly not in the way that my father in particular had hoped. His efforts to fill my head with Christian ideas, buttressed by regular readings from the Old and New Testaments, only fueled my growing dislike of attending church and being forced to listen to long, boring sermons. By the time I was 14, that feeling of dislike had crystallized into detestation. The year was 1964. I'd been back in Britain for 6 years, and I was having a miserable time at a boarding school in the city of Durham. Affiliated to the Church of England, which has its own doctrinal differences from Catholicism and Presbyterianism, but with both of which it shares the rite of Holy Communion, that school, at that time, was horrible and sadistically violent in ways I won't even begin to describe here, and was overlooked by a chilly stone chapel where regular services were held, services that we, as pupils, were required to attend. I remember actively dreading those services for being so remorselessly boring and actively resenting them for their stupidity and irrationality. Why should I believe in this God and in his Son, Jesus, and why should I believe in heaven and hell, angels and Satan, just because the Bible, ministers of the church, and my parents told me that these things were real? They weren't real to me. Expressing my rebellion in my teenage way by refusing to kneel, pray, or sing hymns during chapel services, I determined that henceforth I would question everything and never again take anything on trust just because some authority figure or some musty book said it was so. By my late teens, I was already a committed atheist. Indeed, atheism seemed to me to be the only reasonable and rational position to hold in response to Christian dogma. Then, in the early 1970s, I attended university, where I studied sociology, at that time a radical and questioning discipline, and my views hardened further. I've stayed an atheist ever since, in the strict sense of the word, which derives from the Greek atheos and means literally godless. 50 years have gone by, and I still see no reason to believe in a deity or deities of any kind. Nevertheless, certain experiences that have come my way during this past half-century have changed my outlook profoundly, and while God remains an unproven hypothesis, the experiences I speak of have persuaded me of the existence of realms and realities other than our own that coexist with ours and exert influence upon every one of us, but that largely go unseen and unrecognized in modern technological societies, particularly those that have suffered long exposure to Christian teachings. Experiences. If I listen to a sermon in church, the experience I have there, almost needless to say, is the experience of listening to a sermon in church, plus the experience of whatever reactions the sermon evokes in me. The experience, in this case, therefore, is akin to the experience of listening or reacting to a lecture or to any other kind of teaching. I may learn something new, or I may be confronted by material that I'm already familiar with, and I may react with any of a broad range of emotions from crushing boredom at one end of the scale to enthusiastic engagement at the other, and with varying degrees of agreement or disagreement with what the speaker is saying. Likewise, if I listen to a lecture or read a book or academic paper on the human sex act, I may experience the lecture or book or paper as boring or stimulating or intriguing or disconcerting or informative or redundant, etc. One thing is for sure, however. Hearing the lecture or reading the book or paper is categorically not the same as the experience I would enjoy if I were actually having sex. We can hopefully agree, therefore, that as experiences, teachings, sermons, books, lectures and papers are separate, distinctly different from, and of a lower order than whatever it is they seek to describe, analyze, or elucidate. Just as to hear a lecture on sex is not the same as having sex, so to hear a sermon on the kingdom of heaven is not the same as visiting the kingdom of heaven and experiencing it directly. Which brings me to the subject of psychedelics and the experiences they unleash. My first encounter with psychedelics was in 1974 in England, when I took LSD on impulse at a festival and was rewarded with 12 hours of bliss, revelation, scary challenges, time travel, and mystery. The experience was so powerful, however, that I felt afraid to seek it out again. Suppose the second time went wrong to the same heightened level as the first time went right. And over the next 30 years, I declined several opportunities for further trips. Until, that is, I found myself writing a book that I originally intended to be about the mystery of Stone Age cave art, but that ended up being about so much more than that. The book, published in 2005, was Supernatural, Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, And in 2002, during the preliminary stages of research, I came across the work of David Lewis Williams, professor of anthropology at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. Newly published that year, David's book, The Mind in the Cave, Consciousness and the Origins of Art, came as a revelation to me. It presented reams of evidence supported by cogent arguments to make the case that the characteristic features of cave art all around the world and the remarkable common themes in this art, created by people who could have had no direct contact with one another, are best explained if the artists, wherever and whenever they lived, had all experienced deeply altered states of consciousness. Specifically, those trance-like altered states sought out by shamans in tribal and hunter-gatherer cultures through the consumption of powerful psychedelic substances. In brief, David's neuropsychological theory of cave art proposes that shamans of the Stone Age used a variety of means, notably psychedelic plants and fungi, to enter trance states in which they experienced powerful visions. Later, returning to the normal, everyday state of consciousness, they remembered their visions and painted them on the walls of caves. I quickly discovered that the shamans of tribal and hunter-gatherer societies still extant in the world today all likewise embrace trance states, in many cases brought on by psychedelic plants and fungi. Many subsequently make paintings of their visions, and remarkably, this modern shamanic imagery, said to depict the spirit world and its inhabitants, is strikingly similar to the imagery of Stone Age cave art. Being a hands-on researcher, I knew that the time had come for me to renew my acquaintance with psychedelics. For my first research trips, I chose to travel to the Amazon rainforest of South America to sit down with shamans and drink with them the sacred visionary brew known as ayahuasca, the vine of souls or vine of the dead, in which the active ingredient is dimethyltryptamine, DMT, the most potent hallucinogen known to science. All in all, I had 11 ayahuasca sessions in the Amazon in 2003, enough to provide me with the authentic first-hand experiences I felt I needed to write my book. But since Supernatural was published in 2005, I have taken part in more than 70 further ayahuasca sessions, the 4 most recent of which, at time of writing, were held in Costa Rica in December 2019. My practice is not entirely consistent, but I try to make an ayahuasca pilgrimage once a year, on each occasion, wherever in the world I choose to go, joining with a small group of fellow seekers, usually in the range of 5 to 20 people, but sometimes, rarely, with as many as 100, to experience the brew in a ceremonial setting. Typically, these ceremonies are facilitated by Amazonian shamans or by Westerners who have undergone apprenticeships with Amazonian shamans. And with increasing frequency in the Western context, it is women, not men, who lead and guide the ceremonies. Drinking ayahuasca is hard work. The brew tastes obnoxious, a mixture of battery acid, rancid socks, raw sewage, and just a hint of chocolate, and routinely induces diarrhea, intense sweating, and projectile vomiting, followed by exhausting bouts of dry retching. The visions that accompany all this can sometimes be terrifying and sometimes deeply comforting. Extraordinary, swirling, scintillating geometric patterns provide an otherworldly backdrop, but the visions also routinely include encounters with intelligent entities, sometimes in human form, sometimes in animal form, and sometimes in the form of part animal, part human hybrids, known technically as therianthropes, from the Greek therion, meaning wild beast, and anthropos, meaning man. Despite having to brace myself for the discomfort of the experience, it is these visions that draw me back to ayahuasca year after year, this sense of gaining entry to a seamlessly convincing parallel universe and of being offered the opportunity to participate there in intriguing, meaningful, and sometimes life-changing encounters with seemingly otherworldly entities. Very commonly, these entities appear as serpents or as serpent-human hybrids, and Mother Ayahuasca herself, the entity believed by many to be the supernatural intelligence behind the brew, is frequently depicted in shamanic art as a serpent or as a serpent therianthrope. I have met her in this form many times. On one memorable occasion, for example, she appeared to me as a great boa constrictor 20 or 30 feet in length. She wrapped her coils gently around my body, laid her huge head on my shoulder, and gazed into my eyes for an infinity. She seemed very real to me, indeed more real than real, and her presence, despite the natural horror that we humans are supposed to have of serpents, was that of a deeply compassionate, utterly beautiful goddess who simply loved me for the longest while, during which she repeatedly beamed into my mind what felt like a telepathic message, a very simple, very basic message, delivered nonetheless with astonishing, breathtaking power, that I needed to be kinder and more nurturing to others. I emerged from the session with the clear knowledge that although I could not go back in time and correct past mistakes and past unkindnesses, I could choose never to repeat those mistakes and to be a kinder, more positive, compassionate and constructive influence on the lives of others. I don't know whether Mother Ayahuasca is real in the way that we normally mean when we speak of real people or things, but what is interesting is that at the level of phenomenology, sources thoroughly documented and footnoted in my book Supernatural, many thousands of people have undergone encounters with her during ayahuasca sessions and have had their behavior and their outlook profoundly changed as a result. Those changes are real, even if materialist science would like to reduce the entity who inspires them to a mere epiphenomenon of disturbed brain activity. Very often this entity, who I repeat may or may not be real, but is experienced as real, gives us profound moral lessons in the depths of the ayahuasca journey. We may be shown episodes from our lives in which we've behaved unkindly or unjustly to others, or been mean-spirited and unloving, or have failed to live up to our own potential. And we will be shown these things with absolute clarity and transparency, with all illusions and excuses stripped away, so we are confronted with nothing more nor less than the cold, hard truth about ourselves. Such revelations can be very painful. Frequently people cry during ayahuasca sessions because of them, but they bring insight and give us the chance to change our behavior in the future, to be more nurturing and less toxic, to be more considerate of others, and to be more aware than we were before of the incredible privilege the universe has given us by allowing us to be born in a human body, an opportunity for growth and improvement of the soul that we absolutely must not waste. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why ayahuasca has been so very successful in getting people off addictions to harmful hard drugs. For example, Dr. Jacques Mabit has for many years been offering heroin and cocaine addicts incredibly effective treatments with ayahuasca at his Taquihuasi clinic in Tarapoto, Peru, where they might typically undergo 12 sessions with ayahuasca in the space of a month. A very high proportion of participants have such powerful revelations about the roots of their own problems and behavior during the sessions that they leave Taquihuasi completely free of addiction, often without withdrawal symptoms, and never resume their habit. The success rate is far better than for any of the conventional Western treatments for drug addiction. Meanwhile, in Canada, Dr. Gabor Mate was offering phenomenally successful ayahuasca healing sessions to his drug-addicted patients before the Canadian government stepped in and stopped his work on the grounds that ayahuasca itself is an illegal drug. As Brian Murescu documents in the pages of the Immortality Key, however, Western science, so long recruited to justify the harsh punishments called for by the war on drugs, is increasingly recognizing the positive, life-changing benefits of psychedelics. In ridding individuals of post-traumatic stress disorder, for example, or in the case of those with terminal cancers, of their fear of death. The potential of psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, is presently being investigated at the Johns Hopkins Center for Psychedelic and Consciousness Research, and it is striking, as Brian reports, that about 75% of the research volunteers consistently rate their one and only dose of psilocybin as either the single most meaningful experience of their entire lives or among the top 5. Likewise, I'm here to attest that in several, though by no means all, of my many ayahuasca sessions, I have been blessed with experiences of such extraordinary power, yielding such penetrating insights, that I unhesitatingly rank them amongst the most meaningful in my life. Indeed, they have been so meaningful that they have changed my entire outlook on life and on the nature of reality. I'm still an atheist, and I still accept that those scientists who seek to reduce consciousness to matter may be right. But my experiences with ayahuasca have convinced me, as no amount of reading or studying or listening to lectures or sermons ever could, that materialist reductionism is a profound error, that to be alive and conscious at all is a mystery of enormous, immeasurable proportions, and in brief, as Shakespeare put it in Hamlet, that there are more things in heaven and earth than are presently dreamed of in our philosophy. When I first embraced atheism, I embraced the interlinked ideas that there is no transcendental meaning or purpose to life, that there's no heaven and no hell, and that when our bodies and brains die, it's absurd to imagine that some spiritual part of us, the soul, survives. After my ayahuasca experiences, I'm no longer so sure that logic and reason can effortlessly reduce us to our bodies in this way. On the contrary, I've seen much to convince me that although consciousness manifests in the body during life, it is neither made by the body, nor confined to the body, nor inevitably extinct on the death of the body. One outcome of this is that I no longer fear death as I once did. Rather, I regard its approach with curiosity and a sense of adventure. I think I can say, therefore, that my experiences with ayahuasca have been persuasive, perhaps in very much the same way that the experiences of pilgrims to the ancient Greek sanctuary of Eleusis were persuasive, and for very much the same reason, namely, as you will learn in the pages that follow, that a likely psychedelic brew, the kykeon, was drunk by participants at Eleusis, after which they experienced visions that banished all fear of death. The specific psychedelic compounds involved in ayahuasca are closely related to those in the kykeon, but by no means identical. The effects of the beatific visions and deeply meaningful experiences induced in both cases, however, appear to be quite remarkably the same. Ancient teachers. Throughout much of Western history, until the 4th century AD, when early primitive Christianity began to be systematically stamped out beneath the jackboots of the Roman Catholic Church, beatific visions were the primary recruitment tool of the enormously ancient and influential religion with no name that is the subject of the Immortality Key. This religion could shift and morph into multiple forms. The Eleusinian and Dionysian mysteries are among the examples Brian gives, and to these I would add the much older religion of the painted caves that I explored in Supernatural. But the common factor in every case was a psychedelic sacrament, sometimes food, sometimes drink, sometimes both, consumed by all participants. Primitive Christianity, as Brian convincingly argues here, started out around 2,000 years ago as merely the latest form or incarnation of this archaic religion, and at least in some cases seems to have made use of bread and wine infused with psychedelic plants and fungi as its sacrament. At that time, because Christianity was persecuted under the Roman Empire until the reign of Constantine, AD 306 to 337, it was normal practice for its adherents to meet secretly in small groups to eat the bread and drink the wine of Holy Communion, and afterwards experience powerful and deeply meaningful beatific visions. And more often than not, these secret ceremonies of direct experiential communion with the divine were led by women, with men playing a secondary role. Then, from the second half of the 4th century AD onward, came the rise of Roman Catholicism, dominated by men, who took decisive steps to marginalize the role of women in the Church and to remove the psychedelic elements from the sacrament, reducing Holy Communion to the empty symbolic act devoid of powerful experiential content that hundreds of millions of Christians continue to perform. My friend, the visionary artist Alex Gray, whose work has been much influenced by ayahuasca, describes the Old Testament story of the serpent, the forbidden fruit, and God's expulsion of Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden as the first psychedelic slapdown. Pursuing that thought, Roman Catholicism's persecution of primitive Christians and the extirpation of their visionary communion wine might be described as the second psychedelic slapdown. And then in the 20th century, just as we seemed to be freeing ourselves from the loveless iron grip of the Church and opening up to new spiritual possibilities, governments around the world waded in with the so-called war on drugs, the third psychedelic slapdown. Over the centuries, therefore, enormous and often deadly forces with the power, for example, to burn people at the stake or imprison them for decades, have repeatedly been unleashed to prevent people from experiencing direct contact with realms and realities other than the mundane. At the same time, however, even when it must have seemed that the religion with no name had been deleted completely from the human record, there were always, if I may extend the metaphor, multiple backup discs in the form of psychedelic plants and fungi growing all over the planet. There might be long gaps, lacunae of centuries even, but the moment would always come when certain curious individuals, either by accident or by design, would sample the plants and mushrooms that serve as the permanent hall of records of the religion with no name, thus setting in motion the experiences and subsequent processes of social organization that would ultimately allow it to be restored in full force. It is not an accident that the Mazatec shamans of southern Mexico refer to the psilocybe mushrooms used in their ceremonies as little teachers. And in a sense, that is what all psychedelic plants and fungi are, literally the ancient teachers of mankind. Whether we engage with ayahuasca, or with psilocybe mexicana, or with peyote, or with LSD, which is itself derived from the fungus ergot, we are dealing with the biological agents of the religion with no name, and with their numinous capacity to reawaken our spiritual appetites and potential. Brian tells us that he has never in his life had a psychedelic experience, nor is there any reason why he should, since the Immortality Key offers hard, factual data and empirical argument, rather than a trip report. Moreover, the author's decision to remain a psychedelic virgin is, in my view, a wise strategic move, since it denies self-styled skeptics, of whom there are legions, any lazy ad hominem dismissal of this important book as the, quote, ravings of a, quote, druggie or other similar slurs. My own approach is different. I could not have written Supernatural without direct experience of psychedelics, and the resulting skeptical backlash has been large, sustained, and obvious. Indeed, to this day, more than 15 years after Supernatural was published, my engagement with psychedelics remains one of the main tools that skeptics use to ridicule and dismiss my work. I have no regrets. Despite my persisting, undiluted atheism and the many years in which I distanced myself from anything and everything that looked like religious faith, the psychedelic ceremonies in which I have participated all around the world, ceremonies often led by women and held in secret like the communion of the primitive Christians, have reintroduced spirituality into my life. For this, I am deeply grateful. Graham Hancock.
Introduction. A New Reformation. I'm an atheist. I don't believe there is a God, she affirms. But then I began to feel this love, just overwhelming, all-encompassing love. There's a long silence. And the way I describe it is being bathed in God's love, she goes on, her voice cracking. Because I find no other way to describe it. I felt that I belonged, that I was part of everything and had the right to be here. How else do I describe it? Maybe what your mother's love felt like when you were a baby. This feeling of love was suffusing the entire experience. I'm talking with Dinah Baser, New Yorker, grandmother, survivor, an unrepentant non-believer. She was diagnosed with mixed-cell ovarian cancer in 2010 at the age of 63. Ordinarily, more than half the women in Dinah's position don't outlive the dreaded 5-year window past their diagnosis. but Dinah was one of the lucky ones. She caught her tumor early at stage 1C, ensuring much better odds of winning the battle. After 6 rounds of chemotherapy and 2 years of follow-up appointments, the cancer was in remission, and Dinah should have been feeling optimistic. But she couldn't shake her paralyzing fear of the disease that is never cured, only contained, and could always return with a vengeance. In 2012, Dinah confessed her existential crisis to one of the nurses from the Perlmutter Cancer Center at New York University during a routine checkup. It was suggested she enroll in a first-of-its-kind study that their psychiatric team was conducting with Johns Hopkins University. On its face, the researchers were trying to determine if psilocybin, the active compound in magic mushrooms, could ease depression and anxiety in cancer patients. According to the findings of the randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled trial released in the respected Journal of Psychopharmacology in November 2016, the vast majority found clinical relief, with 87% of NYU's 29 volunteers reporting increased life satisfaction or well-being for months afterward. Like Dinah, a full 70% rated their one and only dose of psilocybin as either the most meaningful experience of their entire lives or among the top 5. The numbers were consistent with the 51 volunteers from the Hopkins study, the results of which were published simultaneously. Altogether, 80 tormented people dove into the unknown. Most left with a new lease on life, forever changed. The outcome is characterized as unprecedented within the field of psychiatry. While the new batch of data was eye-catching from a therapeutic perspective, the researchers weren't necessarily looking for the next Prozac or Xanax. There's not much money in a single-dose wonder drug. The pharmaceutical industry tends to prefer long-term users who get hooked on a steady regimen of renewable prescriptions. Instead, the NYU team had joined their colleagues at Hopkins on the hunt for something far more valuable. The real question wasn't whether psychedelics might work for those confronting death, but why? And the initial answers had already led the scientists down a rather unscientific path, trespassing into corridors of the mind that once interested students of religion alone. A decade earlier, in 2006, the Hopkins team completed the first psilocybin project since the 1970s, when research into the forbidden substance became largely impossible during the war on drugs. Under tightly controlled conditions, the psilocybin unleashed a profound, mystical experience that seemed to anchor the lasting emotional and psychological benefits recorded by the 36 volunteers. They had no life-threatening illness and were otherwise free of the debilitating angst that just consumed Dinah. But these early results were shockingly similar to the 2016 collaboration with NYU. 1/3 of the participants rated their experience as the most spiritually significant of their lives, comparing it to the birth of a child or the death of a parent. 2/3 placed it among the top 5. When friends, family, and co-workers were interviewed, they confirmed the remarkable transformations in the volunteers' mood and behavior for months, even years, following their single dose. From that moment on, Dr. Roland Griffiths upended his career to focus almost exclusively on psilocybin, creating what is now called the Johns Hopkins Psychedelic Research Unit. More than 360 volunteers and 50 peer-reviewed publications later, he's ready to call a spade a spade. In his 2016 TED Talk, Griffiths said the drug-induced ecstasy he routinely witnesses in the laboratory is virtually identical to that reported by natural-born prophets and visionaries throughout human history. The underlying experience itself, whether activated by psilocybin or some spontaneous internal flood of neurotransmitters, must be biologically normal. If we are essentially wired for mystical experience, it raises the intriguing prospect that, under the right mindset and environment, any curious soul can be instantly converted into a religious savant. Griffith's colleague, Dr. William Richards, has been testing that hypothesis since the 1960s, when he co-developed the very scale to measure these peak states of consciousness, the Mystical Experience Questionnaire. Richards himself holds the dubious distinction of administering the final dose of psilocybin in 1977 at the Maryland Psychiatric Research Center, the last legal refuge for this research before an extended hiatus. Together with Griffiths, he was the first to get the ball rolling again in the early 2000s, once the federal government was persuaded by the high standards of scholarly competence at Hopkins, one of the top medical schools in the country. In his 2015 book, Sacred Knowledge, Psychedelics and Religious Experiences, Richards maps out the essential features of the perfect psilocybin journey, transcending time and space, intuitively sensing the unity and sacredness of all things, accessing knowledge that is normally not available. Oftentimes, there is a merging of the everyday personality with a larger, more fundamental whole. Words fail to capture the unsinkable conviction that the experiencer has somehow glimpsed the ultimate nature of reality, an insight that seems blatantly obvious at the time, and is usually accompanied by intense feelings of joy, tranquility, exultation, and awe. On the ineffability scale, Dinah is certainly no exception. I'm wondering why an avowed atheist would appeal to God to describe the infinite love that bathed her as the psilocybin supercharged her biochemistry. Why not the love of the universe, or the love of the cosmos, or the love of nature, I ask. Because God is as good as the universe, and the cosmos, and nature. These are all things we really don't know. I've always thought heaven and hell were absurd ideas. I am not interested in mysticism at all. I tend to think of it as a bunch of baloney. And I don't think there's any meaning to life. But it doesn't matter to me, because my own experience is all I have. I've had very religious people ask me, "You don't believe in God?" And I say, "No, I believe in love." And I can still feel it sometimes. Even now, 7 years later? Oh, yes. But words don't always fail. Dinah can dredge up poignant specifics about the visions, now indelibly tattooed on her psyche, that unfolded during the psilocybin session in 2012. Lying comfortably on a couch, with her eyes under a sleep shade, and headphones pumping a soothing mix of classical and instrumental music, she tackled the therapeutic portion of her 6-hour journey in pretty short order. In her mind's eye, Dinah saw what she immediately recognized as her fear and anxiety, a big, black lump like coal under my ribcage on the left-hand side, which was not where the cancer was. It was not my cancer. Enraged, she yelled some colorful language at the inky intruder like a proper New Yorker, and in an instant it was gone. For good. The nasty part out of the way, Dinah had nothing left to do but enjoy the playlist that had been skillfully cobbled together by the NYU team. So I just drifted away. I was living in the music like a river. That's when the love of God entered Dinah's life, staying with her for the remaining hours on the couch and the many years since. But something else happened too, and the researchers believe it holds the key to the whole experience. The sequence is tricky to verbalize. Dinah is keen that I not misquote her by writing something as sentimental and cliched as being at one with the universe. So she describes a process in which there was a dissolution of the self and a melting away of barriers. She remembers the moment when concepts like internal and external no longer held true. I'm not just standing there looking out at the world anymore. I'm part of the world. After a lengthy pause, while she harvests the right phrase, Dinah refers to this fleeting moment as a state of pure being. She recalls taking several deep breaths, exhaling with force, just to hear the air escape her chest. She needed to prove that her physical body was still there, that it still existed somewhere in time and space. The source of her awareness, once so easy to locate, was suddenly everywhere and nowhere at once, and then it all made sense. In that unsettling, parallel reality, waiting effortlessly to the violins, Dinah arrived at the realization that birth and death actually don't have any meaning. When forced to clarify, she adds, "It's more of a state of always being." Always being? Always being. So being now and always. There's no beginning or end. Every moment, is an eternity of its own. A poetic breakthrough from a skeptic. That's precisely what Dinah's guide, Dr. Anthony Bossis, was hoping for. As a professor with NYU's Department of Psychiatry and its director of palliative care research for the psilocybin study, the clinical psychologist's professional specialty is the existential, spiritual, and psychological distress that preys on so many Americans as they approach death. Recent statistics show that depression is up 26% for those at the end of life. In a culture that generally avoids the topic, subcontracting the gritty details over to a ballooning hospice care industry, Bossis believes we simply don't end well in this country. Instead of a bad death marked by needless suffering, he sees psilocybin as a meaning-making medicine with enormous potential, not just for the dying, but for everybody. The historic partnership with Hopkins gave Bossis a front-row seat to the cutting-edge research of Roland Griffiths and William Richards that had fascinated him for years. His unforgettable sessions with Dinah and dozens of other volunteers brought home the real-world consequences of the seemingly unreal experience at the mystical core of these psilocybin trials. For Bossis, Dinah is the ultimate example of the sustained positive impact that can be triggered by an unexpected rendezvous with God's love. Even for an atheist. While language can never do justice to what Dinah experienced, she undoubtedly made contact with what Bossis calls a timeless dimension that fosters non-attachment to all the pain, despair, and stress of being human, allowing a connection to something more enduring within. In a personal email, Bossis explained why such an irrational event can reliably generate so much meaning for those on the verge of death. Participants in our study often describe this experience with the newfound knowledge that consciousness survives bodily death, that we are not only our bodies, which is a profound gift to a person with a body that is failing and will soon stop functioning due to advanced disease. It has been described as a transcendence of past, present, future, timelessness in the moment. I've heard participants speak about feeling outside of time. The insight that we are not bound by the material world is a powerful one. It is psychologically, existentially, and spiritually liberating. In order to identify with that grander, more expansive aspect of themselves, the part that might never die, in Dinah's state of always being, a shedding of the familiar has to occur. Surrendering the physical body and losing all sense of time and space can feel disorienting, like a little death all in itself. As if a foreshadow of what's to come, Bossis writes, some of the volunteers say, "This is what death will be like. This is death." William Richards has been documenting this same phenomenon since the 1960s, using the identical words as Dinah to describe the transition into mystical realms of consciousness as melting or dissolving, even as being deliciously seduced by a divine lover. In Sacred Knowledge, Psychedelics and Religious Experiences, he further adds, the mind may undergo one or more intense experiences of death and rebirth, and awareness of the ego, that is, that part of your mind that functions with your name in everyday life, may ebb and flow. Similarly, awareness of the body lying on the couch may come and go as one might expect to experience in a state of deep trance. This threshold between the personal, that is, the everyday self, and the transpersonal, that is, more fundamental or universal dimensions of consciousness, is conceptualized by different people in different ways. Most commonly, the term death is employed as the ego, everyday self, feels that it is quite literally dying. Though one may have read that others have reported subsequent immersion in the eternal and experiences of being reborn and returning to everyday existence afterward, in the moment, imminence of death may feel acutely, and for some terrifyingly, real. And right there, plain as can be, is the stated goal of every mystic or saint who has ever tried to put any of the world's religions to the ultimate test: to die before you die. Or rather, to psychologically maim the ego, even for a brief instant, in order to be initiated into an understanding of what lies beneath all the thoughts, feelings, and memories that have gone into the lifetime construction of our false, or at the very least incomplete, sense of self, The little ego, Latin for I, that seems so firmly in control is just an elaborate illusion, and only half the story, as brilliantly narrated by the Harvard-trained neuroanatomist Jill Bolte Taylor in her 2008 book, My Stroke of Insight. With minute attention to every detail, Bolte Taylor recounts the cerebral hemorrhage she suffered in 1996, when the rupture of a blood vessel in a very strategic area of her left hemisphere sent all calculating intelligence out the window. The half of her brain responsible for categorizing and organizing sensory input simply went offline. Suddenly, there was no more brain chatter, no dialogue with her inner voice, that advisor that helps us navigate the external world by comparing incoming data from the five senses to past experiences and running split-second algorithms to determine the best course of future action. It's the kind of linear, rational thinking that reminds us to restock the refrigerator or put gas in the car before it's too late. It prompts us into the bathroom when nature calls, leaving infants and toddlers to soil their diapers. Before the ego has fully formed, this mental back and forth takes a few years to mature and lock in place. But once it does, the left hemisphere assumes daily command, forcing the right hemisphere's more immediate awareness of the present moment into the shadows of forgotten childhood. During Bolte Taylor's stroke, it wasn't about what happened before or what comes next, but what's happening now. The same timeless now that awed Dinah with its endlessness. Every moment is an eternity of its own. Could this be how newborns see the world before they even realize they're separate beings, independent of their mothers? Every parent gets a kick out of that developmental milestone when babies finally realize they have arms, staring in disbelief at the hands attached to their alien limbs. Whoa, I'm a weird-looking thing, Bolte Taylor recalls reacting to her body during the initial stages of the stroke, while she mounted the cardio glide for her morning exercise routine. Like a great whale gliding through a sea of silent euphoria, the scientist felt no worry, no concern, and no grief whatsoever, and with total contentment, she prepared to die. But like Dinah and the hundreds of psilocybin volunteers ushered through a harrowing ego death in recent years, Bolte Taylor survived, reborn with fresh eyes and childlike wonder into the half of her brain that went missing with the pacifier. She calls it the deep inner peace circuitry of the right hemisphere. Once it was reactivated, she could find solace in that sea of silent euphoria throughout the 8 years it took to fully recover from the stroke. Similarly, Dinah tells me she can relive the sensation of being bathed in God's love if she's just able to slow down. She doesn't meditate as often as she'd like, but whenever she does, that divine love wells up. The NYU playlist can trigger it too. Bosses gave her a copy after the psilocybin session, which Dinah particularly enjoys listening to on Thanksgiving. Whatever kind of God this is, it has nothing to do with tired doctrine or stale dogma. It's a felt presence that never judges, never condemns, never demands anything in return. Certainly not blind belief. When I visited William Richards at his oasis of a home outside Baltimore in the early summer of 2018, he distilled his decades' worth of research like a Zen master. Once you've plunged into the ocean, does it really matter whether or not you believe in water? Dinah might not have been looking for it, but what she got was a genuine religious experience, and it's the kind of experience that just might speak to the rising tide of seekers who could spend a lifetime in the church, temple, or mosque and never once feel the rapture that is consistently delivered in a single afternoon at Hopkins and NYU. Over 1 billion people across the planet are now religiously unaffiliated, including 1 in 5 Americans and Europeans and almost half the British public. The unchurching of America is being driven especially by the 40% of millennials who don't identify with any faith whatsoever. That figure is more than double what it was a generation ago. The God now rejected by America's largest generation, 73 million people, is not the God of Dinah Baser. A God that you can actually experience in a direct and personal way is a God that makes sense. A God that erases depression and anxiety like a cosmic surgeon, obliterates the fear of death, and sends a shockwave of love through your fragile heart is a God that lives in high definition. and a God that could hardly be expected to start a war against non-believers. More troubling is the God of organized religion and his army of spokesmen, those priests, rabbis, and imams, who stand between superficial definitions of heaven and a common-sense public who have every right to demand proof. When the answer to their doubts is condescending moralism, contrived from an outdated and impenetrable holy book, it's time to cut out the middleman in the private search for transcendence. The result is the 27% of all Americans fueling the spiritual but not religious, SBNR, phenomenon. It has been called the most important religious development of our time because the trend is clear and will only surge in the years to come. With unprecedented access to the teachings of the world's faiths, we are living in an age when the rallying cry of the SBNRs has never been more achievable: to be the student and beneficiary of all traditions and the slave to none. If there's a spiritual crisis in the West, it's because the defenders of the three great monotheistic faiths have forgotten their roots. When Yahweh appeared to Moses in a burning bush, it was a terrifying ordeal. The emancipator of the Israelites feared for his life and shielded his eyes from the God who would later warn in Exodus 33:20, "You cannot see my face, for no man can see me and live." Christianity's greatest missionary, St. Paul, was struck blind for 3 days on the road to Damascus by a flash of heaven-sent light, followed by an auditory hallucination of Jesus. Thereafter, Paul would claim continued supernatural communication with the Son of God. The entire Quran was dictated to Muhammad, word for word, by the angel Gabriel, who revealed Islam's scripture in a series of trances. One of Muhammad's earliest biographers, Ibn Ishaq, records the belief of family friends that the young prophet suffered a stroke. Modern scholars say he was prone to ecstatic seizures. There is no other way to start a religion, says the Benedictine monk Brother David Steindl-Rasht. Every religion has its mystical core. The challenge is to find access to it and to live in its power. In what he calls the centuries-long tension between the mystical and the religious establishment, the technicians who yearn for real experience are always butting heads with the authorities who are just trying to keep the house in working order. According to Brother David, time has an influence on the system. The pipes tend to get rusty and start to leak, or they get clogged up. The flow from the source slows down to a trickle. When that happens, the experience of Dinah's God recedes into the mists of history. The written word that tries to capture the original encounter inevitably replaces the personal experience of awe, so that live doctrine fossilizes into dogmatism, and the ethics and morality that attempt to translate mystical communion into practical living are reduced to moralism. But despite the dogmatism and moralism that inevitably muck up the system, the mystics have always come along with an embarrassing reminder for the self-appointed enforcers of the establishment's rules and regulations. When it comes to God, a word rarely used by the mystics, there is total unanimity on one crucial issue of paramount importance. God does not reside in a holy book. Whether it's the Bible or the Quran, the mystics have never found God by reading about God. There is no class, no lecture, no homily that will ever bring you closer to God, because there is, in fact, absolutely nothing you could ever learn about God. For the mystics, the only way to know God is to experience God, and the only way to experience God is to unlearn everything the ego has been trying so vigorously to manufacture since our infancy. In order to stop wetting the bed and become productive members of society, that deep inner peace circuitry of the right hemisphere has been sidelined along the way. To bring it back online, say the mystics, the simplest and most effective method is to die before you die. It's why the Sufis, the mystics of Islam, have been called the impatient ones. Rather than wait until their actual death, the spiritual experts of the world's second largest religion rank one task more urgent than any other: recovering an awareness of one's full identity in this lifetime. The 12th century Persian pharmacist Attar once said, "So long as we do not die to ourselves, and so long as we are identified with someone or something, we shall never be free." His protege, Rumi, The Sufi master and, in recent years, best-selling poet in America, was in total agreement. If you could get rid of yourself just once, the secret of secrets would open to you. The face of the unknown, hidden beyond the universe, would appear on the mirror of your perception. It's why a fundamental concept for the Kabbalists, the mystics of Judaism, is ayin, nothingness. When a man attains to the stage of self-annihilation, he can thus be said to have reached the world of the divine nothingness. Emptied of selfhood, his soul has now become attached to the true reality. Rabbi Lawrence Kushner has written extensively about the process that he calls a rehearsal for our moment of transition. Just as the death of each creature is in turn a rehearsal for the death of a species, and a galaxy, and a cosmos. The great rhythm of going out and returning. Now, this kind of death is not an end, but only the beginning of a transformation that will generate a rebirth. You cannot be reborn until you are willing to die. It's why the German theologian Meister Eckhart, the mystic par excellence of medieval Christianity, put so much emphasis on the self-effacement that is the one condition precedent to finding God. If you could not yourself for an instant, indeed I say less than an instant, you would possess all. Eckhart describes the nullification of the ego as a process of unlearning, in which the soul must lose her being and her life in something like Bolty Taylor's Sea of Silent Euphoria. We cannot serve this word better than in stillness and silence. There we can hear it, and there too we will understand it aright, in the unknowing. To him who knows nothing, it appears and reveals itself. To this day, all visitors to St. Paul's Monastery on Mount Athos in Greece, one of the most important sites in Orthodox spirituality, will come face to face with a beautiful Greek saying mounted on the wall of the reception area. If you die before you die, you won't die when you die. Notice the complete absence of the word God in the preceding quotations. Something tells me that if the mystics were in charge of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, the world would be a very different place, where even a pragmatist like Dinah might find herself agreeing with the old adage about mysticism. Atheists and mystics both essentially believe in nothing. The only difference is that mystics spell it with a capital N. And if enough consenting, healthy adults could experience what Dinah experienced with proper preparation and guidance, even once in their lives, we just might have a new reformation on our hands. That's what British philosopher Aldous Huxley predicted back in the 1950s, in the wake of his sublime experience with mescaline, peyote's visionary compound. In The Doors of Perception from 1954, Huxley recorded his own taste of egolessness, resulting in the epiphany that all is in all, that all is actually each. His mescaline-occasioned mystical experience was described as the closest a finite mind can ever come to perceiving everything that is happening everywhere in the universe. Decades ahead of the unchurching of America and most of Europe, Huxley spotted an antidote to the 90 minutes of boredom that was already plaguing the average Sunday churchgoer. In a later opinion published in the Saturday Evening Post in 1958, he foresaw a future where psychedelics might turn organized religion into a thing of the past. My own belief is that, though they may start by being something of an embarrassment, these new mind changers will tend, in the long run, to deepen the spiritual life of the communities in which they are available. That famous revival of religion, about which so many people have been talking for so long, will not come about as the result of evangelistic mass meetings or the television appearances of photogenic clergymen. It will come about as the result of biochemical discoveries that will make it possible for large numbers of men and women to achieve a radical self-transcendence and a deeper understanding of the nature of things. And this revival of religion will be at the same time a revolution. From being an activity mainly concerned with symbols, religion will be transformed into an activity concerned mainly with experience and intuition and everyday mysticism, underlying and giving significance to everyday rationality, everyday tasks and duties, everyday human relationships. 60 years later, however, the religious establishment still generally shares the opinion of the federal government that mescaline, psilocybin, and their psychedelic sisters should remain entirely off limits. Throughout history, the mystics have been persecuted and sometimes executed for a reason. Nothing could be more alarming to the ecclesiastical hierarchy, the philosopher Alan Watts once observed, than a popular outbreak of mysticism, for this might well amount to setting up a democracy in the kingdom of heaven. In the United States, these compounds are still classified as Schedule I drugs under the Controlled Substances Act of 1970, which means they have no currently accepted medical use and demonstrate a high potential for abuse. This, despite the fact that the elimination of Dinah's anxiety in 2012 approaches something of a medical miracle, and that she hasn't touched psilocybin since. Regardless of the federal government's position, the steady march of science is winning converts at the local level, where the earliest buds of the psychedelic reformation are beginning to flower. In May 2019, Denver became the very first city in the country to decriminalize the use and possession of magic mushrooms. Oakland and Santa Cruz soon followed in California, with their city councils extending the treatment to all naturally occurring psychedelic plants and fungi. As the first to legalize statewide cannabis for personal use in 2012, Colorado is already home to the International Church of Cannabis, which opened its doors in 2017. The first psychedelic churches will inevitably be next. Is this an artificial get-God-quick scheme? Or, as Huxley predicted, are we witnessing the birth of a genuine reformation, with the practical mystics of the 21st century leading the charge? For this movement to have any substance or merit, Huxley's vision must be based on rock-solid historical precedent. After all, the Reformation of the 16th century had some serious scholarship behind it. Martin Luther's fascination with the original Greek language of the New Testament was a product of the humanism that had engulfed Renaissance Europe. The humanist chief motto was ad fontes, back to the source in Latin, which meant a return to the intellectual brilliance of the Greek and Roman ancestors, the midwives of the Christian faith. Luther based his German translation of the Bible on the Greek edition published in 1516 by the Dutch humanist Erasmus, who had meticulously compared the original New Testament with as many Latin manuscripts as he could find in order to root out any discrepancies with the Greek source material. It has been said that Erasmus laid the egg that Luther hatched. The rediscovery of Christianity's true origins and its real meaning being the primary motivation of the entire Reformation. When Huxley wrote of a revival of religion in 1958, that's precisely what he had in mind as well. Except he wasn't looking to the New Testament, he was looking beyond the book, back to the original practices of the Paleo-Christians that surrounded the New Testament. In the doors of perception, he entered sacrilegious waters. In the early centuries of Christianity, many pagan rites and festivals were baptized, so to say, and made to serve the purposes of the church. Without getting into the specifics of a contentious debate, Huxley characterized the pre-Christian ceremonies as soul-satisfying expressions of fundamental urges that were incorporated into the fabric of the new religion. Strangely, he didn't further pursue the so-called Pagan Continuity Hypothesis, the theory that Christianity didn't magically appear from one day to the next, but inherited pagan elements from the Greco-Roman cults of the ancient Mediterranean world. It wasn't a new theory by any means. The debate between secular and ecclesiastical scholars over the Church's origins stretches back to the 19th century. In 1950, another Martin Luther, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., would weigh in with an essay titled The Influence of the Mystery Religions on Christianity. There was a time when people could discuss such things and respectfully disagree with civility. In 1954, the only thing Huxley added was a psychedelic twist. By calling the foundations of Christianity into question, Huxley was prophesying not only the death of organized religion, but a return to its mystical roots and a revival of something that, if the pieces could just be fit together, would not only rewrite the origins of Christianity, but Western civilization at large. The task was too daunting for the British philosopher, however, and better left to the classicists, the specialists in Greek and Latin like Erasmus and Martin Luther, who would carry the torch in the years to come. Only they had the ad fontes training to decipher what Huston Smith, author of The World's Religions and perhaps the preeminent religious scholar of the 20th century, would later refer to as the best-kept secret in history. To this day, it remains the greatest unsolved mystery of the ancient past, centuries of scholars working round the clock on the avid hunt for answers. What was the original sacrament of Western civilization? And did it somehow sneak its way into the primitive rites of Christianity? If the experts ever turn up new information on the real reason why the universe of Greek-speaking pagans became the founding generations of Christianity, turning a Jewish healer from Galilee into the most famous human being who ever lived, it promises the Reformation to end all reformations. Because the mystical core, the ecstatic source, and the true lifeblood of the biggest religion the world has ever known will have finally been exposed. Like this book, the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis with a psychedelic twist is divided into two very simple questions. 1. Before the rise of Christianity, did the ancient Greeks consume a secret psychedelic sacrament during their most famous and well-attended religious rituals? 2. Did the ancient Greeks pass a version of their sacrament along to the earliest Greek-speaking Christians, for whom the original Holy Communion or Eucharist was in fact a psychedelic Eucharist? If the answer to the first question is yes, and the roots of Western civilization were soaked in mind-altering drugs, then the recent experiments at Hopkins and NYU would appear to be anything but a modern fad. Indeed, it would force a massive reassessment of our current relationship with naturally occurring substances that were not only sacred, but indispensable to the architects of democracy and the world as we know it. If the answer to both questions is yes, then the new Reformation is as well-grounded and historically oriented as Martin Luther's Reformation, and it becomes an immediate reality for tens of millions of SBNRs and religiously disillusioned. But more pressingly, today's 2.42 billion Christians, almost one-third of the global population, will have to decide whether they will continue sipping from a placebo amid 90 minutes of boredom or join the revolution that just might rescue a dying faith and a civilization on the edge of extinction. 2,000 years in the making, the crisis is real, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Unfortunately, the war for the soul of Western civilization has been neatly tucked away in dry academic journals and arcane conferences where none of the learned infighting filters down to the general public. A little translation would go a long way, but just when they're needed most, all the interpreters seem to be disappearing, keeping all the controversy behind closed doors, and until now, leaving this book unwritten. The classics are dying, and dying fast. Or maybe they're already dead. Who better than two very disgruntled, Stanford-educated professors to assess the situation? A mock epic struggle of nocturnal creatures croaking and scratching at each other for their tiny lily pad on an evaporating pond. Such was the judgment rendered in 2001 in Who Killed Homer? The Demise of Classical Education and the Recovery of Greek Wisdom. In their bitter indictment of academia, Victor David Hansen and John Robert Heath eulogize the imminent death of our Greek intellectual heritage. They lay the blame squarely on spineless administrators and egg-headed inbred classics departments. On the one hand, there's the fear of leaving today's students unequipped with the kind of practical skills needed in a 21st century economy. What college or university can honestly afford to push majors in dead languages? Once the school gets a reputation for graduating unemployed deadbeats, the jig is up. On the other hand, there are the classicists themselves. That vast gulf between the vitality of the Greeks and the timidity of those who are responsible for preserving the Greeks, between the clarity and exuberance of the former and the obscurity and dullness of the latter. A brutal combination. Between the bureaucrats and the bookworms, our institutions of higher learning have been sucked dry of the very thing that created them in the first place, Latin and Greek. For most of Western history, studying these ancient languages was the only thing you could do at a university. Since the Renaissance, higher education has largely been synonymous with fluency in the classics. Just think of the cult of antiquity, fostered by the first generations of Americans. John Adams' opinion that Athens and Rome had done more honor to our species, humanity, than all the rest was far from unique in the late 18th century. The principal drafter of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, looked to classical literature as the ultimate source of both delight and instruction. Historian Carl Richard explains that the grammar in grammar school actually refers to Greek and Latin grammar. The prevailing opinion of the time was that the classroom should be reserved for serious academic subjects like classical languages, rather than wasted on things the child could easily learn at home, like English grammar. In the ensuing years, however, newer utilitarian subjects slipped into the curriculum for the very first time. The physical sciences, modern languages, history, and geography. Noah Webster, the father of American scholarship and education, and the guy behind the famous dictionary, wanted to get down to brass tacks. What advantage does a merchant, a mechanic, a farmer derive from an acquaintance with Greek and Roman tongues? After World War II, many universities dropped Greek from the core curriculum altogether, making it possible to graduate with zero knowledge of Western civilization's mother tongue. You can hear Hansen and Heath reminiscing about the glory days, bracing for the inevitable. As long as literacy, polished written and oral expression, familiarity with politics and social systems, and a common set of unchanging ethical presumptions were the chief goals of a liberal arts education, as long as education itself demanded some memorization and structure from the student, classics would not vanish, even if enrollments in the classical languages took their customarily cyclical decline. The study of classics had always been at the center of Western education, had always risen to the challenge, answering the charges of irrelevancy and practicality and pagan-inspired iniquity. The university itself, remember, was a Greek idea, its entire structure, nomenclature, and operation Greco-Roman to the core. 20th century minds as diverse as T.S. Eliot, Ezra Pound, Picasso, and Winston Churchill proved the value of classics for knowledge, expression, and eloquence, for radicals and reactionaries alike. Then, according to the Stanford duo, came the self-righteous 1960s, the same countercultural movement that gave rise to anti-war protests, classic rock, and psychedelics, also put enormous pressure on an antiquated model of education, one well beyond its expiration date. Dead languages just didn't fit the times, with personal growth and self-indulgence leading more students to the arts or social sciences like politics, economics, and psychology, and less to the ancient past. Authority and tradition were to be questioned at all costs. Nobody wanted to study useless grammar and syntax with a bunch of old, white World War I vets. If the Vatican itself was about to remove Latin from the Mass, for God's sake, there was no hope for the American university. And that's how, after more than 2,500 years, Homer finally went the way of the typewriter. In recent years, enrollments in ancient Greek have plummeted. This is no customarily cyclical decline. As it turns out, Hansen and Heath were on point. They saw the writing on the wall and accurately predicted it back in 2001. The Greeks, unfamiliar to the general public at large, are also now dead in the university itself. Today, classics embraces a body of knowledge and a way of looking at the world that are virtually unrecognized, an almost extinct species even in its own precious habitat, the academic department. We classicists are the dodo birds of academia. When we retire or die, our positions are either eliminated or replaced with temporary and part-time help. I was one of the lucky ones, I guess. I got to see the rare species up close and personal, before it took a final, well-deserved bow. Founded in 1851, St. Joe's Prep was no place for a wise-ass from the blue-collar enclave of Northeast Philadelphia, whose only familiarity with such institutions came from watching Dead Poets Society and School Ties. I sometimes cursed the chance scholarship that ushered me into the fanciest all-boys high school in the city. But there were two things in the Jesuit playbook that quickly turned me into a bona fide member of the inner circle: Latin and Greek. It was love at first sight. 4 years later, absolutely convinced that I was destined to be a classics professor or a priest, I was recruited by Brown University to continue my useless study of the ancient world. As the first person in my family to attend college, I decided to blow the opportunity on dead languages, picking up Sanskrit along the way. For 4 more years, I traveled back in time, straight to the source, ad fontes, with nothing lost in translation, direct from the minds of the people who birthed Western civilization and penned the New Testament. My classes in the historic McFarland House on College Hill rarely saw more than 5 students. And yet, it never once occurred to me that I was woefully unprepared for life in the real world. Not until I heard the graduate students grumbling about the job market and mourning the grim reality summed up by Hansen and Heath. So many PhDs in classics, so little employment. Because there are almost no students, because there is really no interest in the Greeks, in or out of the university. Chock full of useless knowledge and no marketable skills, I did the only other thing I was qualified for at that point. I joined the legal profession. After graduating law school and passing the New York bar, I tried to settle into my new life on Wall Street at Milbank, Tweed, Hadley, and McCloy. Hoping I'd actually learn something about international corporate finance, the partners made me subscribe to The Economist. In the summer of 2007, I randomly plucked an issue from the growing pile of unread magazines in the corner of my office. The title of the article that would forever change my life smacked me in the face: The God Pill. It was a brief write-up of the very first psilocybin experiment at Hopkins. I'll never forget the moment when I read that statistic about 2/3 of volunteers counting their single dose of the drug among the most meaningful experiences of their entire lives. An ethnomycologist by the name of R. Gordon Wasson was mentioned in the first line of the article, the inspiration behind the opening salvo of the psychedelic renaissance that would culminate in the 50 peer-reviewed papers from the Johns Hopkins Psychedelic Research Unit. I instantly remembered a book titled The Road to Eleusis, first published in 1978. I'd read it at Brown, in addition to every other book in the John D. Rockefeller Jr. Library that had anything to do with ancient Greek religion. Together with co-authors Albert Hofmann and Carl Ruck, Wasson claimed a potent psychedelic was behind the life-changing vision universally witnessed over the millennia by initiates in Eleusis, the Greek spiritual capital, about 13 miles northwest of Athens. From Boston University, Ruck would later suggest that Christianity itself was similarly founded on drugs. It was certainly an unconventional line of thought. At the time, however, there was very little scholarship specifically dedicated to drug use in ancient Greece or early Christianity. With no way to dig deeper, that's where I had to leave the idea for many years, until William Richards and Roland Griffiths, the chief researchers at Hopkins, brought it back on my radar in the most unexpected way possible, through the laboratory. I logged straight on to my new Amazon account and used my law firm salary to order everything Wasson, Hofmann, or Ruck had ever written. I then spent the next 12 years researching this book as a 30-year-old hypothesis became a 40-year-old hypothesis to which no one paid any attention. To this day, I have never personally experimented with psychedelics in the conscious effort to let the objective evidence guide the investigation that has consumed my adult life. While the Hopkins and NYU data was compelling from a circumstantial perspective, hard evidence linking the ancient Greeks or Paleo-Christians to a psychedelic sacrament was pretty elusive. So I kept my nose to the grindstone on nights and weekends when I wasn't practicing law, as additional data started coming in from other scientific disciplines like archaeobotany and archaeochemistry, which have now proven the existence of hallucinogenic beer and wine in the ancient Mediterranean, and its possible consumption for ritual purposes. Finally, 60 years after Aldous Huxley first issued his manifesto for a new Reformation, the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis with a psychedelic twist is being put to the 21st century test, and the public needs to know about it. The problem is, this material is pretty dense. Take it from a one-time aspiring classicist. Google won't help. The original sources that inform the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis are so niche, so obscure, and so damn hard to find that the only way to separate fact from fiction is to roll up your sleeves and track them down the old-fashioned way, in libraries, museums, and archives. Many are tucked away overseas, where ancient and modern language barriers make this stuff inaccessible to a fault. And then there are the archaeological sites scattered around the Mediterranean, some of which are holding on to clues that can be deciphered only in person. Perhaps most important of all are the experts themselves who dedicate their lives to the many disciplines with a stake in this quest. They don't always commit everything they know to writing, so simply paying a visit and tapping their brains can often yield incredible results. Over the past year, I journeyed to Greece, Germany, Spain, France, and Italy to get to the bottom of history's best-kept secret once and for all. If a psychedelic sacrament is essential for the birth of Western civilization and Christianity, where's the proof? I sat down with the government ministers, curators, and archivists whose mission is to guard precious relics that rarely see the light of day. I grilled the excavators, archaeobotanists, and archaeochemists who are in the field and laboratory right now unearthing fresh evidence of our ancestors' ritualistic use of drugs and subjecting it to a battery of high-tech instrumentation. And I trekked through time with the classicists, historians, and biblical scholars who are trying to make sense of it all. This investigation has led me to conclusions I never could have anticipated 12 years ago. Not only is there evidence of psychedelic beer and wine at the heart of the Greek and Christian mysteries, but also evidence of their suppression by the religious authorities. I spent a significant amount of time at the Vatican developing a working relationship with the Pontifical Commission for Sacred Archaeology. I inspected the Paleo-Christian catacombs controlled by the Pope under the streets of Rome. I descended into the Vatican necropolis under St. Peter's Basilica that is never discussed in Catholic school. I analyzed little-known artifacts with the curators of the Vatican museums, and I spent the better part of a year cultivating a genuine friendship with God's librarian at the Vatican's secret archives, where I managed to root through manuscripts few have ever touched. The climax of my time in the Holy See was a behind-the-scenes appointment with the recently opened archives of the Inquisition, targeting key documents that have never before been translated into English. The result is a jarring confrontation with the pivotal role that women played in the preparation of the original Eucharist and its survival among heretical Christian sects that the Vatican continues to battle to this day. The following pages track my full immersion into the mystery. I explore an ancient Greece that is in serious danger of vanishing from the university curriculum, and an early, secret form of Christianity that has been scrubbed from the record. I present every piece of evidence that, taken together, finally convinced me of the psychedelic reality behind Western civilization's original religion. A prehistoric ritual that survived for millennia in the total absence of the written word before finding a good home among the Greeks. A tradition that was later inherited by the first Greek-speaking Christians, especially in Italy, where they came under attack by the Church Fathers. A vast knowledge of drugs that was kept alive through the Dark Ages by pagans and heretics, until the witches of the world were hunted down for centuries, erasing all memory of the longest-running religion the planet has ever known. It doesn't have a name, and probably never had one. But one thing is certain, that storied tension between the mystics and the bureaucrats has reached a breaking point. In order to find our soul again, a popular outbreak of mysticism could be just what the doctor ordered. And the prescription could be exactly what it was in the beginning, to die before we die, with a solid dose of the religion that started it all, the religion with no name. Part 1. Brewing the Psychedelic Beer. Chapter 1. Identity Crisis. Though we are liable to forget, Western civilization was not founded as a Christian enterprise. The ancient Greece that invented democracy and birthed all the arts and sciences we now take for granted never heard of Jesus. Before Jerusalem, before Rome, before Mecca, there was Eleusis. If Athens of the 5th and 4th centuries BC was the true source of Western life in the 21st century, then Eleusis was our first undisputed spiritual capital. Throughout classical antiquity, the quaint harbor town was ground zero for generations of seekers, but its religion wouldn't last forever. In the battle for the sacred legacy of the West, Eleusis was a spectacular casualty. Its demise at the hands of the newly Christianized Roman Empire in the 4th century AD marked the beginning of an identity crisis that persists to this day. Are we Greek or are we Christian? Under the traditional view, our Greek ancestors may have built the world as we know it, but Christianity saved its soul. Like the children of divorced parents, we try not to choose favorites or take sides, and we largely ignore the fact that the Greeks managed to find salvation long before Christianity showed up. A perfectly reasonable oversight with the former center of the Mediterranean universe now scattered in ruins. Today, the archaeological site of Eleusis is little more than crumbling bits of marble and limestone. And since 1882, the excavations have only turned up more questions than answers. Why did the pilgrims flock to its temple for 2,000 years in search of life beyond the grave? Why was the age-old ritual performed under the cover of darkness? Why was the magic potion hidden away? And why did the Christians shut it all down? If you're not careful, the oldest unsolved riddle in the history of Western civilization has a way of getting inside your bones. When so much of their genius has survived, it just doesn't make sense for the religion of the people who created Western culture to simply vanish into thin air. There has to be more to the mysteries of Eleusis, the longest-running and most prominent spiritual tradition in ancient Greece. Unfortunately, it was shrouded in secrecy from the very beginning, leaving nothing but hints and clues about what really took place within the holy precinct. Aristotle once said the initiates came to Eleusis not to learn something, but to experience something. Whatever that experience was, it has successfully eluded scholars for centuries. That's how this puzzle was designed, after all. Fragments of the strange rites and ceremonies can be reconstructed, but the main attraction remains unknown. Year after year, how were the mysteries able to consistently deliver on an impossible promise? If you come to Eleusis, you will never die. A bold claim, for sure. Hard to believe nowadays. But for some reason, our ancestors believed it. In fact, they couldn't imagine a world without the exceptional landmark. The mysteries were said to hold the entire human race together. Life itself would be unlivable in their absence. Among all the unanswered questions about Eleusis, one inescapable fact keeps researchers glued to the obscure corner of southern Greece that spoke to millions. It stood the test of time. Well before Jesus walked the shores of Galilee, Eleusis was a beacon of hope in a nasty age of uncertainty, when the average life expectancy was much lower than today. Half the population might not reach the age of 5. For those who survived a traumatic childhood and managed to avoid enslavement, natural disasters, food shortages, violence, social unrest, deadly plagues, and infectious disease made for a far nastier existence than our own, with as much as 60% of the Greco-Roman world succumbing to the bacteria and viruses we have now largely managed to control. If COVID-19 offers any insight on the past, it's the psychological and emotional toll of a pandemic and the sense of helplessness that must have been excruciating for our ancestors. But as long as the mysteries were celebrated once a year around the fall equinox, everything was in order. It was a foolproof formula that ran uninterrupted from about 1500 BC until AD 392, when the annual festivities were abruptly outlawed by the Roman Emperor Theodosius, a die-hard Christian. Now, that's a long time for a lot of people to keep quiet, and for so little detail to leak into the historical record. But everyone who crossed the sacred threshold understood the price of admission. The word mystery comes from the Greek muo, which literally means to shut one's eyes. Under penalty of death, all visitors were explicitly forbidden from revealing what they saw on the inside. Whatever happened in Eleusis stayed in Eleusis. Frustrating as it is for modern historians, that policy served the mysteries well. The wall of silence only fed the mystique and guaranteed fans in high places. In its heyday, the temple attracted the best and brightest Athens had to offer, including Plato. To keep his experience classified, the godfather of Western philosophy used vague, cryptic language to describe the blessed sight and vision he witnessed in a state of perfection, the climax of his initiation into the holiest of mysteries. Like all travelers, Plato was permanently transformed by whatever he observed in Eleusis, the latest in a long line of visionaries, men and women, with exclusive access to cosmic truths. Following their sip of an unusual elixir called the kykion, and a night of spectacles in the temple, each pilgrim earned the honorary title epoptes, which means something like the one who's seen it all. Beyond any doubt, they claimed, death was not the end of our human journey. We do, in fact, survive the physical body, and underneath this mortal clothing, we are all immortals in disguise. gods and goddesses destined to the stars for eternity. All that after just one night in Eleusis? From otherwise rational, sober people, it sounds like crazy talk. To make sense of Plato, we have to remember how the ancient Greeks ordinarily approached the afterlife. At the time, most people believed the soul went down to the bleak and nebulous regions of Hades. Whether it would live there forever or eventually fade away was not entirely clear, and it scarcely mattered. Death was nothing to look forward to. When Odysseus visits the land of the dead, his fallen comrade Achilles famously grumbles, "I would rather be a paid servant in a poor man's house and be above ground than king of kings among the dead." Unless you'd been initiated into the mysteries, of course, where seeing is believing. One inscription found on the site says, "Death is for mortals no longer an evil, but a blessing." Pindar, perhaps the greatest lyric poet of ancient Greece and a fellow initiate, wrote in the 5th century BC, "Blessed is he who has seen these things before he goes beneath the hollow earth, for he understands the end of mortal life and the beginning of a new life given of God." For Sophocles, one of the most renowned playwrights of the time, the world could be divided into those who had set foot in Eleusis and those who had not. Just like Plato and Pindar, he stresses the visual nature of the experience. Thrice blessed are those among men who, after beholding these rites, go down to Hades. Only for them is there life after death. All the rest will suffer an evil lot. Without divulging the big secret, much of the ancient testimony, what little remains, hails the sublime vision that proved to be a once-in-a-lifetime event for every pilgrim. Clearly, the Greeks had a profound religious system at their disposal, one that seems to match the grandeur and sophistication of their many accomplishments, the many gifts we happily inherited to build a civilization from the ground up. Eleusis was an enduring tradition, said to provide concrete answers to timeless doubts, and optimism in the face of oblivion. It's unavoidable. There was religion before Christianity, which contradicts the running assumption that Greek spirituality was rather uninformed and idiotic. If you were taught a cartoonish version of Greek mythology in high school, or even earlier, that's when the confusion may have begun. You were probably left wondering how the people who not only gave us the word skepticism, from the Greek skeptomai, meaning to look about carefully, but actually practice what they preached, could possibly believe in fairy tales. Zeus is in charge of lightning? Poseidon rules the seas? Everything evil came from Pandora's box? If the Greeks seemed too sensible for such things, it's because they were. Let's give credit where credit is due. Like some cultural Big Bang, all the greatest hits suddenly burst on the scene some 2,500 years ago. Where there was chaos, the ancient Greeks gave us meaning through history, civics, and ethics. Where there was superstition, they created the first scientific disciplines like physics, biology, mathematics. Their stadiums and theaters became our sports and entertainment industries. They codified law, medicine, and finance, and laid the groundwork for the technology that consumes our life. The word technology itself comes from the Greek techne, meaning skill, cunning, or handiwork. Social media has drawn us into a hyper-connected global conversation that is entirely predicated on individual expression and the free exchange of ideas, fundamental rights that were virtually unheard of before the academies of ancient Greece. Every time we open up Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook, we are tapping into that awesome legacy celebrated in Raphael's iconic School of Athens. Plato and Aristotle, surrounded by their fellow Greek luminaries, thinking our world into existence. Are we to believe the wisdom assembled on those steps got so much right, only to come up short on the most important questions of all? Why are we here? What happens when we die? What's the point of it all? By and large, animal slaughter, endless libations, and formulaic prayers were the kinds of things that seemed to please the 12 gods on Mount Olympus and keep disaster at bay. And for many Greeks, that was religion. But it didn't answer the big questions. For the level of brilliance on display in the School of Athens, bloody sacrifices to imaginary gods on far-flung hilltops wouldn't quite do the job. That's where the mysteries of Eleusis came in. Just one of many so-called mystery religions that fascinated the Mediterranean mind in the old days. For those curious souls in need of a little more substance and a little less nonsense, Ancient Greece had a full menu of spiritual alternatives that proved more satisfying than the traditional fare. At the core of the mystery religions was an immediate or mystical encounter with the divine, involving an approach to death and a return to life. Like the mystics that would infiltrate Christianity, Judaism, and Islam in the millennia to come, the Greeks knew the ancient secret of dying before dying. However this one-on-one meeting with God was engineered, it's what Aristotle meant by the initiates descending on Eleusis not to learn something, but to experience something. Those inquisitive, cynical Greeks were after bona fide evidence, proof of the hereafter. They would never blindly settle for empty promises of a future life among the heavens. They had to peek behind the curtain to see for themselves whether there was any truth to the matter. For them and for us, how could authentic religion be anything less? As one empire replaced another, the value of that experience was not lost on the Romans, who adopted the Greek temple in Eleusis as their own. Cicero, the great orator and statesman of the 1st century BC, recorded his take for posterity. For it appears to me that among the many exceptional and divine things your Athens has produced and contributed to human life, nothing is better than those mysteries. For by means of them we have been transformed from a rough and savage way of life to the state of humanity, and have been civilized. Just as they are called initiations, so in actual fact we have learned from them the fundamentals of life, and have grasped the basis not only for living with joy, but also for dying with a better hope. In the 2nd century AD, the Emperor Marcus Aurelius studied in Athens and was later initiated in Eleusis. He is reportedly the only layperson ever allowed inside the Anaktoron, the Holy of Holies, housed within the main temple, the Telesterion. He earned the privilege. The philosopher, as he was called, oversaw an extensive construction project to restore the site after it was nearly destroyed by the barbarian Kostovoks in AD 170. What the invaders sent up in flames, Marcus Aurelius methodically rebuilt to Roman standards, ensuring the mysteries would never again suffer another desecration. Dwarfed chunks of 42 columns that once supported the 52 by 52 square meter sanctuary can still be seen. Roughly 3,000 people would have crowded onto the steps lining its interior to witness the secrets they had prepared up to a year and a half to observe. Only on the second visit to Eleusis did a prospective initiate or mustes actually enter the sanctuary to become a full epoptes. To keep profane eyes off the sacred affair, the philosopher also built a monumental gateway of Pentelic marble and a vast courtyard at the entrance to the site, now known as the Greater Propylaea. An imposing, larger-than-life bust of Marcus Aurelius has survived all this time, with a defaced image of a serpent-headed gorgon emblazoned on the philosopher's chest. The decapitated monster was a common way of warding off evil in those days, a stern warning to any future looters. This is sacred land. For a time it worked, until Christianity gathered enough steam to deliver the death blow. The gorgon would eventually be smashed in, replaced by a giant cross, carved with pleasure directly into Marcus Aurelius' heart. The soldiers of Christ had a message of their own. This is godless land, polluted by demons. It is the tiniest example of a disturbing period in history that is only now receiving honest, critical attention. Catherine Nixie's The Darkening Age, the Christian destruction of the classical world, sets the stage for our investigation. In a spasm of destruction never seen before, and one that appalled many non-Christians watching it, during the 4th and 5th centuries AD, the Christian church demolished, vandalized, and melted down a simply staggering quantity of art. Classical statues were knocked from their plinths, defaced, defiled, and torn limb from limb. Temples were razed to their foundations and mutilated. The violent assaults of this period were not the preserve of cranks and eccentrics. Attacks against the monuments of the mad, damnable, and insane pagans were encouraged and led by men at the very heart of the Catholic Church. The great St. Augustine himself declared to a congregation in Carthage that all superstition of pagans and heathens should be annihilated is what God wants, God commands, God proclaims. When the once hallowed walls of Eleusis were trampled in AD 395, the Visigoths may have placed the dynamite, but the Church lit the fuse. Following Constantine's blessing earlier in the century, Emperor Theodosius had already made Christianity the official state religion of the Roman Empire in AD 380. 12 years later, he proclaimed the mysteries illegal, drawing a line in the sand. Civilization would eventually reap the secular benefits of all things Greek, but from then on, Christianity would serve as the default faith of the Western world. When it came to spiritual matters, best to pretend those Greek infidels and their satanic rituals never existed. For a secret religion like Eleusis that refused to keep written records, the extinction was swift and thorough. Before the end of the 4th century AD, total victory was declared by the early church father St. John Chrysostom. The tradition of our forefathers has been destroyed. The deep-rooted custom has been torn out. The tyranny of joy and the accursed festivals have been obliterated just like smoke. From the late 4th century AD until about 200 years ago, the history of Christianity and the history of the West are essentially one and the same. The crowning of Charlemagne by Pope Leo III as the Imperator Romanorum and Father of Europe in St. Peter's Basilica on Christmas Day in 800, kicking off a long line of Holy Roman emperors that would last until 1806, the East-West Schism of 1054 between the Orthodox Patriarch of Constantinople and the Catholic Church in Rome, forever dividing Europe in half. The Crusades that preceded the Renaissance, when the rediscovery of the classics would lead to the Reformation and Counter-Reformation. In the Age of Discovery, from the 15th to the end of the 18th centuries, Christianity left Europe and the Near East behind, becoming the indomitable global brand it is today. Missionaries were dispatched to every corner of the planet to convert local indigenous groups in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Since there was no real separation between church and state, the memory of Jesus and the hope for his imminent return were the guiding force behind it all. Especially in America, the ultimate blank slate for Christians. The colonies were flooded with Protestant denominations of every stripe, seeking the spiritual freedom to worship their version of Jesus. Well into the 19th century, the doctrine of manifest destiny declared Anglo-Saxons a superior race, chosen by God to bring Christianity to the American continents and to the world. It's this legacy we see celebrated in Leonardo's Last Supper, the moment Jesus is said to have offered himself to his closest friends in the form of bread and wine, a foreshadowing of the crucifixion he would endure the following day, according to tradition, for the salvation of all mankind. This intimate dinner became Christianity's defining sacrament, the Eucharist. Do this in memory of me, the Gospels record. It is a moment reenacted to this day, multiple times per day, in churches on every continent for hundreds of millions of faithful. For believers and non-believers alike, Jesus and his early followers single-handedly changed the course of history. If only one image could tell the story of our humble origins, would it be the School of Athens or the Last Supper? Two of the most recognized paintings of all time, two very different pictures of our past. Once again, are we Greek or are we Christian? Where does the church end and where does the state begin? What better disconnect than the swearing in of an American president? In recent times, all the pomp and circumstance takes place on the western front of the United States Capitol building, an explicit homage to the Greco-Roman pantheon in Rome. Its creator wanted to link the new republic to the classical world and to its ideas of civic virtue and self-government. At the far end of the National Mall, past the Egyptian obelisk, Abraham Lincoln monitors the inauguration from his gleaming replica of the Parthenon that sits atop the Acropolis in Athens. Again, the architect felt a memorial to a man who defended democracy should be based on a structure found in the birthplace of democracy. Surrounded by neoclassical marble on all sides, the same pagan marble those Christian hordes tried to erase from memory over 1,600 years ago, the presidents raise their right hands and swear the oath of office. On a Bible. For good measure, the last three presidents have actually used two Bibles. After Kennedy's assassination, Lyndon B. Johnson was sworn in aboard Air Force One on a Roman Catholic missal. Naturally, none of this is mandated by the United States Constitution. It's just that old identity crisis rearing its head. It may all seem insignificant, but at the root of this Greek versus Christian debate are some really profound questions. Are we a people of reason or faith? Is our society founded on science or religion? Whether the issue is climate change, reproductive rights, or a global pandemic, that stark divide between the School of Athens and the Last Supper continues to frame the national conversation on matters of life and death. During protests over the unprecedented countrywide lockdown in April 2020, A green tractor trailer pulled up to the Pennsylvania state capitol, horn blaring, a defiant slogan freshly painted on the hood. Jesus is my vaccine. Over 2,500 years into this experiment we call the West, is there any chance of reconciling the two competing worldviews that clash so dramatically at the end of the 4th century AD? If so, then, as with any good compromise, there will be plenty of disappointment on both sides. People of reason may have to concede that modern science has its limits. Not everything of value can be weighed and measured. People of faith may have to admit that we can no longer afford legend over history or obedience over curiosity. In a rapidly accelerating world, big religion has failed to keep up with a younger generation that prefers fact over fiction. But big science and big technology may be going too fast, distracting us from the ancient search for meaning that defined the original religion of Western civilization. How do we bridge this gap? The whole point of this investigation is to test a crackpot theory that has been widely ridiculed and even censored by the academic establishment. When one ill-fated classicist by the name of Kon Ruck at Boston University took charge of the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis with a psychedelic twist in the late 1970s, he started by claiming that the sacramental potion known as the Kukion was a type of visionary brew, and that the inviolable secrecy surrounding the mysteries of Elus had everything to do with protecting the psychedelic recipe that guaranteed immortality to the Greek-speaking world. When this hypothesis first appeared in The Road to Eleusis 40 years ago, before I was even born, it was definitely the wrong idea at the wrong time. Exactly 2 decades had elapsed since Aldous Huxley's clarion call for the New Reformation in 1958, and during that time, psychedelics had gone from a respectable subject of intellectual pursuit among British gentlemen like Huxley to one of the most polarizing issues in America, not to mention the fact that they were completely illegal. Even the top universities in the country couldn't escape the long arm of the war on drugs. But that was only half the heresy. The Greeks had to invent the psychedelic Eucharist, and then the Christians had to give it shelter. So to answer the second of the 2 questions baked into Huxley's revolutionary prediction about the revival of religion, the same classicist at Boston University would later claim that some version of the Hellenistic sacrament had indeed been incorporated into the fledgling faith by Greek-speaking pockets of Paleo-Christians all over the Roman Empire, and that their original Eucharist was therefore intensely psychedelic. Like Erasmus and Martin Luther's obsession over the Greek of the New Testament, this controversial analysis of the actual sacrament that sustained the earliest Christian communities was ultimately an attempt to rediscover the true origins of the world's biggest religion and the real vision of the most famous human being who ever lived. As the Encyclopedia Britannica makes clear, recovering the classics was to humanism tantamount to recovering reality. And the modern-day attempt leads to a conclusion no less groundbreaking than the firestorm unleashed by Luther during the Reformation of the 16th century. When we look at the Last Supper, maybe we're not looking at Christianity's founding event. Maybe we're getting a glimpse of the mysterious religion that was practiced by Plato, Pindar, Sophocles, and the rest of the Athenian gang. And just maybe, this is how our identity crisis comes to a dramatic end, with a psychedelic plot twist. Rather than starting a new religion, was Jesus simply trying to preserve or copy the holiest of mysteries from ancient Greece? Or more precisely, is that what his Greek-speaking followers wanted to believe? If so, that opens up a can of worms, making Jesus more of a Greek philosopher-magician than a Jewish Messiah. It means that the Jesus behind Leonardo's table really belongs on the steps of the School of Athens with his fellow initiates, because the earliest and most authentic communities of Paleo-Christians would have looked to the miracle worker from Nazareth as someone who knew the secret that Eleusis tried so desperately to conceal for millennia. A secret that could easily win new converts to the faith, but a secret the church would later try to suppress, according to the theory. And a secret that would render all the infrastructure of today's Christianity virtually obsolete, uprooting 2.42 billion adherents worldwide. Back in the Garden of Eden, maybe the forbidden fruit was forbidden for a reason. Who needs the fancy building, the priest, and all the rest of it, even the Bible, if all you really need is the fruit? Chapter 2. Fall from Grace. The hunt for the psychedelic origins of Western civilization has to begin with Eleusis. It was one of the oldest religious traditions of ancient Greece and arguably the most famous. But timing is everything. 40 years ago, the classics establishment was in no position to seriously consider the controversial marriage of the mysteries and drugs, let alone the possibility that the earliest Christians inherited a visionary sacrament from their Greek ancestors. The one scholar who dared to question everything paid dearly for his original sin. A total pariah, he spies signs of redemption from a new generation of archaeologists and scientists. But the excommunication has been long and lonely. It all started back in April 1978. Alarm bells were sounding from the towers of academia as a motley crew of 3 misfits announced the unthinkable. The code had been cracked. What religious historian Houston Smith called history's best-kept secret was a secret no more. After centuries of false leads and dead ends, the unlikely team had finally breached the inner sanctum of the mysteries of Eleusis. They had discovered what really made the ancient Greeks tick. At long last, they had unearthed the true source of our ancestors' poetry and philosophy, perhaps the hidden inspiration behind the world as we know it. And the answer, they were quite assured, was a magic potion full of psychedelic drugs. As perverse as it is unconvincing will be the verdict of many, began one scathing review of The Road to Eleusis, unveiling the secret of the mysteries. In a single paragraph, the learned critic quickly put the matter to rest, closing with a stiff punch. Everything is wildly out of hand. Whenever you accuse the founders of Western civilization of getting stoned out of their minds and then turning that hallucinatory event into their most cherished religion, a little pushback is to be expected. But the authors of the inflammatory charge couldn't have chosen a worse moment in American history to publish their findings. While most of the excess and hysteria of the 1960s had simmered down, the war on drugs was just heating up. In a national press conference on June 17, 1971, President Nixon had stood before the cameras and declared drugs public enemy number 1, vowing to wage a new, all-out offensive across the country and around the world. Drugs were scapegoated as a real and present danger, of greater concern, apparently, than the Soviet Union and the prospect of nuclear holocaust. Soon, the fugitive LSD evangelist and countercultural guru, Timothy Leary, was the most dangerous man in America. By the late 1970s, before the Reagan administration and the Just Say No campaign of my youth put crack, cocaine, and heroin in the crosshairs, psychedelic drugs had endured a decade in the media spotlight. Of all the ways to fry your brain, nothing beat psychedelics. For a brief time, insanity due to LSD became a popular criminal defense. Not only was the drug seen as the chief threat to our public health and safety, but also as the ultimate escape from reality. It was utter madness to suggest that these hazardous, potentially lethal compounds were the long-sought missing key to the mysteries. Even if the misfits offended the academic mainstream with their perverse hypothesis, it wasn't for lack of homework. In The Road to Eleusis, Gordon Wasson, Albert Hofmann, and Carl Ruck made a passionate and detailed argument for why the kykeon, the sacramental beverage of the mysteries, had been spiked with one or more psychedelics. And they did so in truly interdisciplinary fashion, which was basically unheard of in the stodgy field of classics at the time. Wasson was a J.P. Morgan banker turned amateur mushroom hunter, or ethnomycologist, as he would prefer to be called, one who studies the relationship between people and fungi. His global anthropological fieldwork had convinced him that magic mushrooms played a pivotal role in the origin and development of humanity's spiritual awareness. It was one mind-bending experience, in particular, that sealed the deal. In the heart of the Sierra Mazateca, a traditional healer or curandera by the name of Maria Sabina had agreed to guide Wasson on a healing journey, an initiation no outsider had ever attempted. Wasson was fixated on capturing the undocumented ceremony. At 10:30 p.m. one evening in 1955, he finally got the okay. According to custom, Maria cleansed and blessed some fresh psilocybe mexicana that Wasson had handpicked earlier in the day. She instructed him to consume 6 of the mushrooms, which would flood his system with the psychoactive agent psilocybin. After a half hour of deafening silence amid total blackness, the adventure finally began. Over the course of the next 5 hours, Wasson recalled the visions came whether our eyes were open or closed. He saw everything from resplendent palaces all laid over with semi-precious stones to a mythological beast drawing a regal chariot. At one point, he witnessed his spirit leave his body and shoot to the heavens. Oddly, the whole trip was seared into Wasson's memory as the realest thing he'd ever experienced. He recorded his grand epiphany in an article entitled Seeking the Magic Mushroom. It would appear in the May 13th, 1957 issue of Life magazine. The visions were not blurred or uncertain. They were sharply focused, the lines and colors being so sharp that they seemed more real to me than anything I'd ever seen with my own eyes. I felt that I was now seeing plain, whereas ordinary vision gives us an imperfect view. I was seeing the archetypes, the Platonic ideas that underlie the imperfect images of everyday life. The thought crossed my mind. Could the divine mushrooms be the secret that lay behind the ancient mysteries? A well-read individual, Wasson was very familiar with the testimony from Eleusis. He instantly identified with the ancient initiates, absolutely certain he had stumbled upon something that brought incredible meaning to our ancestors, but had somehow escaped the attention of modern scholars. How an echo of the Greek ritual had survived in the mountains of Mexico became a burning question that Wasson would dedicate the rest of his life to answering. In the meantime, however, the more immediate concern was having Maria Sabina's mushrooms scientifically cataloged. He sent some spores to Switzerland to be cultivated by his friend and future co-author. Albert Hofmann was already an internationally renowned chemist. In 1938, he'd struck psychedelic gold at his research laboratory in Basel by extracting LSD from special cultures of ergot, a naturally occurring fungus. From Wasson samples, Hofmann was able to successfully isolate psilocybin as well, laying the groundwork for the experiments at Hopkins and NYU in recent years. Together, Wasson and Hofmann would unwittingly spark the pop psychedelic revolution that was to come, thanks in no small part to Aldous Huxley and his eloquent marketing in the doors of perception. Millions of people would read Wasson's essay in Life. Tens of millions would see him on the CBS News program Person to Person. By the early 1960s, hippies and beatniks were hopping down to Mexico to get their own taste of some Maria Sabina-style expansion of consciousness. Everyone from Bob Dylan to Led Zeppelin to the Rolling Stones is rumored to have followed in Wasson's footsteps. But it wasn't until July 1975, a full 20 years after his flash of insight in Mexico, that Wasson formally enlisted Hofmann to expose the mystery of the mysteries once and for all. They had as good a chance as anybody else. In the absence of any hard data, all kinds of bizarre theories were put forward over the years. In the mid-19th century, the great German classicist Ludwig Preller proposed that Eleusis was nothing more than an elaborate theatrical performance, complete with hymns, sacred dances, and stage props. By the late 19th century, Percy Gardner, professor of archaeology at the University of Cambridge, swore puppets were involved, some perhaps of considerable size, and fitted to impress the awakened nerves of the auditors. That sublime vision, reported by Plato, Pindar, and Sophocles? Nothing but smoke and mirrors. And Muppets. Under the right conditions, the imagination runs wild. By the early 20th century, the British classicist Jane Ellen Harrison struck a chord that would echo for decades to come. She saw Eleusis as a primitive fertility rite, a crude form of sympathetic magic. To ensure a proper harvest, the initiate would undergo a long process of purification and fasting before partaking of the first fruits. In this case, it was barley grains, the principal ingredient of the koukion. Like prehistoric folk before them, the Greeks would have abstained from the fruit of the fields until they were ripe and ready. At a harvest festival like the Mysteries, that taboo was apparently broken. The very first taste of the freshly cut crop would easily come to be regarded as specially sacred and as having sacramental virtue. Thus, Harrison understood the koukion as a ritualized potion. Out on a limb, she even suggested such potions could lead to spiritual intoxication, with moments of sudden illumination, of wider and deeper insight, of larger human charity and understanding. But she got nowhere near psychedelic territory. Unlike the many august scholars who preceded them, the ethnomycologist and the chemist went straight for the land of tangerine trees and marmalade skies. The The sublime vision had to be generated internally, not externally, they reasoned. In a single line of ancient Greek text from the 7th century BC, Wasson and Hoffmann noticed something that had been largely overlooked for more than 2,500 years. The Homeric hymn to Demeter is one of those random clues that somehow made it past the wall of silence surrounding Eleusis. A beautifully crafted poem, it recounts the legend of Demeter's epic search for her daughter Persephone, the two goddesses to whom the mysteries were consecrated. Once upon a time, young Persephone is out and about picking wildflowers when Pluto abducts her into his underworld kingdom. The innocent girl would have been damned to eternity as queen of the dead, were it not for her mother's grit and tenacity. After looking high and low for her missing daughter, the broken-hearted Demeter lands in Eleusis, where she continues to mourn. At Demeter's command, the king and queen of the archaic town erect a temple in her honor, but there is no consoling the Lady of the Grain. Furious, she hides every seed from the Greek plow, withering the fields and sending famine throughout the land. Humankind is on the brink of starvation when Zeus finally caves to Demeter's demands. He orders his brother Pluto to release Persephone at once. The king of the dead obeys, but not before forcing a pomegranate seed down Persephone's throat as a kind of enchantment. Forever after, Persephone would still spend 1/3 of the year in the underworld in exchange for 2/3 of the year above ground with Demeter. When mother and daughter reunite, the Rarian plain adjacent to Eleusis is still barren and leafless, but as springtime blossoms, the white barley would be waving long ears of grain like a mane in the wind. Soon enough, the whole wide world would become heavy with leaves and flowers. The almost perfectly preserved myth is an obvious tribute to the seasons, but it also contains a slew of rich elements that were already incorporated into the rites and ceremonies of the mysteries. It's an origin tale, providing a nice precedent for the legomena, or thing said, the dromena, or things done, and the deknoumena, or things shown, during the initiation. If you're on the lookout for ciphers, the barley comes through loud and clear. The hymn to Demeter prizes the fields of Eleusis over any others on the planet. The Rarian plain is where life first returns to the earth after the drought. Its barley is truly one of a kind, mentioned repeatedly throughout the 496-line poem. The most striking example is in line 209, where the famous Kukion is introduced. The king and queen of Eleusis, Celeus and Metaneira, have just invited Demeter into their regal mansion to lift the grieving mother's spirits. The goddess hasn't eaten or drunk anything in days. Metaneira offers her some red wine, sweet as honey, but Demeter refuses, claiming it would be a sacrilege to break her fast with the beverage that was more to the taste of Dionysius, the boundary-dissolving god of wine, theater, ecstasy, and mystical rapture. Appropriately, the Lady of the Grain was a beer woman. She requests the barley-based kukion, which simply means mixture or medley in Greek. To avoid any ambiguity, she then rattles off the recipe of the magic potion that will be used in her rites for centuries. Barley and water, mixed with tender leaves of mint, or blechon. The level of detail here doesn't really advance the plot, which makes the passage stick out like a sore thumb. Another peculiar feature is the gap in the original manuscript that cuts this section off in mid-sentence. As many as 26 lines are missing, the largest gap in the entire poem. Had the ancient author revealed too much, and did a later scribe try to correct the error? Were other active ingredients of the kukion originally included in the hymn to Demeter? In the next chapter, we will explore the linguistic breakthrough that places the formulaic construction of this cooking lesson into a much larger and much older context. The remnants of a liturgical ceremony that extends far beyond the Greek language into many parts of the ancient world. But Hoffmann was no linguist. He could only interpret the poetry through a scientific lens, and as a chemist, he knew something few others did. Certainly no classicist or historian. Where there is barley, there is ergot, that fungal parasite mentioned above, also known as Claviceps purpurea. It regularly infects cereal grains like barley, as well as wheat and rye, but ergot is notoriously poisonous. It's more likely to give you gangrene and convulsions than launch a fantastic inner voyage to discover the meaning of life. Across Europe in the Middle Ages, as a matter of fact, contaminated bread would lead to routine bouts of ergot poisoning or ergotism. It became known as St. Anthony's fire in reference to the monks of the Order of St. Anthony who proved adept at treating the afflicted. To avoid those unpleasant and often toxic side effects, could the ancient Greeks have figured out some crude way to chemically isolate a pure, powerful hallucinogen from ergot? As far as Hofmann knew, he was the first to accomplish that delicate feat back in 1938. Interestingly, Hofmann hadn't been looking for psychedelics at all. He was just a boring scientist doing his boring job. He had accidentally synthesized LSD while trying to create new relief for circulation and respiratory disorders. Its psychoactive profile wasn't discovered until years later in 1943, when Hofmann decided to self-experiment with 250 micrograms of LSD-25, his so-called problem child. How impossible would it be for a curious proto-scientist in the distant past to unlock the same secret Hofmann did in 1938, especially when LSD-25 was far from the only mind-altering chemical at play? By the late 1970s, over 30 alkaloids had been isolated from ergot. Found in plants and fungi, an alkaloid is any nitrogen-based organic compound that can interfere with the human nervous system. Some, like cocaine, caffeine, and nicotine, act as stimulants. Others can be psychotropic, producing a range of effects, including visions. That funky little fungus ergot was rife with possibility. At Wasson's request, Hofmann tracked down and analyzed the ergot of wheat and barley, both of which would have been plentiful on the Rarian plain so explicitly showcased in the hymn to Demeter. He found they indeed contained two psychoactive alkaloids, ergonovine and lysergic acid amide. Both are soluble in water, meaning, with the techniques and equipment available in antiquity, it was therefore easy to prepare an hallucinogenic extract. Assuming, of course, that the herbalists of ancient Greece were as intelligent and resourceful as the herbalists of pre-conquest Mexico. Amazingly, Wasson's hunch 20 years earlier had been spot on. There's no psychopharmacological reason why the ancient ergot of Eleusis couldn't have had the same effect as its chemical cousins, Hofmann's LSD-25 or the psilocybin resident in Maria Sabina's mushrooms. It's all fungus in the end. But is this really why barley figures so conspicuously in the hymn to Demeter? Until 1978, the crop had always been interpreted as a clear-cut symbol of fertility, Persephone's death in winter and resurrection in spring. Did the Lady of the Grain actually reveal the contents of the elusive potion that would lure pilgrims to Eleusis for 2,000 years like moths to the flame? When Demeter said barley, did she really mean ergotized barley? A coded illusion intended only for the initiates? Maybe this explains the three specific ingredients of the magic recipe: ergotized barley, swimming with all kinds of alkaloids, some psychoactive, water to separate the useful alkaloids from the toxic alkaloids, and mint to cut the bitter, acrid taste known to accompany alkaloid admixtures. With no scarcity of fertile fields, the Greeks could have chosen anywhere to host the mysteries. Was Eleusis selected as the final site because its barley was uniquely prone to ergot infection, the kind of ergot that would produce just the right alkaloids, season after season, like clockwork? A solitary line of poetry from the 7th century BC seems like an awfully slim piece of evidence, but it's where this puzzle begins. Wasson and Hofmann thought they'd made a breakthrough, but they had to admit their shortcomings. They were up against the oldest and most pedantic discipline in the academy, and they needed every scrap of ancient literary and archaeological data that could possibly support their novel theory. Frankly, they were in way over their heads. The mushroom hunter and the drug maker would be laughed out of the room unless they teamed up with a legitimate classicist to construct an airtight case. When enough doors had been slammed in their face, they finally found their champion in the Harvard and Yale-trained Carl Ruck, then chair of the classics department at Boston University. In an age before Google or Wikipedia, and before any computerized searching or digital library, in fact, Ruck performed a masterful study of ancient Greek literature that, until then, had received little attention. He also compiled an exhaustive record of neglected archaeological artifacts, some of which dated back to 19th century digs. Within a few months, Ruck had enough evidence to complete the road to Eleusis. Wasson wrote the first chapter, Hofmann wrote the second, and Ruck filled the rest of the book with a staggering amount of well-sourced scholarship. There are a number of pages, maybe too many, where the minuscule footnotes dwarf the actual body of the text, At times, it's like reading an annotated edition of Milton or Shakespeare. Neither Wasson nor Hoffman had much to lose. Wasson, then 79, was independently wealthy, free from the politics and constraints of the university system. Hoffmann, then 72, had comfortably retired from the Sandoz laboratories in Switzerland, which is now called Novartis, still a leading multinational company in the pharmaceutical industry. Ruck, the youngest member of the trio at 42, had everything to lose for consorting with public enemy number one. And he lost it hard. Nowhere in his published material or lectures could I find the actual details of Ruck's fall from grace, or what provoked such a vicious reaction from his colleagues. So after almost a decade of obsessing over his scholarship, I finally reached out to the reclusive professor in the early summer of 2018. Over fried clams and several rounds of cold beers, I met with Ruck at Jake's on Nantasket Beach, near his pre-Revolutionary War home in Hull, Massachusetts. We talked for hours past sunset until the busboys kicked us out. After bottling it up for 40 years, the lanky classicist with fiery sapphire eyes and a brownish gray goatee spoke eloquently of his fraught relationship with an old nemesis. The one man who had the power and mettle to snuff out the psychedelic hypothesis before it even had a chance, John Silber. He was a kind of monster, Ruck chuckled into his beer, with the gravelly baritone voice and refined accent of a vanishing New England. John was very conservative. People had trouble dealing with him. A no-nonsense Texan of conservative Presbyterian roots, Silber led Boston University from 1971 to 1996. The one-time gubernatorial candidate would become one of the highest-paid college presidents in America and took great pleasure in acting the part of boss man. He once referred to the gospel of psychedelic enlightenment espoused by Leary, its greatest prophet and America's most dangerous man, as hedonism sweetened with nihilism. That alone put Ruck's brazen theory among suspect company. But Silber also had a track record of punishing alternative approaches to history. Fans of Howard Zinn and his revolutionary A People's History of the United States from 1980 will recall the scholar's own time at Boston University, where he happily taught for 24 years alongside Ruck. Silber was known to routinely deny the self-described Marxists his sabbaticals, promotions, and pay raises. Zinn's revisionist history may have put his patriotism in question, but Ruck's put his sanity up for grabs. He had exposed a fatal flaw in the foundation of Western civilization, and Silber didn't like it one bit. Though Ruck and Silber would never discuss the road to Eleusis in any detail, the classicist is quick to paraphrase the president's sole commentary on the whole affair. The Greeks just wouldn't have done that sort of thing. Tragically, Ruck himself had predicted this kind of response. On page 61 of The Road to Eleusis, he expresses his confidence in the evidence he painstakingly assembled to support Wasson and Hoffmann. His bigger challenge, the biggest challenge of all, would be convincing people that the rational Greeks, and indeed some of the most famous and intelligent among them, could experience and enter fully into such irrationality. There's the good old American kind of irrationality, like the cowboy's taste for whiskey and cigarettes, and then there are psychedelics. By the late 1970s, few things were considered more irrational, un-American, or perverse. For Silber, they represented a complete rejection of the very things our Greek ancestors and founding fathers worked so very hard to establish. Purposeful things like law and order, common sense, and clean living. If it leaked that the greatest minds in the ancient world were avid drug users, wouldn't that give free license to all the LSD-loving, mushroom-eating, pot-smoking hippies out there? It would spell the end of civilization as we know it. Silber instantly turned Ruck into a persona non grata by demoting the classicist and cutting him off from students and peers alike. It was a mark of distinction even Zinn had managed to avoid. Shortly after publication of The Bombshell, Ruck was removed as chair of the classics department and forbidden from teaching graduate seminars. As a tenured professor, he couldn't be fired, but he could certainly be ushered away, far from the reach of the next batch of younger, open-minded classicists, and even further from the public eye. Ruck's contacts in other departments were told to avoid him, blocking any cross-disciplinary efforts. If he wanted to follow this line of pursuit, Ruck would have to do it alone. Seemingly overnight, the credentialed professor became an exile, a fate he never managed to escape. 40 years later now, tempers have cooled, Every once in a while, another scholar will stop by to pour some salt in the wound, like this one-liner from a recent textbook. For the power of the Eleusinian experience, the theater seems a better place to look than the kitchen or brewery. But the insults and intrigue have largely been replaced by more effective maneuvers, like silence. After all, there's not much to worry about at this point. The provocative theory was pretty well contained a long time ago. Today's students almost certainly have never heard of the incendiary book that once rocked the classics world. Plus, the original authors are all slowly fading away. Wasson died in 1986 at the ripe age of 88. Hoffmann died in 2008 at the even riper age of 102. Ruck is the last man standing. He's 84 years old and poses little threat nowadays. An eccentric at Boston University, Ruck is widely regarded as a harmless old kook, safely stowed away in the back channels of the internet. The once legitimate debate about our roots now passes as entertainment for amateur historians on YouTube. Ruck still teaches 1 or 2 undergraduate classes per semester, but remains off-limits to the future leaders of the classics profession. He never attends conferences with his colleagues, rarely sees them informally. They easily overlook the fact that, instead of cowering into submission, Ruck has been churning out books and papers at a furious pace. His CV, available on the Boston University website, runs 8 pages. A man on a mission since The Road to Eleusis first debuted, Ruck has spent the past 4 decades obsessively trying to prove that the Greeks found God in a mind-altering cocktail brewed by witches. Yes, it was an elite school of priestesses who prepared and dispensed the potion at Eleusis. Would Demeter have it any other way? The Lady of the Grain, who brought the chauvinistic Zeus and his kidnapping, sex-offending brother to their knees? The mysteries were always the women's domain. At first, as a matter of fact, women were the only ones who were eligible for initiation. This curious little detail might be connected to the birth and spread of Christianity, Ruck soon realized. So when the classicists were beyond scandalizing, Ruck went after Jesus. In the early 2000s, he started publishing years' worth of research into the primitive origins of Christianity. Like Erasmus and Martin Luther during the humanism movement of the 16th century, Ruck went straight to the source, ad fontes. There is simply no path to Jesus and no way to understand his actual message without dissecting the original language of the New Testament. Each of the 4 gospel writers, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, wrote in Greek. St. Paul, who was almost single-handedly responsible for the success of the early church, possessed total mastery of the language. He had to. From the mid-30s to the mid-50s in the 1st century AD, Paul founded a number of Christian communities around the Aegean Sea. His letters, or epistles, to these Greek or Greek-speaking pockets of faith account for 21 of the 27 books in the New Testament. Their names may ring a bell. Paul's first and second letters to the Thessalonians, who lived in today's Thessaloniki, now the second largest city in Greece. Paul's letter to the Philippians, further east in Philippi, a defunct city north of the Greek island of Thassos. Paul's letters to the Ephesians, Colossians, and Galatians, just across the tide in modern-day Turkey, and Paul's first and second letters to the Corinthians, less than an hour's drive from the archaeological remains in Eleusis. In Ruck's analysis of the Gospels, Paul's letters, and other Greek-language documents of the era, the earliest generations of Christians inherited a mind-altering sacrament from the Greeks, replacing Demeter's beer with Dionysius' wine as the vehicle for the psychedelic kick. For Christianity to compete with the eye-opening experience at Eleusis, or the Dionysian ecstasy that had spread through the mountains and forests of the ancient Mediterranean, it needed a hook. At the time, what was more enticing than the legendary Koukion, or the spiked grape elixir of Dionysius, to whom 1/3 of all festivals in ancient Greece were dedicated? Rather than restrict its use to a special pilgrimage site or the wilderness of Greece and Italy, did the early church domesticate the ancient potion? No longer locked up in Demeter's temple at Eleusis or splashed over the trees and rocks of the Dionysian backcountry, the proto-mass could then be celebrated in the house churches and underground catacombs that defined early Christianity in the first 3 centuries after Jesus' death. It was there, in private homes and tombs, that the Paleo-Christians used to gather to ingest their holy meal of bread and wine before the rise of the first basilicas in the 4th century AD, and it was there that the original Eucharist was nurtured in no small part by women, a new Greek sacrament to replace the old Greek sacrament, not just once a year, but every week, if it so pleased the Paleo-Christians. Sometimes every day. The mind-altering Eucharist would be an excellent recruitment tool for the pagan converts, who had grown up hearing about the Eleusinian and Dionysian mysteries from their parents and grandparents. Mysteries they might one day aspire to see for themselves, especially if the would-be Christians in Greece could literally walk to Eleusis from Corinth. Or the would-be Christians in Rome could steal into the night to join any of the female-led Dionysian bacchanals that were still raging across southern Italy. Ruck's psychedelic scholarship on the ancient Greeks is not the only thing that makes him a fantastic anomaly among the dying species known as classicists. You might think his attempt to reconstruct the earliest and most authentic practices of Christianity's first generations would be a little easier for his colleagues to appreciate, the natural result of someone with lifelong expertise in the language and culture of ancient Greece, approaching the topic with fresh eyes. But in that pursuit, Ruck is essentially a lone wolf. It's worth asking why so few classicists have picked up the challenge issued by Aldous Huxley in 1958 to assemble the kind of evidence that would historically support a new Reformation. The fact of the matter is that classicists generally don't care about Christianity. Classics and theology are different academic departments for a reason. The people who fall in love with ancient Greek don't go to seminary to study the relatively simple Greek of the Bible or the Church Fathers. And they certainly don't become pastors and priests. They go to Harvard and Yale to study Homer, Plato, and Euripides, and to write increasingly esoteric articles about the true founders of Western civilization. They fight tooth and nail to land one of the rare remaining gigs at an elite university, because that's where the prestige has always been. As the classical philologist Roy J. de Ferrari commented back in 1918, men of the Church have always pored over Greek and Latin Christian literature, but only as the source of their theology. Classicists, on the other hand, have thrown them hastily aside as containing nothing but information for the theologian. The result has been that the literature and civilization of a very extensive part of the world's history has been very much neglected by the very ones best able to investigate it. So, even among the classicists, Ruck is a refugee in the forsaken, disappearing field of dead languages. Even more old-fashioned today than it already was a generation ago. You couldn't hatch a better plan for obscurity if you tried. As Hansen and Heath detailed in Who Killed Homer, nobody learns ancient Greek anymore. At least nobody who wants to pay the bills. And even if you did hop aboard the sinking ship, you could get a PhD in classics and never once run across Ruck's name. So all is well. The academic guard can breathe a sigh of relief as the disgraced scholar heads quietly into the night, and with him, a perverse and discredited idea that once had the potential to turn history on its head. But what if he's right? What if Ruck's scholarship, scorned and sidelined for 40 years, could finally answer the charges of irrelevancy and impracticality that threatened to scrub dead languages from the university curriculum altogether? What if this ultimate outsider with no place in the academy could once again demonstrate the critical importance of classics at a time when the world might need it most? Improbable though it seems, history teaches otherwise. At the end of the 19th century, when the social sciences were threatening to unseat the classics, it was the self-made millionaire and high school dropout, Heinrich Schliemann, who saved the day. He discovered the actual city of Troy, which until then most scholars had rejected as pure myth, a fantasy invented by Homer. Schliemann would become the father of Mediterranean archaeology. In the late 1920s, when post-war isolationism and a looming depression were challenging the old model of education, Milman Parry was forced to the Sorbonne in Paris, when no American graduate school would finance his wild linguistic theories. But it was Parry who solved the riddle of Homer, proving the oldest author in Western civilization was really just an illiterate bard. Dead by 33, Parry demolished a previous century of classical scholarship. Finally, in the 1950s, just before the downward spiral of the field, Michael Ventris was able to crack the exotic script known as Linear B, the first known Greek characters on record, and the oldest writing system in Europe. The unknown architect from London was able in his spare time to solve what the paid professionals could not. Weeks before the publication of his masterpiece, Ventris was killed in a car accident at the age of 34. And that's the way it's always been. It's the dreamers and romantics who keep rescuing Homer from the morgue. Every time a Schliemann, Parry, or Ventris comes along, the classics receive an unexpected boost. The newspapers splash headlines of the latest discovery, the public shows interest, and the university administrators get their excuse to hire a new, wide-eyed classicist waiting in the wings. The Road to Eleusis was clearly the wrong book at the wrong time, but times have changed. While psychedelics remain illegal at the federal level in the United States and much of the world, the clinical research is exploding at an unprecedented rate. In addition to the teams at Hopkins and NYU, scientists at Yale University, Harbor UCLA Medical Center, and elsewhere are actively investigating the potential of substances like psilocybin, LSD, and MDMA to provide psychedelic-assisted relief for a slew of conditions, including alcoholism, nicotine addiction, PTSD, autism, anxiety, depression, and end-of-life distress. In April 2019, the creation of the world's first dedicated institution for the rigorous study of psychedelics, the Imperial Center for Psychedelic Research, was announced by Imperial College London. In September 2019, the Hopkins team launched the Center for Psychedelic and Consciousness Research, made possible by private donations to the tune of $17 million. And it's only a matter of time before more cities hop onto the psychedelic bandwagon that Denver, Oakland, and Santa Cruz got rolling from May 2019 to January 2020. Legalization at the state level will follow decriminalization at the local level, just as it recently did for cannabis, which is now legal for medical or personal use in 33 of America's 50 states. This was all unthinkable back in 1978. Equally unthinkable was the fact that 27% of all Americans now identify themselves as spiritual but not religious, SBNR, including a full 40% of my generation. For the tens of millions already in the SBNR camp, and the millions more who might identify with an organized religion but haven't felt the rapture in years, if ever, Ruck's controversial scholarship on Christianity will fall on receptive ears. Even for the religiously devout, the hard archaeological evidence that helps put the sacramental practices of the earliest Christians into context could hardly be expected to provoke the same reaction it would have in years past. The younger generation is ready for something different, and the psilocybin experiments at Hopkins and NYU are pointing the way toward the responsible, practical mysticism that Huxley predicted would be made widely available by some future biochemical discoveries. Like Watts and his popular outbreak of mysticism, Huxley foresaw a time when large numbers of people would be able to achieve a radical self-transcendence and a deeper understanding of the nature of things. By all accounts, that time is now. But precedent matters. The revival predicted by Huxley is beginning to take shape, and it all feels strangely familiar. What if we've been down this road before? What if there are lessons to be learned from the religion with no name that spoke to the best and brightest in ancient Greece and the earliest generations of Christians? Neither appears to have had a problem entering into the kind of irrationality that is illegal today. So I'm off to speak with the one person in modern Greece with the authority to tell me whether Ruck is in line to rescue the classics by resurrecting an ancient faith, or whether he and Homer are destined for the same inglorious finale. Chapter 3. Barley Meal and Laurel Leaves. One day in Athens can change everything. It took weeks to arrange the meeting in September 2018 with Dr. Polixeni Adamveleni, head of the General Directorate of Antiquities and Cultural Heritage in Greece. When it comes to the legacy of the civilization that shaped the modern world, she's the boss. The director is responsible for making sure nobody forgets about ancient Greece, which has to compete with not only more practical subjects in universities across America and around the world, but also with the development of contemporary Greece, a country where ruins and relics can often get in the way of economic progress. An archaeologist and scholar herself, Adamveleni is the rare academic whose very job demands a daily balancing act, safeguarding the past while promoting the future. So if anyone could opine on Ruck scholarship with common sense and a level head, it was her. I called the director's office every day to reassure her staff I wasn't a crazy person, and that I had a matter of critical importance to discuss. We went through the same routine a dozen or so times before the appointment was booked. Adam Bellini's assistant would politely inquire about the university or government institution I was representing. When I couldn't provide one, her tone would become uneasy, bordering on disbelief. "I'd like to discuss the mysteries of Eleusis," I would say into the staticky line connecting Washington, D.C. and Athens. It's like calling the director of the CIA's office and saying you had a few questions about the Kennedy assassination you'd like to have cleared up. After a series of similar phone calls and very earnest emails, however, I finally got the green light on the day I was boarding the Lufthansa flight to Athens. One sleepless overnight flight and a short nap later, I roll up in a taxi to the dilapidated office building housing the Ministry of Culture and Sports, just opposite the National Archaeological Museum. Security sends me to Adam Bellini's corner office on the 4th floor. The director sweeps in from a board meeting that is taking place on the ground floor. She quickly explains how the ministry's Secretary General recently placed her in charge of all the antiquities in Greece, which meant the Directorate of Museums, with its 242 archaeological museums, now answered directly to her, as did the country's 53 regional offices, which run the ground operations for each of Greece's ongoing archaeological digs. "So you're busy," I anticipate. "I'm very busy," Adam Bellini laughs. "Here, there are antiquities everywhere. There is great fear of the archaeologists in Greece, because if a developer wants to build something, like the metro for example, they have to pay for the excavation first, which could last years and cost millions of dollars. It's really quite expensive, but it's our duty to protect the antiquities and to show them to people." With the ice broken and the segue provided, I asked the director about the recent exhibition at the stunningly modern Acropolis Museum, 10 minutes to the south of us. I had just missed a show there called Eleusis, The Great Mysteries, but the museum's website still featured a page explaining the choice to host it. The museum's goal is to present unusual subjects that will intrigue the current visitor, and at the same time, urge him to visit the places the exhibits originated from. "Why would one of your museums put on an exhibition like this?" I ask. "Is it just a historical exercise for cultural preservation, or do you get the sense from your colleagues that the mystery is still alive? This was the religion that spoke to some of the greatest minds that this country, maybe the world, ever produced, and yet we have no idea why. Even after all these years, aside from the prohibition on speaking out and all the shadows and secrecy, it seems like we've missed something in translation." "Yes, we have, thanks to Christianity," the director interrupts me with a total curveball. "That's the reason. It's that simple. It's nothing else. They changed everything." This level of candor about Christianity's role in the death of classical civilization is rarely voiced back home, even among academics. For American classicists, Christianity is the elephant in the room. The clash of religions that took place at the end of the 4th century AD is perfectly accepted as part of the history of Western civilization, but it can be considered impolite to state the obvious. There's something about that reluctance to choose between the Constitution and the Bible, and wistful claims that the United States was founded as a Christian nation, that politicizes an undeniable reality. So instead of offending the theologians, American classicists generally retreat to their corner, leaving a very extensive part of the world's history, as De Ferrari put it back in 1918, very much neglected by the very ones best able to investigate it. In Adam Bellini, I found a kindred spirit willing to talk about events that weren't openly discussed in my entire time at university. As I try to think of a follow-up question, she launches headfirst and unprompted into 2 examples of what she has in mind. "The destruction of the great Library of Alexandria," she goes on. "This is a great loss, the greatest in the world in my opinion. Things would be so different if we had all those sources, all those ancient texts. We have so little from antiquity." In AD 392, the same year Emperor Theodosius outlawed the mysteries, Bishop Theophilus of Alexandria led a rabid mob into the most beautiful building in the world and razed it to the ground. It's unclear if Theophilus, Greek for beloved of God, and the Christians he urged on were really after the glimmering statue of the Greco-Egyptian god Serapis or the vast library collection that was cached in his temple precinct. Either way, Catherine Nixie's The Darkening Age, the Christian destruction of the classical world, which framed this investigation in the first chapter, lends exquisite detail to the annihilation of the world's first public library and its hundreds of thousands of volumes. The Christians roared with delight as a double-headed axe split Serapis' face. The body of the pagan statue was then barbecued in the central amphitheater as a form of public humiliation, burned to ashes before the eyes of the Alexandria, which had worshipped him. Insatiate, the warlike mercenaries for Jesus then tore the temple apart stone by stone, toppling the immense marble columns, causing the walls themselves to collapse. We don't know exactly what happened to the contents of the Great Library, but they were never seen again. As Nixie concludes, a war against pagan temples was also a war against books that had all too often been stored inside them for safekeeping, a concept that, from now on, could only be recalled with irony. If they, the books in the Great Library, were burned, then this was a significant moment in what Italian scholar Luciano Canfora has called the melancholy experiences of the war waged by Christianity against the old culture and its sanctuaries, which meant against the libraries. After the destruction of the temple, the Christian rampage tore across town, attacking 2,500 additional shrines, temples, and religious sites. In Alexandria, as elsewhere, this kind of wanton mayhem was part of a wider campaign of spiritual, what today we might call psychological warfare. Theophilus would replace the ancient temple of Serapis with a church to house some relics of John the Baptist that had been procured from Palestine. It was a consciously planned provocation. The goal, in unmistakable fashion, was to claim exclusive possession of the physical and symbolic fabric of the city and capital of Egypt, which now belonged to Christ and the God of the Christians. Eunapius, a Greek historian of the era, said the Christians boasted that they had overcome the gods and reckoned their sacrilege and impiety a thing to glory in. The director and I are talking about events of the distant past, but it's hard not to make the obvious modern-day connection. In recent years, whenever ISIS henchmen ripped through an ancient Assyrian site or destroyed priceless artifacts in Iraq's Mosul Museum, Western pundits would hit the airwaves to bemoan the loss of cultural heritage. Our collective patrimony is at stake, they would say. With a clean slate, one commentator opined, ISIS seeks to present to future generations a new version of history, in which its binary narrative of ISIS heroes fighting evil will be able to flourish. Obliterating historic sites is an attempt to create a blank canvas for ISIS to build on, a new beginning. How different were the motives of the religious zealots in Alexandria or Eleusis? Adam Valeni then cites her second example, the unbelievable amount of literature that's gone missing. Just look at the theatrical tragedies we have, only 33 and a half, she tells me. But the production was much, much higher than that. Sure enough, only 19 of 77 plays attributed to Euripides have survived. For Aeschylus, who was once prosecuted for revealing the Eleusinian secrets, it's 7 out of 99. For the other Eleusinian mystic Sophocles, it's only another 7 out of more than 120. It's unknown if Euripides was initiated, but his plays contain tiny, possibly hallucinogenic details about the magical night in Eleusis. Imagine how many other clues the playwrights may have embedded into the rest of their work, all of it, and countless other records from antiquity just scrubbed from memory. The Christians can't be blamed for all of it, of course, but scholars estimate that perhaps only 1% of all classical literature has survived to the present day. Think about that. Absolutely everything we know about the ancient world is based on the tiniest fraction of its actual output. For centuries, classicists have been trying to reassemble a million-piece jigsaw puzzle with what Ezra Pound once called 2 gross of broken statues and a few thousand battered books. No wonder Eleusis refuses to reveal her magic. While the numbers sink in, I cut to the chase. I reach into my brown leather pouch and pull out my prized copy of The Road to Eleusis, the black sheep of the classics estate. Assuming the director has never heard of it, I explain the gist of the 40-year-old hypothesis that the Kukion was the central, psychedelic secret of the mysteries. I tell her that Wasson and Hofmann are now deceased, but that Ruck is still plugging away at Boston University. Still convinced he's right. Ruck, the director mumbles out loud to herself, drawing a blank. She shakes her head to signal that she has, in fact, never heard the name. Okay, but without getting into the details, does the idea itself strike you as strange? Is it offensive for Ruck to say that the founders of Western civilization were doing drugs? Would it bother you if, perhaps once in their lives, the ancient Greeks drank a psychedelic potion to talk to Persephone? To communicate with God? No, no, the director quickly snaps, waving her hand in the air to dismiss the absurdity of the question. Of course not! But that seems to bother a lot of people. I am immediately reminded of a recent conversation with the eminent Swiss classicist Fritz Graf at Ohio State University. I spent the summer hounding any Greek scholar who would give me the time of day. Graf was extremely considerate from the very beginning, even if he completely disagreed with the psychedelic hypothesis. His very first email to me in July 2018 contained the unforgettable phrase, "Just to be open, I regard the Wasson-Ruck theory as rather far-fetched." Despite that, Graf consented to a phone call, a rare opportunity to drink from the fountain of Central European wisdom that dominates the classics. Graf earned his PhD from the University of Zurich under the watchful eye of the German-born Walter Burkert, who was considered somewhat of a demigod in the field. In 1977, 1 year before the publication of The Road to Eleusis, he wrote Grekische Religion der archaischen und klassischen Epoche, published in English by Harvard University Press in 1985 as Greek Religion. It's the gold standard for any would-be classicist. I had to read it twice. It's because of prowess like Burkert's that no serious student spends much time learning Greek without a basic comprehension of German. Burkert died in 2015, so in many ways, speaking with his mentee was my personal audience with the old school at its best. When I asked why he found the relationship between Eleusis and psychedelics, quote, rather far-fetched, Graf spoke slowly and deliberately to make sure I didn't miss a syllable. The main thing is, there's not one shred of evidence in our sources. Sitting with Adam Valeni in Athens, however, that kind of skepticism is nowhere to be found. She skips right over the controversy. In fact, I think they used drugs because they wanted to have, illusions. Visions, I suggest? Visions, yes. In antiquity, this is not so strange. For example, what is the name of this plant? The one with the morphine. Morphine? The poppy. Yes, the poppy, the director repeats. You see the poppy everywhere. And then there's Delphi. They say the Pythia have eaten leaves from what? From the laurel. This too provoked visions, because it has oily leaves, and the oil is, in a way, a drug. To this day, the debate rages on about what inspired the famous prophecies at the Oracle of Delphi, about 100 miles northwest of this office. What's certain is that women ran the show, just as they did in Eleusis. There would be 3 Pythias, or high priestesses, at any given time, each having dedicated her life to serving as a channel or mouthpiece for the god Apollo. The petitioners gathered around the Pythia to learn their fate. The state constitutions of Sparta and Athens were submitted for her approval by Lycurgus and Cleisthenes, respectively. In Sophocles' play, it was the Pythia who delivered the bad news to Oedipus that he would kill his father and marry his mother. Walter Burkert includes this fascinating depiction in Greek religion. After a bath in the Castalian spring, and after the preliminary sacrifice of a goat, she enters the temple, which is fumigated with barley meal and laurel leaves, on the ever-burning Hestia, Greek for hearth, and descends into the Aditon, the sunken area at the end of the temple interior. There is where the omphalos, Greek for navel, it was the rounded stone thought to be the center of the world, allowing direct communication with the gods, and where, over a round, well-like opening in the ground, the tripod cauldron is set up. Seated over the chasm, enveloped by the rising vapors, and shaking a freshly cut bay branch, she falls into a trance. A number of theories have been proposed to explain how the Pythia's trance was induced. Burkert agreed with the 1948 edition of the Oxford Classical Dictionary, noting the fact that volcanic fumes rising up from the earth has been disproved geologically. The ecstasy is self-induced. He may have been one damn fine classicist, but Burkert was no earth scientist. While past geologists attempted to disprove the rising vapors theory, a fresh, interdisciplinary team came along in 2002 with 2 decades worth of evidence. The geologist, archaeologist, chemist, and toxicologist showed that the priestesses of Apollo were likely under the influence of ethylene, a sweet-smelling gas once used as an anesthetic that can produce feelings of aloof euphoria. In 1981, 2 hidden geological faults were serendipitously uncovered when the Greek government decided to carve into the hillside east of Delphi to make room for tour buses. In 1996, long after Burckert's Greek Religion had been published, the new team finally surveyed the site, revealing that the sanctuary's underlying strata were bituminous limestone containing up to 20% blackish oils. It wasn't volcanism, but petrochemicals like ethylene that could do the job. The psychoactive gas would be released into the temple groundwaters whenever the bitumen was heated by rather simple geologic action. In 2000, the team's toxicologist, Dr. Henry A. Spiller, lent further support to the theory after pharmacological analysis of a bedrock sample from the site. To him, the effects of ethylene were well known. In the first stages, it produces disembodied euphoria, an altered mental status, and a pleasant sensation. It's what street people would call getting high. The greater the dose, the deeper you go. All this just to demonstrate 3 simple points. First, the classics are at their best when the experts and specialists from a wide range of disciplines are able to converge on one thorny problem. That million-piece jigsaw puzzle needs all the help it can get. Second, as we saw in the last chapter, with Heinrich Schliemann, Milman Parry, and Michael Ventris, it's not always the seasoned pros who get it right. New finds and new data are always just around the corner, and we never know where they're going to turn up next. And third, when it comes to drugs, classicists are simply out of their depth. Aside from the ethylene, there's no ruling out the barley meal or laurel leaves as additional tools for causing or enhancing the Pythia's altered state of consciousness. The plants were long associated with Delphi by Plutarch and Aeschylus. In a total blind spot, however, a scholar as formidable as Burckert fails to comment on the potentially psychoactive properties of ancient Greek laurel the way Adam Valeni just did, off the top of her head no less. Not that Burckert wasn't generally open to the idea, by the way. On the immediately preceding page of Greek Religion, when discussing the ghostly visions reported at the Oracle of the Dead at Ephyra, he speculates that perhaps the eating of certain kinds of beans had a hallucinogenic effect. I like that word perhaps, a far cry from the ecstasy is self-induced. That kind of absolutism can stifle creative solutions that bring all the evidence to bear. With that in mind, perhaps the thick, smoky incense of barley meal is yet another secret indication to initiates, like the one spotted by Wasson and Hoffmann in the Hymn to Demeter. The LSD and psilocybin-like magic of the relatively common ergot fungus might not survive the heat, but a witchy plant or herb that wound up in the barley meal could certainly make for hallucinogenic incense. Or perhaps it really was the laurel leaves that did the trick. Speculation aside, so much remains unknown about drugs in the ancient world. Rigorous scholarship in this field is still largely absent from the classics curriculum, and even considered taboo. One of the only classicists to pick up where Ruck left off is Dr. David Hillman, who also sports a master's degree in bacteriology. In order to complete his PhD on the use of medicinal drugs in the Roman Republic, Hillman was instructed by his thesis advisor to delete all references to the recreational use of narcotics, stimulants, and psychedelics in antiquity. Hillman obeyed, later publishing his controversial findings in The Chemical Muse, Drug Use and the Roots of Western Civilization in 2008. The London Times referred to his study as the last wild frontier of classical studies. In personal correspondence, Hillman explained that the medical and pharmaceutical texts that contain the evidence for ancient drugs are simply too complex for classicists, as they require a working knowledge of biology, botany, anatomy, physiology, pathology, epidemiology, and pharmacology. As an example, Hillman cited Galen, the personal physician to Marcus Aurelius, who wrote extensively about drugs. Born to Greek parents in Pergamon around AD 130, Galen's prolific output in Greek guided the practice of Western medicine up through the American Civil War, and was especially influential in the Byzantine Empire and Islamic world. Despite the fact that there are more surviving works of Galen than of Homer, Pindar, Herodotus, Sophocles, Aristophanes, Euripides, Plato, and Aristotle combined, none of his pharmaceutical treatises has ever been translated into English. The blind spot that affected Burkert, and continues to plague most classicists to this day, doesn't seem to have clouded director Adam Valeni's thinking. When I ask her why she believes drugs were involved at Eleusis or Delphi, she quips, "I'm Greek. It's common knowledge, this." So it's not that controversial here? I think of all the German and Swiss eyes that would be rolling if they could hear this. Aside from Albert Hoffmann, of course. No, not at all. Here, it's very natural. Just then, the director's cell phone rings, and she attends to some urgent business. For the first time since we sat down, I remember where I am and who I'm talking to. I deem it best to let Adam Valeni get back to preserving the antiquities of the oldest cities in Europe instead of answering random questions from a random American. But not without a parting gift of poetry. While the director is chattering away at lightning speed in modern Greek, I reach back into my pouch and fish out my Homer from the plastic freezer bag that sheathes it. That ancient Greek edition of the Odyssey with the baby blue jacket, first published by Oxford University Press in 1917. The only non-Greek letters in the entire book are the copyright page, in English, and the introduction by Thomas W. Allen, composed in Latin for no reason whatsoever. That's just how they did it in the glory days. There was no way I was going to Athens without my college textbook. I'd been waiting too long to discuss a clue that I noticed in the Greek almost 20 years ago. And the director had just provided the long-awaited segue by referring to the use of drugs in antiquity as something that is, quote, common knowledge and natural. Something that, perhaps, had been there from the very beginning. Something so ingrained in the way religion used to be practiced that it makes little sense to question, despite the unnatural bias that 21st century American classicists and historians have about drugs. I flipped the Odyssey open to Book 10, where the witches of Eleusis and Delphi would have found their idol, the rock star sorceress who started it all. Widely feared and respected for her encyclopedic knowledge of plants and herbs, the goddess Circe gets a leading role in the oldest surviving work of Western literature. A story that Milman Parry proved to be the written legacy of a deeper oral tradition that stretched back long before the 8th or 7th centuries BC, the conventional dating for Homer. After a close call with the giant Lastrygonians, Odysseus and his crew wash up on the mythological island of Aiaia, which, don't worry, no classicist knows how to pronounce either. Circe drugs the hero's men and turns them into pigs so she can have her way with Odysseus. With a little help from the god Hermes, who supplies an herbal antidote to shield the mere mortal, Odysseus manages to beat Circe at her own game of hocus pocus. Impervious to her charms, he subdues the enchantress, releasing his friends from the wicked spell. For kicks, Odysseus spends a year on Aiaia as Circe's lover, drinking sweet wine with his mates. Like the hymn to Demeter, Book 10 of the Odyssey contains a recipe. Homer reveals the contents of the elixir that Circe concocted to make swine of the men, a key piece of evidence cited by Ruck in The Road to Eleusis. The passage had always intrigued me. While preparing for class one day back in college, I had scribbled the word potion into the margin of the ancient Greek text. My minuscule handwriting was an early suspicion that these few lines of poetry had something to do not only with Eleusis, but also with the bigger puzzle about the origins of religion in general. As the director wraps up her call, I alert her to a little-known line of research that implicates ancient Greece in a web of drugs that may have once connected the entire ancient world. When you say natural, the idea of drugs being natural. Yes, for us it's so familiar, Adam Valeni adds. Well, I think it might be natural or familiar because it comes from the foundational text of Western civilization, Circe mixing the pharmaca. Yes, pharmaca, drugs, she chimes in, translating the Greek word pharmaca that gave us the English word pharmacy. As I pass her the distinct Oxford edition, the director scrunches her eyebrows. So you speak ancient Greek? Have a look at line 290 where Homer mentions the pharmaca. He even uses the noun kukeo for the mixed potion that Circe uses to turn the men into pigs, just like the kukion from Eleusis. The director knows exactly which passage I'm referring to and begins reading the ancient hexameter out loud. The music of the language transports me to younger days. In English, Hermes' classic warning to Odysseus goes like this. She, Circe, will mix thee a potion, kukeo, and cast drugs, pharmaca, into the food. I asked the director to flip back another page, just to the right of my one-word note to self, potion. She examines the fresh ingredients of Circe's kukion, embedded in lines 233 to 236. There, Homer tells us the grand high witch mixed anemiske, the evil drugs, pharmacologia, into the men's food, after having stirred up or mixed up a special potion for the occasion. The Greek verb ekouka is used, from the same root as kukion. That potion consists of cheese, barley, honey, and Pramnian wine, a dry, strong wine from the Greek island of Ikaria. There's that barley again. Perhaps a significant clue, I thought, even a couple decades ago. In the process of reading The Road to Eleusis, I discovered Ruck's reference to a paper entitled Let Us Now Praise Famous Grains, published in the Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society in February 1978 by Calvert Watkins. It immediately caught my attention because Watkins, Professor Emeritus of Linguistics and Classics at Harvard, had popped up in my Sanskrit studies. I hadn't known he was working on Eleusis as well. Watkins' paper makes a brilliant case for the true origin of Circe's magic. Although it's virtually unreadable for non-specialists, the all-knowing scholar who died in 2013, a towering figure, marshals an artillery of obscure comparative linguistic evidence across no fewer than 12 Indo-European languages. 12! All in an effort to demonstrate why this and other passages from the Iliad and the Odyssey match with exact correspondence the core features of a well-documented ritual from ancient India. A ritual that certainly predates Eleusis and, in Watkins' opinion, influenced both Demeter's actual kukion, used in the Mysteries, and Circe's mythical kukion, as portrayed by Homer. The mysterious lost tongue that connects India to Greece is known as Proto-Indo-European. Its exact homeland remains unknown. As it transformed over time and distance, however, the language retained certain core links in vocabulary and grammar to its original source. This uncanny ability of Proto-Indo-European to adapt to its environment made Indo-European the most successful family of languages in history, one or another of which is natively spoken by almost half the planet today. On the Western Front, the Indo-Europeans would spawn the Baltic, Slavic, Germanic, Hellenic, Celtic, and Italic languages, which gave the ancient world Greek and Latin. Nowadays, that branch of the family tree includes everything from Russian and German to Spanish and English. Heading east from the Eurasian homeland, the same Indo-Europeans would mix with entirely different populations to produce the Indo-Iranian languages. Today, those archaic roots have evolved into Hindi, Urdu, Bengali, Punjabi, and Persian. In classical antiquity, the best documented survivor of this eastern branch is the Sanskrit language that made its way across the Himalayas into India. On my very first day of Sanskrit class, as an undergraduate, I was introduced to the following quote from 1785 by the Anglo-Welsh philologist Sir William Jones. "The Sanskrit language, whatever be its antiquity, is of a wonderful structure, more perfect than the Greek, more copious than the Latin, and more exquisitely refined than either, yet bearing to both of them a stronger affinity, both in the roots of verbs and in the forms of grammar, than could possibly have been produced by accident. So strong indeed that no philologer could examine them all three without believing them to have sprung from some common source which, perhaps, no longer exists." Sanskrit was a holy language with a mystical purpose, the earliest written example of which is the Rig Veda, a collection of sacred hymns composed as early as 1700 BC. They may represent the oldest extant literature of any Indo-European language. If the Iliad and the Odyssey are the mother texts of Western civilization, then the Rig Veda is our grandmother. And there we find the original mixed potion, a sacramental drink called soma. In the Rig Veda, soma is both a plant and the god residing in the plant. Just like the kukion of Circe and Demeter, the preparation of soma is often tied to the female presence. It is referred to as the elixir of life. And it is explicitly characterized as madira, the Sanskrit term that Watkins translates as intoxicant or hallucinogenic. One particularly memorable line from the Rig Veda reads, We have drunk soma and become immortal. We have attained the light, the gods discovered. After surveying the linguistic data, Watkins concludes that the similarities between the soma ritual of the Rig Veda and the ritual act of communion of the Eleusinian mysteries by women for women cannot be mere coincidence. Quote, just too striking for a fortuitous resemblance to be plausible. And while the Circe passage above seems like a silly little children's story about witches and pigs, Homer is in fact describing a religious ritual, a liturgical act of Indo-European date identical with the Soma ritual of Vedic India. For the spiritual language of the ancient Greeks and Indians to be so profoundly interconnected, Sir William Jones's inkling about the common source of both Hellenic and Sanskrit must have been correct. Later on in this investigation, we will return to the hotly debated prehistoric origins of Proto-Indo-European, the mother tongue that seems to have introduced the religious use of drugs to both Greece and India, expanding outward over an ancient global triangle binding modern-day Iceland to Siberia to Sri Lanka. A secret pharmacology that somehow found its way into the subterranean catacombs we visit in Rome, now under the exclusive jurisdiction of the Vatican. Is it possible that the linguistic success of Indo-European had something to do with this religious ritual or liturgical act that its speakers carried across the planet? If Soma was undeniably, quote, hallucinogenic, perhaps the Kukion was as well. Wasson certainly thought so, and if he could identify the unknown species behind Soma, the Kukion might fall into place as well. Instead of a plant, however, Wasson suggested the visionary Amanita muscaria mushroom as the grandmother of all psychedelic rituals. Before he teamed up with Hofmann and Ruck, the ethnomycologist published his own breakout study in 1968, Soma, Divine Mushroom of Immortality. Right or wrong about the Indian sacrament, it's not the point. When Adam Bellini says that the relationship between drugs and religion is natural, I think this is what she's referring to. After all, Soma and the Kukion have been around a hell of a lot longer than the war on drugs. The director agrees with me, and with the general thrust of Watkins' inquiry into the origins of the Greek sacrament. But if I'm in search of the roots of the mysteries, she tells me there is only one person who can really help my investigation. So just as I'm about to leave, the director gives me the personal contacts for her friend and colleague, Calliope Papangeli, the chief excavator of Eleusis for the past many decades. After weeks of trying and failing to get in touch with the elusive archaeologist, I finally have my connection. The second I leave the director's office, I stand at the corner of the National Archaeological Museum and call Papangeli's cell phone 3 times, hoping for a miracle. I then send her a text, begging to meet before I have to fly back to Washington. I make my way to a cozy little wine bar called Oinoscent, only a couple blocks from my apartment back in the Plaka district. As I'm downing my second glass of limnio from the Kikones vineyard, named after the ancient winemaking tribe that Homer placed in Thrace, my pocket buzzes. The rendezvous with Papangeli is set for the next morning in Eleusis. Chapter 4. Secret of Secrets. I'm standing in front of the breathtaking Acropolis Museum. Brainchild of the Swiss-French architect Bernard Tschumi, the design received high honors from the American Institute of Architects in 2011. And rightly so. The whole structure floats majestically over existing excavations, all visible underfoot as you ascend a translucent ramp to the front entrance. Natural light floods the high-ceilinged interior of the ground level, the result of Tschumi using contemporary glass technology to protect against excessive heat and exposure. The effect is absolutely hypnotizing on the top floor, where 48 modern columns create a colonnade in the exact configuration that would have formed the original cella of the ancient Parthenon. Glistening in the sun are the original pristine marbles of the temple's frieze, the half that weren't stolen by Lord Elgin and deposited in the British Museum in the early 19th century. Unfortunately, I'm not here to enjoy any of it for long. Before my meeting with Calliope Papangeli in Eleusis, the only thing I've come for is a guidebook. I'm hoping for a little more background on the recent show I just missed, Eleusis, The Great Mysteries. I purchased a copy of the very elegant, burnt orange exhibition catalog from the Open Air Museum shop and head to one of the long wooden benches in the spacious foyer. The cover features a 4x7-inch cardboard insert of a robed, scepter-bearing Demeter in profile, facing right. It's a close-up photograph of the marble stele in the National Archaeological Museum, dated between 470 and 450 BC. The goddess's right hand can't be seen in the image, but the original holds a sheaf of grain stalks. In his catalog introduction, Dr. Demetrios Pandremalis, president of the Acropolis Museum, calls Eleusis the most prominent of all the visionary mystery cults, promising personal bliss in life and happiness after death. Even so, he includes the kind of perfunctory sketch of the Kukion that would make Fritz Graf proud. Potential initiates would break their fast by drinking the Kukion, a mixture of water, flour, and royal mint. Full stop. Then, as Pandremalis closes his brief summary of the mysteries, he grabs my full attention. It is our hope that this exhibition will be the herald for the celebratory year 2021, when Eleusis will serve as the cultural capital of Europe. Within the captivating sacred silence of that site, we await the humming sounds of new initiates. A quick tour of eleusis2021.eu confirms what, for me, is breaking news. Director Adam Belleni had mentioned something about this festival in passing, but I guess I was distracted by all the talk of the Great Library, the missing 99% of classical literature, and psychedelic witches. After more than 1,600 years in the shadows, Eleusis is once again taking the world stage. This time, in a series of European Union-financed educational and arts initiatives across 4 main themes. The Demeter Mother Earth program focuses on our relationship with food. The Persephone program focuses on our relationship with urban green areas, gardens, and flowers. The Ecoculture program focuses on climate change, energy, and recycling. Finally, the Feminine Nature program focuses on cultural heritage and femininity. A letter on the website from the mayor of Eleusis, Georgios Tsoukalas, laments the industrialization that overran the ancient city toward the end of the 19th century, leaving a powerful footprint in the form of a series of derelict factories along the coastline that now overlooks the otherwise crystalline Gulf of Elefsina. As if the church hadn't adequately wiped the sanctuary off the map back in the 4th century AD, Tsoukalas quotes Nikos Gatsos, a 20th century Greek poet, to capture the scope of the modern desecration. Where the initiates joined hands reverently before entering the sanctuary, now the tourists discard cigarette butts and visit the new refinery. Sleep, Persephone, in the earth's embrace. Come out no more to the balcony of the world. Just when there was no hope for the deteriorating town, the diplomats in Brussels come bearing a quintessentially Eleusinian gift: resurrection. A public festival known as the Contemporary Mysteries is in the works, along with myriad events and activities centered on the very 21st century theme of reconnecting to Mother Nature. It comes at a time of unprecedented planetary crisis, hastened by climate change. The decline of mammals, birds, fish, reptiles, and amphibians by an average of 60% since 1970 threatens the survival of human civilization. Some scientists are calling this the 6th mass extinction event, the likes of which have only occurred 5 other times in the past 443 million years. In the past, such events could result in the disappearance of 95% of all life on Earth. We are a fragile species on a fragile planet. The ancient Greeks knew that. Death was always lurking just around the next corner. But Eleusis was there to defend them against whichever Greek word you prefer: cataclysm, catastrophe, holocaust, apocalypse. Scrolling through my phone in the museum foyer, I can't help but think of Vettius Agorius Praetextatus, a high-profile aristocrat of the 4th century AD. A prefect, consul, and hierophant, literally a priest who shows the sacred things, he held a number of respected political and religious positions in the Roman Empire. And like Cicero and Marcus Aurelius before him, Praetextatus was also initiated into the mysteries. He was one of those cosmopolitan Romans who felt there was something truly extraordinary about Eleusis. Whatever the sublime vision revealed about the nature of existence, there was more at stake than just personal salvation. Much more. In AD 364, the Christian Emperor Valentinian abolished all nocturnal celebrations in an effort to shut down the mysteries. The almost 2,000-year march of pilgrims to Eleusis was in serious jeopardy of screeching to a halt. The Greek historian Zosimus credits Praetextatus with successfully convincing the powerful Valentinian to backtrack, permitting the entire rite to be performed in the manner inherited from the ancestors. But it's what the initiate says to the emperor that, among all the strange things about Eleusis, always struck me as the strangest by far. It's a prophecy of sorts. Faced with the obliteration of the most sacred mysteries, Praetextatus declares that the short-sighted law would make the life of the Greeks unlivable. Having drunk the koukion and experienced the vision for himself, the priest points to Eleusis as the one place that, quote, holds the whole human race together. The Greek word for unlivable is abiotos, literally the absence or opposite of life. It's a rare, evocative word. The eminent Hungarian scholar Karl Kerényi is fascinated by it in his seminal 1962 book on the mysteries, written in German, Die Mysterien von Eleusis. Kerényi concludes that the word was consciously chosen to inform later generations that the mysteries were, quote, connected not only with Athenian and Greek existence, but with human existence in general. The prophecy comes at a critical moment in the history of Western civilization, when very little stood between Eleusis and the tortures and pitchforks of the Christian mobs. Beyond any doubt, says Kerényi, a distinct contrast is being drawn between the lovers of Demeter and Jesus. The sharpness of the formulation of the significance of Eleusis, which has no parallel in earlier documents, springs from the conflict between Greek religion and Christianity. In the epic battle of competing faiths that would erupt into the identity crisis we still suffer today, it was only the mysteries that could guarantee a sustainable future for the human species and the planet. According to Praetextatus, the Temple of Demeter housed something indispensable that was utterly lacking in the Christian faith. Without that original sacrament, inherited from the ancestors, we'd all be doomed. But why? How exactly did Demeter prevent not just Greek existence, but human existence from becoming unlivable? How did the goddess whom Ruck refers to as the Earth Mother put our species in accord with nature? For the disgraced classicist, it's all about the secret of secrets, a phrase he coined to describe the archaic tradition of agricultural and biochemical expertise that was somehow able to manufacture the koukion year after year. A vast trove of mysterious lore passed on by word of mouth from herbalist to apprentice throughout the long life of the mysteries. The harvesting of the ergot-infected grain and the mixing of the sacrament are believed to represent the origin of all human science that reveals the mystery of death and rebirth. But because of the volatile properties of ergot, the production of the magic potion is only possible when the untamed lives in harmony with the domesticated. That trademark balance between yin and yang that the Greeks identified as chaos and cosmos. Literally, chaos is the infinite darkness of unformed matter that existed in the first state of the universe, while cosmos is the natural order of the final product that we now glimpse in the night sky. Trained by the female elders, the priestesses would have overseen the cultivation of the fields at Eleusis. Ruck sees that painstaking process as the thin line between the wild, nomadic ways of a prehistoric era and the civilized institutions rooted in the Greeks' biotechnology. Grain itself is a curious creature, carefully evolved from more primitive grasses. When the crops are not tended with proper care, a dangerous weed begins to grow. It's barley's evil stepsister, darnel. The scientific name is Lolium temulentum. In Greek, it was aira, a plant associated with divine frenzy. The funny thing about darnel, or aira, is that it serves as an excellent host for what else? Ergot. The job of the priestesses, Ruck contends, would have been to monitor closely the growth of the darnel and ergot so that neither got out of control. Too much, and the deadly weed and fungus can ruin the entire crop, threatening life itself. Too little, and there's no active ingredient for the koukion. Only when chaos and cosmos work together do the raw, psychedelic ingredients of the sacrament result. And only when the ordered, rational psyche is overwhelmed with a proper dosage of ergot-derived alkaloids does the disruptive, irrational vision result. A sight that made all previous seeing seem like blindness. What Ruck calls the culminating experience of a lifetime. Under the visionary spell of the Kukion, Persephone is thought to have revealed the mystery of death and rebirth directly to the initiates. That's why Demeter set up the mysteries of Eleusis in the first place, so Persephone could establish a personal relationship with each of the pilgrims. According to Ruck, they would meet her face to face in that liminal space between this life and the next, convinced they'd been given access to the true nature of reality. In the underworld that had invaded Demeter's temple, they would witness Persephone give birth to a holy child. It's unknown whether Persephone was there in the flesh, perhaps played by a Greek priestess, or wholly envisioned in the mind's eye. Maybe it was some special combination of the two that the ergot facilitated. The point is, the initiates believed it. They apparently couldn't explain the vision away as wacky hallucinations, rattled brain chemistry, or wishful thinking. For those who had drunk the Kukion, it was a peek into another freestanding reality, similar to the one Gordon Wasson described back in the 1950s as crisper, sharper, brighter, and more real than the black and white, imperfect version we accept without question day after day. In The Varieties of Religious Experience from 1902, psychologist William James used the term noetic quality to capture those rare moments of insight into depths of truth unplumbed by the discursive intellect. The mystic can experience illuminations, revelations full of significance and importance, all inarticulate though they remain, and as a rule, they carry with them a curious sense of authority for after time. Perhaps what the mysteries offered was the kind of ego-dissolving insight that was always cherished by the Christian mystics and suppressed by the Christian establishment. Once you become a mystic, there's no unseeing God. After a brush with what Aldous Huxley calls the unfathomable mystery, things are never quite the same for the modern initiates either. Across the board, volunteers in the Hopkins and NYU experiments report becoming better versions of themselves. More open, more compassionate, more forgiving, more loving. Bathed in God's love, atheist Dinah Baser was finally able to appreciate and connect with people on a profound level for the first time in her life. When we spoke, she described falling in love with her family all over again. She recalled being surprised by the sheer goodness of others. I don't think I realized how genuine people were until after this experience. But it wasn't an indulgent, self-obsessed New Ager that exited the psilocybin session, someone on the narcissistic hunt for her personal happiness and well-being. It was a socially conscious Dinah who felt an innate sense of belonging as a fully fledged member of the human tribe, passionately concerned about the future of the planet that her grandchildren's generation will inherit. Some have begun referring to this effect as the science of awe. A recent article in Psychology Today explains the phenomenon as a sense of embeddedness into collective folds and an increase in pro-social behaviors such as kindness, self-sacrifice, cooperation, and resource sharing. Experiences that arouse awe can help us to reconceptualize our sense of self, our role in society, and from a more cosmic perspective, our place in the universe. Clinical psychologist William Richards, the longtime collaborator in the Johns Hopkins psilocybin trials, concludes that ethics and morality are hardwired, perhaps genetically encoded, within the human organism. Psilocybin appears to unlock that code by tapping directly into what the mystics have been trying to mine over the history of Christianity with all their chanting, meditation, fasting, and prayer, and what the religious authorities try to beat into young children, as if decency and virtue were things to be learned, rather than natural impulses to be coaxed into expression. Is this what Praetextatus meant by Eleusis holding, quote, the whole human race together, and life becoming, quote, unlivable in their absence? Did the transformational inner journey unleashed by the Kukion remind us how to care for one another and the planet? Was this the true technology on which Western civilization was built? Is a society that fails to incorporate this mystical experience fundamentally flawed? Its institutions empty of the shared vision that made the world's first democracy actually work? If so, that could very well explain the obvious distinction Praetextatus was trying to make between Eleusis and Christianity. By the 4th century AD, the Church's mainstream Eucharist of ordinary bread and wine had replaced whatever heretical sacraments came before, as we will fully explore in the second half of this book. But another part of the campaign to rid the world of pagan influence, argues Ruck, was Christianity's exclusion of women from positions of leadership, the same women, the grandmothers, who were so integral to sustaining the secret of secrets in ancient Greece. Like many pre-Christian cultures, the Greeks revered the goddess in 3 principal forms: the young virgin, Persephone, the adult mother, Demeter, and the old crone, Demeter once Persephone had given birth during the climax of the mysteries. According to Ruck, Demeter's transition to grandmother brings her closer to death and confers on her a mysterious power over plants. As she continues to mature, only then does the female's ancient religious power come to perfection through her awesome compact with the terrible metaphysical sources of life. Just like the Pythias at the Oracle of Delphi, whom the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus tells us were always over the age of 50, Demeter in her new incarnation as the prototypic witch also inspired the Eleusinian priestess. Isn't it strange that the Christian Holy Family, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, is an all-male ensemble? And isn't it even stranger that the only woman worshipped alongside the Trinity never becomes a grandmother? The Church would prize Mary's virginity and motherhood above all else. Instead of marveling at the grandmother's botanical know-how, the Church would demonize it. After the 4th century AD, Demeter and the old crone archetype slowly disappeared. The same woman hunted by the Inquisition would eventually become the spooky lady stirring the bubbling green goop in the cauldrons of our Halloween books and Disney movies. The evil sorceress up to no good. But according to Maria Tatar, who chairs the program in folklore and mythology at Harvard University, old women in fairy tales and folklore practically keep civilization together. They judge, reward, harm, and heal. They're often the most intriguing characters in the story. And they are the most intriguing real-life characters of this investigation, as we will see in detail in the Vatican's archive of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. I slip my phone back into my pocket and stare at Ruck's Earth Mother on the cover of the exhibition catalog. So that's why the Acropolis Museum decided to host Eleusis, the Great Mysteries, to create a little momentum for the ancient sanctuary's metamorphosis into the European capital of culture in 2021. When the European Union talks about restoring our relationship with Demeter and Persephone and reviving the feminine nature of Eleusis, I doubt Ruck's 40-year-old theory about a secret sisterhood of psychedelic priestesses is what they have in mind. No one in the Contemporary Mysteries Festival is going to be thrown back an ergot-infused barley potion. Still, I can't quite grasp why anyone is paying attention to Eleusis, a small town of about 30,000 people. Why now? A site once sacred to Mother Nature, today choked by oil refineries and cement factories. I get the metaphor, but for those of us stuck in the past, there's more meaning here. I step outside into the blinding sun of a flawless Friday to continue meditating on Praetextatus's prophecy, and to visit the one place in Athens where the ancient Greeks could never deny the awesome power of the earth or her unlimited supply of natural drugs. I head a few yards north to the perimeter of the rocky citadel that juts from the ground, the Parthenon perched on its peak. The tourists are out and about now, making the walk a little less pleasant than this morning's. But as I reach the world's first theater, cut directly into the southern slope of the Acropolis, the crowds dissipate. I take a seat on one of the stone benches in the semicircular terrace facing the absent stage. Tufts of grass sprout between the marble thrones in the front row, where the priest of Dionysus and other VIPs may have enjoyed the performance in the same drugged stupor as the Greeks in the nosebleeds at the back. Euripides, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Aristophanes, they all competed here to curry favor with the god of ecstasy during the great Dionysia at the beginning of spring. Unlike us today, the Greeks had no firm boundary between religion and entertainment. The whole point of the performance was to approach more nearly to the presence of their divinity, no different from Eleusis. Dionysus wasn't symbolized by the wine, he was the wine. When a Greek celebrant ingested the fruit of the vine, she ingested the god himself. How else do we explain the concept of enthusiasm, derived from entheos, meaning divine frenzy or God-possessed inspiration, considered the one quality more than any other that gave birth to tragedy? The British scholar Peter Hoyle best described how, at that moment of intense rapture, Dionysius's maenads, or female devotees, became identified with the god himself. They became filled with his spirit and acquired divine powers. According to Ruck, the nature of the theater experience was one of mass spiritual possession that can be traced back to shamanic rituals at the tombs of heroic persons, with the spirit of the deceased overtaking the priest and speaking through him or her to tell the dead person's story or myth. The Greeks brought this dangerous intoxication of the god from the primordial countryside, right here, to the very center of our ancient democracy, where the poetry of drama turned the unique Athenian dialect known as Koine, or Common Greek, into the language of the New Testament. Our ancestors could quote the Greek uttered in this amphitheater as easily as we might quote favorite lines from Hollywood. So Koine persisted well past the Gospels, becoming the lingua franca of the Church Fathers and the early Byzantine Empire. To this day, it remains the liturgical language of the Greek Orthodox Church. Behind it all was the special wine that was served in this theater, trimma, which literally means something rubbed or pounded. Ruck explains the drink took the name from whatever additives were ground into the potion to produce a communal feeling of oneness among the spectators, with their shared cultural identity and with the spirits who were the city's metaphysical allies from the other world. The bewitching that began with the actors, who drew down their ethereal characters through the magnets of makeup and wardrobe, would soon be transferred to the audience, all attuned to the ghostly possession. I can only imagine the atmosphere in 405 BC when Euripides the Bacchae debuted here, just after the playwright's death. How could he possibly have missed the show that would become the greatest tribute to the Dionysian mysteries that antiquity ever produced? We know almost as little about the wine god's secret ceremonies, or the cryptic potions that nourish them, as we know about Eleusis. But like a Bible for maenads who otherwise thrived in a world of hushed oral tradition, the Bacchae left behind a thick trail of clues that we will begin exploring later in this book. Clues that lead to a magical version of Jesus, equal parts natural healer, initiator of mysteries, and concoctor of drugged wine. Unknown to many faithful today, it's a version that places the founder of Christianity in the kind of detailed historical context that would have been self-evident to the earliest generations of Greek-speaking Paleo-Christians. Fortunately, our investigation is right on target because one can hardly approach the god of ecstasy without first unpacking the mysteries of Eleusis. Before he seduced the fans of this very theater into the wild mountains and forests that would form his impromptu outdoor churches all across the Mediterranean well into the Roman period, Dionysius snuck his way into Eleusis as the child of Persephone. It hadn't always been that way, but the miraculous birth of the holy child named Iachus, who closed the mysteries in the temple of Demeter, came more and more to be associated with the god of ecstasy. In his doctoral dissertation from 1974, Fritz Graf himself penned the definitive study on how the delirium, frenzy, and madness associated with the god of ecstasy made their mark on Eleusis. Though he's no fan of the psychedelic hypothesis, Graf freely admits the irrational aspects of the rites that once belonged to Demeter and Persephone. During our conversation over the summer, he told me, indeed, it's undoubted that the initiates in Eleusis could have had, let's say, ecstatic experiences, or something like that. For me, the most compelling argument is that Iachus, the god who was leading the procession to Eleusis, is understood as a form of Dionysus, already by Sophocles in the 5th century. So, if Dionysus is present in Eleusis, that points to experiences that, for the native initiate, were comparable to what you would experience when undergoing the Dionysiac rites. Suddenly, Praetextatus pops into my mind. Why did he schlep here all the way from his lavish home in Rome? Would he really have trained for a year and a half, fasted for days, and walked the half marathon from Athens to Eleusis for a second time, just to meet a metaphor? Like every pilgrim, Praetextatus might remind us, He came to mourn with Demeter and spy Persephone and Dionysus in the flesh. And if Ruck is right, he didn't just come to sample an innocuous potion, he came to absorb divinity. Just as the enthusiastic Pythias might find Apollo in the mind-altering laurel, or Dionysus might slither through the trima to possess his devotees. So Praetextatus might become one with the original Holy Family, the boundary between all living things forever dissolved with what William James would call a curious sense of authority. The classicist E.R. Dodds emphasizes the side effects of the original Dionysian sacrament that, very much like the Koukion of Eleusis, seems to have made life livable by drawing the human species and Mother Nature into a shared embrace. A merging of the individual consciousness in a group consciousness, the worshipper Thiasiouetai Psuchan joins his soul to the group. He is at one not only with the Master of Life, but with his fellow worshippers, and he is at one also with the life of earth. Whatever happened to that sacrament? In the midst of our apparent global extinction event, would Praetextatus be having his I told you so moment? He warned us over 1,600 years ago that if the mysteries ever died, we would die. That whatever Christianity was offering, it was no match for the spiked beer Eucharist of Demeter and Persephone, or the spiked wine Eucharist of Dionysus. How much longer can we afford business as usual until life becomes truly unlivable? We are sleepwalking toward the edge of a cliff, say the scientists, and no one seems to care. Praetextatus might get a real kick out of all the climate activists and conservationists slamming their heads against the wall, trying to explain the gravity of the situation to the rest of us. The vulnerability of this lonely rock hurtling through space. The importance of Mother Nature. Perhaps the founder of the National Resources Defense Council, Gus Speth, said it best. I used to think the top environmental problems facing the world were global warming, environmental degradation, and ecosystem collapse, and that we scientists could fix those problems with enough science. But I was wrong. The real problem is not those three items, but greed, selfishness, and apathy. And for that, we need a spiritual and cultural transformation, and we scientists don't know how to do that. But maybe the Greeks did. Maybe the momentary annihilation of the ego that Praetextatus and his fellow initiates experienced at Eleusis, or the Maenads found in the ecstasy of drugged wine, was enough to glimpse the big picture. To understand that the earth is our solitary home for the moment, that we're all in this together, and that mistreating Mother Nature is more suicide than murder. I wonder how Praetextatus would react to the crown jewel of ancient Greece being named the European capital of culture after centuries in history's landfill. Like any good initiate on the constant hunt for omens and signs, would the Roman priest interpret 2021 as the muted dawning of a long-awaited comeback? Just when humanity is faced with the kind of threat that only comes along once every 100 million years? Is this one last chance for a civilization in crisis? For someone like Praetextatus, who had experienced the visionary magic of Eleusis, it might all make perfect sense. Just as it did for Albert Hofmann, who, a few months before his death in April 2008, left a concluding thought on the future promise of psychedelics. Alienation from nature and the loss of the experience of being part of the living creation is the greatest tragedy of our materialistic era. It is the causative reason for ecological devastation and climate change. Therefore, I attribute absolute highest importance to consciousness change. I regard psychedelics as catalyzers for this. They are tools which are guiding our perception toward other deeper areas of human existence so that we again become aware of our spiritual essence. Psychedelic experiences in a safe setting can help our consciousness open up to this sensation of connection and of being one with nature. LSD and related substances are not drugs in the usual sense, but are part of the sacred substances which have been used for thousands of years in ritual settings. Among other precedents, Hofmann was, of course, referring to his long obsession with Eleusis. In the afterword to the 30th anniversary edition of The Road to Eleusis, also released in 2008, the Swiss chemist invoked the same god of ecstasy as his countryman, Fritz Graf. The Eleusinian mysteries were closely connected with the rites and festivities in honor of the god Dionysus, he wrote. They led essentially to healing, to the transcendence of the division between humankind and nature. One might say to the abolition of the separation between creator and creation. This was the real, greater proposition of the Eleusinian mysteries. Where the chemist and the classicist radically diverge, however, is on precisely how that transcendence was achieved. When I spoke to Graf, he focused on the neurochemical power of the endorphins that would have attended the initiate's physical exhaustion after a ritual procession and several-day fast. He liked my buzz phrase, an endogenously produced ecstatic experience. Hofmann preferred something more than a runner's high. As we saw in Chapter 2, when analyzing the main arguments of the Road to Eleusis, he claimed the hallucinogenic ergot potion would have been easy to prepare with the techniques and equipment available in antiquity. Despite that conviction and several dogged attempts over the past 40 years, however, nobody has ever been able to successfully reproduce the alleged psychedelic beverage in the modern-day laboratory. At least, nothing that produced the kind of experience attested at Eleusis. If one of those 30 ergot alkaloids really did the job, we still don't know which one. The only way to determine which Swiss scholar is right is to trek 13 miles up the sacred road to see if the original religion of Western civilization is finally willing to yield any of its precious secrets. According to Praetextatus and Albert Hofmann, the fate of the world depends on it. Chapter 5. The Beatific Vision. The Eleusinian mysteries and Christianity have so much in common. When I guide people through the threads of this archaeological site, I like to stress the similarities between ancient and modern, says Calliope Papangeli in a lilting Greek accent. At last, I'm sitting cross-legged on the chalky ground outside the Archaeological Museum of Eleusis with the woman who has spent more time among the ruins below us than any person living today. Known to some as Poppy, Papangeli is the chief excavator of Eleusis and the world's expert on the original religion of Western civilization. For the past hour, she's been my personal escort through this forgotten, sprawling complex, 10 times bigger than I ever imagined. I was already winded by the acrobatic tour over massive blocks and boulders, shaping our path across the craggy site. Now I'm dizzy from trudging up the steep hill that grips the museum. Wiry and rail-thin, Papangeli has been doing this for decades. She is totally unfazed in her red polo shirt and navy blue khakis. We've taken shelter from the sweltering sun beneath a wooden pergola that becomes our shady retreat. Papangeli is settled on the bench beside a marble sarcophagus from the 2nd century A.D. An ancient Greek master and pupil, I'm soaking in the view while the wise sage unloads a torrent of information. To my right, the Gulf of Elefsina sparkles a magnificent shade of blue I can't recall seeing before. At the bottom of the steep incline to my left, the remains of Demeter's temple lie in silence, whipped by passionate gusts of wind. Excavated earth surrounds the sanctuary on all sides in a massive, undulating footprint. If only these weathered columns could talk. I thought I journeyed here in search of answers to a very pagan Greek riddle. Did the initiates consume a psychedelic potion or not? And if so, where did it come from? In order to prove the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis right, we have to start with the ancient Greeks and their prehistoric ancestors. My conversation with director Adam Villeni and a close read of the 20th century's giants in the field of classics, Walter Burkert and Karl Karenyi, has convinced me that Ruck's scholarship is less controversial than his reputation suggests. So I've been preparing for months to engage Papangeli in a sober discussion, hoping to unpack 40 years of academic bias against drugs. Only after the visionary Kukion is established does the possibility of the early Christians inheriting the biotechnology behind it become fair game. But for some reason, Papangeli keeps jumping straight to the healer from Galilee. Completely untroubled by the obvious relationship between the cult of Demeter, Persephone, and Dionysus on the one hand, and the cult of Jesus on the other, the archaeologist has spent all morning leading me through some of the most concrete examples on her site. She has shown me up close how key elements of the ancient mysteries never really disappeared. They merely stepped into the shoes of Christianity and kept marching forward. The first unprompted lesson in pagan continuity came at the very beginning of our tour, when Papangeli appeared in Marcus Aurelius' courtyard in a sleek pair of sunglasses. As we crossed the Greater Propylaea, the monumental entrance to the more sacred areas of the precinct, the excavator motioned to the well-preserved marble of another former gateway on the right, the Lesser Propylaea. Carved in the 1st century BC, the architrave or beam that once topped the double columns of the portal is now arranged in bulky fragments on the ground. The symbols of the mysteries are distinctly recognizable in high relief. From left to right, on one chest-high chunk of white stone, I scanned sheaves of grain, a rosette, and the sacred basket, or Cista Mystica, as it's known in Latin. On a more damaged piece to its right, I noticed the bucranium, a skull representing the bull, sometimes associated with Dionysus, that would be sacrificed in the all-night feast after the initiates had won their vision and completed the initiation. On a third and final piece of marble, another Cista Mystica and rosette. If there really was a psychedelic sacrament, it had to get from Athens to Eleusis somehow, and the containers carved in front of me are the prime candidates. In this kiste, explained Papangeli, using the original Greek word for a basket or hamper, they carried the sacred things. They say that it was just some grain. Others believe inside the kiste were the small clay Mycenaean idols. Either way, it was something light. Because the priestesses had to transfer it to Athens and back, so it was something not very heavy. It had to be portable, right? I suggested. Yes, replied the archaeologist. A portable sacrament, maybe? Yes, perhaps. Do you think some of the ingredients of the kukian would have been in there? Maybe yes, conceded Papangeli. As the wind hissed through the cracks in the classical marble, I could sense a follow-up statement being prepared. You know, in the Orthodox Church, we have a potion too. The archaeologist was, of course, referring to the Eucharist. The more I thought about it, her casual link between the pagan and Christian sacraments wasn't all that random. It had never occurred to me before, but the fact that the Cista Mystica was ritually transported 13 miles from Athens to be presented here to the priestesses who would consecrate the kukion suddenly made me think of a supersized offertory procession. It's that moment of the Catholic Mass when I would watch my nervous grade school friends present the Eucharistic gifts at the altar, amusingly marching up the middle aisle of the church with the unconsecrated communion wafers and cruets of water and wine. Behind them, especially on Sundays, were the long-handled baskets full of money that the ushers had just collected in donations from the parishioners. The meaning is clear. In order for the priest to discharge his duties, transforming the bread and wine into the body and blood of Jesus, the people must first supply the raw materials and financial resources for the Mass's quintessential act. What good is a church without its congregation? The idea settled here first, of course. The Cista Mystica, full of secrets, wasn't the only thing the initiates sent this way. They also paid their fees to the officiants and dedicated their savings to the animal sacrifices that would take place throughout the affair, relegating participation in the mysteries to the less poor strata of the population. In addition, Papangeli pointed out the enormous grain silo to our immediate left. Every city of Greece sent part of its production of grain to the sanctuary of Demeter, she said, because, according to the legend, Demeter was the one who taught the people how to cultivate the earth. In the hymn to Demeter, the Lady of the Grain dispatches the royal prince and demigod Triptolemus to teach the art of agriculture to Greeks everywhere. More than a farming lesson, Triptolemus's travels across the ancient Mediterranean are referred to by Ruck as a proselytizing mission that was analogous to that of Dionysus, as they both travel throughout the world on winged chariots drawn by serpents, spreading their respective gospels of the vine plant and the grain. In the museum at our backs, there is a marble relief from the 4th century BC depicting Triptolemus and his flying dragon cart. A very similar scene appears on a red figure skyphos, or drinking cup, from the early 5th century BC. Now in the British Museum, it was created around Athens but discovered in Capua, Italy, north of Naples. Triptolemus, holding 5 sheaves of grain in his left hand, is flanked by Demeter and Persephone, each bearing torches. The holy child Iacchus clearly labeled as Dionysos, is portrayed in the processional line behind the prince. The Lady of the Grain is about to pour some liquid into the broad basin pictured in Triptolemus' right hand. If it's the Koukion, or a Koukion-like sacrament, does the gesture indicate that Demeter's actual potion found its way to ancient Greek colonists separated from the motherland, perhaps as far afield as Italy, or sites even farther west? Would they have risked the goddess's wrath by observing her holy rites outside the Eleusinian sanctuary? Either way, the grain silo on site confirms Eleusis as the hub of a wheel that enclosed the entire Greek-speaking world. The first fruits of every harvest would always find their way back here, to the unique plot of soil that held the entire human race together. The next lesson in pagan continuity came a minute later, as Papangeli indicated the small boulder embedded in the ground on the very last steps of the sacred road that took initiates up a slight gradient to the now vanished Temple of Demeter. Maybe this is the Mirthless Rock, the excavator instructed, referring to the so-called Agelastos Petra, where Demeter was said to have sat in mourning, waiting for Persephone to return from the depths of hell. We know that there was an enactment during the mysteries, so we can imagine that the priestess of Demeter sat here very sad at the loss of her daughter. And some other priestess of Persephone came from over there. She signaled to the rock shelter known as the Plutonion we just inspected, 20 paces away. Gesturing to the hollowed-out slope that rises above the archaeological site and looks down into Demeter's temple, Papangeli showed me where Persephone was resurrected from the subterranean gloom every year. A group of neo-pagans had recently left some offerings for the Queen of the Dead in a narrow crevice: a pomegranate, a sesame seed cake, almonds, walnuts, and several sprigs of olive branches. And here, before the eyes of the initiates, Papangeli continued, we have the reunion of mother and daughter. It's like we Christians have the Virgin Mother who lost her child. Mater Dolorosa. I was hoping to convince the guardian of the secrets that I was a trustworthy member of the dying species of ancient linguists. It's the Latin phrase for the grieving mother motif in Christian devotion, Our Lady of Sorrows. The 15th century oil panel from the early Netherlandish painter Derek Boats, currently in the Art Institute of Chicago, is one of the more famous examples of the teary Mary with bloodshot eyes. Mater Dolorosa, exactly, confirmed Papangeli. Mary also had an only child who went to the underworld and then came back. It's interesting, isn't it? The whole pagan continuity hypothesis. These universal themes that Christianity seems to have absorbed from Eleusis. You could say stole. Yes, many things they stole from Eleusis. Perhaps even recycled? Yes, Papangeli doubled down. Whatever they cannot extinguish, they keep. It's a very clever technique. The ancient Mediterranean of the 1st century AD was a total melting pot. No faith is born in a vacuum. The gospel writers in St. Paul, perhaps even Jesus himself, would have found inspiration in the spiritual landscape of the time. In some conservative religious circles, however, the theory still smacks of heresy. It undercuts the uniqueness and originality of what is supposed to be Jesus' singular intervention into human history, with a new and unprecedented covenant that binds humanity to God through, among other things, the sacrament of the Eucharist. If the Church simply stole everything from the Greeks, it could be argued that the whole Christian enterprise is fatally flawed. And its one-of-a-kind mandate to save the human species from eternal damnation goes from something quite exceptional to something quite ordinary. So, the debate between religious authorities and secular scholars about the true origins of the rites and practices of early Christianity is an important one, with huge implications. The very first line of American historian Preserve Smith's contribution to the April 1918 issue of the philosophical journal The Monist is an excellent case in point. Those who have attended the celebration of a Mass have witnessed the most ancient survival from a hoary antiquity, he wrote. Smith put particular emphasis on the word sacrament, from the Latin sacramentum, which originally meant an oath or solemn obligation. By the early decades after Jesus' death, however, it had already become the go-to translation for the Greek mysterion, the initiation into holy secrets and magical practices characteristic of all the mystery religions, including Christianity. Like the Greek mysteries, therefore, whatever the earliest followers of Jesus were doing behind closed doors at their original Eucharistic celebrations appears to have included mystical hidden rites and revealed truths. Smith identified an especially pagan influence on the so-called Gnostic churches of the time, the esoteric Christian sects that thrived in the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD, only to be condemned as heretical and erased from the history of the faith. Gnostic is derived from the Greek word gnosis, meaning knowledge, but this is no ordinary learning. These Christians were after something far more profound than the rational, down-to-earth knowledge too often made synonymous with our Greek ancestors. Today's foremost authority on this lost tradition is Princeton scholar Elaine Pagels. Her definition of gnosis from 1979 remains the best. The Greek language distinguishes between scientific or reflective knowledge, he knows mathematics, and knowing through observation or experience, he knows me, which is gnosis. As the Gnostics use the term, we could translate it as insight, for gnosis involves an intuitive process of knowing oneself. And to know oneself, they, the Gnostics claimed, is to know human nature and human destiny. To know oneself at the deepest level is simultaneously to know God. This is the secret of gnosis. Orthodox Jews and Christians insist that a chasm separates humanity from its creator. God is wholly other. But some of the Gnostics who wrote these Gospels contradict this. Self-knowledge is knowledge of God. The self and the divine are identical. In the Gnostic Gospels, Pagels references many of the 52 Gnostic texts that were unearthed in Nag Hammadi, Egypt, like a massive time bomb in 1945. Written in the Coptic language, a late form of Egyptian rendered in the Greek alphabet, the first full translations of the recovered Gospels were not published until 1977. Since then, the Church has been forced to defend Archbishop Athanasius of Alexandria's rabid call in AD 367 to, quote, cleanse the Church from every defilement by rejecting these apocryphal books that are filled with myths. A reactionary move, itself based on the conclusion of Irenaeus 200 years earlier. The bishop of what is now Lyon in southeastern France had determined in AD 170 that only 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, were worthy of inclusion in the final New Testament. It was hard to argue with his unassailable logic. There are only 4 principal winds and 4 corners of the universe, and 4 pillars holding up the sky, so there can only be 4 Gospels. According to Pagels, however, it was the potentially subversive impact of the Gnostic worldview that troubled Irenaeus and the other church fathers. It claimed to offer to every initiate direct access to God, of which the bishops and priests themselves might be ignorant. Indeed, all who had received gnosis, they say, had gone beyond the Church's teaching and had transcended the authority of its hierarchy. In fact, that's exactly how one such Gnostic text, the Gospel of Thomas, opens its alternative account of Christianity's founder. Whoever discovers the interpretation of these sayings shall not taste death. Like something out of the Greek mysteries, the ancient author makes no mention whatsoever of an all-male priesthood, or their stranglehold on the Church's defining sacrament of bread and wine. Instead, the Gnostics are invited to what Pagels calls a state of transformed consciousness, in which they gain unmediated personal entry to the kingdom of heaven that is ordinarily denied to the uninitiated. By simply changing their perception, they discover the cosmos to be infused with new meaning. The invisible becomes visible. Recognize what is before your eyes, says the Gospel of Thomas, and what is hidden will be revealed to you. Like the priestesses here at Eleusis, the Gnostic Jesus was encountered as a mentor on the path of self-discovery that Pagels compares to psychotherapy. Both acknowledge the need for guidance, but only as a provisional measure. The purpose of accepting authority is to learn to outgrow it. Clearly, this decentralized, freewheeling brand of Christianity didn't survive very long. It's one of the many aspects of the Greek mysteries that the Church Fathers managed to extinguish, as Papangeli put it. But they didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. there was still plenty of room in Jesus' cult for secrets, so long as the priesthood was there to shield them from any unworthy outsiders. After all, the very canonical, straight-laced Gospel of Mark reveals in no uncertain terms why Jesus chose to fill his public ministry with so many of the enigmatic parables recorded in the New Testament. The prodigal son, the rich fool, the mustard seed. Why not speak plainly? Quote, "Because the knowledge of the secrets of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them, the uninitiated." The word Mark uses for secrets is mysteria, the mysteries. Thayer's Greek-English lexicon of the New Testament, first published in 1889, gives an even better definition. Religious secrets confided only to the initiated and not to be communicated by them to ordinary mortals. Just like what Demeter's temple served up only a few feet away, the real Christian initiation was incomplete without a sublime vision. Pagels describes how St. Paul, for example, surpassed the ordinary mortals to become one of the select immortals, like Jesus. Following the crucifixion, they, the Gnostics, alleged that the risen Christ continued to reveal himself to certain disciples, opening to them through visions new insights into divine mysteries. Paul, referring to himself obliquely in the third person, says that he was caught up in the third heaven, whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. There, in an ecstatic trance, he heard things that cannot be told, which man may not utter. Through his spiritual communication with Christ, Paul says he discovered hidden mysteries and secret wisdom, which, he explains, he shares only with those Christians he considers mature, but not with everyone. There's little doubt that Christianity was born with all the trappings of a mystery cult. As the religion grew, however, the relationship between the initiated and uninitiated became a serious point of contention. Who should benefit from the young faith's deepest secrets, the people or the priests? As Papangeli and I approached Demeter's temple, and I finally set eyes on the 52 by 52 square meter sanctuary where Plato spied the holiest of mysteries, the disconnect between the ancient Greek and Christian initiation hit me in a visceral way. It was the last thing I expected to find here, but there it was, dominating the precipice that looked out over the entire site with the Plutonion far below. What the hell is that? Ah, this is interesting. The archaeologist lit up. A little Christian church, post-Byzantine, dedicated to our Virgin Mother, Mater Dolorosa also. Really? Isn't that a little bizarre? Yes, Papangeli agreed. But there was more. Her festival is also in the autumn, and the women of Eleusis come here bringing loaves of bread for the priest to bless. Just like Demeter, the grain mother, it's the same story, just a different name for 2,000 years. For 2,000 years, yes. Papangeli went on to explain how the chapel's patroness, Panagia Mesosporitisa, literally means our Virgin of the Mid-Sowing. In the Greek Orthodox Church, the biography of the Virgin closely resembles the traditional growing season, making this specific Virgin the godmother of farmers. Mary is said to have died on August 15th and been buried on August 23rd, which coincides with the end of both the agricultural and liturgical calendars in Greece. It is then that the Mother of God descends into the underworld, only to return in early autumn, when a new agrarian cycle begins. With the arrival of the fall rains, the laborers get to work seeding and tending the land. They finish half the job by November 21st, when the festival that Papangeli mentioned takes place at this humble, rectangular building standing over the primitive entrance to hell. And they just parade through the archaeological site? I asked about the participants in the Christian festival. Yes, it's the custom. In the early evening, on the steps of the chapel across from the 19th century bell tower topped by a cross, the faithful, mainly women, present their round loaves of prosphoro, or holy bread, in a 21st century Cista Mystica for the clerical benediction. They also boil up a mixture of grain seeds and legumes known as polysporia, or varied seed. The officiating priest has been reported standing before a sea of bread and lighted candles. He symbolically blesses one loaf, after which the women distribute the grain products to all assembled for a tasty communion and, hopefully, a prosperous second half of the growing season. Many elements of the mysteries remain. But gone is the vision, the inner transformation, and the personal responsibility for one's own spiritual development. The fate of the soul has been placed in the hands of the priest. Just as in the other 9,792 parish or monastery churches throughout Greece, or any of the myriad Roman Catholic basilicas and cathedrals across the planet, the priest calls the shots here and commands the blessing. At the climax of the Greek Orthodox ordination ceremony, when the magical, sacramental power is bestowed on the freshly ordained priest, the bishop will hold up his new sacred vestments one by one while proclaiming Axios in Greek, which means worthy. The congregation returns with a booming Axios. Indeed, only the priest is deserving of the secrets, or mysteria, of initiation. To close the service, the bishop places the consecrated Eucharist in the hands of the properly admitted priest, saying, "Receive this divine trust and guard it until the second coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, at which time he will demand it from you." It's the longest-running old boys club in Western civilization. Blood brothers, sworn together as God's bouncers until the end of time. What cherished secrets have they been protecting for 2,000 years? Potentially the same ones Papangeli would like to shelter from curious minds that might not fully appreciate the sanctity of this site, or the genuine spiritual legacy that continues to draw people here from all over the globe. Tourists and pilgrims are two very different categories of visitors. Much as I tried to paint myself as the latter, Papangeli wasn't having it. I brought up the fact that I'd wanted to explore this place since I was a teenager, and that I purposely chose the fall equinox for this mission just when the ancient initiates themselves would have shown up on the Greater Propylaea. I even correctly identified her name, Calliope, as the muse of epic poetry, and rattled off the first line of the Odyssey in ancient Greek, where Homer invokes the same goddess. But in the end, Papangeli seemed to disagree with the very premise of my investigation. "I wish you luck," she teased me earlier on, "but let's keep the mysteries mysteries." Here, under the shade of the pergola, at the tail end of our tour, the archaeologist is nevertheless indulging my probing questions about drugs. And finally, we're having the conversation about Ruck's scholarship that brought me here in the first place. I've just shown her my copy of The Road to Eleusis, with which she's very familiar. When Ruck's book was translated into modern Greek about a decade ago, Papangeli was the one who oversaw the translation. She has reviewed the old professor's arguments in detail, and she's proudly unconvinced. "I don't agree," she states flatly, examining the cover. "Modern people find it hard to believe that the ancients could go to a higher spiritual condition without drinking some psychedelic. Of course, there are many paths to the divine. I'm thinking of Fritz Graf's endogenously produced ecstatic experience, which can't be ignored. The initiates did arrive here hungry, thirsty, and exhausted, whipped up by all the frenzy and excitement of the 13-mile parade, not to mention the year and a half of preparation and anticipation. Plus, the anthropological record is full of countless, sometimes cruel methods for achieving altered states of consciousness in the absence of psychoactive compounds. Consider the ritual ordeals so often present in traditional rites of passage: fasting, scarification, tattooing, body piercing, firewalking, beating, sleep and light deprivation, suspension in the air, amputation of fingers. Romanian scholar Mircea Eliade referred to them as the archaic techniques of ecstasy, employed since time immemorial in tribal initiation rites or admission to a secret society. Aside from the rougher austerities, naturally occurring sicknesses, epileptic attacks, and hallucinations can also determine a shaman's career in a very short time. Other procedures are even more bizarre. Consider the initiation rite of the Igloolik Inuit, which is open to any ordinary mortals willing to undergo the psychic surgery. The Angakok, or master shaman, somehow extracts the candidate's soul from his eyes, brains, and intestines, separating it from the body. In Eliade's opinion, these experiences of ritual death and resurrection are ecstatic rituals. After long hours of waiting and sitting on a bench in his hut, the future shaman is then endowed with the kind of vision alluded to in the Gospel of Thomas, so that the invisible becomes visible. This newfound sight is called lightning or enlightenment. It's described as an inexplicable searchlight or luminous fire within the brain. Even with closed eyes, the initiate can see through the darkness and perceive things and coming events which are hidden from others. Thus, they look into the future and into the secrets of others. He sees far ahead of him through mountains, exactly as if the earth were one great plain, and his eyes could reach to the end of the earth. Nothing is hidden from him any longer. Not only can he see things far, far away, but he can also discover souls, stolen souls, which are either kept concealed in far strange lands or have been taken up or down to the land of the dead. Something along these lines was happening right here for almost 2,000 years, until Emperor Theodosius outlawed the mysteries at the end of the 4th century AD. In 1962, Kerenyi called it the Visio Beatifica, or beatific vision. He borrowed the term that was coined to designate the supreme goal of Christianity. Those who obtain this vision are transported into a state of eternal beatitude. Kerenyi was comfortable with the comparison, however, given the undeniable evidence that the epopteia conferred happiness. And just like the Christian mystics blessed with the immediate sight of God in the long history of the Church, the esteemed scholar felt the Eleusinian vision was something truly miraculous, something to be witnessed with closed or with open eyes. Unbelievable as it sounds, the Visio Beatifica was so exceptional and so very different from ordinary seeing that even the blind might take part. In the National Archaeological Museum of Athens, there is a marble plaque known as the Eucrates votive relief. Dating to the 5th century BC, it was found right here in Demeter's temple. In the upper portion, a goddess is depicted from the neck up, burnished rays of light emanating from her face. Below, 2 eerie, almond-shaped eyes stare back at us from across the millennia. Aside from a nose and eyebrows, the rest of the initiate's face is completely missing. The Greek inscription at the bottom reads, "To Demeter, from Eucrates." When its owner contemplated the head of the goddess, says Kerenyi, he was probably reminded of the epiphany of Persephone that cured his blindness. Her name was not supposed to be written down, so Eucrates replaced it with Demeter to safely record his Visio Beatifica for posterity. Kerenyi's interpretation is provocative, if unprovable, but it's worth noting an obscure paper published in the Journal of Near-Death Studies in 1997, Near-Death and Out-of-Body Experiences in the Blind, a study of apparent eyeless vision. The authors, Kenneth Ring and Sharon Cooper, surveyed 31 blind respondents, including those blind from birth. The vast majority reported crisp, detailed visual awareness during their moment of crisis. Astonishingly, the narratives of the blind were found to be indistinguishable from those of sighted persons with respect to the elements that serve to define the classic NDE, near-death experience pattern, such as the feelings of great peace and well-being that attend the experience, the sense of separation from the physical body, the experience of traveling through a tunnel or dark space, the encounter with the light, the life review, and so forth. One interviewee, who lost his sight in a car accident when he was 19, spoke of a comforting vision of his deceased grandmother across a valley during his NDE. Though he can't explain how it happened, he knows what he saw. Of course, I had no sight because I had total destruction of my eyes in the accident, but my vision was very clear and distinct. I had perfect vision in that experience. Given similar testimony from the other respondents, the authors conclude that, quote, coming close to death appears to restore their sight to normal and perhaps even superior acuity. The phenomenon is almost identical to the Visio Beatifica witnessed by Gordon Wasson during his psilocybin trip in Mexico back in 1955. Quote, the visions came whether our eyes were open or closed. And just like the near-death X-ray vision of the Inuit shamans who could, quote, see through the darkness and plumb the land of the dead, the hyper-realistic mental images unleashed by the psilocybin gave Wasson the distinct impression that he'd been liberated from the physical body. A disembodied eye, invisible, incorporeal, seeing but not seen. The many decades of controlled psychedelic experiments are replete with similar tales, including complex hallucinations in the blind and unexpected encounters with loved ones and ancestors. In his book, Sacred Knowledge, Psychedelics and Religious Experiences, Hopkins researcher William Richards takes note of the obvious. The literature on near-death experiences, reports of those who have entered into the physical processes of death and have been resuscitated, contains many intriguing stories to ponder that are often very similar to psychedelic experiences, complete with reports of moving through tunnels, encountering visionary beings, and being drawn towards sacred realms of light. Dismissing the apparent connections between the ecstatic, near-death, and psychedelic experiences is as productive as ignoring the continuity between the pagan and Christian traditions that continue to overlap at this ancient site. Rather than pitting Albert Hofmann and Fritz Graf against each other, isn't it possible they're both right? The Eleusinian initiates could have both suffered through the physical demands of a traditional rite of passage and received a carefully dosed psychedelic potion to amplify whatever they experienced inside Demeter's temple. The two theories aren't mutually exclusive. I want Papangeli to appreciate my own tentative approach to Wasson, Hofmann, and Ruck, and whom I've spent a decade trying to fact-check. I tell her transparently that I have my own reservations about their hypothesis, and that I'm constantly appealing to the reasonable voices in the room, like Graf's mentor and classics icon Walter Burkert. I read her a few lines from his 1985 English edition of Greek Religion that I captured on my phone just before the flight to Athens. A stunning passage from his chapter on mysteries and asceticism that too many historians have glossed over too quickly. Demeter and Dionysus are gods of important mysteries. The drinking of the barley potion or the drinking of wine are central ceremonies. Yet, to derive mysteries from agrarian magic is at best a conjecture about prehistory. It may rather be asked, even without the prospect of a certain answer, whether at the basis of the mysteries there were prehistoric drug rituals, some festival of immortality which, through the expansion of consciousness, seemed to guarantee some psychedelic beyond. A ritual can persist when the original drug has long been forgotten and replaced by harmless substances. Perhaps the Night of the Mysteries was not so very different from an Orthodox Easter festival or a Western Christmas. Papangeli's interest is piqued. I've read all his books. Me too, but for some reason I'd never noticed that passage before. When I read it a second time, Professor Burkert opened my mind to a possibility I soon discovered this guy was sympathetic to as well. From my squatting position on the ground, I extend a copy of Kerenyi's Eleusis, archetypal image of mother and daughter, originally written in German, like Burkert's masterpiece. Ah, Kerenyi, exclaims Papangeli, as if she just bumped into an old friend. Did you know there's an appendix in this edition dedicated to what Kerenyi calls the pharmacological question? The archaeologist seems surprised. When I first spotted it, so was I. The last name I expected to find in Kerenyi's authoritative text on this sanctuary was Albert Hofmann's. Years before he teamed up with Wasson and Ruck, the Swiss chemist shared some interdisciplinary insight with his European colleague. Instead of ergot, Kerenyi was focused on the Kukion's third ingredient from the hymn to Demeter, mint. Today, it's called mentha pulegium. What species the Greeks had in mind with blechon, we're not entirely sure, so the Teutonic scholar looked to a modern-day equivalent with broad application from North Africa to Central Europe. He believed a form of pennyroyal could have been involved in the mysteries, its oil and leaves known to possess medicinal properties. Kerenyi quotes a personal letter he received from Hofmann at some point in the mid-1960s. Quote, "The principal ingredient of the poli oil, Oleum pulegii, prepared as an aromatic in southern Europe and obtained in distilling the wild plant, Mentha pulegium, is the aromatic substance pulegon. In large doses, it induces delirium, loss of consciousness, and spasms." Kerenyi's willingness to entertain the psychedelic hypothesis may have paved the way for Burkert's above speculation about the, quote, psychedelic beyond in 1977, a year before The Road to Eleusis hit the shelves. Before psychedelics became controversial and taboo, Kerenyi's early collaboration with the discoverer of LSD reads like a fair compromise. It is possible that the Kukion at Eleusis conferred not only the initial thrust, but also the necessary inner peace and perhaps still other prerequisites of the vision. Dr. Hofmann's words are, "The volatile oils contained in poli oil, Oleum pulegii, might very well, added to the alcoholic content of the Kukion, have produced hallucinations in persons whose sensibility was heightened by fasting. As I summarize their findings, Papangeli is stone-faced. When read in the context of the classics elite that preceded him, Ruck doesn't actually seem all that crazy. Do you think Eleusis could have started as a prehistoric drug ritual, as Burkert calls it, I ask? Yes, she replies with no hesitation. Maybe it started as an agrarian festival, and then later it begins to have these eschatological meanings for the afterlife. But by the time that prehistoric festival came here to Eleusis, it lost the drug? So the Kukion was nothing more than a harmless potion? Yes, she agrees again. Just like the communion. The instant the word communion comes out of my mouth, as if God were listening in, the bell on the 19th century tower 100 yards away begins tolling. 12 rhythmic clangs marking the noontime hour, right next to the chapel of Panagia Mesosporitisa. Exactly, a communion. So that's where we are. I decide not to press my luck with the psychedelic hypothesis. Like Burkert, the archaeologist is at least willing to entertain the notion that potent hallucinogens once played their part in some Stone Age version of the mysteries. Wherever they were practiced in remote prehistory, long before the Greeks, Papangeli can imagine those mind-altering rites descending on this now deserted complex in some watered-down form. And that's good enough for me. Because in the 40 years that have elapsed since the road to Eleusis fleshed out Burkert's and Kerenyi's early speculation about the active ingredients of the Kukion, a new field of science has developed to confirm or deny the formerly untestable hypothesis once and for all. As we will see in the next chapter, no longer do stuffy classicists need to fumble around in the dark without the prospect of a certain answer, as Burkert wrote. The limitations of traditional archaeology, especially in deciphering the drinking, feasting, and other ritual habits of ancient cultures, have become all too apparent. Pioneering excavators are increasingly looking to other specialties to support their craft, resulting in the rapid growth of a scrappy young discipline called archaeological chemistry. Over the past couple decades, state-of-the-art technologies like Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, FTIR, high-performance liquid chromatography, HPLC, and gas chromatography mass spectrometry, GCMS, have become more readily available. And scientists are now able to identify what our ancient ancestors were drinking by extracting the chemical signatures from organic residue that has either survived intact within excavated vessels or been absorbed into the porous matrices of their ceramic pottery. Some incredible finds have been announced by the few researchers dedicating their careers to this cutting-edge hunt for intoxicants, with discoveries reaching back as much as 13,000 years. The age of speculation is over. As I pack up my things and prepare to leave, I recall the many chalices that were unearthed from the ground below. Papangeli just walked me through a dozen samples protected behind glass, right here in the final room of the Archaeological Museum of Eleusis. About those vessels, would you be open to having them scientifically tested? We have the ambition to find a kernos with something inside, so we can really have an experiment, she answers, referring to the earthenware or metal vessel ordinarily associated with the mysteries. Here on site, a number have been found featuring a central bowl ringed by several smaller cups. Quoting an ancient author, Kerenyi lists the produce that would have once filled the peripheral containers: sage, white poppy seeds, grains of wheat and barley, peas, vetches, okra seeds, lentils, beans, rice wheat, oats, compressed fruit, honey, oil, wine, milk, egg, and unwashed wool. An unruly mix that provides much more detail than the hymn to Demeter, though Ruck thinks the kernos was largely symbolic. Its shape, moreover, would have made it ungainly as a drinking vessel. More probably, it was used as a chalice containing some important ingredient for the mixing ceremony that took place in the temple below, perhaps ergotized barley, or magic mint. Once the vessel was consecrated, the Hierophant performed the initiation by raising his kernos aloft and tasting the contents. The initiates followed suit, sipping from their vessels that more likely resembled the other containers all neatly assembled within the museum behind us, just waiting for their ancient, microscopic contents to be flown off to any number of laboratories that would jump at the opportunity to solve the best-kept secret in the history of Western civilization. I'm shocked that Papangeli, as a skeptic of Ruck's work, is on board. So why haven't you tested them yet? Because they were treated, cleaned, this is why. Of course, we have more in the storerooms, she adds, but they were also treated for conservation. Reminding me of Elusis's peculiar archaeological history, she informs me the vessels were all found at the end of the 19th or early 20th century. They were all excavated 100 years ago, and you haven't found any since? I don't excavate inside the site any longer. We excavate outside, within the modern city of Eleusis, which sits over the ancient city. We find graves and such things. But no vessels? No ceremonial vessels. So, is it possible there are still some vessels under here then? I sweep my hand toward the ruins below. I think they've explored the whole thing. Really? You think all the ceremonial vessels were recovered by those crazy archaeologists at the turn of the century? They didn't know what the hell they were doing. I'm exaggerating, but one of the principal credos in archaeology couldn't go unmentioned. To dig is to destroy. The modern excavations that began here in 1882 may have been methodical compared to what came before, but any poking around the site is inherently destructive. Like anywhere else, incomplete excavation records and find registries are a problem at Eleusis. We may never know the answer if we can't test one of those vessels, right? Yes. Papangeli nods her head pensively. So the mystery continues. Yes, I hope, she snickers. We both erupt into laughter as our chess match reaches the same stalemate that's been in place for thousands of years. Why don't you want to solve this thing? We have different aims, Brian. You like the mystery being kept alive. Why is that? Everybody likes a mystery. It was the mystery that attracted you to this story, wasn't it? So let the next generations be attracted to the mystery as well, Papangeli counsels me. And with that, the archaeologist disappears into the museum. Like the great Walter Burkert, Papangeli may be right that a ritual can persist when the original drug has long been forgotten and replaced by harmless substances. That said, all the ancient testimony from Plato, Pindar, Sophocles, Cicero, and Praetextatus indicates that 2 millennia's worth of initiates flocked here for a compelling reason. And whatever happened inside Demeter's temple a few yards away was anything but the kind of empty bread blessing ritual that takes place every November up there at Panagia Mesosporitiza. There's no doubt the modern-day Eucharist is a harmless, unpsychedelic affair, but once again, it tells us nothing about the sacrament that may have accompanied the Church's infancy 2,000 years ago. In the Greek and Christian mysteries alike, perhaps the classical practitioners didn't want to abandon the spiked potion of their prehistoric ancestors for a mere placebo. If we can't test the ritual chalices from Eleusis, we have to look elsewhere for clues. Fortunately, my long-awaited rendezvous with the elusive Papangeli has at least narrowed the scope of this investigation. Perhaps the question is no longer whether mind-altering potions were used in the kinds of rituals that preceded Eleusis, but when, if ever, Burkert's original drug had been, quote, forgotten and replaced by a placebo. To the dismay of many fine classicists and historians, it looks as if civilization began with a toast, and the party never stopped. Just east of the place where democracy first came to life, a prehistoric ritual was born in a country so entangled with the history of Greece that an epic battle between its people became Homer's founding poem about Western civilization. Toward the end of the last ice age, long before the Trojan War, the ancient land now known as Turkey was famous for something else: the birth of religion itself. And the religion with no name that sprang from its soil just may have been the drunken, hallucinogenic religion that made the mysteries possible. Chapter 6. Graveyard Beer. As I pull up to the oldest working brewery in the world, the bearded giant is waiting for me in the gray Bavarian drizzle. Dr. Martin Zarnkau is head of research and development at the Weihenstephan Research Center for Brewing and Food Quality at the Technische Universität München. His laboratory marks the nexus of the beer universe here in Freising, Germany, only minutes from the Munich International Airport. In operation since AD 1040, prior to the Crusades, the first kegs that came out of this former monastery were cooked up by the Benedictines. And right here, on Hohenstaufen's doorsteps in 1516, Duke Wilhelm IV of Bavaria issued the purity law that forever memorialized beer's three principal ingredients: barley, water, and hops. Anything else, and it couldn't be called beer, a complicated beverage with a complicated past going all the way back to the Stone Age. In fact, the initial results of some recent archaeobotanical and archaeochemical finds point to a prehistoric connection between religion and psychoactive brews as the real driving force behind modern civilization. Once the domain of mere speculation among scholars like Walter Burkert and others, there is now hard evidence for rituals of intoxication preceding Eleusis by many thousands of years, rituals complete with a sacrament much like the Kukion. Few can tell the story quite like Zarnkow, the world's preeminent beer scientist. I've caught him on a cold Friday afternoon in November 2018, in between trips to Turkey, India, and Brazil, where the master brewer is wildly sought after to teach the high-tech methods he's brought to the original Bavarian art. Whether it's culturing the perfect brewer's yeast or developing a gluten-free beer, Zarnkow is the fixer. And he also happens to be an incredible historian. Once we escape the rain and settle into his relaxing, spacious office, the proud German directs me straight to the overflowing bookshelves lining the back wall. I spot an entire section dedicated to the early editions of some antique gems: Johann Kohler's Oeconomia Ruralis et Domestica, Wolf Hemhard von Hoburg's Georgica Curiosa, and the Monumenta Boica. In a navy blue button-down shirt and olive pants, the hefty scientist sinks into his ergonomic chair and folds his arms over his chest. We've exchanged a few emails, so he knows I'm interested in the origins of the beverage that consumes his life, but he's unsure why I've flown all the way to Munich just to speak with him. So he begins with a question. What is in your mind if you think about the brewing process? I don't know. I hesitate, sensing I'm being set up. I flash to my refrigerator in Washington, D.C., stocked with a dozen IPAs from local breweries: Nanticoke Nectar, Double Duckpin, Surrender Dorothy. My favorite, Nimble Giant, has a cartoon hop drawn in the 16-ounce can. I envision big copper vats of liquid. I think about malting and mashing and fermenting. I think about heat. Yes, that's what most people are thinking about, but that's modern. That's only since medieval times, when we started to brew beer, to boil beer. The expert begins, offering a quick tutorial on ancient brewing. He launches headfirst into the prehistory of the golden elixir occupying brightly colored bottles placed all around his office, and he stakes out a clear position on the long-running beer versus bread debate that has been circling in the archaeological community for over 6 decades. Which one deserves the title of humanity's oldest biotechnology? In 1953, J.D. Sauer from the University of Wisconsin's Department of Botany proposed the only sensible answer: beer. Unlike his colleague and leading scholar of Middle East prehistory, Robert Braidwood of the University of Chicago, Sauer believed that the Natufians, who lived in what is now Syria, Israel, and Jordan from about 13,000 to 9,500 BC, brewed a primitive beer before they ever baked the first loaf of bread. The then recently unearthed sickles, mortars, and pestles had to be evidence of the Natufians' beer-making abilities. Contrary to the prevailing view at the time, it was not man who domesticated wild grain, but the other way around. And, according to Sauer, the first farmers didn't lure the passing hunters and gatherers into their risky agricultural endeavor with a dry piece of stale bread. It must have been a mind-altering potion. Zarnkow agrees, explaining why brewing is so much easier than baking. Turning unprocessed grain into bread takes a little bit of work. First, the grain has to be crushed in order to produce enough dough. Second, its hard protective coating has to be removed because the kernels won't naturally break free of their casings during the harvest. And third, baking demands high temperatures. That is one of the major mistakes people are making if they think about former beer making. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with heat. Just take the cereal and put it in water. That's it. And that will ferment? Yes, the yeast is coming from your hand, replies the brewer. And there's really enough to kickstart the fermentation process? Yeah, you have enough. If the yeast is active and vital enough, then fermentation will start, because our body has an entire microbiome on the skin. The bread versus beer debate is highly charged because it has implications for the very foundations of the world today. If beer really is the oldest biotechnology, it could very well be responsible for what archaeologists call one of the most significant turning points in the history of mankind, that sudden shift from hunting and gathering to a sedentary, community-based lifestyle known as the Neolithic or Agricultural Revolution. We know the movement to domesticate our plants and animals began in the vicinity of the Fertile Crescent sometime around 10,200 BC, as the Old Stone Age, the Paleolithic, gave way to the New Stone Age, the Neolithic. But we don't know why it happened. The transition to farming may have allowed us to pool knowledge and resources, leading the human family into the great urban civilizations that have flourished ever since, but it wasn't without some serious flaws. As the diet became less diverse and balanced, reduced to just a few starchy crops, our overall health deteriorated. We grew noticeably shorter, and because of the crowded, unsanitary conditions that brought the former foragers into extended contact with each other and their filthy animals for the first time, parasites and infectious disease ran amok, which is why historian Jared Diamond has referred to the agricultural revolution as, quote, the worst mistake in the history of the human race. For the tens of thousands of years of the Upper Paleolithic preceding it, we were tall, resilient, happy, and healthy. Why give that up? For a steady supply of beer, of course. As Zarnkow has just argued, all you had to do was rip the crop out of the ground and steep it in some water. No crushing, no dehusking, no heat. If the brewing of beer really preceded the baking of bread, then the mysterious origins of the poorly understood agricultural revolution would be rewritten as the beer revolution. And, for purposes of this investigation, it would finally put a barley-based potion like the Kukion in proper context. If prehistoric humans were drinking beer over 12,000 years ago, then altered states of consciousness have played a much bigger role in the development of our species than previously acknowledged. And the beer of yesterday, we'd need to realize, was very different from the beer of today. Whatever made us abandon the caves for the cities would almost certainly have carried religious meaning, promoting beer from an everyday beverage to a sacrament that, by the time it got to Eleusis as a mint tea beer around 1500 BC, would have had an astoundingly long history behind it, longer than ever thought possible. The debate continues, but at least one reason why Zarnkow sides with sour over Braidwood is the recent scholarship of Brian Hayden, professor emeritus at Simon Fraser University. In a 21st century spin on Sour's reasoning, Hayden highlights the unusual efforts expended by the Natufians to cultivate wild grains like einkorn and emmer wheat, some of the earliest domesticated crops in the Near East. Paleobotanical samples have been recovered from several Natufian sites that were located a good distance from the original source of the grains, in some cases up to 100 kilometers. So the plants evidently held some kind of special value. According to Hayden's feasting model, as the earliest agrarian settlements grew and competed for the manual labor needed to sustain them, whoever threw the best keg parties stood to gain a loyal following. Those who drink together stick together. But not all prehistoric drinking was a recreational event. Recently, a team of researchers led by Stanford University lent some hard data to Sour and Hayden's favorite theory, but in the process, they may have also unearthed the mysterious reason why our ancestors converted to the religion of brewing in the first place. As described in Fermented Beverage and Food Storage in 13,000-year-old stone mortars at Rockafet Cave, Israel, investigating Natufian ritual feasting, published in the Journal of Archaeological Science in October 2018, archaeologist Li Lu examined 3 limestone mortars from a Natufian burial chamber in modern-day Mount Carmel, just outside Haifa, Israel. Between 11,700 and 9,700 BC, about 30 individuals were interred in the Rockafet Cave. The site features clear indications of ritual activity, complete with flower-lined graves and animal bones consumed during funerary feasts. After collecting and analyzing the botanical residue from the mortars, Lu and her team identified a number of plants, including wild wheat and/or barley, Triticeae, oats, avena, sedge, cyperus, lily, lilium, flax, linum usitatissimum, and various legumes. Some of the microremains were found to exhibit distinctive damage features typical of malting when the raw grain receives enough moisture to germinate, producing the enzymes needed for the brewing process. Others appeared hollowed out and swollen, telltale signs of gelatinization due to mashing, when the starch chains in the malt are broken down and the fermentable sugars released. For the Stanford team, the results are conclusive evidence that the stone mortars were used for brewing beer, the earliest known experiment in making fermented beverages in the world. But at the Rockefet Cave, this Stone Age brew was a craft recipe, probably with legumes and other plants as additive ingredients. And instead of being passed around during a Natufian happy hour, the potion appears to have been something of a sacrament. Interestingly, Lou says that the Natufians consciously incorporated this graveyard beer into their mortuary rituals to venerate the dead, demonstrating the emotional ties the hunter-gatherers had with their ancestors. Zarnkow hands me a copy of Lou's paper. He was reading it before I arrived. He notes the critical missing piece of data. Evidence of malting and mashing is not necessarily evidence of fermentation. For that, there are certain chemical signatures outside the paleobotanist's wheelhouse that are better detected by archaeological chemists. The primary indication of beer fermentation is a tough precipitate known as calcium oxalate or beer stone. In modern brewing, the residue is mainly just a headache, requiring intensive cleaning of aging tanks. But for an archaeological sleuth like Zarnkow, finding beer stone on sufficiently ancient brewing equipment could be the smoking gun that finally vindicates sour, proving that beer really is the oldest biotechnology in the world. And if calcium oxalate were discovered in a deeply spiritual setting like the Rockefet Cave, it would also establish a sacramental link, however delicate, between prehistoric beer and the psychoactive kukion at Eleusis. That's exactly what's happening at the site now famously referred to by the Smithsonian as the world's first temple. And Zarnkow is smack in the middle of a colossal mystery that is baffling archaeologists and historians the world over. Of all the extraordinary things about Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, the most extraordinary is the fact that it even exists. Nestled discreetly by the Syrian border, the massive stone sanctuary is just not supposed to be there. Rediscovered by the late Klaus Schmidt of the German Archaeological Institute in 1994, the temple has been confidently dated to the end of the last ice age, a stunning 12,000 years ago, contemporaneous with the Natufians. But dozens of T-shaped pillars were erected at Göbekli Tepe. Unlike the prehistoric sites in Israel, it is the earliest megalithic architecture in the world. Some of the pillars weigh 50 tons and rise more than 20 feet in the air. They are arranged in circles referred to as enclosures, with two central monoliths surrounded by rings of equally gigantic freestanding limestone. While 4 such enclosures have been excavated to date, geophysical surveys have confirmed at least another 16 still hidden underfoot. The main T-shaped pillars have been described by the current archaeological team as positively human-like, with the T's representing shoulders or heads. In low relief, spindly arms wrap around the sides of the stones. Human hands with tapering fingers meet on the front, frozen above decorative belts. Schmidt once called them very powerful beings, possibly ancestors or deities. If gods existed in the minds of early Neolithic people, there is an overwhelming probability that the T-shape is the first known monumental depiction of gods. Sometime after 8000 BC, the entire complex was backfilled with gravel, flint tools, and bones, a prehistoric message in a bottle, which is why the site and its intricately carved pillars were so flawlessly preserved, and why Göbekli Tepe is now challenging all our assumptions about the hunters and gatherers who spearheaded the agricultural revolution, once thought incapable of such incredible feats of engineering. To put Göbekli Tepe in context, its megaliths predate Stonehenge by at least 6,000 years. They predate the first literate civilizations of Egypt, Sumer, India, and Crete by even more. Unearthing this kind of Stone Age sophistication so deep in our past is like finding out your great-grandparents have been secretly coding apps and trading cryptocurrency behind everyone's back. This once-in-a-century dig has turned the world of archaeology on its head. It was once thought that farming preceded the city, which in turn preceded the temple. God was supposed to come last, once our archaic ancestors had enough time on their hands to contemplate such impractical things. Schmidt's Cathedral on a Hill, however, demonstrates the exact opposite. Religion wasn't a byproduct of civilization, it was the engine. And because of its location in that region of Upper Mesopotamia known as the cradle of agriculture, Göbekli Tepe emerges as the catalyst of both farming and urbanization, the very things that drive the world today. Oddly, the holy place shows no signs of permanent settlement itself. It was a pilgrimage destination. So, if the architects of the temple didn't come to put down roots, why didn't they invest all their time and energy into the construction of this immense 22-acre site in the first place? And why come back on a seasonal basis over the course of the 1600 years that Göbekli Tepe was in use during the 10th and 9th millennia BC? Like the Rockefet Cave, it has something to do with the afterlife. For his part, Schmidt believed Göbekli Tepe was a sacred burial ground for a lost society of hunters, the center of a death cult. The location, which means Potbelly Hill in Turkish, and soars 50 feet above its environs, may have been consciously chosen. From here, the dead are looking out at the ideal view, Schmidt once remarked. They're looking out over a hunter's dream. In addition to the humanoid ancestors or gods, the pillars of the enclosures are carved with an array of realistic images in both high and low relief. Foxes, boars, aurochs, snakes, scorpions, and hyenas. There are vultures, human heads, and decapitated bodies as well. It's the kind of iconography that is elsewhere associated with the defleshing of corpses and other bizarre burial rites from the Neolithic period. At Göbekli Tepe, the archaeological team sees unique evidence of a, quote, skull cult. Human crania with repeated and substantial cutting performed just after death. One such skull had a hole drilled into its left parietal bone, the position of which was carefully chosen so that the skull might hang vertically and face forward when suspended. The incised grooves may have prevented the cord that stabilized the skull from slipping, suggesting its use as an icon in what the team refers to as ancestor veneration. And in keeping with the graveyard beer at the Rockefet Cave, the world's first temple may have also been the world's first bar. In the role of cult and feasting in the emergence of Neolithic communities, new evidence from Göbekli Tepe, southeastern Turkey, published in the journal Antiquity in 2012, Zarnkow and the team from the German Archaeological Institute unveiled the results of their chemical analysis on the grayish-black residues found in 6 enormous limestone basins scattered throughout the site. Some are rounded like barrels, others more square like troughs. Dating to the 9th millennium and considered static, integral parts of particular rooms, the barrels and troughs could accommodate 42 gallons of liquid. Fragments of similar vessels have been found in all strata of Göbekli Tepe, testifying to their broad use in large-scale feasting with a strong cultic significance. The archaeological team notes the surprisingly large amount of animal bones used to backfill the site, as well as the abundant grinders, mortars, and pestles dedicated to plant processing. Echoing Hayden's feasting model, the excavators envisioned the sanctuary hosting, quote, collective work events, complete with ritual dancing that might induce a, quote, altered state of consciousness. And, of course, a graveyard beer to match the potion at the Rockefet Cave, perhaps allowing ecstatic communion with the ancestors. Was Göbekli Tepe the scene of a drunken, skull-worshipping funeral feast? Was the whole point of humanity's first ritual beverage to facilitate what Julia Gresky of the German Archaeological Institute refers to as the interaction of the living with the dead? I would say it's inconclusive, Zarnkow tells me, alluding to the promising but mixed results of his laboratory analysis. Using what's known as a Fagel spot test, the beer scientists added a drop of chemical reagent to various samples taken by the field team at Göbekli Tepe. When calcium oxalate is present, the residue changes color. In the first round, none of the samples tested positive. In the second, there was one signal indicating beer stone, followed by another 2 signals in the third round. That's why we want to go back there again, continues Zarnkow. Next time he wants to retrieve the residue for himself, just to be sure of no contamination within the limestone barrels and troughs. You need really sterile conditions, absolutely sterile, when you take these samples. And this is 10,000 years ago, so it's really not that easy, but we just have to repeat the tests. In the meantime, the early results from the Rockefet Cave and Göbekli Tepe have introduced some state-of-the-art science to the beer versus bread debate. If further chemical analysis confirms the fermentation of beer in the Fertile Crescent, then it means the agricultural revolution was, in fact, the beer revolution. And civilization itself may have begun with a ritual potion, a sacrament fit for the first community-wide celebrations of the dead. Its intoxicating effects could have created a sense of cohesion among the living while establishing a mind-altering link to the ancestors. With a spiritual devotion to the grain, a shared notion of pilgrimage, and an apparent obsession with the afterlife, this prehistoric tradition from Anatolia in modern-day Turkey could very well have laid the groundwork for Eleusis, just west across the Aegean Sea. If this religion with no name really was the Stone Age inspiration for the ancient mysteries, it certainly wouldn't have had to travel very far. All this raises the fascinating possibility that the graveyard beer of the Rockefet Cave and Göbekli Tepe was some kind of Stone Age precursor to the barley-based kukian. Before the rediscovery by Klaus Schmidt, was Göbekli Tepe and its other worldly ceremonies what Walter Burkert had in mind as the, quote, prehistoric drug rituals at the basis of Eleusis? Was this the festival of immortality which, through the expansion of consciousness, seemed to guarantee some psychedelic beyond? If so, that leaves us with 2 burning questions. How did it survive thousands of years, in the total absence of the written word, from Neolithic Anatolia to ancient Greece? And more important, where are the drugs? Thanks to recent DNA analysis, an international team from the University of Washington, Harvard Medical School, and the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Human History may have actually answered the first question. The Stone Age inhabitants of Turkey did not just influence the Stone Age inhabitants of Greece, they became the Greeks. And the DNA evidence that now shows the biological relationship between the 2 people also suggests why the Anatolians were so popular with their immediate neighbors to the west. The age of the DNA signal happens to coincide with the very moment when the descendants of the first farmers in the Fertile Crescent started taking the family business overseas, not just into Greece, but into all of Europe. It brings us right back to those mysterious Proto-Indo-Europeans I was discussing with director Adam Bellini in Athens. As we saw in Chapter 3, Harvard's Calvert Watkins traced the striking similarities between the Eleusinian and Vedic rituals to a Proto-Indo-European source, all convincingly argued in his 1978 paper, Let Us Now Praise Famous Grains. If anybody was going to smuggle drugs into Europe, it was the Proto-Indo-Europeans who exported the soma to India, that Vedic elixir explicitly characterized by Watkins as hallucinogenic. For some reason, Western scholars are not so scandalized by the prospect of ancient Indians doing drugs. The eastern branch of our Indo-European family seems exotic and far off, unconnected to our Greek foundations. But dig deeper, and the issue remains. Where did soma come from? Why would the original sacrament of Western civilization make the long journey to the Himalayas, but somehow get lost en route to Eleusis? If half of the Proto-Indo-European tradition went east into India, and the other half went west into Greece, then the common source of both could contain the answer to the whole psychedelic affair. Everything hangs on the homeland. Most linguists support the theory that places the genesis of the Proto-Indo-Europeans somewhere in the prehistoric steppes north of the Black and Caspian Seas, where southern Russia separates modern-day Ukraine and Kazakhstan. The nomadic tribe of pastoralists is thought to have broken away from this supposed homeland sometime after 4000 BC, very slowly sending waves of migrants east across Asia and west across Europe. Another school of thought has spent the past 3 decades collecting evidence for a competing homeland, and a much older date for the diaspora. As part of his Anatolian hypothesis, first published in 1987, the respected archaeologist Colin Renfrew of Cambridge University tried to pinpoint the actual mechanism that would have allowed the earliest Indo-Europeans to replace existing languages so successfully over such a wide geographic area, from Iceland to Siberia to Sri Lanka. For Renfrew, there had to be something in the earlier Neolithic period that sparked the initial Western spread of the richest family of languages in human history. There had to be a hook. His answer is what the British archaeologist terms agricultural dispersal. As early as 7000 BC, the Stone Age growers would have begun sharing their expertise outside the only logical Proto-Indo-European homeland, Anatolia, where the wild and domesticated plants first met in the cradle of agriculture surrounding Göbekli Tepe. Rather than violently invading the European continent, these earliest Indo-Europeans may have fanned out from the Fertile Crescent with valuable knowledge to share. The technology of farming could have prompted a smoother, more sustainable process of acculturation. Wherever that technology was adopted in each new ecological niche, according to the hypothesis, the mother tongue of Proto-Indo-European would have followed. Perhaps that's how this extinct language and its native death cult made the short hop over to the Lady of the Grains territory, far earlier than most linguists are willing to accept. Greece has long boasted the earliest farming settlements in Europe, dating to about 6500 BC. Beyond that, however, not much was known about its prehistoric farmers, until the DNA evidence came through with a shocking result. In Genetic Origins of the Minoans and Mycenaeans, published in the prestigious journal Nature in 2017, an interdisciplinary team of 34 scientists and archaeologists across a range of specialties debuted the first genome-wide DNA sequence of Greece's Bronze Age inhabitants. As the first literate Europeans, the earliest Minoans are typically dated to the 3rd millennium BC. Before the Mycenaeans followed them onto mainland Greece, the archaic residents of Crete have always been regarded as the oldest ancestors of the Greeks and Europeans at large. As it turns out, they're very old indeed. More than 75% of the DNA retrieved from 19 ancient Minoan and Mycenaean specimens belong to the first Neolithic farmers from Anatolia, who apparently began seeding Greece in the 7th millennium BC, 4,000 years earlier than the traditional dating of the Minoans. The data matches Renfrew's Anatolian hypothesis with amazing accuracy. From their first stop in Greece, the Anatolians would then travel further west, and by about 4000 BC, their DNA would be all over Europe. If the Proto-Indo-European homeland has been spotted at long last, then whatever sacrament came from Anatolia could be regarded as the likely source, however distant, for both the Greek koukion and the Indian soma. Implausible as it seems, the Anatolian graveyard beer just might be the secret inspiration behind European civilization. If brewing was the cause of the agricultural revolution itself, then it also could have spawned the movement that forever replaced the hunters and gatherers of Europe with the city folk of today. It all happened between the 7th and 4th millennia BC, but why? In addition to the new technology of farming in general, maybe brewing was the specific mechanism by which the Proto-Indo-Europeans were able to entrance the entire European continent during the Neolithic period. As far as ancient Greece is concerned, the latest archaeochemical evidence is crystal clear. Death cult potions were a bona fide reality, and they were being consumed in Greece exactly when the mysteries landed in Eleusis. I had a long, productive phone call with Patrick McGovern, the director of the Biomolecular Archaeology Project at the University of Pennsylvania. Perhaps the most famous archaeological chemist in the world, McGovern was the one who recommended I catch the plane to Munich in the first place. The affable, bearded scientist has certainly earned his reputation as the, quote, Indiana Jones of extreme beverages, and the Lazarus of libations. He still holds the record for the oldest undisputed identification of calcium oxalate. That find came in the early 1990s from a wide-mouthed 50-liter jug unearthed at the Neolithic site of Göbekli Tepe in Iran, and historically significant trading posts with links to the west among the Mesopotamian city-states of the Tigris-Euphrates Valley. The beer stone dated to as early as 3500 BC. the equivalent chemical signature for wine fermentation is tartaric acid. In 2017, McGovern would spot the earliest Eurasian evidence for that compound in Georgia from around 6000 BC. The chemistry doesn't get us back to Göbekli Tepe just yet, but it does confirm the general coordinates of what McGovern calls a Stone Age hotbed of experimentation in the area surrounding Göbekli Tepe. Beer can certainly ferment on its own, as Zarnkow just taught me, but it's quicker and easier in the presence of Saccharomyces cerevisiae, the yeast that commonly attaches to fruit and honey. As it evolved, the graveyard beer of the Rockefet Cave and Göbekli Tepe would have likely been combined with wine or mead, making for a stronger and tastier drink. Whenever the sacrament migrated from Anatolia, the archaeological chemistry has now proven that the Minoans and Mycenaeans definitely had a special brew in their hands, one with a clear ceremonial and/or religious significance. And even if the Stone Age beer picked up some wine and mead along the way, it never left the graveyard behind. In 2 experiments from the late 1990s, McGovern's laboratory proved there was a graveyard beer on both sides of the Aegean during the historical period, after writing finally entered Europe in the form of Linear B, the oldest deciphered evidence of written Greek. First, McGovern analyzed a pottery beer mug, discovered along with the so-called Golden Cup of Nestor in Grave Circle A at Mycenae. Situated on the northeastern Peloponnese, across the Saronic Gulf from Eleusis, the archaeological site excavated by Heinrich Schliemann dates to the 16th century BC, contemporaneous with the very beginning of the Mysteries. The mug was unearthed close to the citadel that is considered the palace of the legendary Agamemnon from Homer's epics. It tested positive for elements of a blended grog consisting of barley beer, grape wine, and honey mead. Because of a similar beverage he had recently identified on Crete in incredibly large numbers within cultic contexts, McGovern called it a Minoan ritual cocktail. Next, McGovern spent 2 years testing a quarter of the 160 bronze vessels that had been recovered from a royal tomb in Gordium, the ancient capital of Phrygia, in the Proto-Indo-Europeans' apparent homeland of Anatolia. The cauldrons, jugs, and drinking bowls were used in the 8th century BC as part of a ceremonial farewell, likely for King Midas's father, Gordius. The intensely yellow residues on the interior of the vessels were the remains of a ritual potion by which the deceased, quote, was royally ushered into the afterlife, says McGovern, to sustain him for eternity. In a first-of-its-kind analysis for a discipline that the archaeological chemist says was still in its infancy, McGovern subjected 16 samples to a battery of high-tech tools, including liquid chromatography tandem mass spectrometry and gas chromatography, using a thermal desorption unit that captured low molecular weight volatile compounds. The results were a somewhat predictable mix of calcium oxalate, beer, tartaric acid, wine, and potassium gluconate, mead, the same Minoan ritual cocktail enjoyed by the Mycenaeans centuries earlier on the other side of the Aegean. In September 2000, McGovern teamed up with Sam Caligione at the Dogfish Head Brewery to resurrect the graveyard beer for mass consumption. Their recreation, still available for purchase as Midas Touch, was unveiled at a drunken Anatolian funeral feast that the University of Pennsylvania hosted in Philadelphia at their Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology. The Koukion flowed through the evening, leaving my hometown with an ancient hangover. Are these archaeochemical finds from Crete, Mycenae, and Anatolia the long-sought evidence that the same Proto-Indo-Europeans who birthed Soma also exported a visionary drink west to Greece? Although he has not yet found an overt psychedelic signal in these samples, even McGovern himself has to wonder about the mind-altering punch of the Greek graveyard beer. The pharmacological properties of this brew, whether analgesic or psychoactive, is unclear, but certainly exceeding what can be attributed to a high alcohol content, is implied in the Nestor account, as well as elsewhere in Homer, when Circe changed Odysseus' companions into pigs with Koukion and a Pharmaca in the Odyssey. The main point is that the mixed fermented beverage, or Minoan ritual cocktail, which has now been identified chemically, probably bears some relationship to the Koukion of Greek heroic times. It's impossible to draw a straight line from Göbekli Tepe to Crete to Mycenae to Eleusis. 10,000 years of labyrinthine history are not so easily resolved. But the chemical conformation of a beer-based potion within a funerary context does potentially connect the world's first temple in Stone Age Anatolia to the ritual cocktail of the Minoans and Mycenaeans, not to mention King Midas, a staggering 8,000 years later. And the DNA does establish some kind of continuity over the prehistoric millennia, with Renfrew's Anatolian hypothesis as a strong candidate for the descendants of Göbekli Tepe's death cult spreading their Proto-Indo-European language on the backs of their botanical expertise and purported sacrament to Europe's oldest cities in Neolithic Greece. But the million-dollar question I flew all the way to Munich just to ask Zarnkow remains to be discussed. Where are the drugs? Was a low-alcohol, lukewarm Budweiser really to credit for the agricultural revolution? If the first farmers were drinking their crop instead of eating it, they probably had a good reason. The Stanford researchers determined that the brew at the Rockefort Cave was laced with other, quote, additive ingredients. Is it possible one of the original graveyard beers in the Fertile Crescent was infused with a psychedelic secret, or that it later developed at some point in the many thousands of years separating the founders of the Eleusinian mysteries from their Proto-Indo-European Anatolian ancestors? I show Zarnkow the road to Eleusis. He's not familiar with it, so I introduce the psychedelic hypothesis as best I can, emphasizing the vision universally attested at the site. I relate how the Lady of the Grain turns down wine when Queen Metaneira offers a refreshment to the parched goddess. Despite the ritual cocktail of beer, wine, and mead thriving among the Minoans and Mycenaeans, Demeter was a purist. The hymn to Demeter has the goddess demanding a drink whose ingredients, barley, water, and mint, read like a simple recipe for beer. The scientist agrees. The more I read your and McGovern's research, I disclose, the more I started seeing alcohol as a potential vehicle for keeping alive these prehistoric mystery traditions, in the sense of a religious sacrament. So whether or not the beer existed at Göbekli Tepe, we know a brewing tradition enters Greece at a very early date, maybe even before wine, and that it came from the East. The hypothesis from Wasson, Hofmann, and Ruck is that the naturally occurring fungus ergot derived from barley would have potentiated the kykeon. I have a hard time translating ergot, a funny word even in English. So Zarnkow Googles the term on his desktop computer and starts scrolling through the first images on the screen. Ah, yeah, he groans, instantly recognizing the infestation. That's LSD. Wow, how do you know that? It's purpureum, adds Zarnkow, citing the Latin word for purple or blackish, and the color of ergot's darkened sclerotium, the slender, hardened mass that protrudes from the grain like a horn or spur. Hence the fungus's modern classification, Claviceps purpurea. That's dangerous for us. We have to really look out for that. It's a good thing that it's black and has another density and size, so we can separate it from the grain in the brewing. If we steep it in the beginning of the malting process, it will float. Ergot is absolutely common. In German, we call it Mutterkorn, mother corn. Zarnkow reminds me that here in the beer capital of the world, there are actually a lot of words for ergot in German. Albert Hofmann, the father of LSD, included several in the road to Eleusis, testifying to the parasite's age-old relationship with grains. Rockenmutter, Afterkorn, Totenkorn, und Tollkorn. Even as a young boy, the Swiss chemist would have been exposed to the rich legends about ergot that survived in Central Europe. As it turns out, his ergot hypothesis wasn't so far-fetched for someone whose native language has multiple words for the deadly fungus that no brewer can afford to ignore. In German folklore, there was the belief that when the corn waved in the wind, Hofmann once wrote, the corn mother, a demon, was passing through the field. Her children were the rye wolves, ergot. Hofmann thought the word tollkorn, mad grain in particular, demonstrated a, quote, folk awareness of the psychotropic effects of ergot, deeply rooted in European traditions. Do you think there's a possibility that ancient beer contained some of the bad stuff you don't want in there, the LSD? I asked Zarnkow. What if the people at Eleusis and their prehistoric ancestors included it on purpose to induce this famous vision? In principle, I would believe that, because it is impossible to have sterile conditions on the fields. Mutterkorn still happens. Today, it's easy to separate, but before it was not so easy. And in addition to the Mutterkorn, we have these microorganisms on the surface of the cereals as well. They have an influence on every attribute of the grain. These things are producing vitamins, inhibitors, acids, and enzymes. For example, in Egypt, they found a skeleton with lots of antibiotics in the bones. One theory is they were coming from the beer, from barley, which was contaminated by different fungi. Zarnkow is referring to the study published in the American Journal of Physical Anthropology in 2010 and reported in the popular media under such entertaining headlines as Ancient Brewmasters Tapped Drug Secrets and Take 2 Beers and Call Me in 1600 Years. Under fluorescent microscopy, the ancient Nubian bones dating from AD 350 to 500 revealed the presence of tetracycline, which is produced by the fungi-resembling bacteria Streptomyces, which means twisted mushroom in Greek. Way before the discovery of streptomycin, the first antibiotic used to treat tuberculosis in the 1940s, lead researcher George Armelagos from Emory University tied the Nubians' use of tetracycline to their uniquely crafted beer. Streptomyces produce a golden colony of bacteria, and if it was floating on a batch of beer, it must have looked pretty impressive to ancient people who revered gold. Believing the complex art of fermenting antibiotics was probably widespread in ancient times and handed down through generations, Armelagos added, I have no doubt that they knew what they were doing. But Zarnkow is convinced, of course, that the biotechnology associated with brewing goes back a lot further than Egypt. And that's why I say the oldest pets of human beings are not dogs, but the lactic acid bacteria in the yeasts, he informs me. We domesticated a lot of things by accident in former times, but we did not know there was a very, very small organism. It was Louis Pasteur only 150 years ago who told us. And it's not only an enzyme or a group of enzymes. There's a cell wall surrounding it, making it an organism. And this organism is called yeast. The same ingenuity that managed to develop any number of yeasts and antibiotics in our deep past could have also fashioned a hallucinogenic beer. It was perhaps no different from the psychedelic beers known as Groot ales that were being cooked up under the auspices of the Catholic Church in the many years preceding the Protestant Reformation. The purity law that was promulgated right here at the Wehenstephan Brewery in 1516 was not about what to include in the beer, but what to exclude. Up until the 16th century, the local beer was a complex blend of plants, herbs, and spices, its composition being a mystery for the common people and, in any event, a trade secret for the privileged manufacturer. Before being strictly limited to its 3 essential parts, barley, water, and hops, beer of the era was a highly intoxicating recipe, narcotic, aphrodisiacal, and psychotropic when consumed in sufficient quantity. Some have used the word, quote, hallucinogenic. The Groot trade meant big money, and the Catholic Church enforced a veritable ecclesiastical monopoly on its taxable cash cow. It is probably no coincidence that the purity law came into being just before the German theologian Martin Luther was excommunicated by the Catholic Church in 1520, further inciting the Reformation. At its core, the Bavarian push for tax-free hops was a spiritual protest against the perceived greed and self-indulgence of the Vatican's clergy in their drugged beer. Eventually, the Bavarian revolt won the day, making the innocent hop, Humulus lupulus, the only socially acceptable additive now servicing the global beer industry. But before that, perhaps as far back as the Stone Age, beer was a wild ride. I never tasted Mutterkorn, admits the scientist, but I know it's very, very dangerous, and you can get really crazy. We had a lot of problems with that in medieval times. Right, the ergot poisoning of St. Anthony's fire. They called it the ignis sacer, the holy fire that caused the seizures and hallucinations. But these guys were professionals, continues Zarnkow, referring to the prehistoric brewers. And the ones who knew about medicines and such things could do a controlled contamination of Mutterkorn. So, if we've had beers for feasting and beers for medicine, why not this special type of drink, I totally believe we've had beers like that before. He goes on to compare the ergot of a psychedelic kukion to modern-day koji, the Aspergillus orzii fungus used in Japan to ferment soybeans and rice, producing soy sauce and the alcoholic sake. When properly monitored and harvested, the creative applications of fungi, antibiotics, and other microorganisms, humanity's first pets, are seemingly endless. Their symbiotic relationship with grain was already locked in place from the very beginning of the apparent beer revolution 13,000 years ago. Ever since the Anatolian funeral feast at the University of Pennsylvania in 2000, we have gained unprecedented insight into the extreme beverages of ancient Greece and the prehistoric reach of the graveyard beer that may have inspired the mysteries, or, perhaps, Western civilization at large. We know for a chemical fact that a Greek brew was circulating around the ancient Aegean. Because of recent analyses at the Rockefet Cave and Göbekli Tepe, there is strong data to suggest that elixir had Stone Age roots, and I now have it on good authority from the world's preeminent beer scientist here in the heart of Bavaria that ancient brewmasters could very well have concocted a psychedelic potion spiked with ergot. But it's gotten us no closer to a definitive answer at Eleusis. If none of Calliope's Papangeli's vessels at the archaeological site in Greece can be tested, we may never know the actual contents of the kukion. With the sky blackening and the rain unchanged from when I first arrived, Zarnkal kindly drops me off at the Freising train station. He directs me straight to Augustinerbrau, the oldest independent brewery in Munich, founded in 1328, where I've been instructed to try the Edelstoff lager. About an hour later, I'm plopped onto the wooden bar stool in the packed dining room, still shivering from the bitter cold. As I sip the golden hells from a fat German beer stein, one name keeps coming to my mind. Triptolemus. The royal demigod personally dispatched by the Lady of the Grain to civilize the Mediterranean. According to the hymn to Demeter, he was supposed to teach the art of agriculture to all humankind, but we know from the DNA and material evidence that farming had already spread across Europe thousands of years before the erection of Demeter's temple at Eleusis. People already knew how to tend the land, so what was his real job? The Eumolpids and Kerkyes, the hereditary officiants who controlled the mysteries and collected their clerical dues from the start, probably didn't like it, but Triptolemus took off on his flying dragon cart for what Ruck calls a proselytizing mission. For those pilgrims who could afford it, the journey to Eleusis could always happen over the 2,000 years of the site's activity. But for those who could not, there had to be alternatives. After the conquest of Alexander the Great, the Hellenic influence over the ancient world stretched from modern-day Spain in the west to Afghanistan in the east. Any Greek speaker would have been welcomed into the mysteries, but the distance for some was simply prohibitive. So maybe it wasn't the grain that was the focus of Triptolemus's roaming lesson, but what grows on the grain, and how the ergot and humanity's first pets could be manipulated through Zarnkal's, quote, controlled contamination to deliver a potion that promised immortality. If brewing really is the oldest biotechnology on the planet, and if potentially fatal hallucinogens were in the mix, then it would have taken highly trained specialists to pass that skill along. If the kukion made it outside the sacred precinct in Eleusis, then hard, archaeobotanical evidence of the ritual drink should have survived somewhere in the vast Greek-speaking world of the ancient Mediterranean. And if Wasson, Hoffmann, and Ruck were right about ergot as the active ingredient, then there should be evidence of that too. Nothing less will settle the vicious debate about the best-kept secret in the history of Western civilization. For centuries, all the professionals on the relentless hunt for the kukion have come up empty-handed, no stone left unturned. But if Heinrich Schliemann, Milman Parry, or Michael Ventris left any legacy with their brilliant, paradigm-changing discoveries, it's that the professionals aren't always looking in the right place or speaking the right language. No matter how advanced your ancient Greek, if something turns up at an archaeological site in a remote corner of the Mediterranean with a shunned, modern language, the professionals might never hear about it, nor the public for that matter. Sometimes, the evidence has to just sit there, waiting 20 years for somebody to take notice. Chapter 7. The Cucchion of Catalonia. As I approached the Benedictine Abbey of Saint-Père de Galligan, I paused to enjoy the February sun breaching the cypress trees and reflecting off the bright limestone ashlars of the rectangular facade. Under a grand rosette, the church's main entrance features 5 archivolts that recess into the medieval darkness. Where they meet spiraling columns a few feet overhead, stone gargoyles beckon me into the chilly, damp interior. Here in Girona, an hour and a half up the Spanish coast from Barcelona, construction of this Romanesque building began in 1131. The local branch of the Archaeological Museum of Catalonia chose this picturesque landmark as its home in 1857. I would later learn that a scene from Game of Thrones was shot here, which makes perfect sense in retrospect. The whole monastery looks like something out of a fable, the perfect venue to come face to face with some very old secrets. It is excruciatingly difficult to track down hard, undisputed evidence of hallucinogenic beer in the Mediterranean during the life of the Mysteries, circa 1500 BC to AD 392. But after years of searching, and months of poring over a neglected monograph in the world's largest library back home in Washington, D.C., I'm finally closing in on the motherlode. Ever since my meeting with Martin Zarnkow in Germany, I've been emailing with Dr. Enriqueta Pons, the former head of this museum and longtime director of excavations at an archaeological site 30 minutes to the north called Mas Castellar de Pontos. From 450 to 400 BC, Greek colonists built the oldest structures on the ancient complex that rises above the Empordà plain on a grassy plateau, 17 kilometers from the coast of modern-day Empúries. The ancient Greeks called it Emporion, founded in 575 BC by pioneers from the Anatolian port city of Phocaia in Ionia, the western coast of modern-day Turkey. Experts in long-distance trade, these same Phocaians, the so-called Vikings of antiquity, first established Massalia, now Marseille in France, around 600 BC, and after Emporion, they would move on to Elia, now Velia, in southern Italy, around 530 BC. The Greek Vikings appear to have gotten along well with the indigenous Iberian community, the Indigetes, who liked the exotic goods that their new seafaring friends brought from the east. For their part, the Phocaians won another important foothold in the ever-growing network of colonies here in the western Mediterranean. They were an intensely spiritual people. Not surprisingly, religion shows up in Emporion from the very beginning. In antiquity, the city was known for its temple dedicated to Artemis of Ephesus, which is yet to be excavated. A cult statue of Asclepius, the Greek god of healing and drugs, has survived from his ancient sanctuary. The Pentelic and Parian marble, which could only have been imported from the Greek homeland, stands proudly in the Archaeological Museum of Empúries. Several drachma, or Greek coins, have been recovered from the area as well. From the 3rd century BC, they show the head of Persephone. In 2008, a ceramic kernos was unearthed during ongoing excavations. It is a colonial variation of the very same vessels that were used to mix the Cucchion, now on display in the Archaeological Museum of Eleusis. The Empúries kernos has 3 cups topping a circular base and dates back to the 5th century BC. The curators believe the discovery of many such vessels in this region of Spain is intriguing evidence of an ancient mystery cult linked to Demeter and Persephone. At some point, elements of this Phocaian religion traveled inland to Mas Castellar de Pontos, where echoes of the Eleusinian mysteries intensify. Following the original Greek settlement in the 5th century BC, the indigenous Iberians added a fortified outpost in the early 4th century. Thereafter, what Pons calls a Hellenistic farmstead dominated the site under heavy Greek influence, flourishing from about 250 to 180 BC, when it was likely destroyed by the Romans. The 3 phases of occupation, Greek colonists, Iberian villagers, and Hellenistic farmers, are clear from Pons's systematic excavations that began in 1990. Over the past 30 years, she has unearthed a number of subterranean grain silos framing a densely urbanized housing complex that sits at the top of a large open field surrounded by woods. Though much of the 6-acre site remains unexplored, Pons' surveys indicate as many as 2,500 silos still underground. She concludes, the settlement acted as a place for the concentration, distribution, and trading of agricultural surpluses. Like the bustling import-export business over at Emporion, or the massive grain silo that Calliope Papangeli showed me on the archaeological site of Eleusis, 1,500 miles to the east, Mas Castellar de Pontos made a fitting home for the Lady of the Grain and her daughter, the Queen of the Dead. As a matter of fact, the links between the Greek farm and Eleusis are hard to avoid. In one of the excavated silos, numbered 101, Pons discovered the disembodied terracotta head of a female deity. The face is cocked slightly to the right, her hair pulled back in a bun. Deposited with her was an unguentarium, or oil container, which is elsewhere associated with graveyards. The vestiges of a fire pit were identified with 3 different types of wood: silver fir, oak, and Scotch pine. Each of the species grew in the mountains, some distance from the archaeological site. Mixed in with the trees were the remains of olive, millet, and barley. Together with the ritual items, Pons found a treasure trove of artifacts, all dating to the 3rd century BC, including 9 Greco-Italic amphoras. The terracotta goddess and oil container appear to have been intentionally buried in the silo as an offering to the underworld, leading Pons to identify the head as Demeter or Persephone, sometimes called Kore. The archaeologist says the cave-like silo, once used to stockpile grain, had been converted into a sacred, subterranean chamber. It is strangely reminiscent of the hollowed-out rock shelter below the Greek Orthodox Church overlooking the ruins of Eleusis, where Persephone was said to emerge from Hades during the reenactment of the Mysteries. 2 related finds only further confirm the connection to Eleusis. In another silo, numbered 28, 5 ceramic themiateria, or incense burners, were unearthed in 1979. One of them has been perfectly restored, showing the bust of a female deity. Dating to the 3rd century BC, the artifact shows a woman's face centered between fins on either side of the vessel, the top of which is a shallow basket for capturing incense. Pons identifies the goddess as Demeter, though Persephone cannot be ruled out. In addition, some relationship between Mas Castellar de Pontos and the Mysteries seems all but certain from the discovery of a kalathos, or Greek storage vessel, at the nearby site of San Julia de Ramis, just north of Girona. Dating from 225 to 175 BC, the ceramic is cracked and damaged, but the iconographic relief projecting from its surface is well preserved. Under a handle on the right, a woman's head emerges from the side of the vessel. She too is likened to Demeter or Persephone, mainly because of the figure who straddles a flying dragon cart to her left. It's the same Triptolemus on the same winged, snake-drawn chariot that I saw during my visit to the Archaeological Museum of Eleusis. No different from the Triptolemus pictured on the British Museum Schiphos from Capua, Italy. What is he doing here in Spain? Images of Demeter's royal missionary are, of course, common in Greece, and relics of Greek mystery cults in that part of southern Italy known as Magna Graecia, Great Greece, are not unusual at all. Ever since the 8th century BC, the region was the main target of ancient Greek colonization. But Spain? That's another thing altogether. If Calliope Papangeli hung this Iberian Triptolemus next to her Greek Triptolemus in Eleusis, no one would believe it came from a world away. How did the vessel end up here, on the secluded shores of the Greek-speaking world? Does it mean the Mysteries, or some local interpretation thereof, were really celebrated this far from Eleusis? It's a question most classicists aren't even trained to ask. Aside from Magna Graecia, the ancient Greek frontier settlements are woefully neglected in the traditional curriculum. I never even heard of Emporion, or Mas Castellar de Pontos, until I picked up the hunt for Greek-inspired graveyard beers around the Mediterranean. Why look beyond Greece when you could spend a lifetime reading the overwhelming amount of literature produced during the golden age of Athens? Understandably, that's where the focus of education and scholarship lands, but it comes at a terrible cost. For a secret as intractable as Eleusis, we need to think outside the box and explore every nook and cranny of the ancient world. Fortunately, a handful of classicists are at least open to the possibility that southern Italy wasn't the only rich environment for potential initiates of the mysteries. Though she doesn't write about Mas Castejar de Pontos in any detail, Dr. Denise Demetriou at the University of California, San Diego, does describe Emporion as both a, quote, major economic center and a multi-ethnic environment whose very existence stimulated cross-cultural interactions with the indigenous populations. As with other axes of trade and commercial activity across the former Greek-speaking Mediterranean, a peculiar mixture of religious influences in Catalonia was only natural. Far from Athens, it would make the ideal home for experimentation and, just maybe, the revelation of the Kukian psychedelic recipe that the officials in Eleusis tried so hard to protect. According to Demetriou, religion in a cosmopolitan capital like Emporion was, quote, more flexible than back home in Greece, which meant the usual exclusivity of cult wasn't always so strictly enforced. She points to Delphi and Olympia as examples of, quote, open access sanctuaries, where visits by the inexperienced would be facilitated by special liaisons. If Mas Castejar de Pontos was an open access sanctuary, then the mysteries of Eleusis would have been the most logical rites over which the Greeks and the locals would have found common ground. According to classicist François de Polignac, underworld cults like Demeter's, with her agrarian or even funerary connotations, had a universal quality. Like the prehistoric skull cult from Anatolia, the mysteries promised a temporary return to a more primitive life and a period before the establishment of the city. For their part, the mother-daughter duo of Demeter and Persephone offered, quote, a familiar face to the locals, who might have known them by another name. In order to initiate the homesick Greeks or the curious Catalonians into the secrets of Eleusis, however, a dedicated sanctuary would have been integral to the ritual experience. As it turns out, that's exactly what Dr. Enriqueta Pons uncovered. By 1997, she had already made excellent progress on the residential area of the Greek farm. A main street cuts down the middle, separating two living quarters on either side. One of the larger units measures almost 250 square feet and is described by Pons as a, quote, domestic chapel for an agrarian cult. Located in a private home, the chamber was managed by women and equipped for domestic activities, but it was also designed to become the scene of initiation rituals, where Demeter or Persephone might appear to the devotees, along with their departed ancestors. The archaeologist calls it a, quote, shared space for the human to come into contact with the divine, or the dead to speak to the living. The methods by which this lost mystery cult would communicate with the underworld can be fairly well reconstructed from the material finds. In the very center of the room, Pons discovered a large rectangular hearth. She uses the Greek word, eschara. The burnt bones of 3 female dogs were found in a circular, clay-coated ditch over 6 feet in diameter. Pieces of an elegantly carved column of Pentelic marble, complete with an Ionic capital, were reassembled to form a 2-foot altar. On top, a rectangular cavity charred by flames showed signs of knife and axe cuttings, evidence of bloody sacrifice. Like the statue of Asclepius in Empúries, the expensive marble was proven by petrographic analysis to have originated at the Mount Pentelicus quarry outside Athens. Interestingly, 10 miniature chalices were scattered all over the chapel and adjoining rooms, and 2 mills were unearthed along with crockery, not only for the grinding and cooking of grain, but also for the brewing of a very special beer. Altogether, Pons interprets the domestic chapel as a holy place where dog sacrifice was combined with ceremonial purifications and ritual drinking. Elsewhere in Bronze Age Iberia, the archaeologist notes that dogs were often buried in graves as part of the grave goods. In ancient Greece, dogs were also associated with the afterlife, where they marked the 3 distinct phases of the immortal journey: the passage from life to death, the time spent in the underworld, and the return to life as a spirit. The most famous hellhound was Cerberus, the three-headed dog who belonged to Hecate. As the mother of Circe and patron goddess of witchcraft, Hecate had a number of canine epithets: the dog consumer, kunosphages, the dog leader, kunegetes, the dog lover, philoskoulax, and the black bitch, kuon melaina. Canine sacrifices in her honor were common in ancient Greece, but Hecate also had a profound relationship to the mysteries. In the hymn to Demeter, Hecate with her blazing torches is the only goddess who aids Demeter on the desperate search for her missing daughter, and she alone can accompany Persephone through the land of the dead. Trying to figure out what it all meant, Pons continued her rigorous work on the peculiar domestic chapel for years. She is a native Catalan speaker, so most of her finds are first published in the language that is a source of great pride among the fiercely autonomous Catalonians. The people who gave the world Antoni Gaudí and Salvador Dalí unilaterally declared their independence from Spain in a 2017 referendum that landed a dozen Catalonian political leaders in jail. As their public trial gets underway during my visit, protests and demonstrations are erupting all over Spain. Throughout her career, Pons's unwavering decision to write in Catalan has been a rebellious act that puts her scholarship at serious risk of being ignored by the global academic community, where the lingua franca in classics, history, and archaeology is English, French, or German. Even among the Romance languages, Catalan is only the sixth most spoken, trailing behind Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, and Romanian. In an effort to bring some attention to this Greek colony in the backcountry of Catalonia, Pons finally relented. In 2010, she published a brief article about the dog sacrifice in a French journal, followed in 2016 by a longer treatment in English, which became one chapter in a book organized by the State University of New York. There, the archaeologist details the results of excavations on additional underground silos. In one case, Silo 137, quote, numerous drinking vessels were unearthed, suggesting a celebration consisting of a collective banquet. It harkens back to Brian Hayden's feasting model from the last chapter. Ever since the Stone Age, those who drink together stick together. But there's also a spiritual aspect here. Mixed in with the charred barley and animal remains was a spectacular bell-shaped crater or vase featuring a komos, the ritualistic nocturnal procession named after the son and cupbearer of Dionysus. More appropriate for an Athenian dining room than a subterranean chamber in ancient Catalonia, this crater shows the god of ecstasy as the guest of honor at this drunken parade. Looking back over the past 30 years of Pons's excavations, the intersection of the Eleusinian mysteries and Mas Castellar de Pontos is overpowering. The 2,500 grain silos, the terracotta head and incense burner depicting Demeter, Persephone, the ceramic vessel of their chief missionary, Triptolemus, the drunken symposium on the Dionysian vase, abundant evidence of underworld offerings and dog sacrifice within the domestic chapel and subterranean pits, all closely related to the goddess's sidekick Hecate. The entire Eleusinian cast of characters is in attendance. Strangely, I didn't know about any of it when I reached out to Pons in November 2018. The only reason I contacted her in the first place was to make sure my Catalan wasn't playing tricks on me. Did she really find archaeobotanical evidence of a psychedelic beer? And why did no one else who was supposed to know such things ever hear about it? Not Zarnkel or McGovern, not Fritz Graf or any of the top-notch classicists I'd been consulting for years, not even Ruck. Unlike her work on the canine ritual, Pons's potential bombshell was never published in any of the mainstream academic journals for English, French, or German speakers. Many months before landing here in Catalonia, I came across her obscure discovery only by accident in the course of my slow, tedious, and often discouraging hunt for hard data on hallucinogenic graveyard beers in the ancient Mediterranean. That research took years in itself and always felt like a blind alley. But I pressed on, because just when I was about to lose hope, the faintest pattern began to emerge. And for some inexplicable reason, all the clues kept leading in the same direction. Spain. There was the intriguing find at Eberdingen-Hochdorf, a Celtic settlement southeast of Stuttgart dating to the 5th and 4th centuries BC. From soil samples, the eminent archaeobotanist Hans Peter Sticke of the University of Hohenheim identified seeds of the vision-inducing henbane, Hyoscyamus niger, together with germinated whole barley grains. It suggested a psychedelic brew, especially since the same henbane would later be used in the pre-Reformation hallucinogenic Groot ales in the same region of Germany. But the combination of consumption of the two ingredients, barley and henbane, could not necessarily be proven. Writing in 2010, Sticke ultimately thought a henbane-infused beer was pure speculation. But it's a reasonable avenue of pursuit. Pliny credited the appearance of henbane to Hecate's pet, Cerberus, from whose urine the plant first sprung from the earth. The Greek naturalists referred to the plant as herba apollinaris, herb of Apollo, claiming that the Pythia priestesses at Delphi inhaled the smoke of smoldering henbane seeds to produce their oracular visions. Another ancient term for the species, pythonion, cements the connection. So, add henbane to the barley meal and laurel leaves discussed earlier as one more psychedelic candidate for the magic at Delphi. Henbane is a member of the Solanaceae family, which, in addition to the more familiar tomato, potato, and tobacco, also includes mandrake, Mandragora officinarum, deadly nightshade, Atropa belladonna, and black nightshade, Solanum nigrum. The so-called nightshades are among the most poisonous plants in Europe. Starting with Hecate and the Pythia in ancient Greece, they became so synonymous with black magic in the Middle Ages and Renaissance that, even through the 19th century, the nightshades were still easily anthropomorphized as witches and whores. They were also regarded as the key psychedelic ingredients of the witch's flying ointment that we will review in the next part of this investigation. After the henbane lead, I came across 3 intriguing reports from Spain, all from the early 2000s and all published in either Spanish or Catalan. First, a ritual pit at Prats in Andorra, the tiny country between France and Spain, turned up archaeochemical evidence of calcium oxalate or beerstone in several ceramic pots. In addition, the researchers discovered an unidentifiable species of mushroom wrapped in fern fronds and 8 seeds of jimsonweed, Datura stramonium. Like its sister nightshades, jimsonweed contains a number of visionary and potentially fatal tropane alkaloids, atropine, scopolamine, and hyoscyamine. An intriguing find, but the site dated far too early, 1600 BC, for Greek colonization. The second report pushed the clock back even further. The alkaloid hyoscyamine and traces of barley beer were recovered from the undisturbed burial cave at Calvari d'Amposta in Tarragona, south of Barcelona. The hyoscyamine could have come from any of the sinister nightshades. Dating to 2340 BC, the remains were interpreted as, quote, a hallucinogenic beer that was consumed during the mortuary ceremonies. The third report was the most exciting. As part of a similar barley-based mixture, the same witchy hyoscyamine was again detected in a luxurious tomb at the necropolis of Las Ruedas in north-central Spain, outside Valladolid. Unlike the others, these remains dated to the pre-Roman Celtic population known as the Vaxians from the 2nd century BC. The depth of contact between the Greek coastal colonies in Spain and the local tribe at the Pintia archaeological site so far inland is unknown. But for some reason, the special brew was hiding out in yet another Iberian version of the Eleusinian Kernos. It wasn't the only Kernos recovered from the site, but it was the only one that tested positive for the psychedelic graveyard beer. Just like the Impurias Kernos unearthed in 2008, the vessels at Pintia instantly point to the mysteries. Years of searching for an ancient specimen of hallucinogenic beer had finally paid off. When I pinpointed the evidence at the necropolis of Las Ruedas sporting an explicit Greek connection, I set my sights on Spain. With the archaeobotanical and archaeochemical data from Prats and Tarragona establishing a couple thousand years of extreme brewing in this part of the ancient world, my interest skyrocketed. The excavators of the necropolis of Las Ruedas didn't mince words in the 2003 publication of their organic residue analysis. The psychotropic beer was consumed by, quote, an elite class of warriors during a funeral feast, with the clear intent of propelling an otherworldly journey to the beyond. The team interprets the specific tomb where the psychedelic kernos was used as the site of an Iberian devotio, a bizarre ritual whereby soldiers took their own lives in a mystical tradition that guaranteed, quote, the divine protection of their chief or general. Western Indo-Europeans with a death cult and psychedelic graveyard beer, contemporaneous with Eleusis. What an amazing confluence of ideas. It's tempting to recognize a Stone Age precedent for the sacrament at the necropolis of Las Ruedas. The trail could stretch, if not all the way back to the Rockefet Cave in Göbekli Tepe, then at least to the unknown botanical experts of prehistoric Anatolia, perhaps the same ones who inspired the Minoan ritual cocktail that Patrick McGovern chemically confirmed at Grave Circle A in Mycenae, or the potion he resurrected from the Phrygian tomb at Gordium, by which the deceased king was, quote, royally ushered into the afterlife with a psychoactive Midas touch. The ancient Greeks weren't the only Indo-Europeans who would have inherited the unique brew, after all. Any of the Indo-European Celts, such as the Vaxians, would have made equally good stewards of the tradition. Interestingly, recent DNA studies have proven that the Catalonians can trace their roots to the arrival of Anatolian Neolithic-associated ancestry, a, quote, pioneer colonization of farmers from the east who settled the peninsula as early as 5,475 BC. Modern Spaniards derive about half of their genetics from these Stone Age agriculturalists. Even more interesting, the oldest archaeobotanical and archaeochemical evidence of beer consumption in all of Europe was discovered in 2006 at the very same place this Anatolian signal appeared in the ancient Iberian DNA, the Neolithic burial cave of Kon Sadurní, just southwest of Barcelona. Together with malted grain on a stone hammer and anvil, calcium oxalate was recovered from a jar on site that dated to about 3,470 BC. The beer from Kon Sadurní rivals some of the earliest beer finds in ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, the same period that coincides with the development of the written word around 3200 BC, when history as we know it begins. Did the Iberian beer come with those Anatolian farmers whose DNA is recorded in Western Europe 2 millennia earlier? If so, why wouldn't their craft brew survive another few thousand years? Under Kon Renfrew's Anatolian hypothesis, the Vaxian Celts at the necropolis of Las Ruedas could have inherited not only the language, but also the biotechnology and peculiar religion that the Proto-Indo-Europeans had perfected in their prehistoric homeland of Stone Age Turkey. When Triptolemus showed up on the shores of Catalonia after the founding of the Eleusinian Mysteries, he may have been surprised to learn that his services weren't needed. The locals already knew how to brew beer and spike it with the kind of magical plants that might allow them to accompany their deceased loved ones to the other side, albeit temporarily. Aside from Magna Graecia, if ever there were a captive audience for the mysteries on the European continent, it was in northeastern Spain. All the raw material was already there, like long-lost cousins swapping recipes passed down by a common great ancestor. The Indo-European Greek colonists from Phocaea who made landfall at Emporion in the 6th century BC and infiltrated Catalonia for centuries may have reintroduced the Indo-European Iberians to a very delicate technique. What Ruck calls the secret of secrets, and what Martin Zarnkow refers to as the controlled contamination of a volatile fungal parasite that turns healthy grain into mad grain, Tollkorn in German, to produce an LSD beer, a welcome addition to all the nightshade beers in the region. In the process, the reunited relatives appear to have constructed the Eleusis of the West for any locals who couldn't afford the trip to Athens. In all the relevant studies from the early 2000s, the name of one young archaeobotanist kept popping up, Jordi Juan Tresserras, from the University of Barcelona. In the summer of 2018, I started reading everything he ever wrote and eventually came across a paper from 2000 in the peer-reviewed Spanish-language journal Complutum. It was a summary of his and other drug-related archaeological findings across Iberia. Stuffed into the middle of the 9-page article was a single paragraph about an apparently unremarkable discovery. Quote, the remains of ergot sclerotia at Mas Castellar de Pontos in not one, but 2 different artifacts connected to Pons's iconic domestic chapel. The fungus was found embedded between several teeth of a human jawbone. Microscopic evidence of the same organism was additionally identified in one of the miniature chalices that once contained a special beer. Given the cultic context of the area where both relics were unearthed in 1997, Juan Treserras linked whatever potion filled the tiny cup to the consumption of the Kukian during the mysteries of Eleusis. After all, ergot played a fundamental role in the ancient Greek rites, according to Gordon Wasson, and no less a scientific expert than Albert Hofmann had explained how the entheogenic alkaloids in ergot, like the water-soluble ergine and ergonovine, could have easily been separated from the toxic alkaloids. In his bibliography, Juan Treserras listed a Spanish version of The Road to Eleusis published in Mexico in 1980 that I didn't even know existed. Given all the leads for psychedelic graveyard beer emerging from ancient Iberia over the past 20 years, I wasn't necessarily surprised, but the scientific identification of ergot was absolutely unique and almost too good to be true. So, I followed the trail of breadcrumbs to the only published material that ever presented the full archaeological background of the Catalonian Kukian, a massive 635-page tome published in 2002 as a complete record of Enriqueta Pons's tenacious work at Pontos from 1990 to 1998. To this day, the monograph has only ever been published in Catalan. I was able to find a copy at the Library of Congress, where I dove into one of Indo-European's most distinctive tongues for days. Next to the altar of Pentelic marble, amid the charred skeletons of sacrificed dogs, Pons's team chanced upon the lower right jawbone of an adult male between the ages of 20 and 25. 4 teeth were intact, 3 were missing. They date it from between 200 and 175 BC. Juan Treserras analyzed 2 samples of tartar for any microscopic vegetal remains. Together with minerals like quartz and basalt, the silica phytoliths, calcium oxalate crystals, starch grains, and microcarbons all indicated a cereal-based diet. But more intriguing for the archaeobotanist was the presence in both samples of ergot, which is sejul banyut in Catalan. How to explain this out-of-place jawbone in a ceremonial chamber that Juan Treserras calls, quote, a sanctuary dedicated to Demeter and Kore Persephone? That the ergot was ingested seems clear, leading the scientists to only 2 possible interpretations: accidental or intentional consumption. The former would have occurred in the wake of an infected harvest, just as in the frequent bouts of ergotism or St. Anthony's fire throughout the Middle Ages. The latter would, of course, make sense as part of a ritual associated with entheogenic drinks, like the Kukian. Interestingly, Juan Treserras did not detect any ergot in the 2 mills where Pons believes the grain was prepared and the beer was brewed. So there doesn't appear to have been an accidental ergot outbreak. The intentional consumption hypothesis gains traction from the very existence of the jawbone in a sacred enclosure where no other human remains were recovered. Whenever a skull shows up, some very ancient religion is at play. Over a couple of dense pages in the Catalan monograph, Juan Treserras charts the various death cults that have been archaeologically cataloged across the Celtic strongholds of the British Isles, Belgium, France, and Spain, where defleshing of corpses, ritual decapitation, and decorative skulls are all attested. He entertains the possibility that the jawbone from the domestic chapel belonged to, quote, an exceptional person, a, quote, initiate, whose skull had some special significance to the members of the cult. Likewise, Pons believes the jawbone was used in rituals for making contact with dead ancestors. Whatever took place in the sanctuary, she discerns a mix of Greek, Celtic, and indigenous Iberian influences. As a meeting place for distant Indo-European cousins, could Mas Castellar de Pontos be evidence of the same skull cult discovered at Göbekli Tepe? The German Archaeological Institute believes the crania at the world's first temple were deliberately manipulated for ritual display. Dated some 8,000 to 9,000 years before Pons's excavations in Catalonia, the prehistoric skulls are thought to represent a primitive version of ancestor veneration and, quote, the interaction of the living with the dead, exactly what Pons sees in Iberia. Under Colin Renfrew's Anatolian hypothesis, did elements of the Stone Age religion really survive for thousands of years by means of a missing Proto-Indo-European language, only to wind up on the other side of the European continent? And is the graveyard beer the elusive cipher that finally unlocks the deepest mysteries and real purpose of ancient sites as diverse as Göbekli Tepe, Eleusis, and Mas Castellar de Pontos? It all comes down to that miniature chalice and its special beer. Under the radar of all the professional academics who basically ignore anything published in Catalan, Juan Tresserras was able to dissect an archaeobotanical clue that just may vindicate a scorned hypothesis from 1978 about the original contents of the ancient Greek koukion and the best-kept secret in the history of Western civilization. Martin Zauncal's intuition that prehistoric brewers could have created an ergot-infused beer for special occasions seemed well supported. Informed speculation, but speculation nonetheless. When I finally read Juan Tresserras' analysis of the ancient contents of the tiny cup unearthed near the jawbone, however, everything changed. On the gilded dome of the main reading room in the Library of Congress, the lantern's female figure, a symbol of human understanding, is depicted lifting the veil of ignorance from her face. I could feel her glaring down at me as the first hard evidence for the hypothesis that tanked Ruck's career hit me right in the chest. At the tail end of his PhD studies, Juan Tresserras had access to one of the most equipped research and development laboratories in Europe at the University of Barcelona. Now called the Science and Technology Centers, Centros Científicos y Tecnológicos, or CCITUB, the facilities spread across 4 campuses specialize in chemistry, material science, and biosciences. They just celebrated their 30th anniversary in 2018. Using both optical microscopy and a scanning electron microscope, the archaeobotanist unveils the results of his 1997 study in poetic Catalan. Residues associated with a type of beer have been detected in good amounts. Remains of gelatinized starches with signs of enzymatic attack, yeasts, frustles of diatoms, something rather strange in such a small vessel. This find can be interpreted as either an offering of beer sediment or as the residue of a product that was used and or consumed. Regardless, the element to highlight is the presence of the remains of ergot sclerotia, claviceps, also identified in one of the human jawbones. This purple-colored mushroom has been associated with Demeter as well, especially because the color is associated with the goddess, and also because this fungus undergoes a cycle similar to the myth of Demeter and Persephone. After infecting the grain plant with ascospores, the purple-colored sclerotia that envelop the ears of the mature grain begin forming. At first, the sclerotia fall to the ground where they pass the winter and fruit with the first spring rains, forming little purple-colored mushrooms that release ascospores that, using the wind to intercede, wind up infecting the ears. The harvest of the ears infected with sclerotia and their later processing contaminate the grain with toxic alkaloids. The psychoactive alkaloids of ergot are basically derivatives of lysergic acid and have hallucinogenic effects. I immediately reached out to both Enriqueta Pons and Jordi Juan Tresserras. Both were equally taken aback by my interest in a 20-year-old discovery that had received only passing reference during a bygone moment of their careers. Right where she started in 1990, Pons was still leading the excavations at Mas Castellar de Pontos, and she welcomed my visit to the Benedictine Abbey of Saint-Père de Galligon. I had to see the miniature vessel and other artifacts for myself, but there was really only one person in the world who deserved a blind date with his potential smoking gun. So I called up a crazy old professor at Boston University and asked him to join me on a road trip. I step under the gargoyles to greet the squat, white-haired pawns and the current director of Girona's Archaeological Museum, Ramon Buxó. We communicate in Spanish, though I can hear the Catalan accent behind most syllables. A few minutes later, Ruck approaches the entrance with his longtime collaborator, Mark Hoffman, who has just escorted the 83-year-old classicist from the only parking spot we could find, a good mile from the cramped streets surrounding the medieval monastery. I introduce Ruck to the humble excavator who unearthed the 20-year-old evidence to support a 40-year-old theory in the last place anyone expected to find it. The now-aged scholar and pawns exchange a warm hug. At 6'3", Ruck towers over the archaeologist. The five of us exit the soaring nave of the Romanesque basilica and head for the rectangular cloister on the right. We ascend into the second story above the sacristy, where the Archaeological Museum is housed, and set up camp in a windowless conference room. There, on an unassuming desk with a navy tablecloth, waiting for our visit, are the goddesses. The incense burner and the disembodied terracotta head with the upswept hair, both rescued from the underworld grain silos, and both identified as Demeter Persephone. Beside them, a miniature chalice only a couple inches high, with a handle sticking out of either side. The Greeks would call it a kantharos, the ritual cup carried by Dionysus to induce his ecstasy. Pons clutters the table with 3 decades worth of data on the Greek farm 20 miles to our north. In page after page of carefully prepared color printouts, she walks me, Ruck, and Mark through every conceivable aspect of the site's topography. Schematics, field surveys, aerial photographs. She even slips me a USB drive with drone footage for later viewing. The excavator points out the hundreds of subterranean silos to the west of the residential area on the high plateau. And then she takes us on a virtual tour of the domestic chapel, explaining exactly where the miniature chalice and jawbone were uncovered, and where the grain was brewed for the sacrament of beer. She kindly gives me a copy of the 635-page monograph I'll no longer have to storm the Library of Congress to consult. Within a half hour, my brain is about to explode from the nonstop, real-time translation to keep Ruck up to speed. Buxó snaps on a pair of blue latex gloves and delicately places the tiny vessel in the palm of his hand. He offers it for Ruck's inspection the way a sommelier would present the cellar's most expensive vintage. As far as the archaeological fieldwork and scientific analysis conducted thus far is concerned, Ruck is staring at the ancient container for a psychedelic graveyard beer that was brewed in the early 2nd century BC by displaced Greek witches or their pupils. Initiates of the mysteries of Eleusis? Perhaps. Magicians, healers, and prophets with a noble Greek pedigree? As we're about to find out, absolutely. Ruck is withdrawn. I want to know what he thinks of the solitary cup he traveled an ocean and 4 decades to see, but I decide to let him process for a few minutes. We stretch our legs and amble into the museum proper to examine the altar of Pentelic marble, quarried outside Athens and shipped all the way here to prepare Hecate's canine victims. To its left, in a display case dedicated to religion, I see the one artifact more than any other that screams the mysteries, Triptolemus. As I study the artifact, I recall Dr. Denise Demetriou's insight that commercial centers like Emporion or Mas Castejar de Pontos could very well have served as open-access sanctuaries, promising a rare glimpse of the Eleusinian secrets in the ancient Greek hinterland. If Demeter's missionary was here, it almost certainly means the Kukion came with him. From the archaeobotanical and archaeochemical data in Prats, Tarragona, and the necropolis of Las Ruedas, the ancient Iberians seem to have preferred the hallucinogenic nightshades to commune with the Lady of the Grain and their departed ancestors. In that case, was a Greek hand to blame for the presence of ergot in that tiny Greek vessel unearthed on the Greek farm? Did Pons and Juan Treserras stumble upon hard evidence of the elusive ingredient that the initiates of the mysteries were forbidden from talking about under penalty of death for close to 2 millennia? In the absence of any analysis of the many vessels recovered from Eleusis itself, is this how history's longest game of hide-and-seek comes to a close? I turn to the crazy old professor and usher him back into the windowless conference room for some alone time with the miniature chalice. We've all peppered Pons with questions over the past hour, so Ruck's reaction is long overdue. I hand him my copy of The Road to Eleusis and dive in. Okay, Professor, what do you make of all this? The gears had been spinning in Ruck's head since the moment we set foot inside the dank monastery. His answer came out in a long, run-on sentence, as if it were 1978, and the still-respected professor were back at his home office in Hull, Massachusetts, typing up a finishing thought for the prize manuscript that would rewrite history. Well, the most important part is where it was found, begins Ruck in that New England baritone, peering down into the chalice. It was a sacred place for ritual. The shape of the vessel is only used for the shape of the cup drunk by the god Dionysus himself, and considering where they were found, he refers to the other chalices scattered around the domestic chapel. They're not toys. They're drinking vessels, and the minuscule size of the vessels would indicate that what was drunk was a very powerful potion of some kind. The size makes it clear. A tablespoon was all you needed. This was not a dinner party of wine and hors d'oeuvres. And considering the fact that residue of ergot was found, it would seem to substantiate the idea that some kind of visionary ceremony for the grain goddess or Persephone was being celebrated in a household shrine. If all this shakes out, how do we face the fact that some Greek colonists in an important cult center of the ancient world, contemporaneous with the classical mysteries, were using drugs to find God? We should have no trouble with that, Ruck responds. It's time that we acknowledge our heritage. And that was it. No malice or hard feelings, just a slight tweak to the theory that Walter Burkert proposed a year before The Road to Eleusis scandalized the most senior discipline in the Academy. The same theory echoed by Fritz Graf and Calliope Papangeli in recent months as a drug-free Eleusis. In 1977, when Burkert speculated about prehistoric drug rituals at the basis of the mysteries, he wasn't stepping out on a limb. If the Neolithic Revolution really was the beer revolution, then humanity's oldest biotechnology could have existed almost 10,000 years before the Greek mysteries. Exactly when, we still don't know, but the initial findings from the Rockafet Cave and Göbekli Tepe keep pushing the dates closer and closer to the last ice age. It's the kind of antiquity that was unthinkable to Burkert's generation. Even without the benefit of today's archaeobotany and archaeochemistry, however, the esteemed German was still willing to attribute advanced botanical expertise to the archaic ancestors of the Greeks, whoever they turned out to be, and whenever their creative recipes transformed ordinary brewing into a psychedelic event. By definition, the spread of agriculture had to involve a profound relationship with the natural world. But familiarity with the flora that alter human consciousness was all but assured much earlier in the protracted history of our species, which is at least 300,000 years old and counting. This is not necessarily surprising, says archaeologist Scott M. Fitzpatrick, given that we have been hunters and gatherers for 99% of human history and would have come into contact with, consumed, and experimented with a wide array of plants. But we weren't the first on the scene. We now know for a fact that mastery over the Paleolithic pharmacopoeia transcended even our species. Our closest extinct relatives, the Neanderthals, lived from about 430,000 to 40,000 years ago. In 2012, the teeth of 5 such individuals discovered at El Cidrón Cave in northwest Spain were subjected to sequential thermal desorption gas chromatography mass spectrometry and pyrolysis gas chromatography mass spectrometry. The teeth provided molecular data for cooking and smoke inhalation over a wood-burning fire, as well as, quote, the first evidence for the use of medicinal plants by a Neanderthal. The chemical signatures of yarrow and chamomile were dated to a stunning 50,000 years ago. This new dental calculus evidence tends to support earlier suppositions about the use of medicinal, or at least hygienic, if not spiritually motivated psychoactive plants by Neanderthals well back into the Pleistocene, 2.58 million years ago to 9,700 BC. It is extremely likely that, as practicing naturalists and early-day ecologists, the Neanderthals must have known and appreciated all of their environment, since their very existence depended on it, and, as such, positive and negative experiences with various plants would have been passed down as part of Neanderthal ecological knowledge. According to Burkert, the expertise transferred for tens of thousands of years from Neanderthal to Neanderthal, and Stone Age Homo sapiens to Stone Age Homo sapiens somehow came to a dead stop at the Temple of Demeter. Without ever explaining how, the German scholar suggested that by the time these primitive rites arrived in Eleusis, the drugs had somehow vanished from the Festival of Immortality that seemed to guarantee some psychedelic beyond, that expansion of consciousness, a decadent escape from reality, was simply an embarrassing episode from the pre-Hellenic past. As John Silber would tell Ruck in 1978, the Greeks just wouldn't have done that sort of thing. The hard data of hallucinogenic beer at Mas Castellar de Pontos says otherwise. Rather than being replaced by one of Burkert's harmless substances, the original Stone Age sacrament seems to have survived well into the historical period within certain Indo-European traditions. Not just the Eastern branch, among the exotic Indians with their psychedelic soma, not just the Western branch, among the bloodthirsty vaccine Celts with their graveyard beer at the necropolis of Las Ruedas, but among bona fide Greeks who hailed from Phocaea as the Vikings of antiquity with a well-defined lineage. Some scholars may come along and object that the ergot-infused beer at Pons' Greek farm has nothing to do with Greece. Like Prats, Tarragona, and the necropolis of Las Ruedas, it's just another example of Celtic and Iberian extravagance, hardly emblematic of the architects of Western civilization. The Greeks had gotten mixed up with the wrong crowd. But on top of the archaeological finds that show Mas Castellar de Pontos to be immersed in an undeniably Greek context, it would be wise to recall the spiritual sophistication of the colonists who founded Emporion in the first place. They were far from merchants or traders in the ordinary sense. The Phocaeans embossed Persephone on their coins for a reason. They spent many centuries seeding Catalonia with very Greek ideas about her underworld and, much more important, how to access it. But Spain wasn't their only offshore venture. At the beginning of this chapter, Massalia was flagged as the Phocaeans' first colony around 600 BC. Emporion soon followed around 575 BC. Before their home on the Anatolian coast was taken over by the invading Persians, Herodotus says the Phocaeans packed up all the votive offerings from their temples and set sail. Their final headquarters would eventually take root in the heart of Magna Graecia. The now-defunct settlement of Velia, Italy, dates to 530 BC. There, the Phocaeans would give birth to a philosopher, but not just any philosopher. He was a magician, a healer, a prophet. According to the scholar Peter Kingsley, one of the few classicists worth reading aside from Ruck, the Greek genius known as Parmenides was among the first generation of children brought up by Phocaean parents in Velia, with the memories of Phocaea and the journey from Phocaea still running fresh in their blood. Why does that matter? Because the region known as Ionia, where Phocaea was located, left an indelible mark on the modern world. What astrophysicist Carl Sagan once described as the glorious awakening into the laws of nature that happened between 600 and 400 BC in the remote islands and inlets of the eastern Mediterranean. Thales, Anaximander, Theodorus of Samos, the earliest pioneers of science, were all the children of merchants. The enduring legacy of the Ionians are the tools and techniques they developed, said Sagan, which remain the basis of modern technology. But the legacy of the so-called pre-Socratics didn't stop there. Perhaps no single individual has done more for Greek branding over the past 2,500 years than Parmenides. Plato claimed the wizard from Velia as his personal guru. For Kingsley, there's no such thing as hyperbole when it comes to Parmenides. And there's no coming to grips with the history of philosophy or wisdom in the West without understanding him. He lies at the central nerve of our culture. Touch him, and indirectly you're in touch with everything else. He's said to have created the idea of metaphysics. It's said that he invented logic, the basis of our reasoning, the foundation of every single discipline that has come into existence in the West. His influence on Plato was immense. There's a well-known saying that the whole history of Western philosophy is just a series of footnotes to Plato. With the same justification, Plato's philosophy in its developed form could be called a series of footnotes to that man. Without Parmenides, there is no Socrates, Plato, or Aristotle. But like the first scientists from Ionia and the founders of Emporion, the man born to Phocian parents in southern Italy didn't come from Athens. That's simply not how Greece came to inflame the imagination of Western civilization. Maybe that's what Ruck means when he says it's high time to, quote, acknowledge our heritage. The same people who invented science also invented techniques for entering the underworld and communing with the immortals, whether gods, goddesses, or ancestors, techniques, that is, for becoming immortals themselves. The great religions of antiquity all converged in Ionia, where the Phocians were the beneficiaries of humanity's collective wisdom. They sat right on the end of the so-called royal road that led through Anatolia and Syria into the Persian Gulf, the caravan route that Kingsley calls a key point in the contact between ancient East and West. The Phocians were on the doorstep of history. They absorbed ideas from both of the proposed Indo-European homelands, the scions of the Neolithic agriculturalists, as well as the nomadic Central Asian shamans. They had regular contact with the high cultures of Egypt, Babylonia, Persia, and India. In the roiling Ionian marketplace of ideas, the Phocians seem to have perfected one essential trick for cheating the afterlife, a trick they tried to carry to the rest of the world, breaching the Strait of Gibraltar, according to legend. It was colonists from Phocaea, writes Kingsley, who sailed down the west coast of Africa and then up to France and England to Scotland and beyond. But as far as we know, only 3 Mediterranean colonies were lucky enough to receive the trick: Massalia, Emporion, and Velia. At the conclusion of this investigation, we will return to the Velians. In a strange twist to an already strange story, the Phocian community in Magna Graecia survived intact for hundreds of years after Parmenides. When the earliest Christians began celebrating their Eucharist up the coast in Rome, the Velians would insinuate themselves into the very foundations of the latest mystery religion, where the precious secret of how to die before you die was practiced by the first generations of Christians, the so-called Paleo-Christians, and later suppressed by the growing bureaucracy of a faith that chose to deny its Greek heritage. Ruck knows that, of course. Raised Catholic, he's been researching the origins of Christianity his entire career and writing about it since the early 2000s. The evidence at Emporion doesn't just implicate the ancient Greeks, it implicates their Phocian sister city in Velia. And, by a documented line of succession that we will explore, it implicates Rome. For the devotees of Jesus and the Catholic Church especially, the notion that their religion was midwifed by Greek-speaking Italian mystics with a spiked Eucharist could prove a very hard pill to swallow. But Ruck has been down this road before. So, even if it takes a little while for the evidence to come to light, the old professor is confident that a new generation of archaeochemists will be able to scientifically confirm the true nature of the original Eucharist in the years to come, and in the process, explain why the Paleo-Christians in southern Italy and other Greek-speaking pockets of the ancient Mediterranean would have embraced the religion of Jesus, not as something unfamiliar or unique, but a convenient take on the same mysteries that had coaxed their Greek ancestors to Eleusis for 2,000 years, and the same mysteries that had inspired their Greek cousins at Mas Castejar de Pontos to create their very own house temple with their very own home brew. More than 200 years before Jesus and his Last Supper brought the mysteries into the dining room, the Greeks in Iberia beat him to the punch. They and their fellow witches in southern Italy were paving the way for the world's biggest religion to find easy converts in every kitchen across the Roman Empire. In 1978, a lone classicist at Boston University tried to tell the world about this whole perverse idea, but the world wasn't quite ready. Before we leave the Benedictine Abbey of Saint-Père de Galligan, I have to ask Ruck one final question. Do you think this vindicates the past 40 years of your tortured life? He grinned. Well, it will certainly make some people unhappy, won't it? Epilogue to Part 1. No lawyer ends his 12-year hunt for evidence without calling in the expert witnesses. In May 2020, when this book had already been written and we found ourselves in the midst of a global experiment in social distancing, I called up the Godfather. Aside from being one of the smartest human beings I've ever known, Greg Naj is also one of the kindest. Ordinarily, I would just drop by the world's leading institution for the study of ancient Greece right here in Washington, D.C. But COVID-19 had us in uncharted waters. So there would be no 20-minute drive down Massachusetts Avenue, past the Vatican Embassy and the Clintons' Neo-Georgian mansion on Whitehaven Street, to see Harvard University's most esteemed professor of classical Greek literature. Since 2000, Naj has been the director of the Center for Hellenic Studies, which sits on a spectacular plot of land that was donated to Harvard by the Mellon family in 1961. And since we first met in 2015, whenever he wasn't teaching up in Boston, Naj would be there to answer rambling questions from a one-time aspiring classicist, breathlessly knocking on the door with each new discovery. When I approached the legendary professor with my idea of putting Ruck's absurd hypothesis to the 21st century test, Naj was immediately receptive. It was news to me, but he and the Harvard-educated Ruck were actually dear friends back in the day. Naj's wife was even once a student of Ruck. Boston was a smaller world in the 1970s and 80s. In the wake of the road to Eleusis, however, the two classicists parted ways and lost touch. Naj would soar to the very height of the profession. Ruck, for his original sin, would drift into obscurity. As a card-carrying Indo-Europeanist, Naj had always been sympathetic to Wasson's work on Soma, and from the start, he had little problem, at least conceptually, with a similar sacrament at work among the ancient Greeks. Open-minded though he was, Naj had no tolerance for bad scholarship, so to aid the investigation, he generously gave me access to the 65,000-volume private library at the Center for Hellenic Studies. And he arranged for me to obtain borrowing privileges from Harvard's equally exclusive mini-campus at Dumbarton Oaks in Georgetown. After years of following my progress, the call with Naj was a long time in the making. I'd already sent him all the updates from Spain, including the archaeobotanical data on the 2,200-year-old ergotized beer. The Hellenic presence at Mas Castellar de Pontos was self-evident. And to my relief, Enriqueta Pons's meticulous fieldwork allowed for an interdisciplinary reading of those Greco-Iberian mysteries as a curious echo of the Eleusinian mysteries that Naj found generally convincing. But the tougher question was whether Jordi Juan Treserras had gotten the science right. For that, Naj preferred another witness take the stand. So I made a quarantine date with Patrick McGovern, who was sheltering in place up in Philadelphia. I needed the opinion of the archaeochemist whose recreation of the Minoan ritual cocktail and Midas touch made this whole pursuit for the original Kukion seem like not a complete waste of my adult life. He knew many of the specifics already. When I first alerted him to Jordi's analysis in April 2019, McGovern was keen to review a, quote, detailed archaeobotanical report and the original photomicrographs that Jordi had taken of the ergot under optical microscopy and scanning electron microscope over 20 years ago. The road to archaeochemical glory is littered with the carcasses of false positives and misinterpretations, McGovern reminded me, and I needed to proceed cautiously. As just one example among many, consider the lack of consensus on Shakespeare's drug habit. In 2015, when the chemical signature of cannabis was reported on pipe fragments excavated from the garden of the most celebrated writer in the English language, the headlines went all in. Was William Shakespeare high when he penned his plays? Most media ignored the fact that the original identification of cannabinoids by gas chromatography mass spectrometry dated back to 2001 and was merely suggestive of cannabis. The more definitive results, which largely went unannounced, were nicotine, cocaine, and myristic acid, likely derived from nutmeg, which is psychedelic in high doses, supporting the view that, quote, at least one hallucinogen was accessible to Shakespeare in the 17th century. Short of exhuming the Bard of Avon's body, however, proving he actually smoked the spiked tobacco is pretty hard to do with 100% confidence. For the next year, I professionally harassed Jordi to scour his physical archives and computer for every scrap of paper and kilobyte of data that had anything to do with the ergotized beer at Mas Castellar de Pontos. In the mid-2000s, Jordi left archaeochemistry for a career in cultural heritage management, so asking him to drop everything for a stubborn American took some major arm twisting. But to his credit, on the infrequent visits to the beach house that held Jordi's scientific records, he would rip into that mountain of dusty boxes, hoping to turn up something of value. In the meantime, I reached out to Jordi's old mentor, the respected archaeologist Dr. Josep Maria Fulola, as well as the staff at the University of Barcelona's Science and Technology Centers, where the original analysis was performed. Fulola sent me a hard copy of Jordi's unpublished thesis from 1997, in which the young archaeochemist included a breakdown of the 2 samples taken from the jawbone of the initiate. The presence of ergot is clearly documented in the domestic chapel where the mysteries are believed to have taken place. But it wasn't enough. So, as 2019 gave way to 2020, I begged Jordi to do one last search for McGovern's detailed archaeobotanical report over the holidays. A couple weeks later, eureka! After more than 2 decades and a buried stack of notes, Jordi sent me his full analysis of both the jawbone and the miniature chalice, including a nice description of his methodology, instrumentation, and results. Once again, the presence of ergot is clearly documented, not only in the vessel itself, like Shakespeare's pipe, but in the human skull. It all points to some kind of hallucinogenic beer being not only prepared, but consumed. What neither Jordi nor the University of Barcelona could find were those photomicrographs, images of the microscopic ergot that would allow us to see what he saw and to confirm the hit. Then again, how could the mysteries end without a mystery? On the quarantine call, McGovern said the absence of those original pictures adds an element of uncertainty to Jordi's identification of ergot. McGovern has written elsewhere that a botanist or chemist, by definition, will always demand ever more definitive proof. But he also acknowledged that despite technological advances, archaeochemistry remains a discipline still very much, quote, trying to find its feet. And to this day, it is not entirely unusual for samples and data to go missing, including at the University of Pennsylvania and the most accredited institutions in Europe. It was also comforting to hear that McGovern takes no issue with Jordi's bona fides. From the mid-1990s to the mid-2000s, the Spanish archaeochemist was prolific. He contributed to dozens of scholarly and peer-reviewed publications, including a few that mentioned the graveyard beer from Mas Castellar de Pontos in passing. Jordi was a known entity. As McGovern himself records in his book, Uncorking the Past, the two of them even enjoyed a few drinks together at the first International Congress on Beer in Prehistory and Antiquity, which took place in Barcelona in 2004. Aside from bad scholarship, if there's one thing Greg Nage has no tolerance for, it's sloppy language. So, in deference to Harvard's classicist par excellence, I want to be exacting but fair. The archaeobotanical find in Catalonia doesn't automatically mean that Plato and the millions of initiates trekked to Eleusis for 2,000 years to drink beer laced with ergot. But, given all the material recovered from Mas Castellar de Pontos and its environs over the past 30 years by a dedicated and responsible archaeologist in Enriqueta Pons, I do see underworld cult activity that reeks of the Greek mysteries. And, given the intrepid work by Jordi Juan Tresserras of good repute, I have no reason to doubt his data. I don't think he's lying, and I don't think someone of his caliber mistook the ergot for something else. With complete confidence, can we say the Greek farm was founded by magicians, healers, and prophets as the Eleusis of the West, with the stated goal of drinking hallucinogenic beer on a regular basis? Not any more than we can say Macbeth was written on a psychedelic vision quest. That's not really how the historical sciences work. But somebody got high in Shakespeare's backyard. And it's not crazy to suggest that Mas Castellar de Pontos was a back door into Demeter's temple at Eleusis. If we're lucky, the mysteries could always decide to drop more clues. As this book was going to print, Jordi had a final surprise in store. The original ergot samples may in fact be stashed away at the University of Barcelona, he told me, awaiting fresh analysis by today's most advanced lab equipment. As soon as things settle down in Spain, one of the countries hit hardest by the pandemic thus far, the hunt will resume, and the saga will continue. In the meantime, Ruck is convinced that Pons and Jordi found the smoking gun. Aside from the archaeological context itself, the discovery of ergot-infused beer at Mas Castellar de Pontos fits an overall pattern of extreme brewing in Europe, already evident from the nightshade beers that were detected elsewhere in Spain and Andorra without controversy. The data from Tarragona, 2340 BC, Prats, 1600 BC, and the necropolis of Las Ruedas, 2nd century BC, shows that ancient beer was combined with visionary alkaloids over thousands of years. To the best of my knowledge, and until proven otherwise, the graveyard beers from Mas Castellar de Pontos and the necropolis of Las Ruedas represent the first scientific data for the ritual use of psychedelic drugs in classical antiquity. While similar data from the rest of the continent appears to be lacking, it's important to remember that the beer of yesterday was very different from the beer of today. In the absence of fermentable sugars from the grapes that were more abundant in the East, the old brewers of the north and west of Europe turned to honey, berries, and other fruits. They were constantly experimenting with different ingredients to create more intoxicating drinks. So, in addition to the nightshades, why not other mind-altering compounds? In a personal email, Hans-Peter Stieker from the University of Hohenheim's Institute of Botany assured me that, quote, the analyses of ceramic vessels is quite young. As the archaeochemical remains of beer continue to be found and tested outside Spain, he says, we might expect new results. Psychedelic results. Throughout most of Europe, the beer culture lasted from the Neolithic period, when the Stone Age Indo-European sacrament first arrived, likely from Anatolia, all the way until the rise of Christianity. In fact, the Roman conquest of places like modern-day Spain and France in the 2 centuries before the birth of Jesus was just as much cultural as political, where the wine of the Romans was regarded as the only civilized drink of choice, and a powerful tool, perhaps the best way to educate those savage Western Europeans like the Celts was to get rid of all their archaic, barbarian beer. The Romans inherited their taste for wine from the Greeks, and the Greeks had picked it up from the Canaanites and Phoenicians, who managed an active wine trade across the eastern half of the Mediterranean in the 1st and 2nd millennia BC. From its home in the Fertile Crescent and the Near East, winemaking may have followed the beer-making we trace to sites like the Rockafet Cave and Göbekli Tepe, but already by the Bronze Age with the Mycenaeans and their Minoan ritual cocktail, wine drinking was on the rise. As the Greeks started colonizing Italy in the 8th century BC, and classical Athens later came into its own, wine outpaced its prehistoric rival in those parts of the grape-friendly Mediterranean that are still famous for their vineyards today. In Anatolia, Greece, and Italy, beer slowly disappeared, and wine became the new sacrament for a new millennium. Just like the visionary beers to its west, even the Koukion couldn't escape the trend. No religion lasts very long without reformers and revolutionaries coming along to stir things up a bit. If an open-access sanctuary like Mas Castellar de Pontos is evidence of anything, it's that the secret recipe couldn't be bottled up in Eleusis forever. Much as the Eumalpids and Kerkyes wanted to maintain their monopoly over the primordial rites in Eleusis, the drugs were bound to leak out eventually. As the 2 lines of hereditary officiants faced competition from abroad, they also faced it at home. There were ancient Greeks who didn't necessarily want to put their life on hold for a couple years to endure the long initiation into the mysteries. Why make the expensive journey to taste a graveyard beer from the Stone Age when another sacrament was readily available at the Theater of Dionysus in downtown Athens, and not just there, but any mountain or forest where the wine god's devotees gathered to drink the grape potion? That's probably how Dionysus snuck his way into the Eleusinian proceedings in the first place. In my conversations with the Swiss classicist Fritz Graf, he confirmed how the sanctuary that had always belonged to the prehistoric goddesses suddenly assumed a Dionysian flair in the 5th century BC. If the god of ecstasy became the holy child born of Persephone, only to keep his anti-establishment fans from abandoning Demeter's temple, it was a clever move. But it wasn't enough. Over time, The pilgrims realized they didn't have to trek all the way to Eleusis. Eleusis could come to them, and the active ingredients that apparently fueled the mysteries for millennia could just as easily be dissolved into their preferred sacrament. According to Ruck, the so-called profanation of the mysteries is clear evidence of the movement that would replace beer with wine as the vehicle for the drugs. In a series of incidents that occurred in 414 BC, several patrons of the mysteries were caught initiating their dinner guests into the holiest secrets. Each ceremony was considered a blatant copy of Eleusis and a sacrilege worthy of death. The details of the accounts reveal that some kind of sacrament was being consumed in wealthy homes across Athens. Whatever it was, wine was essential to the mix. One of Socrates' most famous disciples, Alcibiades, was implicated in the scandal. Like some ancient Greek Edward Snowden, he was forced into exile following the confiscation of all his property. Had he returned to Athens, Alcibiades would have risked execution for disclosing Demeter and Persephone's big secret. The Greek state came down hard on these heretics. Once the love of Dionysus and his wine was set in motion, however, it couldn't be stopped. After all, there's a reason why beer isn't served in any Catholic, Orthodox, or Protestant church today. Had Jesus been born a few thousand years earlier, the Christians of the world would be throwing back a Christianized version of the Koukion every Sunday. But it wasn't meant to be. As we are about to explore in part 2 of this book, Jesus was born into the wine country of Galilee during the wine millennium, and no less influenced by the historical accident that made wine the premier beverage of the day, the first Christians in Anatolia, Greece, and Italy had already ditched their grain for the vine at a time when, just like the prehistoric beer we've managed to unearth so far, wine was a very different animal. If Ruck is right about the drugged beer at Eleusis, then his scholarship on drugged wine in ancient Greece takes on entirely new meaning. Because it was precisely this wine, he argues, that was used in the earliest and most authentic celebrations of the Christian Eucharist by people just like Alcibiades, people with no patience for Eleusis who were nevertheless in the market for real religious experience, no matter the cost. If the beer lovers at Mas Castellar de Pontos could brew their very own craft sacrament, then wine lovers everywhere could mix their very own nectar of the gods. According to Ruck, it was the same audience targeted by the gospel writers in St. Paul across the eastern half of the Greek-speaking Mediterranean in the 1st century AD, and especially groomed by the Greek-speaking Gnostics, whose holy text never made it into the New Testament, and whose oral tradition apparently carried a pharmacological secret. They all used the Greek language to create a new religion that, now as then, lives and dies on the ability to convince its believers that Christian wine is no ordinary wine. It is the blood of God that opens the gates of eternity, promising instant immortality. How did it do that? How did Christianity succeed in a Mediterranean world that was already full of magic wine? By tapping into some of the magic, Ruck believes. If there's any proof that the original Eucharist was actually psychedelic, then the hard evidence should be out there, lurking somewhere in the attics and basements of the old world, where no one even bothers to look anymore. So I'm off to Paris and Rome to find it, or get lost in the archives trying. Part 2. Mixing the Psychedelic Wine. Chapter 8. The Drug of Immortality. I'm in the shadow of the shimmering glass and metal pyramid occupying 11,000 square feet of the sprawling Cour Napoleon. I begin wading through far fewer visitors than I expected for such a picture-perfect Friday in Paris. Then, I remember it's mid-February, and the recent bout of yellow vest protest hasn't exactly been doing wonders for the tourism sector here in 2019. The anti-government movement that started over fuel prices has seen the country's most violent demonstrations since the 1960s, evoking comparisons to the French Revolution. Just a few weeks ago, the authorities deployed 89,000 security personnel across the country. In a rare, precautionary move, the largest art museum in the world was actually ordered to shut this iconic entrance. Today, however, the streets are quiet, and we're in luck. Dr. Alexandra Cadreanu, the curator of Greek ceramics for the Louvre, has graciously invited me and a special guest to examine 2 red figure vases from the 5th century BC. For years, I've been waiting to see them up close and personal. If the earliest Greek-speaking Christians really did inherit a psychedelic sacrament from the initiates of the mysteries, the relationship had to start somewhere. So, to put the Pagan Continuity hypothesis to the ultimate test, we're looking for anything that connects the ancient Greeks of the final centuries BC to the Paleo-Christians of the early centuries AD. The obvious link is wine. If Christianity really did base the Eucharist on a mind-altering drink that existed in the classical world at the time of Jesus, then our first task in this part of the investigation is to identify that original ancient Greek potion. We know the first Christians didn't traffic in beer, but the discovery of an ergot-infused brew at Mas Castellar de Pontos does show the incredible longevity of graveyard beers on the European continent. If they survived from the Stone Age to the birth of Christianity, and the whole concept of drug beverages is not just a figment of Ruck's imagination, then the long tradition of secret ingredients and hidden recipes could have easily found a home among the fans of Dionysus. If Demeter and Persephone's Kykeon was spiked with psychedelic alkaloids, then any wine circulating in the eastern half of the Mediterranean in the centuries leading up to Jesus could have contained any number of plants, herbs, and fungi as well. But this time around, we're not necessarily looking for ergot, which has such a unique relationship with grain. We're looking for anything psychoactive. Because the simple fact is that Greek wine of the era did not remotely resemble anything we would call wine. As we'll soon see, Ruck spends about 10 pages of The Road to Eleusis quoting a laundry list of ancient sources to rekindle the very mysterious reputation of the potion that replaced beer as the default sacrament of Western civilization. Among the ancient Greeks, wine is routinely described as unusually intoxicating, seriously mind-altering, occasionally hallucinogenic, and potentially lethal. In an age before distilled liquor, how was any of that possible? Why was Greek wine so strong? It's well established that fermentation comes to a sudden halt when the alcoholic content of wine or beer approaches about 15% by volume. Most yeasts can no longer survive past that natural barrier. They just die off, blocking any further production of the heady ethanol. So, something else had to give ancient wine its infamous kick. According to Ruck, the elixir known as thrima, that special wine mixed for the audience at the Theater of Dionysus we visited on the Acropolis, was only one such example of the Greeks' psychedelic know-how. Quote, "The Greek language did not distinguish between madness and inebriation," he writes in The Road to Eleusis, because Dionysus was the god of all inebriants and not of wine alone. Indeed, if the Greeks had been so obsessed with alcohol, surely they would have invented a word for it. But they did not. Unlike the other 60% of the English language borrowed from Greek and Latin, our word alcohol comes from the Arabic, alkol. The root, kehela, can mean to enliven or refresh. Like the drinkers of the graveyard beer at Mas Castellar de Pontos, however, the Greeks wanted more than a light buzz. As mentioned earlier, the objective of the Maenads, or female devotees of Dionysus, was the state of divine frenzy, or God-possessed inspiration. Having been filled with the spirit of the god of ecstasy and, quote, acquired his divine powers, the priestesses became identified with the god himself. Now that's some kick-ass wine. In order to share in the divinity of Dionysus and become immortals themselves, the Maenads could have mixed any number of psychedelic additives into their grape potion. From the textual evidence, it's clear they had an arsenal of drugs up their sleeves. But it was one of Ruck's classic, unreadable footnotes that always haunted me. In that minuscule font from his 1978 bombshell, the old professor briefly mentioned some ancient pottery depicting the ritual mixing of sacred wine. Every January in Athens, another elixir like thrima would be prepared for the midwinter celebration known as the Lanaya festival. It marked the nativity of Dionysus and the beginning of his party season. As with all such mysteries, details are sketchy, but Ruck thought tantalizing clues were recorded on the better preserved examples of Greek pottery. These vases show the female devotees of the god in ecstatic or maddened states of mind as they mix the wine in a krater or mixing bowl on a table behind which stands the masked pillar of the god. On the table or strung beneath it are various plants and herbs. One vase actually shows a woman adding a sprig of some herb to the krater. That's where the pre-internet footnote ends. No pictures, no graphics, no hyperlinks. Without indicating a specific page, Ruck did cite the German scholar August Frickenhaus's Lenae Vasen, published in Berlin in 1912. At some point, the University of Heidelberg made a digitized copy freely available online. I can still clearly remember spending an entire Sunday, several years ago, studying every single image reproduced by Frickenhaus and hoping to track down whatever Ruck was talking about. All the pottery is disappointingly reproduced in black and white. Some are photographs of the actual vases in question, others the esteemed German's best attempt at recreating the Linnaeusines by hand. There was one illustration by Frickenhaus that really grabbed my attention. 3 women in profile, flanking 2 kraters on a mixing table. 2 of the women are standing, gazing intently into the vessel on the left. The central figure extends her right hand, palm up, to the krater's open lip, while her accomplice delicately stirs the contents with an elongated dipper. Some unknown ingredient has just been tossed into the still fermenting wine. The likely additive? Whatever the third woman, seated to the right, rigidly brandishes in both hands. She's holding 2 different species. Neither is readily identifiable, but either could fit the sprig of some herb, exactly as Ruck described. Under his careful line drawing, Frickenhaus included the phrase Louvre, G409, in parentheses, which I guess was a 100-year-old inventory number that probably didn't mean anything in the 21st century. After an exhaustive, weeks-long search of the internet and every hard copy textbook or journal I could get my hands on, no photographs of G409 came to light. A strange void in the literature for something of this potential significance. While the ancient artist could have completely invented the ritual that was painted onto G409, what if it preserves the finer points of an actual wine-mixing ceremony? What if G409 is as close as we ever get to witnessing the real thing, just as it was performed 2,500 years ago? And what if the 2 species in the hands of the seated Maenad are the secret ingredients that spiked the original ancient Greek sacrament of holy wine? After reaching a dead end, I stowed Frickenhaus's image away on my laptop, trusting it would someday come in handy. As it turns out, today's the day. Just before Christmas, I wrote a blind email in French to several members of the Louvre's Département des Antiquités Grecques, Étrusques et Romaines. I included a photo of G409, not fully convinced the vase hadn't found its way to some other museum or gone missing entirely, and almost certain that Frickenhaus's reference, in any event, was completely worthless. On Monday, January 7, Dionysus sprang to life. The Greek-born Dr. Cardianu wrote me back confirming that G409 was still in fact G409, and that it very much had pride of place among the Louvre's close to 15,000 Greek vases. She also said I'd be interested in another piece, labeled G408, which is également décoré d'une scène dionysiaque de culte, also decorated with another Dionysian cult scene. When I opened Cardianu's G408 attachment, the rest of Ruck's 40-year-old footnote fell seamlessly into place. In the photograph of the vase, 2 women are ladling wine from kraters into smaller drinking vessels. Between them, the masked pillar of the god, again exactly as Ruck described. Shoots of leafy creepers sprout curiously from the head of the bearded effigy of Dionysus. Another great clue, but the resolution of the attachment was too low to ferret out any detail. Why no one has ever published a decent, color photograph of G408 or G409, I'm not sure. But a good look at whatever those Maenads are up to could finally help explain how Greek wine got its mind-altering reputation. So Cardianu and I arranged a date for a private viewing of her artifacts, and I immediately reached out to my herb expert. To decipher G408 and G409 once and for all, it would take someone with an uncanny profile. If you dig deep enough, however, you'll find Francis Tiso off the beaten path in Collecroce, a quaint town in the foothills of the Matese mountain chain in the Italian province of Isernia, just a couple hours southeast of Rome. The 69-year-old polymath is an ancient linguist and historian of comparative religion, trained at Cornell and Columbia with a Master of Divinity degree from Harvard. He's a card-carrying, licensed mushroom hunter, an avid gardener, and a homeopathic herbalist all in one. For extra credit, he used to run Santa Ildegarda, a bed and breakfast even further off the beaten path in Cantalupo nel Sanio. It's dedicated to the mystical legacy of the 12th century Benedictine prophetess and early feminist Saint Hildegard of Bingen. She was once Europe's premier authority on herbal remedies. Francis seemed to check all the boxes, but his day job checked the biggest box of all. When he's not meditating or talking to plants, the alchemist gets paid to transform ordinary wine into magical wine as part of an ancient ritual whose origins remain shrouded in mystery. I think I spot my weary friend lugging his suitcase across the courtyard. Under the neatly trimmed salt and pepper beard, he's not immediately recognizable without the collar. Ciao, Father Francis. Good to see you. The Roman Catholic priest is fresh in from Nepal, where he's just spent the past 3 weeks translating a medieval Tibetan manuscript written by a disciple of Milarepa, the black magician who later became a devout Buddhist. I find the traveler in good spirits, as always, if a bit worse for wear. With a few minutes to kill before our 2:30 p.m. appointment with Cardianu, we take a seat on the rounded granite ledge fencing the fountain that surrounds the 71-foot pyramid. Fortunately, Father Francis has known about my investigation for some time, so catching him up on the latest adventures in Greece, Germany, and Spain is painless. Our first contact was back in 2015. Unsure how the priest would respond to my questions, I soon learned that he took the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis seriously enough to read my initial notes on Terra Sacra. I'll never forget that first email. Hi, Brian. I was able to read, pen in hand, your article while waiting for the Pope to appear in the Sala Nervi at the Vatican on Saturday. I was with the Diocese of Isernia Venafro. We had a special audience that day. I like the article overall, but have a few minor criticisms. Maybe some not so minor. But it is late, and tomorrow morning I have a funeral. We'll get back to you soon. The text is next to my laptop here in exotic Collecroce, somewhere near the end of the universe. But maybe not so far from Eleusis and its heirs. Ciao, Francis. Keeping me honest from the very beginning, I knew I'd found my guy. Then again, if any man of God was going to sign up for this heretic's quest, I figured the world's most controversial priest was a safe bet. It's a nickname Father Francis earned for suggesting Jesus' death and resurrection were not, in fact, a unique event, contradicting 2,000 years of church dogma. In Rainbow Body and Resurrection from 2016, the intrepid priest published the results of his decades-long inquiry into the so-called rainbow body phenomenon of Tibetan Buddhism. He schlepped all over the Indian subcontinent and the Himalayas, tracking down eyewitness accounts of spiritual gurus whose physical bodies were said to shrink or disappear after death, often transforming into radiant displays of multicolored light. It is no longer possible to dismiss the phenomenon as folklore, says Father Francis. He also doesn't see any point in denying the parallels to the so-called transfiguration scene of the Gospels, when the face of Jesus suddenly shone like the sun, and his clothes became as bright as a flash of lightning, apparently cementing his true identity as the only Son of God. This miraculous body of light is considered a preview of the superhuman form the resurrected Jesus would later assume before his ascension into heaven. However enlightened they may have been, none of the lamas interviewed by Father Francis ever claimed to be the Son of God. So if they really disappeared into the ether in a burst of rainbows, it means each of us is capable of the same divine feat. As far as Father Francis is concerned, it's a perfectly common sense reading of the New Testament, the essential message of Jesus being less about his abilities and more about ours. Rather than looking to an external God far off in the clouds, the atypical priest might counsel forward-thinking Christians to focus on their own hidden potential deep within. For the Buddhist in training, that means a lifetime of meditation up in the mountains. For the rest of us, maybe there's a shortcut, one that the first Christians could have picked up from crafty women who spoke the language of Homer and who always had a pocket full of magical herbs. Like the contents of Father Francis's garden back in Colle Croce. The heretic's resume spoke for itself, but I had to see the laboratory to complete my due diligence. So, several months earlier, I took a train to southern Italy for a botany lesson near the end of the universe. The lush backyard of the pre-Roman compound was overgrown with fig, olive, hazelnut, apple, and pear trees. Next to the artichoke, wild orchids, and thistle, Father Francis showed off his ragweed, lavender, and black-skinned Tintilia grapevines. In a different patch, the immune boosters, yarrow, nettle rhizome, echinacea, licorice, and ginger. Barely visible, a handful of slippery jack bolete mushrooms. The kitchen in the priest's stone cottage looked like a proving ground for wizards and warlocks. Drying on a clothesline strung the length of the ceiling were 24 distinct herbs arranged by size. Mortars and pestles all stacked neatly by the oven. The roots, stems, leaves, flowers, and fruits of whatever surged from the earth just outside made their way into glass droppers and spray bottles for natural tinctures. Hand-scribbled notes marked the latest batch: angelica, chamomile, burdock, artemisia absinthium, and mugwort. The next batch: nutmeg, allspice, cloves, cypress, and boragine. I can't see a stack of books and not jot down the titles. Gray's School and Field Book of Botany, the Practical Handbook of Plant Alchemy, the Practical Mushroom Encyclopedia, the Illustrated Herbal, and my favorite, Segreti e Virtù delle Piante Medicinali, Secrets and Virtues of Medicinal Plants. Merlin himself couldn't have scraped together a better operation. "How's your Greek these days?" I kid the cleric, knowing full well the extent of his skills. From our sun-drenched seat on the Cours Napoleon, I extract the Loeb edition of Euripides' The Bacchae from the same brown leather pouch that has accompanied me to Athens, Eleusis, Munich, and Hirona. And I point to line 274, where the blind seer Tiresias is explaining to a skeptical king Pentheus of Thebes why he ought to allow the city's women to properly celebrate the rites of Dionysus, and why this new god will put Greece on the map for generations to come. Euripides' chorus puts it all on the line. There is no god greater than Dionysus. When it debuted in 405 BC, the whole play was Euripides' way of dramatizing the revolutionary movement of the time and its stark challenge to a state-administered cult like the Mysteries of Eleusis. With the beer-based Koukion facing increasing competition from the more fashionable, more sophisticated sacrament of wine, Demeter and Persephone's days were numbered, and the god of ecstasy was calling more and more to Athenians like Alcibiades, who had profaned the goddesses only a few years earlier by apparently serving spiked wine in his homemade imitation of Eleusis. But outside the cities, the real audience of the wine god was women, who were fleeing to the wild mountains and forests that would form the open-air churches of Dionysus all over Greece. Out loud, Father Francis begins chanting the text that preceded the New Testament by about 4.5 centuries. His pronunciation is a bit ecclesiastical, but he nails the rhythm and cadence of the classical Greek that would have been performed to intoxicated applause at the theater of Dionysus. Two things are chief among mortals, young man. The goddess Demeter, she is Mother Earth, but call her either name you like, nourishes mortals with dry food. But he who came next, the son of Semele, Dionysus, discovered as its counterpart the drink that flows from the grape cluster and introduced it to mortals. It is this that frees trouble-laden mortals from their pain when they fill themselves with the juice of the vine, this that gives sleep to make one forget the day's troubles. There is no other treatment for misery. Himself a god, he is poured out in libations to the gods. They always get it wrong, I tell Father Francis, referring to the Loeb's English translation of the Greek passage we just read. There is no other treatment for misery? I read from the right-hand page. They might say remedy or medicine or treatment, but they never just say what it is. Look at the actual Greek word for treatment. Father Francis scans the Greek on the left-hand page and notices exactly what I'm referring to. He squints through his glasses and exhales the ancient syllables. Pharmakon. Euripides' intentional inclusion of the word pharmakon here signals a rich, established tradition in the Greek language, one that would not be lost on the classical audience in Athens. It certainly wasn't lost on director Polixeni Adamveleni last September, back at the Ministry of Antiquities in Athens, when we read about the evil drugs, or pharmakalugra, that Circe mixed, or anemiske, into the food of Odysseus' men to turn them into pigs. Remember that the base of Circe's magical koukion was Pramnian wine from the Greek island of Ikaria. From the very beginning of Greek literary culture in the 8th century BC, we find evidence of an advanced pharmacology, an understanding of the powerful combination of wine and drugs that Adam Veleni referred to as, quote, common knowledge among the Greeks, natural to her people. It certainly didn't end with Homer. In an obscure article from 1980, the Harvard-trained classicist Ruth Skodel took note of a 1,000-year tradition that connected Homer to later thinkers like Plato, Plutarch, and Nonnus, all of whom used the word pharmakon to describe wine. She matter-of-factly acknowledges that wine is conventionally praised as a good pharmakon across Greek literature, calling it, quote, a ritual formula. Wine's reputation as a complex elixir traveled all the way from the Greek Dark Ages to the fall of the Roman Empire because that's what it was. A versatile substance ranging from what Skodel calls a drug against grief to a perilous, sometimes fatal medicine to a tool for invoking wine gods, both old and new. If ever you find yourself in a game of connect the ancient dots, you want Father Francis on your team. Sensing where I'm headed with this passage from Euripides, he gets another mischievous twinkle in his eye. You know, we call the Eucharist the pharmakon athanasias, he beams, using the ancient Greek phrase for the drug of immortality. The priest had first mentioned it during my visit to Italy last May, but before that, I'd honestly never heard the expression. Until I found the original Greek source, I thought the brainy Catholic was just pulling my leg. Now that we finished the Bacchae, I was just about to show Father Francis one of the many printouts I'd stuffed into my leather pouch back in Washington, D.C. I sift through the 2-inch stack and locate the Greek letter that St. Ignatius of Antioch wrote to the church in Ephesus on the coast of what today is Turkey in the early 2nd century A.D. Though he may have wanted to distinguish the Christian Eucharist from its pagan past, the Greco-Syrian Ignatius drops a loaded phrase that seems custom-tailored for those Greco-Ephesians who weren't quite ready to leave Dionysus behind. In his little-known letter, Ignatius unambiguously refers to the Eucharist as the, quote, drug of immortality, pharmakon athanasias, a, quote, antidote or remedy, antidotos, for death, capable of generating eternal life. It was not a random choice of words. By this tiny example, we gain tremendous insight into the very Hellenized world of the Eastern Mediterranean into which Jesus and his early followers were born. From Greece to North Africa to the Near East, a new generation of classicists is now referring to this melting pot of religious ideas as the, quote, ancient cultural internet that linked a diverse network of Greek speakers in multi-voiced conversation. From its initial discovery and ritual attachment to Greek life, wine was perceived as nothing less than a powerhouse drug, with the potential to either slay or sanctify, at once toxic and miraculous. And in this one interconnected neighborhood, whether you were in Athens or Alexandria or Antioch, Dionysus was its dealer. Before, during, and after the life of Jesus. So if Greek wine was an actual pharmakon, does that mean Christian wine was an actual pharmakon as well? Or was Ignatius just using a little poetic license? Before pursuing the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis any further, I need to see how the original sacrament was made. Time to fact-check a 40-year-old footnote. Father Francis and I find the western facade of the massive pyramid. Rather than queuing up in the maze of crowd control stanchions, which is the closest thing to my living nightmare, we trek farther south along the Cours Napoleon toward the Pavillon Molien. At the end of a tranquil portico framed by 7 stone arches, we were told by Dr. Cardianu to present ourselves at the Molien's security desk with passports in hand. We're shuffled through the checkpoint and given our special out-of-area, hors zone, backstage passes, which is my first clue that we're in for a treat. In pops an astute, silver-haired woman in glasses, wearing a lightweight purple puffer jacket and printed scarf. Dr. Cardianu explains how she scoured her nearly 15,000-piece catalog for additional examples of wine mixing scenes, but came up empty-handed. Not to worry, G408 and G409 have been off-limits to the public and remain well conserved. She had just fished them out of storage and placed them on an examining table in the, quote, stock room. After stashing the priest's luggage in her office, Cardianu leads us into the Salle du Manège, with larger-than-life statues of Alexander the Great and Antinous framing the entrance. She takes off at a furious pace, buzzing through the thicket of tourists like our fairy godmother through a labyrinth of antique marble. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a grape-crowned Bacchus to my right. The Roman Dionysus raises a cup whose potion has long since vanished. As we exit the hall up a flight of stairs, the atrium serves up a cinematic shot of the pyramid dominating the courtyard. But there's no time to take it in. We hang an immediate right into the Galerie d'Arrou and head toward the 53 steps bowing before what art historian H.W. Jansen called the greatest masterpiece of Hellenistic sculpture. The 8-foot winged Victory of Samothrace, cut from Thasian and Parian marble, once graced the sanctuary of the great gods on the island of Samothrace in the northern Aegean. Rendered with craftsmanship from the 3rd century BC that doesn't appear again until Michelangelo's David, the goddess has just touched down on the prow of a Greek ship, the folds of her tunic still fluttering in the breeze. Again, no time to dawdle. We thread the tourists up another level to the left of the winged Victory, fly past the Salle des Verts, and come to a dead stop. A velvet rope and jaded security guards seem to be blocking the way, until Cardianu charges through unmolested and bids the priest and I do the same. She fist bumps the wall at eye level, opening a secret wooden compartment. The curator picks up a landline. After her mumbled conversation in French, we're standing in front of room 659. A small plaque reveals why the public is barred from this section of the Louvre. Following our flood risk prevention campaign, this room is temporarily closed in order to protect the artworks that are normally conserved in the basement. Well, that explains our little marathon, I suppose. Cardianu stuffs her keys into the gold-trimmed portal and ushers us into the most breathtaking warehouse I've ever seen. This is the stockroom? My neck automatically cranes to soak in the 25-foot ceilings. Father Francis is grinning from ear to ear. In sensory overload, I roughly survey the wall-to-wall glass display cabinets, every one of them stuffed with Greek ceramics, bell and scroll-shaped crateras for mixing the wine, amphoras for transporting it, stamnoi for storing it, and every shallow-bodied calyx conceivable for gulping it down. We got our work cut out for us. How many pieces are in here, Dr. Carianu? In this room, we have about 1,000. Amazing. So this stuff is never on exhibit? No, it was an exhibit room, but now it's our stock room, she restates, alluding to the flood risk policy. And we have another stock room, she adds, motioning for us to bend a corner to the left into what I believe is room 658. It seems twice the size of its neighbor. The dappled sunlight from an unexpectedly early spring day is streaming through the palatial window overlooking Quai François Mitterrand and the River Seine. 1,000 more vessels fill the ornate 12-foot cases that line the perimeter of the room. And there, on an examining table, just as Carianu promised, are G408 and G409. The whole setup seems too good to be true. It's February after all. It should be cold, rainy, and miserable. Everyone should be in an atrocious mood. And right now, we should be stuck in a basement. This is not at all what I expected. As I approach the vases, however, my heart skips a beat. The line drawing from Lanaya Vasen, the century-old German monograph, flashes in my mind. I'd always wondered why there wasn't a photograph of G409. Frickin' house, you son of a bitch! What happened? I ask. At the end of the 19th century, the problem is, they imagined something, Carianu begins, gesturing to the large, triangular divot on G409, where the painted surface of the ancient ceramic had chipped away at some point in its 2,500-year history. The apex of the triangle lands just where the right hand of the seated Maenad is displaying the second of her two unidentified ingredients. What are the odds of that? Whatever floral object Frickenhaus drew in the woman's right hand, he just plain invented. The curator tries to console me. Sometimes they just made a reconstruction to create a beautiful image. But we still have that one, I reassure myself, pointing to the woman's left hand. Fortunately, the mystery cargo is completely intact. Yes, in this one there is something. Carianu motions to the fully preserved sprig of some herb that Ruck footnoted in 1978. And here, she continues, referring back to the missing item in the right hand, I suppose there was a flower, because here I can see something. What do you see there? I see 3 red lines going like that. The curator traces 3 separate arcs with her index finger, just where the paint disappears into the damaged pottery. When I lean forward to within 6 inches of the vase, I can detect the faintest of markings. You think it was a flower? I don't think, Carianu laughs. I'm not sure. I see 3 little lines. C'est juste mon interprétation. I can't explain it. With that, the examining table is all ours. The curator gives us the green light to snoop around as much as we like, so long as we don't take any photographs of the unexhibited stock. I guess I should have seen that coming. But I convinced Carianu to let me snap a few close-up shots of the 2 vases in question. She disappears next door, into yet another former exhibit room, farther east along this private square of the Sully Wing. Reeling from our good fortune, Father Francis and I give each other knowing smiles. The priest adjusts his glasses and nabs the solitary chair in front of G409. With a heavy sigh, I start the proceedings on a glum note. I can't believe it, man. I mean, that's how a mystery stays a mystery. A glass-half-full guy, Father Francis ignores my grumbling and grabs the retractable magnifying glass with the built-in lamp. He flicks it on and takes aim at the remaining piece of evidence we do have, the seated Maenad's left hand. He is unusually pensive for half a minute. As the distinctive wail of a French police siren floats by, I wait. Until I can't wait any longer. So what do you think it is? I impatiently prod the priest. Looks like a morel or some kind of mushroom. No way, come on. Here, look at it, Father Francis bites back. It's about the size of a mushroom, too. I don't know, maybe. I gaze through the magnifier. It has a kind of fungal shape and what almost looks like a stipe. Could be an herb, I guess, but look how thick that stem is. It's a bit strange, isn't it? For what it's worth, Frickenhaus apparently thought it was a fungus too. If you examine the original line drawing, you see a defined stipe jutting up between the monad's thumb and forefinger. It's topped by what could hardly be anything but a mushroom cap. The specimen is very different from whatever the German tried to depict in the devotee's right hand. On that, Father Francis has an additional insight. The broken portion has a very similar kind of paint on it, same as the mushroom down below. Here, you can see some kind of glazing, a painted color, baked into the vase. There was certainly something there, right? I point to the 3 red lines that Cardianu noticed. Yeah, what she's holding here, continues the priest, indicating his mushroom, and what she's holding here, moving to the absent plant, herb, or fungus up above, are painted in the same way. Very differently, for example, from the rod for stirring. I don't see anything else painted this way. Another 15 minutes of intense scrutiny and debate leaves us where we started. In the left hand, a blob of crimson that could very well be a mushroom. In the right, who knows? Either way, the priest agrees that the Maenad's ingredients were definitely destined for the wine, and the way the botanicals were painted accentuates their unique role in the mixing ritual. The herbalist jumps to G408. He's fascinated by the mass of foliage pouring from the head of the masked pillar of the god. The branches are bending under the weight of several dozen heart-shaped leaves. Anyone could easily fall or be plucked into the crateras, perfectly positioned on either side of the god of ecstasy. The leaves are difficult to pin down. Father Francis thinks the cornelian cherry dogwood, Cornus mas, is a possibility, but they could belong to any number of species, which is probably the point. Across Greece, the wine god was also known as the tree god. While he was especially associated with pine, fig, and myrtle trees, the spirit of Dionysus was thought to occupy all plants, herbs, and fungi. According to the German classicist Walter Otto, his theater of operation was not just vegetation in general, but, quote, a mysteriously aroused element of life which appears in an unusually clear focus in certain plants. So, does that mean the god of ecstasy was also the god of psychedelics? As far as G408 and G409 are concerned, it's inconclusive. Our examination has not revealed which drugs, if any, were worthy of adding to the sacred potion of Dionysus. But I find Father Francis's mushroom theory intriguing. It calls to mind the more obvious-looking mushrooms Ruck has identified on other Greek pottery. It's clear from these artifacts that something was going on with Greek wine. Whatever the Maenads are mixing up in front of us, it's more than just fermented grape juice. Where Cardianu's collection falls short, ancient Greek literature fills the gaps, if you know where to look, that is. After all, the universe of ancient additives to wine hardly stops with mushrooms, and the priest and I didn't slog our way to Paris from opposite sides of the globe to be defeated by a couple of vases. I had planned to discuss my additional research with Father Francis outside by the pyramid, but there just wasn't enough time. Although our visit to the Louvre's secret warehouse is about to come to an end, I can't imagine a better classroom to go sifting through the classical texts with a true expert. As long as I have the priest on call, I'm going to tap his brain for all it's worth. I reach for my leather pouch on the examining table. Somewhere in this 2-inch stack of papers are some answers to the puzzle of Greek wine. With Father Francis glued to the magnifier, I find the laundry list of Greek authors once compiled by Ruck to remind his colleagues that ancient wine packed a punch. The thing is, the professor never reproduced the actual language of the original Greek sources in The Road to Eleusis, only cryptic citations buried in the footnotes, leaving the hunt for ancient testimony to some inquisitive future reader. So, before hopping the plane to France, I spent a month at the dining room table doing exactly that. In the process, I happily murdered 2 ink cartridges, printing out the Greek of every single reference from 1978. What we have here, Father Francis, is a genuine ritual, I begin, pointing to the vases. This is how the Greeks got in touch with the irrational. This is how they connected to the wine god. But as we read in the Bacchae just outside, Their wine is not our wine. Their wine is a pharmakon. Ancient Greek wine was ritually mixed with all kinds of stuff, whether deadly toxins or spices and perfumes, or magical plants, herbs, and fungi. Nods the priest, humored by my opening salvo. Because of that, ancient wine was unusually intoxicating and potentially lethal. And we have the written proof. I hand Father Francis an excerpt from the Deipnosophistai, Banquet of the Learned. Written by Athenaeus of Naucratis in the 3rd century A.D., it is considered the oldest surviving cookbook from antiquity. I introduced the bizarre story of the Indian philosopher Kalanos, who journeyed through Persia with Alexander the Great in the 4th century B.C. Upon the sage's death, Alexander decides to host a drinking contest to honor his departed comrade. But there's a catch. The wine had to be, quote, pure, or akratos, meaning not watered down. Akratos is a very common expression in ancient Greek, though surprisingly few classicists ever stopped to ask why this uncut wine had to be diluted to avoid the kind of disaster that happens next. I read Athenaeus' report out loud in the original language. 35 of those who drank the wine died on the spot from a chill, and another 6 did so after hanging on briefly in their tents. The man who drank the most and took the prize consumed 4 pitchers of pure wine. He evidently survived another 4 days before kicking the bucket as well. I turned to the priest. All told, how do 42 people die from drinking wine? Stumped for a moment, Father Francis furrows his brow. But I don't want him to think that binge drinking was to blame for these deaths. So I quickly flip to a completely different passage from the Deipnosophistai and lead my friend through the Greek, stopping on individual words to parse out the literal meaning. The priest takes pleasure in reciting along with me. Because Eraxenus was not a serious drinker, 2 cups in a row of pure wine patently did away with him. The verb for did away with is oichomai, which means to leave someone ruined or dead. I smacked the page with the back of my hand. Now, how the hell can 2 cups of wine kill somebody, Father Francis? The Greeks didn't have distilled liquor, right? As far as we know, agrees the priest. Hard alcohol isn't generally documented in Europe until the 12th century AD. Before then, there was no way to increase the ethanol content of wine without risking exposure to methanol. That's the problem with grappa, for example. When the woody bits of the vine are left behind, some of it ferments and becomes methanol, which is poisonous. But here, Father Francis looks down at the Greek, we're not talking about that. So why was the wine so potent? If we go to Theophrastus, the mystery begins to unravel. I flip to my excerpts of the Greek naturalist from the 4th century BC. In his Historia Plantarum, the so-called father of botany takes a moment to consider aconiton, aconite, variously referred to as the queen of poisons, the devil's helmet, monk's hood, and wolf's bane, is extraordinarily deadly. Theophrastus leaves no doubt that the Greeks knew how to manipulate the poison, and no doubt that wine was a preferred method of delivery. In the hands of a true master, says the father of botany, the spiked wine could be mixed in such a way that death came knocking any time between 2 months and 2 years after the drug's administration. Quote, the longer the time, the more painful the death, since the body then wastes away. Maybe that's what took down Eraxenus and Alexander's 42 contestants. But an overdose on something that was meant to heighten the wine's psychoactivity seems more likely. If drugged wine was such a common practice in ancient Greece, what would make it mind-altering or hallucinogenic? So much so that it convinced the Maenads they had shed their mortality, escaped death, and become one with Dionysus. What were the vase painters hinting at with these mysterious ingredients on G408 and G409? Some kind of psychedelic mushroom is a fair guess, but the Greek world was full of other candidates. From the 2-inch stack, I locate a bundle of carefully selected pages that are freely available on the internet. They come from a medical manuscript dated to 1598, containing the extant works of Dioscorides. The Greek physician and pharmacologist lived from about AD 40 to 90, the exact period when the Gospels themselves were being written. His 5-volume De Materia Medica, on medical material, a Greek-language encyclopedia of herbal medicine, became the basis for all modern pharmacopoeias. Without Dioscorides, no druggist or pharmacy would be in business today. Hippocrates may have been the father of medicine, but it was Dioscorides, the father of drugs, who proved way more popular as time went on. For 2 millennia without interruption, the Materia Medica somehow never went out of circulation, providing a crucial bridge to the ancient world. Single-handedly, Dioscorides ensured a consistent system of botanical knowledge across Europe, for generation after generation, despite social and cultural changes and huge leaps in medical theory and practice. And just like Theophrastus, the Greek genius left compelling proof that the Maenads on G408 and G409 probably knew a thing or two about drugging wine. Book 5 of Dioscorides' magnum opus is dedicated to vines and wines. Name your favorite magical substance, and the father of drugs had a wine-based cocktail just for you. Absinthe wine, salvia wine, hellebore wine, betony wine. In this one section of Dioscorides alone, there are 56 detailed recipes, including a number of wines mixed with different members of the nightshade family, the same plants detected in the archaeobotanical and archaeochemical remains of the graveyard beers from Spain. I raise the stapled packet, 1 column of the original Greek, 1 column of Latin translation, and pass it over to Father Francis. He noses through the ancient instruction manual that could very well hold the key to cracking the mysteries of both Dionysus and Jesus. The alchemist is in his element, paging through the founding text of every drug prescription ever written as though he's casually perusing the hand-scribbled notes in his cucina back in Isernia. He smiles at the recipes for frankincense and myrrh wine, the perfumed resins used in the Catholic Mass to this day. Pretty soon, the priest hits upon the vision-inducing nightshade wines. Dioscorides describes in detail how henbane seeds of the white variety, Hyoscyamus albus, can be pounded into wine to soothe inflated genitals and swollen breasts. Unless you know what you're doing, avoid black henbane, Hyoscyamus niger, at all costs, however, since it, quote, causes delirium and sleep. A similar warning creeps up for mandrake wine, Mandragora officinarum, which relieves pain and induces a heavy, deep sleep at the proper dosage. Get the measurements wrong, and just 1 wine cupful of the mandrake brew is fatal. More entertaining is wine mixed with black nightshade, Solanum nigrum. Dioscorides specifically characterizes it as a psychedelic, saying a decoction of its root taken with wine produces, quote, not unpleasant visions, or fantasias ou aedais. None of this is wine as understood today. We simply don't have any vocabulary for these infused potions, so mainstream historians like Philip Meyerson are left inventing creative euphemisms for drugs. In his standard reference textbook, Classical Mythology in Literature, Art, and Music, Meyerson writes, quote, wine thus has a religious value. The worshipper of Dionysus who drinks it, or any other sacramental drink associated with the god, has taken the god within himself. I leave Father Francis to page through Dioscorides and his, quote, sacramental drinks in peace, while I catch my breath and meander around the stockroom. I could spend weeks here, inspecting the treasure trove of crateres, amphora, stamnoi, and kilixes. There's just too much for one visit. As Father Francis finishes with the Materia Medica a few minutes later, he has a light bulb moment. For the Greeks to be mixing the dangerous nightshades into their wine, just as the ancient Iberians mixed it into their beer, they must have been incredibly knowledgeable about the many plants, herbs, and fungi at their disposal. The priest looks up and reminds me of an old saying from his studies. The real secret to pharmacology is posology. which means that when it comes to drugs, nothing is more important than getting the dose right. In strict measurements, a mushroom or nightshade wine could very well be therapeutic, what the classicist Ruth Skodal might call a drug against grief. At higher doses, the same ingredients could quickly turn medicinal wine into hallucinogenic wine. At still higher doses, just 1 cup laced with too many alkaloids could be fatal. The Materia Medica is proof positive that the Greeks not only spiked their wine with drugs, but had a keen eye for dosing. Dioscorides stands in the center of a Greco-Roman tradition that not only preceded Jesus by many centuries, the concept of drugged wine having been documented by Homer as far back as the 8th century BC, but followed Jesus for several centuries more, until the fall of the Roman Empire in the 5th century AD. So if I came to the Louvre looking for a vision-inducing Greek sacrament that could replace the koukion and potentially infiltrate Christianity, I think we're on the right track. My long-awaited face-to-face with G408 and G409 has convinced me that something was added to the wine during the Dionysian rituals in ancient Greece. Even if we can't pinpoint the secret sauce, Father Francis agrees that the vase painters tried to leave a lasting lesson about wine of the era. A lesson we've long since forgotten, despite Dioscorides' best efforts to record the recipes for posterity. It doesn't mean that all ancient wine was spiked, of course, at least not for everyday use, but if the occasion called for a medicinal or religious elixir, or something more nefarious, the biotechnology was certainly there. The priest would later admit he found the wine formulas from the father of drugs to be extremely persuasive evidence, not only of the Greeks' expertise with psychedelic wine, but its potential use among early Christians as well. After all, Dioscorides was held in especially high regard by the monks of southern Italy, who kept his manuscripts in circulation for centuries, and with them, a written tradition of pharmacology as old as Christianity itself. So, the next question is whether the Greek pharmakon really did influence the drug of immortality of Paleo-Christianity. Did the drugged wine of Dionysus become the drugged wine of Jesus? And if so, how? By making its way into the Gospels, of course. G408 and G409 are not the only depictions of magical wines to be inspected in the Louvre. Just around the corner, there's another wine-mixing scene that could very well make the definitive link between the Greek and Christian mysteries. As the largest painting in the largest art museum in the world, you'd think more people would look up and take notice. But some secrets are best hidden in plain sight. Chapter 9. Vineyards of Heaven. An hour and a half since the opening bell, we're back at the double security doors in the foyer beneath the Salle du Manège. Dr. Cardianu exits with Father Francis, still grinning like the Cheshire Cat. He's off to a scheduled meeting with the Mind and Life Institute, an organization founded by the Dalai Lama. The curator lets me off the leash to spend the rest of the afternoon in the museum by myself. So, with the Oz Zone badge still pinned to the collar of my shirt, I head straight for the motherlode. In the ancient world, the fact that wine was drugged may have made it unusually intoxicating, seriously mind-altering, occasionally hallucinogenic, and potentially lethal. But for those who believed this wine would make them immortal, it was something much more than chemical witchcraft. It was nothing less than a miracle. And the Greeks told fabulous legends about the sacrament that helped them cheat death. Every year in the district of Elus on the western Peloponnese, for example, 3 empty water basins would be sealed up overnight in the Dionysian shrine at the appointed hour. As the Greek travel writer Pausanias relates, in the morning, the priests are allowed to examine the seals, and on going into the building, they find the pots filled with wine. I did not myself arrive at the time of the festival, but the most respected Elean citizens, and foreigners as well, swore that what I have said is the truth. So too on the island of Andros, just off the mainland, Dionysus's appearance, or Epiphania, came in the form of a particular miracle every year on January 5th. A spring inside the god's temple would suddenly transform into wine, said to flow continuously for 7 days. According to the naturalist Pliny, this unbelievable event was still occurring in the 1st century AD. And he interrupts his Latin text to record the name of this special holiday in Greek, the gods' gift day, Dies Theodosia. By design, January 6th is now celebrated by Christians around the world as their Epiphany, the day when the 3 wise men legendarily descended on Bethlehem bearing gold, frankincense, and myrrh for the newly incarnate infant Jesus. The nativity of Dionysus himself was also something out of this world. In addition to his epiphany as the holy child of Persephone at Eleusis, the Greeks had a separate myth about the god of ecstasy's strange birth by an ordinary woman named Semele. She was impregnated by Zeus in the form of an eagle, but later incinerated when the king of the gods showed his true form, killing the mere mortal with his lightning bolt. In order to bring baby Dionysus to term, Zeus decided to sew the fetus up in his thigh, later giving birth to his own son in Anatolia, where Dionysus found his very first female followers. Semele's own sisters don't believe a word of the alleged affair with Zeus. Mortals don't mix with immortals. They think she made the whole thing up, but the wine god won't stand for it. To save Semele's good name, the whole plot of Euripides the Bacchae tracks the return of this exotic Eastern Dionysus to his real motherland, Greece. The first 2 lines of the play stress the unusual bond between the wine god and his father in heaven. Dionysus calls himself the, quote, son of God, or Dios Pais, and refers to his earthly mother as the, quote, young girl, or kore, which could also be maiden or virgin. Yes, mortals do mix with immortals, and as the ultimate hybrid, the god of ecstasy is the miraculous result, both human and divine. As the Bacchae proceeds, these 2 sides of Dionysus are in constant tension. He wants to introduce the Greeks to a new sacrament for a new millennium, but he doesn't want to repeat Zeus's lightning mishap. So, in order to avoid scaring everybody to death with the full force of his godhood, the shapeshifter exchanges his divine form for a mortal one. And a funny one at that. A long-haired wizard. He is ridiculed as, quote, effeminate, with hair tumbling all the way down his cheeks. Just like the luxurious locks of Dionysus himself, who blurs the boundary between male and female. Only then is the incognito wine god able to uncork his magic potion, initiating the women of Greece into his mysteries. The biggest painting in the Louvre is an outstanding interpretation of the supernatural phenomena that surround the epiphany of Dionysus, and it's the only stop on my solo tour before calling it a day. At a noticeably slower pace, I retrace our steps through the Galerie d'Arrou until I find myself winded once again before the winged victory of Samothrace. That staircase is no joke. Instead of heading left toward the secret warehouse, I hang a right for the Peinture Italienne. Past the understated Botticelli's and Fra Angelico's crucifixion, things get awfully Christian awfully fast. The supernova of virgins that begins in this corner of the Denon Wing streams into the Louvre's magnificent Grand Gallery. It's hard to find an Italian Renaissance painter without a Madonna and Child in their portfolio. I swim past all the mom and son duets toward Leonardo da Vinci's Virgin of the Rocks and hang a hard right into the Salle des États. It looks better fit for an aircraft hangar than an exhibition hall. Before this lofty space became part of the Louvre in 1878, it hosted legislative sessions under French Emperor Napoleon III. In 2005, the entire room was remodeled by Peruvian architect Lorenzo Piqueras. The $3.6 million project integrated a glass checkerboard roof that now showers natural light onto the museum's pride and joy. I can barely see Leonardo's muse over the gaggle of selfie sticks. There must be 100 tourists clustered together in a frothing semicircle, all vying for their tedious shot of La Gioconda. That's how Da Vinci's people refer to the Florentine gentlewoman with the gently supercilious grin on the thin panel of poplar about 30 yards away. I prefer not to get any closer to the mosh pit, and I don't need to, because I didn't come for the Mona Lisa. I steadily twist my neck along the invisible arc leaping from the most written about, most sung about pair of eyes in the history of Western iconography, and I land on a 16th century canvas by the Venetian artist Paolo Veronese. Overshadowing Da Vinci's petite showpiece, this 220 square foot beast is the reason I'm here. Aside from La Gioconda and Veronese's Jupiter hurling thunderbolts at the vices to my right, it's the only piece of art in the otherwise bare Salle d'Etat. But no one seems to notice. With the mob at my back, I soon realize I'm the only person in room 711 of the Louvre, taking part in this sumptuous, supersized banquet. I laugh at the absurdity of my private audience with the wine god. I recognize that drunkard anywhere. In this version of the myth, the Virgin Mother has somehow survived her divine pregnancy. She has dragged her adult son to a wedding party against his wishes. He's just turned 30 years old after all, and probably had other plans for this cool evening in January. Plus, the god of ecstasy is trying to keep a low profile. He's well aware that the wild, hallucinatory mysteries he'll soon be introducing to civilized folk are not for everybody. With heroic patience, he's waited his entire life for just the right moment to unveil his divine intoxicant to the world. Tonight is not the night. But his mother has a reputation to worry about as well. For 3 decades, she's endured the rumors and ridicule that plague any woman who claims to have birthed the Son of God. If only her gifted boy, disguised as an ordinary human all these years, could finally make his godhood known. Just one little miracle. Right on cue, the wine runs out, and the party's in crisis. Had his mother planned this all along? When she apprises him of the situation, the wine god feels totally set up. In the old story that inspired this scene before me, the god of ecstasy angrily reminds his mother in ancient Greek, "My time has not yet come. Upo heke heora mu." But the virgin is undeterred, instructing the hapless waiters to simply follow her son's lead. The god of ecstasy notices 6 enormous stone water jars off to the side and, against his better judgment, decides it's time to shine. He digs into his bag of tricks and whips out a combination of the annual Epiphany miracles from the Greek district of Elus and the island of Andros. The god of ecstasy takes one look at the waiters, motions to the jars, and uses a great Greek verb, gemisate. Fill 'em up to the brim, boys. To keep the party going, the attendants are told to take an immediate sample to the chief steward. Veronese paints him in an emerald cloak and turban, his meaty hand caressing a purple pouch next to a dagger. He takes one sip of the incredible potion and is left dumbstruck. Not because the water has just inexplicably turned to wine, which the steward knows nothing about. He simply cannot believe what's being uncorked this late in the evening. Unaware where the vintage came from, he jokes to the groom, something to the effect of, "Dude, most people don't serve the good shit when everyone's already drunk." Frozen in time, this is the ancient moment captured by Veronese, but it's all anachronistically set in 16th century Venice. The guests are oblivious to the miracle taking place around them. At the bottom right of the canvas, a single servant pours the magical wine from one of the stone water jars into a golden amphora. Wide-eyed and baffled, the chief steward has just sent the first chalice of the new sacrament over to the groom for tasting. For the initiates who have unwittingly gathered for this epiphany, things will never be the same. And there, at the center of the gargantuan table in front of me, is the long-haired wizard orchestrating the whole affair. But it's not Dionysus. It's the most famous human being in recorded history. Jesus of Nazareth. His bearded face is glowing. Beams of light explode around his head in a refulgent ring. As he stares into mid-distance from the bullseye of Veronese's The Wedding Feast at Cana, Jesus' flesh begins to morph into the divine light that signals his immortality. If he were here, Father Francis would note that only Jesus and the Virgin Mary, seated to his right, are painted with those shining halos. Of the roughly 125 figures on the busy canvas, only they have conquered death. Only they have activated the rainbow body that will transport them through the cosmos when they leave their physical bodies here on Earth. Right now, in remote parts of the Himalayas, the priest would remind me, Buddhist monks are actively engaged in the same pursuit. And I'd remind him, as I often do, that the Greeks were too. Except they figured out how to bypass a lifetime of meditation and preserved it in the Eleusinian mysteries. What Cicero called, quote, the most exceptional and divine thing Athens ever produced, and what Praetextatus said was crucial to the future of our species. Eleusis held, quote, the entire human race together. Without it, life would be unlivable. Dionysus would eventually make his epiphany in Demeter's temple as the holy child of Persephone, but it wasn't enough for his fanatics. They wanted him all the time. And so, for those who did not want to spend their time and money on the long initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries, secret networks started popping up all over the Greek countryside, where the wine god and his immortality potion suddenly became much more accessible. The English classicist and theologian A.D. Nock, Harvard's leading authority on ancient religion in the mid-20th century, summed it up best in his influential article from 1952, Hellenistic Mysteries and Christian Sacraments. Nock understood the real draw of the god of ecstasy. In spite of early institutionalization, his worship retained or could recapture an element of choice, movement, and individual enthusiasm. Apart from the devotion of the sick to Asclepius, Dionysus provided the single strongest focus for private spontaneous pagan piety using ceremonial forms. Dionysiac initiations did not only, like those of Eleusis and Samothrace, confer a new status on the initiate, they also admitted him to groups of like-minded persons, possessed of the same status and often a similar hope for the hereafter, not exactly to a church, but to congregations which used the same symbols and spoke the same language. Nock acknowledges Euripides the Bacchae as our main classical source for the mysteries of Dionysus. Its rich, descriptive vocabulary offers unique access to the nocturnal congregations of God-filled spiritual seekers. In the Dionysian Gospel, published in 2017, Dennis MacDonald of the Claremont School of Theology compares the ancient Greek of the Bacchae with the ancient Greek of the Gospel of John to prove that the evangelist was intimately familiar with these Dionysian symbols and language. In order to portray Jesus as the consummate Son of God, John knew all the loaded terms that would appeal to any Greek speaker of the time, and he used them throughout his gospel to depict Jesus as the second coming of Dionysus. The divine birth is just one example among many. As mentioned earlier, Dionysus refers to himself as the, quote, Son of God in the very first line of the Bacchae, using a phrase that is repeated later in the play. But there are many ways to communicate that in Greek. In 3 different places, Euripides uses the unique word gonos, which literally means begotten, alluding to Dionysus' emergence from Zeus's thigh after the death of his virgin mother, Semele. In the very first chapter of John, the evangelist uses the similar-sounding word genos, not once, but twice. He is the only gospel writer who describes the nativity of Jesus this way. When John includes the Greek phrase, monongenes theos, in chapter 1, verse 18, he means the only begotten or unique offspring of God. But in case it weren't obvious enough, John then goes on to say that Jesus is so close to God the Father, he resides in God's, quote, lap. The Greek kolpon, the region of the body extending from the breast to the legs, especially when a person is in a seated position, could not be clearer. For a Greek speaker of the time, an immediate connection to Dionysus' one-of-a-kind birth from Zeus is almost guaranteed. The only thing that is unclear about this passage is the English translation, which ignores the word kolpon entirely, putting Jesus, quote, in closest relationship with the Father. Without the ancient Greek, the explicit reference to Dionysius has been entirely lost, and today, all we're left with are weird stories about humans mating with gods. In one of the most frequently depicted scenes in Christian art, the Annunciation tells of an immaculate young girl who conceives the Son of God following unusual relations with a bird. Instead of Zeus's eagle, God the Father manifests himself as a dove, the Holy Spirit sailing on golden rays of light to impregnate the Virgin Mary. In the Dionysian Gospel, Dennis MacDonald goes on to examine all the key symbols and language from John's Gospel that have been lost in translation. But the scholar pays special attention to the one thing that really defined the God of ecstasy in the centuries before Jesus: his sacrament. Without the wine, there is no Dionysus. And without the Eucharist, there is no Christianity. The potion that would become the calling card of the new church begins right here, on Veronese's 16th century version of the water-to-wine miracle at Cana. This is how Dionysius enters Christianity, and this is how the ancient Greek pharmakon is transformed into the pharmakon athanasias, the drug of immortality. It all started with this very scene from the Gospel of John. Here in the Louvre, across from the Mona Lisa sucking up all the air in the room, this is ground zero for the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis. It places the Greek mysteries at the very foundation of Christianity. John's is the only gospel that records this event, the first miracle that launches Jesus' public mission. In Matthew, Jesus starts his career by healing a leper. In Mark and Luke, it's an exorcism. From the very beginning, however, John wanted his Greek-speaking audience to immediately associate Jesus with the God of ecstasy. As MacDonald states, quote, "The changing of water into wine was Dionysius' signature miracle." He goes on to quote the German scholar Michael Laban. The supernatural, miraculous transformation denotes the epiphany of Jesus according to the pattern of Dionysius. The juxtaposition of Jesus and Dionysius depicts Jesus as a god. Just as the Greek speakers of the time could hardly hear about the only begotten Son of God in the lap of the Father and not think of Dionysius, so they could hardly hear about Jesus' first miracle and not think of the annual miracles from the Greek district of Elus and the island of Andros. Whenever wine appears out of nowhere on the Epiphany, only one God comes to mind. As far as we can tell, John didn't want to leave any room for misinterpretation. The Greek word he uses for those enormous stone water jars is a very specific one, hudria. We know from the material evidence that there was a bustling industry producing these soft limestone vessels. At the time, their manufacture was centered in Jerusalem, where they were used for ritual purification. Each hudria that Jesus ordered filled with water could have held 20 to 30 gallons. It may not be the river of wine that the Andrians drank from every year, but that's still a pretty obscene amount of alcohol to take down in one night. As much as 180 gallons, or 1,000 bottles. Talk about the God's gift day. And because the wedding in Cana was set to take place in January, on the same day as the Epiphany miracle on Andros, and around the same time as the Lanaya ritual that launched the festival season of Dionysus, John's Greek speakers may have wondered what was happening behind the scenes. Like the Maenads on G408 and G409, could the latest wine god have added something to the wine to make it a little more miraculous? What kind of wine was this? I'm not the first to question the true nature of that evening's concoction. Aside from the Gospel of John, art historian Philip Fell identified an alternative source for Veronese's banquet scene, Pietro Aretino's Humanity of Christ, published in Venice in 1535. Aretino dramatically captures the chief steward's physical reaction to the first sample of Christianity's magical new elixir. As he smelled the bouquet of wine which was made from grapes gathered in the vineyards of heaven, he was revived like a man who awakens from a faint when his wrists are bathed in vinegar. Tasting the wine, he felt the trickle of its sharp sweetness down to his very toes. In filling a glass of crystal, one could have sworn it was bubbling with distilled rubies. In the ancient Greek tradition, the vineyards of heaven could be traced back to the miraculous wine from Elus and Andros. Every year, they had the honor of churning out the Dionysian sacrament. What was it about the wine in Cana that inspired John the Evangelist to pen his legend, pasting Dionysus onto the first page of the Christian origin story for all time? As it turns out, John's choice wasn't so arbitrary. Jesus' coming out party in Cana was perfectly positioned and perfectly timed to pick up where Dionysus left off. Typing Cana into Google Maps won't get you very far, but the coordinates of the biblical town might well lead to the Christian pilgrimage site of Capharcana in Galilee. Throughout the Hellenistic period leading up to the birth of Jesus, the whole region in the north of modern-day Israel remained, quote, an important commercial center for the production and marketing of wine. Wine that would nicely serve the Maenads in the area, whom the god of ecstasy had already converted long before Mary's son came on the scene. On that drunken epiphany in Cana, around AD 30, the new wine god wasn't playing to a random crowd. Jesus' long-awaited appearance, Epiphania, in Galilee, came with home field advantage. Only slightly to the south and east, the ancient city of Scythopolis was the legendary birthplace of Dionysus himself. For that reason, it was also called Nysa, providing a coherent solution for the unknown etymology of the wine god's name. The god, Dio, from Nysa, Nisus. During Jesus' lifetime, Scythopolis, Nysa, was the largest of the urban centers that formed the so-called Decapolis, Greek for 10 cities, on the eastern frontier of the Roman Empire. The god of ecstasy remained the city's patron deity, appearing all over its statues, altars, inscriptions, and coins. Today, the place is called Bet Shean, lying just west of the Jordan River. Door to door from Jesus' hometown of Nazareth, that's about 40 minutes. Like Jesus, Dionysus liked to roam these parts, and he left his mark. The appropriately titled Mona Lisa of Galilee can be found in the Greek-speaking capital of Sepphoris, modern-day Tsipori, a mere 20 minutes from Nazareth. The spectacular 54-square-foot mosaic shows a woman with the same hypnotic sideways glance as the Mona Lisa at my back. In one of 11 surviving scenes on the floor of the banquet room, she adorns a 2nd century AD Roman mansion known as the Dionysus House. The other mosaics are vignettes from the life and cults of the god of ecstasy. Several deal with ritual inebriation, including a drinking contest between Dionysus and Heracles, where the Greek word for drunkenness, or methe, appears. When these explicitly pagan images surfaced for the first time in 1987, Eric Myers of Duke University shared the consensus of the archaeological community. Their surprise discovery in a Jewish town, squarely in Jesus territory, quote, certainly blew most everyone's mind. The pagan and Judeo-Christian worlds weren't supposed to intersect, especially in a post-Jesus Galilee. But the evidence was mounting that Dionysus and Jesus could very much coexist. Years later, minds would continue to be blown as another team sifted through the dirt on the other side of the Dead Sea, due south in modern-day Jordan. In 2005, the remains of an elaborate hall were unearthed in Beidah, just a couple miles north of the Petra archaeological site, the famed cosmopolitan capital of the Nabatean kingdom that stretched into the Arabian Peninsula during the Roman Empire. The colonnaded structure, complete with a courtyard, was dated to the reign of Malikos I, a mere 3 decades before the birth of Jesus. The Greek influence over the shrine that survived into the 1st century AD is overpowering. The architecture and sculpture demonstrate how well the Nabateans had absorbed Hellenistic motifs and blended them with Nabatean traditions, including the tradition of ritual dining. The presence of the Dionysian cosmos, including images of grapes and vines, led the team from the American Center of Oriental Research in Amman to envision a unique role for this sanctuary in the, quote, transformational process that culminates in communion with the god. Beda's rural landscape overlooking extensive vineyards would have made an ideal cult center for the Nabatean royal family, who could seek a, quote, transcendent experience with Dionysus as their role model and putative ancestor. Cut from Phrygian marble sometime in the late 2nd century AD, a canthros was discovered in the nearby Petra church, the same kind of vessel recovered by Enrique de Pons from the domestic chapel at Mas Castellar de Pontos in Spain. Contemporaneous with Jesus, the Beda complex confirms the abundantly attested presence of Dionysus in the founder of Christianity's backyard. The elder wine god could be spotted all across the southern Levant, from the Nabatean stronghold in Petra, up through the Hellenized quarters of Scythopolis and Sepphoris in Galilee. The god of ecstasy would never stray far from his sacrament, after all. In the 1st century AD, the area that is now Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, and Jordan made a perfectly logical home for Dionysus, who usually hails from North Africa or the Near East in the many versions of his myth. The likely reason? This is where the Canaanite and Phoenician sailors kicked off the Mediterranean wine trade in the 2 millennia before Jesus. If we target points farther east, it's also where the first signs of the cultivated grape were detected by Patrick McGovern, the Indiana Jones of extreme beverages from the University of Pennsylvania. Several sites in the area between the Taurus Mountains in eastern Turkey and the Zagros Mountains in northwestern Iran have yielded grape seeds of the domesticated variety, Vitis vinifera. According to biblical tradition, interestingly enough, this is also the same terrain that inspired Noah to plant the first vineyard on Mount Ararat, where eastern Turkey now meets Armenia, the country that boasts the earliest winemaking facility in the world at Areni, dating to about 4000 BC. From the very beginning, however, this cradle of viticulture is stocking the Mediterranean with something more than the ordinary stuff. I scrutinize all the wine in Veronese's soaring canvas, sloshing into the golden amphora, twinkling in the groom's chalice. Even the Virgin Mary cups an empty hand on the table, eager for her first taste. What was this long-haired wizard about to unleash on these people? By making Jesus' first miracle a wine miracle, the Gospel of John undoubtedly tried to establish Jesus as the new Dionysus, turning Cana into the new Elis or Andros, the place where miracles happen. But by setting his scene in the wine country of Galilee, John wasn't actually saying anything new at all. He was merely offering a reminder about the history of wine in a region that was already intimately familiar with Dionysus and his extraordinary sacrament. Before, during, and after the life of Jesus in Nazareth, the god of ecstasy enjoyed a loyal following in the neighborhood. The archaeological finds from Scythopolis to Sepphoris to Petra are clear about that. But precisely how long before Jesus did the wine get there? And what kind of wine was it? John's audience would have understood that the wedding at Cana wasn't just a party trick, and that the wine wasn't just party wine. It was a liquid pharmakon with a rich heritage behind it. The use of drugged wine didn't just accidentally creep its way into Galilee in the 1st century AD. A couple of 1,000 years before the Greeks, and long before Jesus and the Gospel of John, the sacrament that would turn Eastern Mediterraneans from beer drinkers into wine drinkers didn't just make a passing visit to the vineyards of Galilee. It started there and stayed there. Chapter 10. Holy Elixirs in the Holy Land. The wine formulas of Dioscorides from the 1st century AD are compelling proof of a psychedelic tradition in the Greek world. But like the spiked beer of prehistoric Europe, the physical evidence can often be elusive. At the moment, no sites in Greece have yielded any hard data for the drug of immortality. For the archaic origins of spiked wine, we have to look to the Near East, the place where it all began. In the distant past, far earlier than anyone else, the Canaanites and Phoenicians who occupied the Holy Land were ritually mixing psychoactive material into their wine. When the Greeks took control of the area in the centuries before Jesus, the old tradition was still alive. Thanks to freshly unearthed vessels and archaeochemical analyses, we now know for a fact that if ancient Galilee was good for anything, it was the kind of wine that would make Dioscorides proud. In recent years, the emerging discipline of archaeochemistry has not only rewritten the history of ancient beer, it has also rewritten the history of ancient wine. Like the nightshade beers from Spain, and perhaps even the prehistoric graveyard beers from the Rockafet Cave and Göbekli Tepe, the wine of yesterday has emerged as a far more complex and mysterious beverage than previously thought. Once again, the star of the show is Patrick McGovern. In 2017, as mentioned earlier, he was the one who found the oldest Eurasian evidence for grape fermentation, dated to about 6000 BC, in what is now modern-day Georgia. But his scientific love affair with Stone Age wine started a couple decades earlier. In 1996, McGovern's analysis of 2 ceramic vessels from the Haji Firuz Tepe site, circa 5400 to 5000 BC, in far west Iran, near the border with Turkey and Iraq, proved that Neolithic wine was resonated with terebinth, or pine resin, quote, added as a preservative and medical agent. In its archaic form, wine was not the polished, moderately psychoactive product coming out of today's vineyards. McGovern says the wine enthusiasm that consolidated in this area of the Fertile Crescent, quote, might be better dubbed a mixed fermented beverage or extreme beverage culture, making use of a wide assortment of fruits, grains, honey, and plant additives to their grape juice. Pertinent to our investigation is what McGovern calls, quote, special brews with a ritualistic purpose, perhaps laced with a flavorful or mind-altering herb. Exactly what you'd need to navigate that mysterious barrier between life and death on your journey to the imperishable stars. In Ancient Egyptian Herbal Wines, published in the prestigious Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in May 2009, McGovern details his analysis of the tomb treasure from Abydos, belonging to the proto-dynastic ruler Scorpion I. It was unearthed in 1988 by the Cairo branch of the German Archaeological Institute and dated to 3150 BC, at the very beginning of the pharaonic line that would govern the Egyptian kingdom for the next 3,000 years. Some 700 pottery jars of a foreign type were found perfectly intact, amounting to about 1,200 gallons of a royal potion. After isolating tartaric acid, the key biomarker for wine and grape products, McGovern decided to search the yellowish, flaky residue within the jars for any herbal additives. His high-tech analysis, using solid phase microextraction, SPME, and gas chromatography mass spectrometry, GCMS, revealed a series of complex monoterpenes that naturally occur in a number of different plants and herbs. Among other chemical compounds, camphor, borneol, carvone, and thymol were extracted from the ancient residue. They are all found in yarrow, achillea, which McGovern has elsewhere described as, quote, highly suggestive of a ritual involving psychoactive plants. Using these biomolecular fingerprints, McGovern was able to pinpoint the ancient geographic source of the additives to this special brew. Nearly all were domesticated or cultivated in the southern Levant in advance of their introduction into Egypt, beginning circa 3000 BC. As the domesticated grapevine was transplanted to the Nile Delta, one may reasonably hypothesize that some southern Levantine herbs accompanied or soon followed it into the gardens and fields of the country. These developments considerably expanded the Egyptian pharmacopoeia. As for the 700 jars themselves, McGovern's analysis of 35 chemical elements concluded to a 99% probability that the jars were, quote, made of the same clays as those found in the Jordan Valley, the hill country of the West Bank and Transjordan, and the Gaza region. In other words, they originated in the territory that would later belong to Dionysius and Jesus in the 1st century AD. Why did Scorpion I stockpile so much foreign wine onto his deathbed? McGovern calls it, quote, elite emulation or conspicuous consumption. Like importing liquid gold, these wine-based elixirs from the southern Levant were regularly exchanged between Near Eastern kings as gifts to seal treaties, or to simply create goodwill and lend prestige to their rule. In addition, McGovern supports Ruck's basic notion that ancient wine and other alcoholic beverages are known to be an excellent means to dissolve and administer herbal concoctions externally and internally. Before the easy availability of modern synthetic medicines, McGovern says alcoholic beverages were the universal palliative. Because the divine intoxicant was meant to accompany the Egyptian pharaoh into the underworld, however, its use as an advanced religious biotechnology cannot be overlooked. Just like the beer from Mas Castellar de Pontos, the special brew may have fueled the visionary states that allowed Scorpion I and later Egyptian kings to both witness and become one with the gods. Although priestesses are thought to have been the original enologists, and lore surrounding the vine personified it as a female entity, Osiris likely predated Dionysus as the first male wine god. According to the oldest surviving illustrated papyrus roll, which preserves the ancient Egyptian coronation ceremony in amazing detail, wine would be presented as an eye of Horus in order to cure the king of his, quote, spiritual blindness. A ritual meal was then ingested as part of the secret rites engineered to transform Osiris's earthly representative into the wine god himself. In this supreme act of mystical conjunction, drinking the god to become the god, the human king sought to merge with Osiris as the Lord of Death. In preparation for his eternal sleep, the royal initiate is said to have traveled to and actually experienced the cosmic underworld, receiving, quote, the awesome knowledge of what lies beyond the threshold of death. Thousands of years before Jesus, or the Lamas interviewed by Father Francis, the Egyptian pharaohs are said to have acquired the light body of a shining spirit, Ak in Egyptian, that allowed them to traverse the starry afterlife. Did psychedelic wine, first imported from the southern Levant, really provide the means, motive, and opportunity for this 3,000-year-long religious enterprise? According to the late archaeologist and anthropologist Dr. Andrew Sherratt, the vast quantities of wine consumed in week-long Dionysian festivals at the temple of Karnak seemed worthy of a closer look. He noticed the same blue water lilies, Nymphaea caruleia, depicted on Karnak's pillars were also found as a garland around the golden neck of Tutankhamun, when the pharaoh's tomb was first opened in 1922. Another incarnation of Osiris, the blue water lily is now extremely rare in the wild, but once grew abundantly on the shallow banks of the Nile. It was considered ancient Egypt's most sacred plant, and with the active compounds apomorphine and luciferin, it was full of psychoactive possibility. As part of the Sacred Weed series that aired on the UK's Channel 4 in 1998, Sherratt and his colleagues, an Egyptologist, an ethnobotanist, and a pharmacologist, enlisted 2 courageous volunteers to drink some wine-soaked flower concoction in the first televised recreation of the ancient sacrament. After a nice fit of the giggles, the restless duo is seen frolicking through the rainy gardens of Hammerwood Park in East Sussex. Though no visions of Osiris were recorded, the blue water lily was shown to have undeniable mind-altering effects, even at relatively low dosage. The whole trippy experiment makes for excellent YouTube viewing. As we move closer to Christianity's home turf, the plot thickens. Some of the best evidence for ancient spiked wine just happens to come from modern-day Galilee, where the magical appeal of the drink that would later show up in the wedding at Cana and Christianity's founding event, the Last Supper, extended far beyond its alcohol content. The homeland of Jesus was praised in antiquity for its wine production, going all the way back to the Canaanites. In 2013, murky hearsay met hard fact when the Tel Kabri site, an hour north of Nazareth, made international headlines. 40 jars of herbal wine were unearthed in what became known as, quote, the world's oldest wine cellar, dating to about 1700 BC. Organic residue from each of the jars was subjected to thorough testing at the Brandeis University Department of Chemistry. The results of the GCMS analyses showed remarkable consistency across the entire batch, indicating, quote, a sophisticated understanding of the botanical landscape and the pharmacopoeic skills necessary to produce a complex beverage that balanced preservation, palatability, and psychoactivity. In their peer-reviewed paper, published in the open-source journal PLOS ONE in August 2014, the interdisciplinary team identified a number of organic compounds in the wine. Andrew Coe, Senior Research Fellow at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Center for Materials Research in Archaeology and Ethnology, Asaf Yasser Landau, Professor of Archaeology at the University of Haifa, and Eric Klein, Professor of Classics, Anthropology, and History at George Washington University, noted the challenge in trying to pair these freshly captured biomarkers with their ancient organic sources. Like McGovern, they acknowledge that the compounds are present at varying concentrations in many different plants and herbs. Nevertheless, they can still piece together an accurate match based on the natural distribution of ancient commodities and surviving documentary accounts from ancient Galilee and the surrounding area. Aside from the Greek, many ancient Near Eastern languages like Egyptian, Sumerian, Akkadian, Elamite, Hittite, Hebrew, and Aramaic have preserved the names of a dizzying number of plants, herbs, and fungi. By some estimates, however, only 20% of those species referenced in the dusty texts have been definitively identified by genus. That's why, for example, the debate over the kind of laurel employed by the Pythian priestesses at Delphi can rage on, because the ancient plant may not quite correspond to our modern scientific classification of the Laurus genus, let alone the Laurus nobilis species. But the written ethnobotanical evidence, such as the wine formulas of Dioscorides, are only half the puzzle. Completing it demands the rigorous collection of organic residue from ancient vessels, which can then be paired with paleoecological maps that plot where each of the analyzed species actually grew in antiquity. While this interdisciplinary effort was not part of the archaeological mindset until quite recently, the combination of ancient texts, chemical data, and habitat maps is finally shedding much-needed light on the art and science of ancient winemaking. And the results from places like Tel Kabri show exactly where the Greeks inherited their taste for infused, mind-altering wine. In addition to tartaric acid, the GCMS readings at Tel Kabri included cinnamic acid, oleanolic acid, cineol, caryophyllene, and methylsyringate. According to the team, the most likely candidates that would have spiked the palatial red wine at Tel Kabri include honey, storax resin, Liquidambar orientalis, terebinth resin, Pistacia palestina or Terrapinthus, cyperus roots, Cyperus rotundus, cedar oil, Cedrus libani, juniper berries, Juniperus communis or Phoenicia, mint, Mentha, myrtle, Myrtus communis, and cinnamon bark, Cinnamomum. The many ingredients of this luxurious ancient concoction are attested as wine additives in the so-called Mari letters, a collection of Mesopotamian tablets written in Akkadian in the 18th century BC. Evidence of a similar herbal kick appears in the widely published Egyptian recipes for kifi, temple incense, that began circulating in the 15th century BC. Nothing like the blue water lily was identified in the regal cellar, but the adjoining banquet hall hints at the religious nature of this special brew, as does the Juniperus genus, certain species of which are revered for their psychoactivity. Juniper berries contain rich, volatile oils with antiviral, antibiotic, and antifungal properties, which may explain their superstitious use for protection in traditional rites and ceremonies. Historically, shamans in Central Asia have resorted to juniper for ritual, magical, and medicinal purposes, making it likely one of the oldest fumigants of humankind. The Hunza people of the Hindu Kush in northern Pakistan, for example, say juniper is directly responsible for the supernatural powers of their bitayos, the magicians, healers, and prophets. They manifest their abilities only after inhaling the smoke of burning juniper branches and drinking warm goat's blood. After this, they danced to rhythmic drum beats until they had attained the trance state. When asked about the future, they passed on the messages of the fairies in the form of songs. For the Canaanites, the wine additives identified at Tel Kabri could have come in handy during their far-reaching but understudied Marzeya ritual, a drunken funerary feast or memorial banquet for the dead that could last up to a week. The Marzeya was reserved exclusively for the upper class of Near Eastern society. As a kind of guild or drinking club, it has earned comparisons to the more well-known wine banquet in ancient Greece, the symposium. McGovern says music, dance, and the recital of Canaanite myths accompanied the merriment, along with bouts of sexual intercourse to match any Roman bacchanal. But the main purpose of the Marzeya, as with the skull cults and graveyard beers, we tracked over 10,000 years from Stone Age Israel and Turkey to ancient Greece and classical Iberia, was to acquaint its participants with the afterlife, and, quote, to secure their beatification after death. Particularly fascinating about the Marzeya is the possibility that it acted as the bridge between the more archaic drinking ceremonies from Egypt and the Near East, including Tel Kabri, and the later mysteries belonging to both Dionysus and Jesus. Common to all these rituals is the concept of ingesting a special potion for a singular purpose, to transcend ordinary time and space, reaching a state of consciousness where the ancestors still live and breathe, and the gods and goddesses are made real. For lack of vocabulary, scholars often refer to this place as the underworld, and maybe the initiates of the Marzeya truly believe they went somewhere, just like the initiates of the Greek and Christian mysteries in the centuries that followed. But at the end of the day, we're only trying to get hold of the mechanism that created the sensation of otherworldly travel and the conviction that creates whole religions in the wake of these unforgettable mystical experiences. The data from Mas Castellar de Pontos show that ordinary beer could hardly take credit for the survival of a graveyard tradition that likely reaches far back into the Stone Age. For the Marzeya, ordinary wine doesn't seem to be responsible for its long history either. Clues to the bizarre Canaanite ritual were embedded in one of the cuneiform tablets of Ugarit, modern-day Syria, composed just a few centuries after the royalty at Tel Kabri hatched their psychoactive wine. Despite many failed attempts to decipher the ceremony of the dead, a leading scholar of Canaanite religion and mysticism may have finally figured it out. In The Marzeya and the Ugaritic Magical Ritual System, published in 2015, Gregorio del Omolete deconstructs the text known as the Divine Feast of El, referring to the chief Near Eastern deity of this period. For del Omolete, professor emeritus at the University of Barcelona, the literal translation of Marzeya is descent, implying a journey to the underworld. Alternatively, it could mean, quote, a tool that makes one fall, or collapse in ecstasy, or simply lie down dead. In a reading that parallels the Indo-European graveyard beers, Del Omolete sees evidence for hallucinogenic wine as advanced religious biotechnology, calling the Divine Feast of El a, quote, handbook or recipe for intoxication praxis that induces a, quote, cataleptic state of trance. In this altered state of consciousness reached by drunkenness, the initiate is permitted terrifying entry into the mysterious other world of, quote, infernal ghosts, where a skilled explorer can secure divinatory answers to life's existential questions from the godlike spirits. Or maybe it's the fairies talking. To awaken from this near-death experience, the Ugaritic text orders the paralyzed body of the initiate to be anointed from forehead to navel with an unidentifiable wild plant. Every government warning label on every bottle of Pinot in the United States cautions against a series of risks: birth defects, car accidents, machinery disaster. Not a single one mentions the possibility of dead relatives showing up at the door. Like the written wine formulas of Dioscorides, nothing about the Marseille's special brew even remotely resembles anything we would call wine. McGovern's, quote, extreme beverage culture of the Eastern Mediterranean had crafted an extreme drinking ritual to accompany their extreme drink, perhaps providing the optimal setting to showcase their sophisticated understanding of the botanical landscape and pharmacopoeic skills. The active ingredients that may have potentiated the mixture remain an absolute mystery. But given the hard archaeochemical data of the herbal blends from Egyptian Abydos and Canaanite Tel Kabri, it's a safe bet that someone like Andrew Coe at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology may crack the Marseille code in the years to come. At 44 years old, Coe is part of the younger generation that benefited from the work of McGovern and other pioneers, such as Richard Evershed at the University of Bristol. But unlike most of his colleagues in the still maturing discipline of archaeological chemistry, Coe has an additional background in classics. It gives him a unique transdisciplinary perspective on the search for ancient beverages. Because of his familiarity with the tradition of drugged wine from Homer to Dioscorides and beyond, Coe is rather open-minded about the possibility of the Marseille linking the Galilee of the Canaanites in 1700 BC to the Galilee of the ancient Greeks and Christians in the 1st century AD. As a sanity check after my trip to Paris, I called his office in Boston to make sure Ruck's scholarship on psychedelic wine was actually supported by the latest evidence. Coe told me about the recent discovery of yet more luxury liquids at another site in Upper Galilee, soon to be published in the Bulletin of the American Schools of Oriental Research. His organic residue analysis of small vessels from a Hellenistic administrative building in Tel Kadesh, on the border with Lebanon, revealed oil from the iconic Phoenician cedar, Cedrus lubani, was spiked with the same imported storax resin, Liquidambar orientalis, from the same region of Rhodes that was found 1,500 years earlier in the Canaanite wine of Tel Kabri. Dating to the 2nd century BC, it shows the continuity of psychotropic infusions in the region, well into the period when Greek influence was at its height. So, even if he hasn't found it yet, the odds of Coe eventually securing the hard evidence for overtly psychedelic wine seem good. The chemical answer to the Marseille mystery is within reach. I think you're absolutely right, Coe said into the phone. When we're talking about ancient wine, we tend to have a one-size-fits-all approach. But think about beer these days, for example. It's not just for drinking and watching football. We have some really complex beers with different alcohol and flavor profiles. Ancient wine was no different. If you look carefully at the historical record, there was wine for very casual settings, all the way to very formal events, like the mysteries. But like everything else in life, it's probably not so binary. Maybe it's our puritanical background, but we want to separate the two, the casual, mundane drinking from the sacred, religious drinking. Back then, however, the lines were more blurred and things more intertwined. Like at Tel Kabri or Tel Kadesh, I asked? And maybe even the earliest Christian communities who could have been influenced by the Marseille or Dionysian mysteries that we know were active in Galilee at the time of Jesus? Right. At first glance, the wine cellar at Kabri seems like wealthy elites getting hammered and having a good time. But then you look more closely, and I think that's too simplistic of an answer. Because they're adding things to the wine, and those ingredients are not just for preservation. It's not solely to get a buzz from the alcohol. When you look at the literature of the time, there are festivals in Egypt and the Levant, like the Marseille, that are just rife with ritualistic meaning. They are literally communing with the gods and so forth. So I think Kabri does connect to the later Hellenistic and Roman periods, where the mystery or cultic aspect only intensifies. I think what we in the archaeological community have been missing for a while now is that wine is such a perfect beverage, once the right ingredients are added to it, to have a profound religious experience with a psychotropic effect. So I call that kind of wine a potion, because it's not just a drink. It's a sacrament. Coe is confident that the smoking gun evidence for psychedelic wine is out there in the birthplace of Christianity, patiently waiting just underfoot. For many centuries, right up until the wedding at Cana and the Last Supper, the Marzeia documented in the Divine Feast of El remained a staple across the region, uniting ancient Israel, Judah, and Babylon in El's wine god cult. Like the Egyptians, Canaanites, and Phoenicians before them, the Israelites and their neighbors were just as interested in the cult of the dead and its special wine that put the Holy Land on the map in the first place. The pagan ritual is actually mentioned twice in the Old Testament, disparagingly of course, confirming the survival of this rather primordial tradition into biblical times. Despite the Jewish high priest's opposition to the wine-fueled seance, pilgrim flasks, wine decanters, and amphoras have been unearthed from the ancient tombs in and around Jerusalem, and farther south, more death cult remains have come to the surface. In September 2009, a sandstone block accidentally turned up in Wadi Musa, near the Dionysian temple in Petra. Its partly legible inscription confirms that the hallucinatory Marzeia ritual was still alive and well during Jesus' lifetime. The text is clearly dated to the reign of the high-profile Nabatean king Aretas IV Philopatris, 9 BC to AD 40. His daughter, Phasaelis, married King Herod Antipas, the infamous ruler of Galilee. To please his second wife after divorcing Phasaelis, Herod famously served the head of John the Baptist on a platter. Where the Marzeia ends and the Dionysian banquet begins, nobody really knows. The god of ecstasy had slowly taken root in the ancient cultural internet of North Africa and the Levant that Osiris and El had been seeding with their magic for millennia. Eventually, part of the wine god would head west to Greece as Dionysus, debuting on Euripides' stage in the 5th century BC with his Asian Maenads after a tour through Anatolia. Over in Athens, Dionysus would become the lord of death like his Egyptian and Near Eastern counterparts, leading an annual train of ghosts into the city during the springtime Anthesteria festival. Similar to our Halloween, it was the time of year when, attracted by the smell of the wine that rose from the opened pithoi, or earthen pots, and spread throughout the city, the souls emerged from the underworld. But another part of the wine god would simply stay put, right where it all began over 3,000 years before Jesus, who would become the latest god of ecstasy to overcome death. The Nazarene was well acquainted with the underworld from the Harrowing of Hell episode that supposedly took place in the 3 days between Jesus' death and resurrection, when the gospel was proclaimed to those who are now dead. It's a neat line of succession: Osiris to El to Dionysus to Jesus. The critical thing that unites them all is extraordinary wine that blurs the boundary between life and death, immortality potions. But there's a major difference between Dionysus and Jesus on the one hand, and their divine predecessors on the other. A political disagreement. Did this wine belong to the 1% or the 99%? Was it meant for the pharaohs, royalty, and elite? Or was it meant for everybody? Who should have access to the nectar of the gods? Religious revolution was afoot in pre-Christian Galilee. The intoxicant had begun leaking from the Near Eastern palaces and mansions the same way the koukion had slipped from Eleusis, traveling to wealthy homes across Athens during the scandalous imitation of the sacred rites known as the profanation of the mysteries. As A.D. Nock insightfully remarked in the last chapter, the spiritually curious were being drawn to a kind of private, spontaneous pagan piety, where elements of choice, movement, and individual enthusiasm were preferable to whatever soul-crushing boredom the local temples had to offer the pagan and Jewish residents of the area. By the time of Jesus, a democratizing trend led by ecstatic women had revamped sacred wine into what Euripides, 4 centuries earlier, had called a sacrament for, quote, simple folk, or phaloteron, quote, Equally to the rich and to the lowly has Dionysus given the painless joy of wine. So forget the Egyptian pharaohs. Forget the royal families at Tel Kabri, Petra, and everywhere in between. Forget the Marseilla, reserved only for the vineyard-owning aristocrats, with nothing but time and money to waste on their spooky, sometimes decadent ritual. Forget the Jewish high priests, who banned the Marseilla, with all its occult implications. And forget the buzzkill Pharisees, who later in the Gospels would call Jesus a drunk, or oinopotes. People were aching for their own little taste of that miraculous wine, and for the already smashed wedding guests at Cana, where the only way for the Jesus of John's Gospel to prove his divinity was to perform the signature miracle of Dionysus. That's exactly what they got, 180 gallons worth. By bringing the oldest trick in the Dionysian book back home to the Near East, where the sacrament itself was born in the distant past, and where the god of ecstasy had re-established a foothold, thanks to the regional acceptance of Greek culture, the Gospel of John was issuing a stark challenge to the 1% of the 1st century AD. From the beginning, the Christian potion was destined for mass consumption, just like the Dionysian potion that had been working its magic in Greece and Greek-speaking hubs of the Eastern Mediterranean for centuries, including parts of Galilee. Unlike the ritual beverages that preceded it, the wine at Cana was meant to travel all over the ancient world, into the hands of humble people with humble hopes for the afterlife, and into humble parts of the Roman Empire still farther west of Greece, where the wine god that Jesus would soon replace was in desperate need of a revival, all thanks to the politicians in Rome. As I exit the Salle d'Etat, I take one last look at the Mona Lisa's patronizing smirk. All night long, when she is blanketed in moonlight, Da Vinci's masterpiece is stuck here staring at a complete and total fantasy, not through any fault of Veronese. The wedding feast at Cana is a fair interpretation of John's Gospel, but the scene almost certainly never happened. Why is the raucous episode from ancient Galilee recorded in John and nowhere else? And why the shameless infringement of the Dionysian epiphanies from Elus and Andros? Scholars like Dennis MacDonald have concluded that John cast Jesus in the same mold as the god of ecstasy to emphasize his godhood. Fair enough. John gets 0 points for originality. But a god without wine in the southern Levant was like a car without wheels, so perhaps John had little choice but to incorporate the extreme beverage into that particular epiphany around AD 30. Nevertheless, the question remains, what's the real relationship between Jesus and Dionysus? And what's the real message here? For those Greek speakers who could recognize the secret symbols and language, as A.D. Knock put it, John had many more surprises in store. Cana was just the opening act, a sneak peek of the real dinner, 3 years later, that would forever alter the course of human history, putting Jesus at the top of our species' virtual Twitter feed with 2.42 billion followers. The biggest religion on the planet today. The biggest religion ever. It all started at the Last Supper, a more intimate affair among friends, where the wine became blood and Jesus introduced part 2 of the trademark Dionysian sacrament, the raw flesh. In John's poetic treatment of the event, the sacred combination of bread and wine, flesh and blood, represents the most advanced biotechnology in all of antiquity, what St. Ignatius would later call the pharmakon athanasias, the drug of immortality that guaranteed instant divinity and life everlasting. To the Greeks, this magical procedure was known as apotheosis, or deification. Anyone who ate and drank the god became the god. Once the exclusive property of Egyptian pharaohs and Near Eastern elite, the sacrament had been dribbling over the mountains and forests of the Mediterranean ever since Euripides. But civilizations rise and fall, and the mysteries have a way of getting caught in the crossfire. Once obsessed with the wine god whom they inherited from their predecessors, especially in that Greek-speaking part of southern Italy known as Magna Graecia, a moral panic had swept through the Roman Empire when men started joining in the debauched festivals previously restricted to women. The Roman Senate prohibited the full-blown bacchanalia in 186 BC, creating an uncertain future for the god of ecstasy. Around 20 BC, the conservative historian Livy wrote his dramatic retelling of the scandal, portraying it as a reaction against the sudden infiltration of too many Greek elements into Roman worship. The final straw for the Roman Senate was the Italian witch, Pacula Ania, the scandalous high priestess of Bacchus in Campania, the heartland of Magna Graecia, home to Naples and Pompeii. In the years leading up to the mass crackdown on the Dionysian mysteries in 186 BC, Pacula Ania refused to initiate any men over the age of 20. Rather than having women in the control of men, says Dr. Fiacre Mac-Gorain, a classicist at University College London, this cult is putting young, impressionable men under the control of women. In a staunchly patriarchal society like Rome, that was an act of war. So the authorities made the flood of magical wine slow to a trickle. By the time of Jesus, the world was ready for another injection of holy madness. At long last, the faithful may have cheered, the Son of God had come home to Galilee. Call him Jesus if you like, but when John's Gospel called him the only begotten or unique offspring of God, residing in the lap of the Father, his audience knew what he meant. After all, where else but Nazareth would Jesus grow up? Only minutes from Dionysian country in Scythopolis, and just down the road from the Mona Lisa of Galilee in Sepphoris. Of all the places for Jesus to call home, the drug-riddled Napa Valley of the ancient world just happened to be the one. Where wine was a sacrament for the cult of the dead that found inspiration in both the long-running Marseille and the Dionysian mysteries, and where the magician from Nazareth and his earliest followers could have sourced an endless supply of those mind-altering substances the Southern Levant had been pumping into the area for 3 millennia. The same drugs that would soon be encyclopedically cataloged in the most consulted, most durable manuscript of the next 2,000 years, the Materia Medica. Less than a decade after Jesus' death, Dioscorides was born in Cilicia in Asia Minor, near the modern Turkish-Syrian border. He studied in nearby Tarsus, the birthplace of Paul, who, before becoming St. Paul, was simply Saul of Tarsus. The plants, herbs, and fungi documented by the father of drugs on his extensive travels with the Roman army under Emperor Nero are overwhelmingly concentrated on the Greek-speaking world of the Aegean and the Levant. It was the epicenter of experimental wine mixing, where a heavy pagan population squeezed every drop of psychoactive potential from its ancient cash crop, and where the new Dionysus had miraculously returned for one final mission. Even if they didn't feel it on the eastern frontier of the Roman Empire, the would-be Christians knew the Dionysian mysteries had faced an existential crisis in Italy, where as many as 6,000 followers of the god of ecstasy were executed in one fell swoop during the Roman Senate's bloody campaign in 186 BC. There was no predicting the next moral panic. The most powerful empire in the world, an all-male enterprise, was clamping down on a female-led religion that promised immortality to its initiates. With only a few ounces of its secret potion, this religion with no name had finally broken the spiritual exclusivity of Egypt and the Near East, and the monopoly of the Greek families in Eleusis. And for largely political reasons, the Romans wanted this dangerous religion, what Euripides once called an immoral trick aimed at women, to simply go away. But the Dionysian mysteries couldn't just disappear. Everyone deserved a taste of divinity. So perhaps the only way to keep the magical wine alive was to fill the ancient world with more Pacula Anias than the Roman Empire could ever possibly control. But the wilderness wasn't the safest or most convenient place to win new converts to the Greek death cult. The god of ecstasy had to come indoors. And Christianity had the answer. On the eastern coast of the Mediterranean, everything was up for grabs in the 1st century AD, when the latest Son of God, born of a virgin, stepped into the spotlight. In the Gospel of John, the wedding at Cana may have set the drug of immortality loose on the streets of Galilee, but it was the Last Supper that brought the Christian Eucharist into people's homes. Even Dionysius himself never managed to pull that off. Aside from the public festivals and the few Athenians who blasphemed Eleusis during the profanation of the mysteries, Dionysius's churches were kept off the grid, in the open air of the Greek countryside. So far as John's audience was concerned, this new Dionysius had just upstaged the old Dionysius, and their interpretation of John's gospel would have been very different from today's. The Jesus they would have seen was a Jesus who didn't come to start a new religion, but a Jesus who came to save the fragile mysteries with an epic, encore performance. A Jesus who came to open source the magical wine for the masses and to finish the populist movement he started in Greece. When his name was Dionysius, it is impossible to understand the roots of Christianity without understanding the world in which it appeared. For roughly the first 300 years of its existence, Christianity was an illegal cult, just like the cult of Dionysius. By appealing to poor folks, and especially women, Jesus was simply picking up where the Dionysian mysteries left off. Politically, he posed the same threat to the Roman establishment as Dionysius. Anything that directed attention and loyalty away from the public cult of the emperor and the traditional Roman gods was considered dangerous, because at the time, separating young, eligible men from their military service and busy mothers from their family obligations upset the chain of command. Neither belonged in the wilderness, getting high with the god of drugs. And they didn't belong at the wedding party where Jesus unveiled Dionysius' signature miracle either. John makes the general paranoia pretty explicit when he records the reaction of the Jewish high priests to Jesus' string of magic acts following Cana. If we let him go on like this, everyone will believe in him, and the Romans will come and take away both our place and our nation. But the politics and legality were only part of the concern. At stake was the entire social order. Jesus and Dionysius were two peas in a pod. They both stood for the revolutionary principle that everybody deserved the nectar of the gods, regardless of class. While the Greeks and southern Italians had many centuries to manage the uncomfortable balancing act between the 1% and the 99%, Jesus' open invitation to an immortality potion like the Eucharist would have shocked the wealthy pagans of Galilee, as well as the influential Jewish families of Jerusalem. Magical wine was supposed to be their prerogative, just the way it had been for thousands of years. Salvation didn't belong in the hands of the commoners. After his success in classical Athens, Dionysius was the first monopoly buster in the Near East. For an extra kick in the pants, Jesus showed up a few centuries later with an even more convenient solution for anyone dissatisfied with the old-time religions. A solution the home brewers at Mas Castellar de Pontos had already discovered. Simply invite some friends over and cook the sacrament up at home. In the end, Dionysius and Jesus were both really bad for the status quo. There's a reason the crackdown on the Bacchanalia by the Roman Senate in 186 BC was the first large-scale religious persecution in European history. And there's a reason Christianity followed suit. In the eyes of the ruling class, the idea of continuity between the Greek and Christian mysteries was pretty darn clear. Barbaric to the core, they both offered direct access to the Lord of Death following the consumption of the god himself in the form of fortified wine. With their exotic sacraments, Dionysians and Christians fit the same vile narrative. According to Mary Beard, John North, and Simon Price, the leading historians of Roman religion, the issue was exacerbated by the appeal of Christianity to women. The combination of stereotypes of foreign and female, which had been deployed by classical Greeks of Eastern women out of control, had always been especially potent. This is the political and spiritual backdrop of the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis, and it can't be dismissed. The same people who were attracted to the radical cult of Dionysius were the same people who were attracted to the cult of Jesus. They were not so different from the spiritual but not religious of today. Seekers on the hunt for transcendence. A real experience with real meaning, where the key to that Dionysian experience was the kind of wine that was universally regarded as a pharmakon. It drove the witches like Pokula Anya and their covens mad. It made them delirious. It provoked visions. And in addition to the religious conservatives in Athens who didn't want their Eleusinian mysteries profaned, it also pissed off the authorities in Rome, the same authorities who would later accuse the Christians of cannibalism and throw them to the lions. The immortality potion is what unites the ancient Greeks of the final centuries BC with the Paleo-Christians of the early centuries AD. As we will see in detail in the next chapter, the more the Gospel of John could convince potential recruits that the Christian Eucharist was indeed the same pharmakon, the greater the chances of the young faith's success in a world where the Dionysian sacrament still dominated the ancient Mediterranean, where, with every drink from the sacred cup, the Maenads risked being branded as criminals. The early Christians ran the same risk, of course. But for some, the price of religious liberty has always been worth the cost. The way the Greek and Christian mysteries were targeted by the Roman Empire is well documented in the historical record. Largely ignored by modern scholars, however, is the degree to which the common sacrament of wine motivated the harsh suppression of these revolutionary movements, and whether the great secret of Dionysus and Jesus alike, the secret that unlocked the key to immortality, was in fact drugged wine. It's been a long afternoon, and the Louvre is about to close. I just need a few minutes of peace and quiet to wrap my mind around everything I've seen today. I know exactly where to go to escape the tourists. I make a beeline for the winged victory of Samothrace and descend the grand staircase to the museum's Greek collection on the lower level of the Sully Wing. I sneak past the crowd admiring the armless Venus de Milo and duck into my oasis, the Salle de Caiatide. Intentionally or not, the Louvre has constructed a pretty incredible tribute to the god of ecstasy. Most of the marble to be found in room 348 is Roman, based on Greek originals. Like the Italian head of Dionysus from the 2nd century AD, with those luxurious locks twisting their way down the god's neck and shoulders. If you ever wondered why Jesus was the only Jewish man of 1st century Galilee to get the Jim Morrison look, this is why. Across the hall, the woodland god Pan, straight out of Narnia, is clutching a bunch of grapes. After leading choirs of nymphs through the hills of Greece, the wine god's confidant would always take a midday nap. Whenever startled by a passing shepherd, Pan would wake with a terrifying shout, giving us the word panic. The goat man was the illiterate peasantry's last refuge against an encroaching Christianity. As a result, our popular image of Satan likely comes from this horned, lustful deity, the rustic one, paganus in Latin, whence the word pagan. I circle the Borghese vase. Standing 5.5 feet tall, it boasts an incredible parade of bacchants carved into the marble. Dazed and confused, one has just lost consciousness. Slumped over in ecstasy, a shaggy-tailed satyr carries him along with thyrsos in hand, the long, hollow wand used to carry the wine god's plant additives, according to Ruck. From the celebrant's grasp has just slipped the cantharos that knocked him out. I wonder what was in it. The museum's didactic label says this piece, quote, is widely admired for the fine craftsmanship of the figures shown in a trance typical of Dionysian processions. The English plaque calls Dionysus the god of wine and revelry. In French, he's the god of wine and intoxication, dieu du vin et de l'ivresse. The language barriers never stop. But the meaning is clear. Behind the Dionysian mysteries was no ordinary wine, and the Borghese vase is one of the best representations of the madness that overtook the initiates of this religion. Madness that did not come from wine as we know it, but an infused potion spiked with any number of drugs. What G408 and G409 tried to communicate, and what Dioscorides later recorded with his wine formulas, is now a scientific fact. The latest archaeochemical data from the Near East shows that herbs, resins, and other plant additives were mixed into wine for at least 3,000 years before the birth of Christianity to increase its psychoactive profile. Why would that time-honored tradition suddenly stop at Jesus? As I navigate the Salle de Caryatide, I see a bench, but not just any bench, a private retreat, nestled snugly in a secluded alcove. I plop into place, close my eyes, and cast a steady exhale into the Dionysian sanctuary. I open my eyes to a crucifixion scene, a poor figure hanging from a pine tree, about to be put to death. It's not the wine god from Nazareth. This is the Silenus Marcius, another close companion of Dionysus. The 8-foot Marcius Supplicié, sometimes called the Torment of Marcius or Hanging Marcius, was originally cut around 200 BC. It memorializes the legend of the cocky satyr who challenged the god Apollo to a flute contest and lost. His punishment was to be flayed alive. Plato tells us Marcius's shaggy hide was later made into a wineskin. Philostratus goes a step further and says the satyr sentenced himself to death for playing out of tune. Marcius looks forward to the slaughter so he can be reborn as a container for Dionysus's potion, our liquid salvation. Dying so that we may live, this self-sacrifice on the tree for the good of humanity occurs centuries before Jesus died on the cross. If the naked Marcius were given a loincloth and hung in a church, I wonder how long it would take the faithful to realize it wasn't Jesus. Right here for all to see, a statue like this brings the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis into full focus. But how far can we take it? John's Gospel certainly pulled the god of ecstasy into Christianity. Did the sex, drugs, and rock and roll really come along for the ride? Father Francis is an open-minded guy, but how do I even start down this road? Looking at 2,500-year-old Greek pottery is one thing. Suggesting the religion to which the priest has dedicated his life was chiseled from Greek stone and ripped from the pages of the Bacchae is another thing altogether. Such things are best discussed over drinks. Chapter 11. Drunk with the Nectar of Eternity. Just as surprisingly warm as yesterday, the sun is setting on a gorgeous Saturday in Paris. I bounce down from my Airbnb on the Ile de la Cité and cross the Pont d'Arcole into a cobweb of streets in the 4th arrondissement. I'm heading for the watering hole that sprang to mind from my final moments in the Louvre, as I sat across from Marcius, gazing at the marble statue of Apollo the Lizard Slayer. After a brisk walk, I arrive at the bustling bar to claim the only remaining mini-table in the eye of the storm. Metallic reptiles scurry across the brickwork and mutate into tiled mosaics on the bathroom walls, assuring me I've landed in the lizard lounge. In the din of clanking glasses and drunken French conversation, I rummage through my stack of notes in preparation for the next face-off. A few minutes later, my Roman Catholic friend joins me. Still no collar. First things first, we order a blue cheese and mushroom burger and 2 sorely needed Scottish brown ales. Father Francis fills me in on the day's mind and life meetings. I show him some of my photos from the Salle de Caryatide. By the time the food arrives, I've tried my best to convince the mild-mannered cleric that my investigation is no less heretical than his own. The Renaissance man across from me in the purple-collared shirt, peeking out from a charcoal sweater, is already entertained. But I can't tell if he's laughing at me or with me. The theme of tonight's dinner is apotheosis. What does it mean to become God? If Father Francis has no problem with lesser mortals like ourselves bursting into kaleidoscopic rainbows after decades of intense meditation, then why not simply drink the sacred potion and cut to the chase? At the end of the day, aren't we both talking about that cryptic promise from Eleusis? Overcoming the limitations of the physical body and cheating death? That moment of intense rapture sought by the Maenads of Dionysus until they became identified with the god himself. And aren't he and Ruck both committing the same arch-heresy by suggesting that the original, obscured truth of Christianity has nothing to do with worshiping Jesus and everything to do with becoming Jesus? Aren't we all just gods and goddesses in the making? Maybe the concept of apotheosis doesn't sound particularly heretical today, but a few hundred years ago, it got the likes of Giovanni Pico della Mirandola into a load of trouble. In 1484, the upstart Italian was only 21 years old when he met Lorenzo de' Medici, who promptly invited him into the Florentine Academy that was about to punch the Renaissance into high gear. Already a student of Greek, as well as Latin, Hebrew, and Arabic, the newest Florentine got to work writing Oratio de Hominis Dignitate, Oration on the Dignity of Man, the so-called Manifesto of the Renaissance. He wanted to publicly debut the Oratio together with his 900 Theses in Rome on the Epiphany of 1487, the God's Gift Day. But Pope Innocent VIII was not impressed. He put a halt to the spectacle and condemned every one of Pico della Mirandola's theses as renovating the errors of pagan philosophers. All for the young man's simple but revolutionary act of applauding the infinite goodness and unlimited potential of every man, woman, and child on this planet. Under the principle of ad fontes, back to the source, the humanists were just beginning to tap the wisdom of the founders of Western civilization in their original language. Whenever you do that, a nagging question inevitably surfaces. If the Greeks didn't need Jesus to find salvation, why do we? In his search for answers, Pico della Mirandola went far beyond the Mosaic and Christian mysteries, giving a neo-pagan endorsement of Eleusis. Who would not long to be admitted to such mysteries? Who would not desire, putting all human concerns behind him, holding the goods of fortune in contempt, and little minding the goods of the body, thus to become, while still a denizen of the earth, a guest at the table of the gods, and, drunk with the nectar of eternity, receive, while still immortal, the gift of immortality? The Vatican's intervention was the first case in history of a printed book universally banned by the Church, and Pico della Mirandola was soon arrested on the Pope's orders. Only after Lorenzo pulled some major strings was the young heretic freed into the protective custody of the influential Medicis back in Florence. So when I say this stuff is heretical, I mean it. Maybe no one goes to jail anymore for claiming to be God, but the doors of the psych ward are always wide open. Besides, it's pretty well established in Catholicism that the only infallible human being is the Pope. And even then, he never lets it go to his head. As the mere successor to St. Peter, the Supreme Pontiff would never equate himself with Christ, let alone God. This conversation is full of landmines, and especially uncomfortable in the company of someone who once taught at the Pontificia Università Gregoriana, the Pope's university in Rome. But I need Father Francis to weigh in on the Pagan Continuity hypothesis once and for all. If the drugged wine was the Greeks' path to immortality, did a drugged Eucharist offer the first Christians the kind of experience reported by the participants of the psilocybin experiments at Hopkins and NYU? If that original Eucharist could cause the dissolution of the self and melting away of barriers mentioned by Dinah Baser, as well as by the Jewish, Christian, and Islamic mystics throughout history, then it all makes sense. But without the genuine psychedelic sacrament inherited from the Greeks, how could a placebo Eucharist convince anyone to drop paganism and the entrenched religion of their ancestors? In just 4 centuries, how did Christianity go from being an obscure cult of 20 or so illiterate day laborers in a neglected part of the Mediterranean to the official religion of Rome, converting half the empire, perhaps some 30 million people in the process? What was the secret to Christianity's success? After the waiter sets the plates on the table, the priest invites the Holy Spirit to join us. No meal begins without a blessing. He recites the same prayer my classmates and I would drone in the cafeteria, just before every lunch at the Maternity of the Blessed Virgin Mary back in Philadelphia. As Father Francis discreetly utters the invocation, not attracting too much attention from the patrons only inches away at our backs, I can hear hundreds of little Catholic voices chanting in unison. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts, which we receive through thy bounty, through Christ our Lord. Amen, I proclaim. Advantage Father Francis. Helpful as he's been with my investigation thus far, I'm reminded that I'm sitting in a bar with a man of the cloth who might not appreciate the full implications of Ruck's psychedelic hypothesis, rendering Jesus just another healer in a long line of drug-dealing ancient masters. In The Apples of Apollo, Pagan and Christian Mysteries of the Eucharist, published in 2001, Ruck devotes almost 100 pages to this subject in a chapter entitled Jesus, the Drug Man. It's actually a decent translation of Jesus, whom the Greeks knew as Jesus, since they never heard of the letter J. Jesus, in turn, was a spin-off of Yesue, the Greek word for Joshua, the Israelites' leader following the death of Moses. But according to Ruck, the true origin of Jesus' Greek name is the root for drug or poison, ios, which supplies the Greek words for doctor, or iatros. Ruck says the drug man. Either way, it's unlikely a Greek speaker of the 1st century AD would have heard the name Jesus and not thought of Ieso or Iaso, the Greek goddess of healing and the daughter of Asclepius, who was taught the art of drugs, incantations, and love potions by the centaur, Chiron. It's an association that the gospel writers didn't mind playing up a bit. Each of them uses the verb iaomai to describe Jesus' healing miracles. A literal translation would be, to cure by means of drugs. In Matthew chapter 9, verse 12, in Mark chapter 2, verse 17, and Luke chapter 4, verse 23, after all, Jesus does specifically refer to himself as iatros, which, instead of drug man, is generically rendered as physician. But there's no way I'm launching headfirst into all that. The Gospel of John is all we need tonight. By the second round of beers, I figure what better venue for a little Bible study. I plunge into my leather pouch, wriggle 2 books from their plastic casings, and lay them on our sacrilegious desk. The hardback Loeb edition of Euripides that we read yesterday in the Cours Napoleon, and the 1829 edition of the New Testament, entirely in Greek. I've had it since college, the first and last Bible I ever purchased. Together, these are our 2 holy books for the evening. Dionysius the Elder meets Dionysius the Younger. The more you read the Greek, I start off, the weirder it gets. Though Father Francis doesn't know it, I'm referring to A.D. Knox's secret system of symbols and language that John used to tip off the Greek speakers of the time who were either initiated into or at least familiar with the mysteries. Because the words really matter. There's a lot in there, the priest agrees. If you read the Bacchae and the Gospel of John side by side, it's kind of funny. The same scenes show up, sometimes even the same words. Greek vocabulary that doesn't appear anywhere else in the 3 synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, or Luke. I lead my personal tutor through a couple of the better examples, like the 180 gallons of wine at Cana, or the Son of God in the lap of the Father, or the crown of thorns, akanthinon stephanon, and purple cloak, porphoron himation, that the Roman governor Pontius Pilate throws on Jesus in John 19:5, publicly mocking him as the King of the Jews. In the Bacchae, the pointy crown fashioned from the fruit of nature is the definitive way of identifying the god of ecstasy and his disciples. And in Greek art, Dionysius himself is frequently seen wearing such a crown, along with his trademark purple cloak. In the Dionysian Gospel, Dennis MacDonald asserts that Pilate's overt presentation of Jesus, bearing his characteristic color for all to see, is yet another conscious clue to Greek speakers that both wine gods were cut from the same cloth, pun intended. With a dozen more examples from MacDonald's study to discuss, I pause and admit that none of these similarities are particularly breaking news. In fact, the early church fathers were well aware of the disconcerting relationship between Dionysius and Jesus. Well, they knew Greek. interjects Father Francis. Of course they could read Euripides. How could anyone possibly think they didn't understand their own language? So the question is not whether these parallels exist, but how to interpret them. Or, as far as the ancient theologians were concerned, how to explain them away. In the 2nd century AD, Justin Martyr's defense was to blame Satan for duping the Greeks into believing that Dionysus was the real Messiah, not Jesus. Even though Dionysus was reportedly born of a virgin, discovered the vine, and later, quote, introduced wine into his mysteries, just like Jesus, the, quote, devil apparently used the god from Scythopolis to obscure the prophecy announced by the patriarch Jacob and recorded by Moses. Justin conveniently sidesteps the fact that Dionysus, or some form of the wine god, predates the biblical prophets by a couple thousand years. But, again, this entire debate is lost on those today who can't follow the Greek, as are the many secret symbols and language in the Gospel of John. There is no better example than John 6, verses 53 to 56, the evangelist's bizarre take on the Eucharist. It is the most explicit and intentional Dionysian reference in all of John's Gospel. In English, Jesus' fascinating words at the synagogue in Capernaum go something like this. Very truly I tell you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise them up at the last day. For my flesh is the true food, and my blood is the true drink. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood remains in me, and I in them. But the original language is a different matter. No Greek speaker of the time could have heard this passage and not thought of Dionysus. In those few lines of Greek, John's audience would find the key to the Christian mysteries, the same key they already knew from the Dionysian mysteries, apotheosis by means of what John calls the true food and true drink that promise eternal life. In a populist move, Jesus would invite all of humanity to do the very thing that would get Pico della Mirandola arrested by the Pope centuries later, to join the table of the gods and receive the gift of immortality by getting drunk on the nectar of eternity. The only thing separating us from God is a glass of magical wine. And John's language is equally clear that you didn't need a priest to mix it. As it turns out, no one was more heretical than Jesus. But to put John's Eucharist in context, it's important to review the origins of the sacrament itself. While New Testament scholars acknowledge the Bible isn't the most accurate record of historical events, they have two general criteria for assessing authenticity: the age of the sources and their multiplicity. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were all written between AD 65 and 100, and each presents an account of the Eucharist. The earliest written evidence of the Last Supper, Paul's letter to the Corinthians, was probably composed 2 decades after Jesus' death, around AD 53. It's as close as we get to the upper room at King David's burial site in Jerusalem, where this extraordinary ritual was said to take place. And it too includes the dinner. In 1 Corinthians 11:25, Paul quotes Jesus instructing his friends to continue feasting on his body in remembrance of me after he's gone. So that's where the Mass came from, a 2,000-year-old fit of cannibalism reenacted to this day, multiple times per day, in churches on every continent for billions of faithful. The ritual, once perceived as an illegal act of human sacrifice in the Roman Empire, is now the Eucharist, what Pope Francis has referred to as, quote, the beating heart of the Church. He says the Mass is not only a commemoration of what Jesus did at the Last Supper, a mere symbol, but, quote, the greatest of gifts from God to mankind, quote, essential for salvation. Like the advanced religious biotechnology of the ancient Near East discussed in the last chapter, the Pope explicitly identified the precise objective of Jesus' Eucharistic ceremony during a homily from St. Peter's Square in 2015. quote, that we might become one with him, eating the God to become the God, drinking the God to become the God. Long predating the Egyptians, Canaanites, Phoenicians, and Nabateans, the practice has deep roots in the human psyche. Jesus must have gotten the idea from somewhere, but it certainly wasn't his Jewish upbringing, since the devouring of flesh and blood amounts to a reinstatement of human sacrifice, which in Judaism was anathema. Indeed, a large part of the Hebrew Bible constitutes a campaign against human sacrifice. So speculation began percolating in the late 19th century. One of the first heretics to weigh in on the Pagan Continuity hypothesis was Sir James George Frazer. His first edition of the Golden Bough, 1890, scandalized the rather devout public of the time. Part of Frazer's study framed Christianity's central beliefs as unoriginal relics of a dark, pagan past. He further developed this theory in the years to come, unveiling a masterful analysis of all the primitive rites of theophagy, eating of the god, that long preceded the familiar Eucharist. The flesh and blood of dead men are commonly eaten and drunk to inspire bravery, wisdom, or other qualities for which men themselves were remarkable. It is now easy to understand why a savage should desire to partake of the flesh of an animal or man whom he regards as divine. By eating the body of the god, he shares in the god's attributes and powers. And when the god is a corn god, the corn is his proper body. When he is a vine god, the juice of the grape is his blood. And so by eating the bread and drinking the wine, the worshipper partakes of the real body and blood of his God. Frazer concluded that, quote, the coincidences of the Christian with the heathen festivals are too close and too numerous to be accidental. The controversy has swirled ever since, pitting church authorities against secular scholars in often heated exchanges that would eventually include none other than the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The Baptist minister and future leader of the civil rights movement tried to broker some middle ground in his 1950 paper, The Influence of the Mystery Religions on Christianity. For Dr. King, it was pointless to deny that Christianity was greatly influenced by the mystery religions, both from a ritual and a doctrinal angle. But rather than deliberate copying, he preferred a, quote, natural and unconscious process that placed the religion of Jesus in historical context, conditioned by the contact with the older religions and, quote, the general trend of the time. The general trend in the Eastern Mediterranean of the 1st century AD was apotheosis by means of drugged wine and other intoxicants, whether in the Marseille or the Dionysian mysteries. Of course, the Eucharist would have found inspiration in those traditions. But in order for Dionysus to pass the baton to Jesus, there could be no room for ambiguity. So, with all due respect to Dr. King, it appears that John did, in fact, deliberately copy the language of Euripides to make the greatest recruitment pitch in the history of Christianity, and perhaps the most significant point of his entire gospel. The sacrament of Dionysus and the sacrament of Jesus are one and the same. Both of them are steeped in the same primitive rites of theophagy that had been transforming archaic humans into gods since time immemorial. As Jesus announces the key to the Christian mysteries in John 6, verses 53 to 56, he makes crystal clear that the true food and true drink of his flesh and blood are nothing less than the flesh and blood of Dionysus. Not only because the words that John uses for flesh, sarx, and blood, haima, are identical to what Euripides wrote in the Bacchae 500 years earlier, but because of what Jesus asks his followers to do to that flesh. Twice in the passage, the evangelist drops the word trogon. But to translate trogon as eat, as do most English translations of John's Gospel, is at best to ignore, and at worst to suppress, the visceral act of theophagy so obviously intended to jump off the page. Yet another language barrier, stubbornly fixed in place for centuries. I read the Greek of John's Eucharist aloud to Father Francis until I get to trogon. I reach into my pocket, unlock my iPhone, and open my ancient Greek dictionary app. Yes, there's an app for that. I type in trogon and show the screen to my friend. To gnaw, to munch, affirms the priest, parsing through the dense mix of Greek and English characters on my phone. Only in John's Eucharist does trogon appear. Indeed, the only other instance of the verb trogon in the entire New Testament is in Matthew 24, verse 38, in reference to the pagan feasting of the pre-flood population in the days of Noah. Why would Jesus ask people to gnaw and munch on his flesh in such graphic, barbaric language? In the Dionysian Gospel, Dennis MacDonald believes the Greek of John points rather obviously to Dionysian cult imagery. Quote, specifically, the eating of the flesh and blood of the god and the immortality that initiates gain by such activity. How could any Greek speaker of the time conclude otherwise? The god of ecstasy lived in the wine, for sure, but there were other ways of consuming his divine blood. As Ruck made clear in The Road to Eleusis, Dionysus was the god of all inebriants, and not of wine alone. In addition to psychedelic plant life, the shape-shifting god of ecstasy could come in many different animal forms. Goats were the standout favorite. As a matter of fact, the root of the English word tragedy that Dionysus gave birth to as the god of theater is tragos, the Greek goat that was ritually sacrificed during competitions in Athens. So it's no surprise in the Bacchae when the chief priest of the Dionysian mysteries is pictured, quote, in pursuit of the shed blood of the slain goat. He will suck the gushing fluid straight from the carcass, gnawing and munching the uncooked meat in a gory mess. Euripides calls it, quote, the thankful meal of raw flesh, the omophagon charin. This charin is the same root of the verb Eucharisteo, to be thankful. It appears 15 times in the New Testament. And it is, of course, where we get the word Eucharist. But what's so psychedelic about goats? In Entheogens and the Development of Culture, the Anthropology and Neurobiology of Ecstatic Experience, the scholar Alan Piper wrote a thoroughly well-sourced essay exploring the mind-altering effects of flesh, blood, and other bodily fluids from animals known to forage on psychoactive plants, herbs, and fungi. Piper puts particular emphasis on goats, including their love of juniper, which might explain all the guzzling of warm goat's blood by the Hunza people of the Hindu Kush from the last chapter. Regarding the Dionysian meal, Piper believes the ritual may have facilitated the ingestion of certain hallucinogenic but otherwise poisonous alkaloids that could better be metabolized by the sacrificial animals, it often being necessary to consume the flesh raw to preserve or maximize its psychoactive potency. Either way, goats didn't suit Christianity for some reason. Too wild, too rustic. So instead of all the goat men like Pan and Marsyas and the rest of the fauns and satyrs from the Louvre Salle de Cariatide, John's Gospel opts for an adorable substitute. In his first chapter, Jesus is referred to as the Lamb of God, or Hoamnos to Theou. Like the wedding at Cana, it's another of John's inventions that will echo for centuries in Christian art. In the Ghent altarpiece, for example, which shows the holy blood draining from the chest of the still living lamb directly into the Eucharistic chalice. It is the chalice of the Mass that holds the blood of Jesus to this day, just like the blood that once poured from the goat as the blood of Dionysus to become the Eucharist of raw flesh, omophagon charin, for Euripides. Whether you gnawed and munched on the lamb, or gnawed and munched on the goat, the result was supposed to be the same: immortality. But what does it all mean? We have no physical evidence for the mass slaughter of psychoactive lambs across the Paleo-Christian world. It looks as if the gruesome meal was left in the backcountry, where it belonged. So in John 6:53-56, When Jesus says his flesh and blood are the true food and true drink, he could have only meant the bread and wine of the Eucharist. And John could have only intended his Greek speakers to think of the blood of Dionysus. When Jesus asked his apostles to drink it, he wasn't the first person in history to float the idea. Plutarch recorded the Egyptian belief that wine was the blood of those who had battled against the gods. Even in the Old Testament, wine is called the blood of grapes. But the fans of Dionysus took the image to a whole new level. The ancient Greek musician and poet Timotheus of Miletus, circa 446 to 357 BC, explicitly refers to holy wine as the, quote, blood of Dionysus, or haima bachio. To drink it was to drink immortality. This ancient precedent for the magical wine of Jesus was certainly not lost on the great Walter Burkert. It was the god of ecstasy the classicist openly recognized, quote, whose blood is represented in the sacramental drinking of the wine. Long before the Last Supper, quote, the drinker of the Dionysian wine would be drinking the god himself. For John's audience, the morbid language about drinking the blood of Jesus was not a call to animal sacrifice. It was a dog whistle to Greek-speaking initiates everywhere that Christianity's state-of-the-art Eucharistic meal was based on ancient Dionysian precedent, and, by extension, carried just as much of a mind-expanding kick as the pharmakon of Greek wine. The same pharmakon that Father Francis recited from the Bacchae in the Cours Napoleon. After all, this was the same Jesus who earlier in John performed the wine miracle at Cana, and who later in John would refer to himself as the true vine. The same Jesus raised among the vineyards of Galilee, where fortified wine had been a chemical reality ever since the Canaanites. The true drink was no ordinary drink. It was a tool, the drug of immortality that might teach the first Christians how to die before they die. The Gospel of John is full of references to the concept of death and rebirth. In John 15:13, Jesus says, the greatest way to show love for friends is to die for them. In John 3:3, he adds, I tell you for certain that you must be born again before you can see God's kingdom. And the celestial visions that follow the mystical experience are emphasized time and again. In John 9:39, quote, I am here to give sight to the blind. In John 1:51, I tell you for certain that you will see heaven open and God's angels going up and down. The strange hallucinatory effect that Dionysus has on his followers is identical in the Bacchae. Now you see as you ought to see, the wine god tells King Pentheus following his conversion to the wine god's new religion. And just as in the Dionysian mysteries, with its long tradition of the drugged wine, in the Gospel of John, this new sight doesn't come about by accident. Access to the kingdom of heaven is not based on blind belief or the simple act of accepting Jesus as your personal Lord and Savior, as many Christian denominations profess today. The Greek of Jesus couldn't have been more explicit in John 6:53-56, when he revealed the key to the Christian mysteries. You had to actually do something. You had to sample the true drink. That communion with the God, the goal of all mysticism, is best achieved through the fruit of the vine, says historian Philip Meyerson. Quote, once divinity had entered into the celebrant, deity and devotee became one. God and man became one. In the end, John is saying that the Christian mysteries would be as meaningless without their Eucharist as the Greek mysteries would be without theirs. You do not become one with Dionysus by reading about him or praying to him. You do it by drinking him. Even by the most mainstream interpretations of the Dionysian mysteries, the wine of Dionysus is a pharmakon that results in apotheosis. If the Dionysian drink did all that, then the true drink of John's Gospel had to do the same. John 6:53-56 is how the Greek pharmakon became the Christian pharmakon athanasias. If Jesus is the new Dionysus, then his sacrament had to have the same effect as the Dionysian sacrament. His wine had to be just as unusually intoxicating, seriously mind-altering, occasionally hallucinogenic, and potentially lethal as all the holy wine from Galilee and Greece. And a shot of his true drink had to transport you. The same way the initiate on the Borghese vase is slumped over in ecstasy, carried along by a goat man. On any given Sunday, how many people leave church looking like that? This, then, is the real relationship between Dionysus and Jesus, and the real meaning behind all the Dionysian imagery that John the Evangelist went to such great lengths to include throughout his gospel. The 180 gallons of wine at Cana, the Son of God in the lap of the Father, the crown of thorns and purple cloak, the Lamb of God, the true vine, the gnawing and munching on the flesh of Jesus. It was all leading to a bloody Eucharist that would actually speak to Greek-speaking pagans who had a perfectly adequate Eucharist of their own and didn't want to see it disappear under the Roman Empire. And the only way to do that is with the secret symbols and language that the initiates would actually understand. It all makes sense to me, but I wonder if the priest reads the Greek the way I do. Hedged in by 21st century French-speaking Bacchants and Maenads, I unload my burning questions on Father Francis. Why is John's Eucharist so very different from the Synoptics? Why the macabre vocabulary about gnawing and munching on the Eucharistic meal of raw flesh and blood, straight from the Bacchae? Why the true drink? The priest takes note of all the similarities between Jesus and Dionysus, and the odd language in John 6:53-56. As Bob Marley's Buffalo Soldier blares over the Lizard Lounge's speakers, and the French chatter rises to a crescendo, the priest looks me straight in the eye and cautions, but it doesn't mean that Jesus never existed, or that Jesus is Dionysus. It means this is the version of Jesus that John chose to present, as an aesthetic. Father Francis reminds me that John's was the last gospel to be completed, probably toward the end of the 1st century AD, and that he was writing for a specific community of early believers in Ephesus, the same Greco-Ephesians on the western coast of Anatolia to whom the Greco-Syrian Ignatius would soon address his letter about the Pharmakon Athanasias. Just think about Ephesus, insists the priest. It's one of the largest cities in Asia Minor, and here's this tiny Christian community. So their mystical experiences are those of a minority group that's completely surrounded and swallowed up by this gigantic pagan community, right? In that environment, the words that come out of Jesus' mouth in John 6:53-56 don't actually belong to Jesus. They don't even belong to John. They were said as homilies of ecstatic individuals channeling Christ in the liturgy, Father Francis continues, pointing to the Greek of the weathered Bible lying open on the table. John's Last Supper scene is poetic theology that doesn't correspond at all to the Last Supper of the Synoptics, because it's all coming out of a much later tradition of ecstatic, prophetic speech, where the followers of John's community are channeling the voice of Christ in their time, because Christ is just as much present in the Eucharist as he is in Galilee in the year 30. In the year 90, he's still risen. He's still there. When it comes to the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis, Father Francis is a believer, I'm pleased to learn. He doesn't deny the similarities between the Dionysian and Christian mysteries, and fluent in the Greek, he can't dismiss the secret symbols and language that seem to be intentionally included in John's Gospel. But more pressing for both of us is why John would have presented a very Dionysian Jesus to the Greek mystics in Ephesus. The obvious answer is to communicate on their level, to convince the Greek speakers that they could find in Christianity everything they loved about the Dionysian mysteries. But what made the earliest Christians believe that Jesus could come back from the dead to share in their ritual meal? Was it really a psychedelic Eucharist? Father Francis's notion of Paleo-Christians possessed by Jesus and prophesying in the language of Euripides makes me think of Apollo's priestesses at Delphi, or a coven of Maenads overtaken by Dionysus. In addition to the Marseille, it also sounds eerily like the skull cults and graveyard beers that were in existence for thousands of years in Anatolia before the Christians came along. There, the whole point was to enter the underworld, making contact with the departed ancestors and the otherwise invisible gods and goddesses. I can't help but think of the Phocaeans, who left their homeland in Ionia just a couple hours north of Ephesus to found the Greek settlement in Massalia, France, before moving on to Emporion, Spain, and Velia, Italy. If John was looking for Greek-speaking mystics, Ionia was the place. The Ephesians were just the kind of audience that wanted to see their Greek mysteries survive. The very people who would have understood all the symbols and language about the gnawing and munching on the raw flesh and blood for the one thing John was really trying to say. The Dionysian sacrament and the Christian sacrament were one and the same. If anybody could have recognized the incredible innovation taking place in John 6:53-56, it was the Ephesians. In defiance of all tradition, the outdoor churches of Dionysus were being domesticated. After centuries in the wild mountains and forests of the eastern Mediterranean, John was offering a safe haven for the magical wine, inviting it into people's homes. What was once a sacrilegious act worthy of the death penalty in classical Athens was becoming a new way, perhaps the only way, of keeping the Greek mysteries alive in the Roman Empire. But that awesome responsibility fell on one very specific gender. Women were the main beneficiaries of the primordial rite of communion that brought the living into contact with the dead and turned mere mortals into goddesses. In her 1979 article, Ecstasy and Possession, The Attraction of Women to the Cult of Dionysus, Ross Kramer, professor of religious studies at Brown University, accumulates all the evidence for levels of cultic initiation that separated men and women in the ancient world. Reviewing the many texts, inscriptions, and tomb epigrams that prove these Dionysian rituals actually existed in the real world, and not just Euripides or John's imagination, Kramer concludes that men may have taken part in only the lesser activities, while, quote, initiation with its practices of possession and sacrifice were denied to them, except, of course, for the occasional chief priest. In their case, Kramer notes, quote, a clear suggestion of identification of the male celebrant with Dionysus, who, at certain times during the ritual, identified with the god himself by joining in the women's Eucharist of raw flesh and blood, omaphagon charin. If Jesus as the Lamb of God is an alternate Dionysus, as John went to extraordinary lengths to demonstrate throughout his gospel, what about those 12 men traditionally assembled around the table of the Last Supper? Are they witnessing the birth of a bloody, Eucharistic ritual that was otherwise largely designed for women? Father Francis reminds me of the demographics in Ephesus, where women were accorded special honor from its earliest days. One of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Temple of Artemis in Ephesus was, of course, renowned in antiquity. The original site was sacred to the Amazons, the ferocious tribe of female warriors considered the legendary founders of the ancient city, who, once upon a time, performed rituals there. When John's Gospel started making the rounds, women played a prominent role in Ephesian affairs, occupying privileged positions in sacred institutions, including the 15 women who served as the high priestesses of the imperial Roman cult. It was the largest group of female religious leaders anywhere in the region. What better place for women to feel welcome and the Maenads to set up shop? In Plutarch's biography of Cleopatra's lover, Mark Antony, he describes Ephesus as a place, quote, full of ivy and thyrsos wands, and harps and pipes and flutes, where the Roman general was once greeted as an honorary Dionysus by women, quote, going into Bacchic frenzy. So the mysteries were clearly present in Ephesus. Initiation into their deepest secrets, however, was not for everyone. As I dart through the unsettling language in John 6:53-56 one more time, it all clicks. Finally. Was John writing for women? If John is addressing a group of female visionaries getting high in Ephesus, then I think I finally understand his gospel, I tell the priest. Father Francis chuckles, and once again, I can't tell if he's laughing at me or with me. But with his insight on the pagan mystics who dominated Ephesus, and the cults of Artemis and Dionysus that made women particularly welcome in the ancient city, my friend has just unwittingly answered the biggest question I had about the secret symbols and language of John's Gospel. It is the crux of the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis. If the earliest Greek-speaking Christians really did inherit a psychedelic sacrament from the initiates of the Dionysian mysteries, there was only one way it was going to happen. Women. More precisely, women with serious pharmacological expertise. Who else was going to cook up the Eucharist? As far as we know, women were usually in charge of the procedure. At Eleusis, Ruck traced the secret of secrets, the recipe for preparing ergotized beer, to the hereditary priestesses of Demeter and Persephone. For the brewing of the graveyard beer in the domestic chapel at Mas Castellar de Pontos, Enriqueta Pons points to women as well. In his office outside Munich, the world's preeminent beer scientist, Martin Zarnkow, reminded me that women also landed the job among the ancient Egyptians and Sumerians, a specialty that may date to the Stone Age death cults from the Rakafet Cave and Gobekli Tepe. It was not until the industrialization of brewing after the Protestant Reformation that men took over the trade. And it's the same story with wine. The Maenads on G408 and G409 were just the tip of the iceberg. Calvert Watkins traced the preparation of all the Indo-European sacraments, the Soma, Kukian, and even Dionysian wine, to a, quote, liturgical act in deep prehistory, a ritual, quote, by women, for women. Based on the archaeological evidence, Patrick McGovern agrees that women likely prepared the Minoan ritual cocktail and Midas touch of beer, wine, and mead that he detected in ancient Greece and Turkey, respectively. He posits a long tradition of women as beverage makers that could very well stretch back to the Upper Paleolithic. In many indigenous societies today, after all, it is still women who generally take the lead in gathering the fruit, honey, and herbs for alcoholic drinks used to mark burials, deaths, and rites of passage. Why would Paleo-Christianity have been any different? And yet, as I learned from 13 years of Catholic school, there's only one thing the Vatican finds more suspicious than drugs, and that's women. For both of them to have been integral to a pagan ritual that turned humans into God is pretty much the most heretical thing you could ever discuss with a priest. So it's time for a break. I excuse myself to the lizard-infested bathroom to stitch some of these puzzle pieces together. I leave Father Francis with the Bacchae and the New Testament to keep him company. As I splash some cold water on my face, I think of the prostitute. The nuns always had mixed feelings about her, but why else would John make Mary Magdalene the star closer of his Dionysian gospel? In the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, a group of women led by Mary Magdalene are the first to witness Jesus' impossible resurrection 3 days after his death and burial. Only in John does the risen Jesus appear to Mary Magdalene all by herself. And as Karen Jo Torgeson makes clear in her book, When Women Were Priests, quote, she was not only the first witness to the resurrection, but was directly commissioned to carry the message that Jesus had risen from the dead. Information entrusted to a visionary woman, perhaps intended for visionary women in Ephesus and elsewhere. John knew his audience and apparently wanted his gospel to end there. But a later copyist added an additional, final chapter where Jesus appears separately to Peter, the first pope, and the other male disciples, instructing them to, quote, feed my lambs for the rest of human history. It's a pretty clear mandate, so even if Mary Magdalene was first on the scene, that's how men came to lead the early church. Nothing much has changed in 2,000 years. But I never understood John's conflicting ending until now. In antiquity, women were universally the leaders of the Dionysian faith. Euripides had described the Dionysian mysteries as, quote, an immoral trick aimed at women. And it was the Italian witch Pacula Ania who was blamed for the Roman Empire's prohibition of the mysteries. In the 1st century AD, women were the ones who had the most to lose from the Roman Empire's crackdown on their religion. So why wouldn't John's Gospel speak to them? And why wouldn't a woman like Mary Magdalene be tasked to lead the new movement? If his Gospel had ended as John intended, does that mean Mary Magdalene was destined to be the first pope instead of Peter? And that women were supposed to be consecrating the Eucharist from the very beginning, the way they'd been brewing the mind-altering beer and mixing the psychoactive wine for thousands of years before Jesus? Has the entire patriarchal history of Christianity been a misreading of John? No less an authority than Raymond E. Brown, the late Catholic priest and one-time premier scholar of John in the English-speaking world, endorsed a reading of the Gospel that did indeed make women heirs to Jesus. If not to the exclusion of men, then certainly their equals as, quote, first-class disciples. His groundbreaking study from 1975, Roles of Women in the Fourth Gospel, describes how Mary Magdalene was considered, quote, the apostle to the apostles, in a biography as late as the 9th century AD. Even if the scribes tried to bury the lead, it could hardly be ignored that a woman was the first in John's Gospel to witness the resurrected Jesus. For a brief moment in time, Mary Magdalene was the church. There was nobody else. And it could only have meant that women like her were absolutely essential to Christianity's enterprise. The female mystics in Ephesus and elsewhere in Ionia would not have missed the point. Where John's Gospel was censored, others simply disappeared. In 1896, about 50 years before the discovery of the Nag Hammadi codices that I mentioned during our tour through the ruins of Eleusis, another secret book came to light in Egypt. Like all Gnostic literature, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene never made it into the New Testament, because it didn't fit the Church Fathers' agenda. This precious text preserves a Jesus who came not to be idolized as an external God, but to reveal the divine spark that lives in us, and to unlock our own innate capacity to know God, says Princeton scholar Elaine Pagels, to actually experience that divinity here and now. In her own Gospel, Mary is presented as the disciple whom Jesus, quote, loved more than any other, and with whom Jesus shared hidden teachings and techniques that were intentionally withheld from his male followers. It is Mary who receives the personal instruction from Jesus in vivid hallucinations. And it is she who explains to Peter how such visions can be experienced as a normal, if untapped, part of human consciousness. Like something out of the Egyptian or Tibetan books of the dead, Mary goes on to reveal privileged information about the death and dying process. She is the keeper of immortality. For Pagels, the conclusion is obvious. Quote, without visions and revelations, then, the Christian movement would not have begun. But despite the suppression of John's perfect Dionysian ending and the entire Gospel of Mary Magdalene, women understood their vital role. An honest look through the history of Paleo-Christianity leaves little doubt. For example, it was a woman named Lydia, a successful businesswoman in Philippi with influence over an extended social network in Greece, who became St. Paul's very first convert in Europe. Importantly, she was considered the ruler of her household. Though rare at the time, Lydia's administrative, financial, and disciplinary responsibilities in the domestic sphere translated into a public prestige that was ordinarily denied to women. She could afford to host Paul, making her home among the very first house churches where Christianity found refuge, and it proved successful. We learn from Paul's letter to the Philippians that the management of the church in Philippi later passed to other women named Euodia and Syntyche. They weren't the only ones carrying the torch. Whenever Christianity spread, says the scholar Torgeson, women were leaders of house churches. Before the religion upgraded to the more ornate buildings of worship familiar today, these house churches were one of the two primary venues where Paleo-Christians gathered until the erection of basilicas in the 4th century AD. Along with family tombs in the underground catacombs from Italy to Greece to North Africa, the house churches functioned as private associations, where the centrality of the banquet meal perfectly suited women's entrenched authority over the home, including receiving, storing, and distributing all the ingredients necessary for the Eucharistic ritual. The New Testament is full of examples of such female luminaries. In Ephesus, it was Priscilla, who is actually mentioned in 3 of Paul's letters and the Acts of the Apostles. A well-to-do tent maker, she established a house church not only in the ecstatic territory of Artemis and Dionysus, but also later in Rome. It's there we find a profusion of impressive female leadership. In addition to Priscilla, Paul mentions several by name: Mary, Tryphina, Tryphosa, and Persis, were all addressed as co-workers. 3 more, a certain Julia, the mother of Rufus, and the sister of Nereus, all enjoyed a, quote, high profile in the community. But it was Junia who was hailed as, quote, foremost among the apostles. She is thought to have belonged to a movement of Greek-speaking Jews who descended on Rome at the time in order to establish the permanent roots of the religion's future global capital. Ever since Paul's first journeys in the mid-1st century AD, women like Junia embraced and nurtured their new sacrament, as well as the promise of apotheosis that would later be made so explicit in John 6:53-56. Over the previous centuries, the Maenads' ritual meal of raw flesh and blood paired with magical wine had been infrequently showcased in the mountains and forests of the ancient Mediterranean, perhaps only once every 2 years by some estimates. When they became more frequent and more organized, that's when things got tricky. After the brutal crackdown by the Roman Senate in 186 BC, their peripheral religion faced a real, existential crisis in Italy. The suppression could always happen again, especially during the 1st century AD, when the empire that had spread across the Mediterranean was hyper-conscious of promoting Roman identity in public displays of religious worship. A subversive cult dedicated to an exotic god like Dionysus, defined by secret meetings and magical sacraments, remained under constant suspicion of conspiring behind the scenes, just one step away from launching all-out revolt against Rome. The emperor could tolerate the state-run mysteries of Eleusis, with its relative order and long cultural legacy. The undying devotion of women to the god of ecstasy, with their, quote, inappropriate desire for knowledge and ritual cannibalism, according to the historians Beard, North, and Price, was another thing altogether. Quote, fundamental breaches of the code of humanity. Witches could hardly rest easy. But hope was in the air. In the same way that Dionysus rescued his sacrament from Eleusis and brought it to the masses, Jesus was open-sourcing the wine of the Eucharist away from the palaces and mansions of the Near East. Immortality was now officially open to everyone. And not just in the rural hideouts of the Mediterranean, where the god of ecstasy and his witches were forced into submission, but also in the comfort and secrecy of upscale homes all over the empire. So when the spiritually curious heard about a new venue for what A.D. Knock called private, spontaneous pagan piety, there'd be interest. When they heard the now domesticated ritual meal could be celebrated anytime, anywhere, there'd be greater interest. But when they heard the Gospel of John and realized these new mysteries had the identical goal as the Dionysian mysteries, to become one with the god by drinking him, they'd be hooked. For the untested religion to have any chance of success, however, the Eucharist simply had to involve the kind of genuine mystical experiences so well documented in the Dionysian tradition. Unlike the cardboard wafer and cheap boxed wine of today's Mass, it had to actually deliver. When Pope Francis says the precise objective of the Eucharist is to, quote, become one with Jesus, I'm not sure what he means. Like many Catholics, I've taken communion hundreds and hundreds of times in my life, and never once felt a fraction of the ecstasy reported in the art and literature of ancient Greece. And never once did I taste the apotheosis that was promised to me in John 6:56. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood remains in me, and I in them. For John's audience, whether the God who uttered those words came from Scythopolis or a half-hour away in Nazareth, it really didn't matter. The goal of the mystical game was the gift of immortality by any means, as Pico della Mirandola would later risk his life to advertise across Christendom in 1487. Who cares about the God at the head of the table, when the only point of the banquet is to get drunk with that nectar of eternity? And there was plenty of nectar to be had. Fortuitously, Dioscorides published his magnum opus in the same period that Lydia and her successors were looking to stock their lavish house churches in Greece, just like Priscilla in Anatolia. Perhaps Junia and the many women that Paul recognizes in Rome, where more females are documented than any other church in the Mediterranean, would have found the father of drugs especially useful. The step-by-step instructions for creating one of Ruck's hallucinogenic elixirs, doctored with any number of psychedelic plants, herbs, and fungi, were right at their fingertips. Like some corporate gimmick by Amazon Prime, the Son of God from Nazareth had just made it perfectly respectable to order the drug of immortality straight to your front door. If the mysteries had any chance of making it through the unfriendly climate of the Roman Empire, maybe women and their kitchens were the last refuge for a risky sacrament that needed an insurance policy. The witches of Dionysus could very well have passed the sacrament along to the women who ran the new religion in those 300 years after Jesus, when Paleo-Christianity survived in the house churches and catacombs before receiving Constantine's blessing in the 4th century AD. For a few generations, perhaps the witches of Dionysus and the witches of Jesus were fairly indistinguishable. Why couldn't they worship both wine gods? The women who prepared the psychedelic beer and wine in the Greek mysteries could have been the same women who prepared the original Eucharist across the Mediterranean, where the line between pagan and Christian did not yet exist, and where it wouldn't exist until all the men in Rome decided to exclude women from any positions of leadership in the official church. Because if the crackdown on the Bacchanalia in 186 BC had taught the priests and bishops anything, it was that women and their sacrament were the single greatest threat to law and order. Containment was not only possible, it was mandatory. How was Christianity to grow without a flock? If nobody attended the new churches and basilicas to receive the Eucharist that only the male clergy had the exclusive, divine right to consecrate, transforming ordinary bread and wine into supernatural flesh and blood, there could be no future for the faith. If anyone with the right ingredients could mix up their own Eucharist at home and meet Jesus on their own terms, Christianity never would have consolidated the wealth and power to replace the Roman Empire as Europe's central governing authority for centuries, one patriarchal institution succeeding another. The women and their Eucharist had to go. It may have started by altering John's Gospel and getting rid of the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, but the campaign against women and drugs would last for a very long time. As we will see toward the end of this investigation, it is a war that still very much continues to this day. As I wend my way back to Father Francis at the center of the action, he gets high marks on the heretics test. Instead of the New Testament, I catch him poking through the Bacchae. You can't go wrong with Euripides, I salute the priest. I want to share my bathroom epiphany about Jesus' brilliant marketing scheme and the female mystics who welcomed Dionysus with their fine china in the earliest and most authentic days of the Christian faith. But I'm pretty beat from the evening's Bible study. And honestly, I'm not sure how Father Francis will respond to the notion that his predecessors deliberately suppressed the original makers of the Eucharist. We need another drink. How about a digestif? Suggests Father Francis. We descend into the Lizard Lounge's dimly lit basement bar, appropriately called the Underground, and order a couple of triple distilled Jameson Black Barrels. We stake out a nice corner by the sanguinary wall covered in gaudy, Mexican-inspired Day of the Dead skulls. Beneath the snake, single eye, and pink flower-shedding lightning bolts, I notice an upside-down Christian cross. You see a lot of strange things in the subterranean caverns of these old European cities. What a perfect appetizer for our adventure on Monday. Saluti, cheers Father Francis, nodding his approval. He knows I'm referring to the itinerary I've spent the past 9 months organizing with the keepers of Christianity's deepest secrets. If there really was a psychedelic sacrament mixed by Greek-speaking female Jesus freaks, then there's only one logical place to dig up the evidence. Like Junia, Paul's foremost among the apostles, the priest and I are heading to the Eternal City to see some things I never heard about in Catholic school. And unless your Latin and Italian are on point, things that might never escape the inner circle of Rome. Navigating several different branches of the Vatican bureaucracy and winning their confidence was the least amount of fun I've had since the bar exam. Then again, if the chemically rich Eucharist of Paleo-Christianity was replaced by the watered-down placebo of today, and the Vatican had anything to do with it, I'd run a pretty good defense as well. It's time for Father Francis to don that collar and smuggle me behind enemy lines. After plotting the logistics of our next couple days, I see the priest off in an Uber and slowly negotiate the 4th arrondissement to walk off the whiskey. I cross the River Seine at the Pont d'Arcole, spot the building of my Airbnb, and labor up the 4 flights of stairs to my cozy bedroom. Looking south into the cool air of midnight, I lean on the open windowsill for my last sighting of Notre Dame's 300-foot spire. In less than 2 months, it'll be gone, ravaged by the unforgiving inferno that will be captured by legions of smartphones and zipped around the globe in real time. The oak carpentry of the medieval roof fueled the flames that threatened to destroy some of the cathedral's priceless treasures. The Gothic trio of stained glass windows dating to the 13th century, the more than 8,000 pipes of the great organ, considered one of the most famous musical instruments in the world, and Notre Dame's oldest bell, the bumblebee, which famously tolled to mark the end of World War II. Among the smaller religious artifacts spirited away by firefighters just in the nick of time were the 9-inch piece of the True Cross and the 3-inch nail, each encased in crystal and said to originate from Jesus' actual crucifixion. But they weren't the priorities. As I read the news reports in the days following the incident, one name keeps reappearing: Father Jean-Marc Fournier, the fearless priest who served in Afghanistan to later become the chaplain of the Paris Fire Brigade. A man on a mission that April 15th, he arrived on scene and apparently pushed past President Emmanuel Macron and the Archbishop of Paris to salvage the cathedral's 2 most irreplaceable heirlooms. First, the crown of thorns, believed to be worn by Jesus during his passion and death, the same spiky Stephanos donned by the god of ecstasy centuries before the Son of God was born in Bethlehem. After purchasing the crown from Emperor Baldwin of Constantinople, the French crusader King Louis IX greeted the relic in the town of Sens on August 1239. It has been in Notre Dame ever since. Father Fournier demanded the code to the safe where the crown was deposited and had it shuffled off. But just when the flames were licking the northern bell tower, with the spire already gone and the ship about to collapse, there was one final object to retrieve among the tangle of burning beams and droplets of molten lead. In all seriousness, the priest poker-faced to the sacristan, quote, "It is time to take Jesus out of this burning cathedral." Father Fournier approached the tabernacle at the altar of St. George and rescued the Most Blessed Sacrament. As he later explained, quote, "Everybody understands that the crown of thorns is an absolutely unique and extraordinary relic, but the Blessed Sacrament is our Lord, really present in his body, soul, divinity, and humanity. You understand that it is hard to see someone you love perish in the blaze. This is why I sought to preserve, above all, the real presence of our Lord Jesus Christ." Rather than run for his life with the consecrated material in hand, Father Fournier did the unthinkable. He stopped for a blessing. Quote, "Here I am, completely alone in the cathedral, in the middle of burning debris falling down from the ceiling. I asked Jesus to fight the flames and preserve the building dedicated to his mother. Evidently, the Son of God was all ears. The twin bell towers were saved. The cathedral itself left structurally intact." Father Fournier didn't rush into a bonfire and risk his life for a metaphor. Though Bernard Arnault, the richest man in Europe and owner of LVMH Moet Hennessy Louis Vuitton, may not be aware of it, his immediate pledge of $225 million to reconstruct Notre Dame, in an effort that could cost $8 billion and take up to 15 years, will not be used to house a symbol. The beating heart of the Church, according to the Pope, the one thing, quote, essential for salvation, is the pharmakon athanasias. But for today's otherwise ordinary bread and wine to hold this power over some of the 1.3 billion Catholics, like Father Fournier, the original drug of immortality simply had to mean something, the way it meant something to the Greek-speaking mystics in the centuries preceding Christianity's rebranding of the Dionysian mysteries in the 1st century AD. When initiates ingested the raw flesh and blood of Dionysus and tasted his visionary wine, they must have experienced something profound, enough that it made them forget all duties to family, country, and Roman society at large, escaping like addicts into the wilderness, where immortality was available in a cup. When they said they drank the god of ecstasy and became themselves divine, they meant it. And when new initiates tasted from the same cup, they too were converted, because the Eucharist of the Dionysian mysteries was pure magic. John couldn't possibly hope to sell Christianity to a skeptical, pagan world unless the Eucharist of the Christian mysteries was just as magical. His entire gospel seems engineered to make the single point that the sacrament of Dionysus and the sacrament of Jesus are one and the same. And it all seems to be uniquely addressed to women. Women who would understand the secret symbols and language, and women who had the pharmacological expertise to run with the new indoor Eucharist. Before Jesus, the primitive ritual drinking of the god to become the god had largely survived in the wild. With John's Gospel, apotheosis came home, and it went viral. Because that's how religions are born, and that's how religions flourish. Until the bureaucrats come along. But technology that time-honored and that advanced doesn't just evaporate. The witches would never allow it. Chapter 12. All this was not just picnicking. Via Luigi Lusati 2B, per favore, I instruct the taxi driver. We race a few blocks through the Trastevere neighborhood toward our destination in back of the chic Fiat showroom on Viale Manzoni, not far from the railroad tracks that stem in all directions from the Termini station. Despite the overcast Monday morning following a sunny weekend in Paris, as soon as we cross the Tiber over the Ponte Garibaldi, it soon becomes apparent why Rome has been described as, quote, a poem pressed into service as a city. Dressed from head to toe in black like a born-again Johnny Cash, Father Francis is in stream of consciousness mode, sharing memories of the past 34 years he spent exploring these storied streets. Hacienda Tessida Romana, he reads aloud from a storefront near the Torre Argentina, where Julius Caesar was assassinated. A really terrific fabric shop for when I need vestments. And then if we kept going that way, The priest signals north toward the Pantheon. We'd hit the Aztec bookstore, of course. Tucked away on Via dei Sediari, the boutique business is one Father Francis recommended to me my last time in Rome, with its top-notch collection of esoteric literature. Last year, I spent 2 hours chatting with the owner, Luca, about the survival of Greek mystery cults due south in Naples, Pompeii, and the rest of Magna Graecia. Even today, an ethnic minority of Greek speakers known as the Griko can still be heard talking in a strange but unmistakably Greek dialect across pockets of Calabria and Apulia, the toe and heel of Italy's boot. Their language and blood can be traced back to the peninsula's original Greek colonists of the 8th century BC. Another place I want to see sometime is over here, the Crypta Balbi, announces my fellow passenger as we breeze east along Via delle Botteghe Oscure. I'm surprised that's not on your list. I'd love to see what's down there, he adds, motioning to one of the more overlooked branches of the Museo Nazionale Romano. Leave it to Father Francis to find fault with the itinerary that has taken me the better part of a year to put together. After the Campidoglio, the hilltop square with the 12-pointed star designed by Michelangelo, we round the Piazza Venezia and pass the Roman Forum for another favorite. Then you've got Saints Cosmos and Damian with the original bronze doors. The priest points out the basilica originally dedicated to Valerius Romulus, the son of the Emperor Maxentius, who underwent apotheosis and became a god upon his death in AD 309, receiving the title Divus Romulus, the god Romulus. The site was later Christianized on behalf of the twin Syrian brothers and patron saints of pharmacists. A fitting salute to this area of the Forum known to attract the likes of Galen, the personal physician to Marcus Aurelius, who was very much the successor to Dioscorides. Much of his prolific output in Greek, like the 11-volume On the Mixtures and Powers of Simple Drugs, remains untranslated. And so, when it comes to drugs, that blind spot of the classicists continues. If even the professionals won't bother with the topic, what hope is there for the rest of us? And what hope is there of proving or disproving the Pagan Continuity Hypothesis and getting to the true origins of Christianity, when the potential key to the mysteries has been ignored by both secular and religious historians for so long? Because if ever there was a missing link between the ancient Greeks of the final centuries BC and the Paleo-Christians of the early centuries AD, it's the spiked wine I've been discussing with Father Francis for the past 3 days straight. That long tradition of drugged potions that Aldous Huxley only roughly sketched in The Doors of Perception back in 1954, and that Ruck has been trying to revive since 1978. The more I investigated the possibility of a psychedelic Eucharist over the past 12 years, the less crazy it seemed, and my time in Paris has only raised the stakes, from G408 and G409 to the wine formulas of Dioscorides, to the Dionysian sanctuary in the Louvre's Salle des Caryatides, to A.D. Knox's secret symbols and language in the Gospel of John. Together with the archaeological chemistry of Andrew Coe at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, it all supports the basic premise of mind-expanding wine as a 5,000-year-old enterprise that started in the Near East with Osiris and El, and later found its way to ancient Greece with Dionysus, only to wind up back in 1st century Galilee with Jesus, where the bloody wine of Dionysus became the bloody wine of Jesus. But the smoking gun remains elusive. As close as Patrick McGovern has gotten to finding indisputable evidence of the ancient psychedelic sacrament in the birthplace of the Greek mysteries, it hasn't come to light just yet. At McGovern's suggestion, I even spoke with his colleague, Dr. Sultana Valamotti, at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. As Greece's expert on the archaeological reality of ancient plant use, she confirmed a number of prehistoric botanical finds in the north of the country that point to wine in the creation of, quote, altered states of consciousness on terms similar to the Marseille, where a, quote, healer could exploit their knowledge of fermentation of grape juice to, quote, communicate with spirits, ancestors, or gods. But despite the discovery of diffused remains, including grapes, opium, henbane, and black nightshade, Valamotti hasn't yet nabbed the visionary plants all together in one ritual setting. It's the same story in Galilee, where Coe hasn't been able to unearth any overtly psychedelic potions amid some very promising leads. So at the moment, the two most obvious locations that might cough up a psychedelic sacrament for the Dionysian and Christian mysteries, Greece and Galilee, have failed to deliver. In a bit of déjà vu, the hunt for a psychedelic Eucharist reminded me very much of the hunt for hard data on graveyard beers. In the absence of testable pottery from Eleusis, I was forced to the Greek colonies, where I chanced upon the long history of nightshade beers in Spain and, eventually, the ergot potion at Mas Castellar de Pontos. In the same way, all my research in recent years has been leading to the Greek colonies in Italy, which is actually not that surprising. If the cult of Dionysus and the cult of Jesus were going to meet anywhere west of Greece and Galilee in antiquity, it was southern Italy. Right where the descendants of the Phocian colony at Velia might bump into the earliest Christians up the coast in Rome, or anywhere in between for that matter. If you time traveled to this coastal region of Magna Graecia in the centuries before Jesus, you'd be quickly forgiven for thinking you just landed in ancient Greece. The language, the temples, the city-states, they were all Greek, as were the abundant mystery cults dedicated to Demeter, Persephone, and Dionysus that both preceded and accompanied Christianity in this area. The seeds of Jesus' sacrament may have been planted in Galilee and Jerusalem, but they took root here, in the one-time capital of the Roman Empire, and home to the oldest functioning institution the planet has ever known, the Roman Catholic Church. Finding evidence of psychedelic wine in this part of the Mediterranean would finally join the Greeks and Christians on the same ancient path of death and rebirth, and it would turn the notion of pagan continuity from a mere hypothesis into a historical and scientific fact. But before I unveil the hard botanical data from Pompeii that brought me to Italy in the first place, it's high time to reconstruct what Christianity actually looked like in the period between the death of Jesus around AD 33 and Emperor Theodosius in the 4th century AD, when the illegal cult suddenly became the official religion of the Roman Empire. Those 3 centuries of Paleo-Christianity are the essence of the faith. In a tradition that has been discarded and forgotten, Magna Graecia and Rome are where the Dionysian and Christian mysteries smacked into each other and exploded into a hybrid ritual of secret meetings and magical sacraments. Where Dionysius or Bacchus was not feared as the god of alcohol, a word that meant nothing to the Greeks or the Greek-speaking Romans, he was the god of drugs. Any of the plants, herbs, or fungi spiking the wine that Euripides called a pharmakon in 405 BC. And where the new kid on the block, Jesus or Jesus, was not feared as a happy-go-lucky wine god from the wedding at Cana. According to Ruck, he was the drug man, Iatros, the healer from Galilee whose flesh and blood became the pharmakon Athanasias, the drug of immortality. The evidence that puts Dionysius the Elder and Dionysius the Younger in the same place at the same time is right below our feet, where the original Greek version of Christianity has been hiding out for a very long time, holding its breath for a comeback, because that's where all the magic happened. Before the legalization of Christianity, and before the public churches and basilicas of the 4th century AD, there were only 2 places the Paleo-Christians got together to celebrate their secret Eucharist. It was either in subterranean catacombs, like the one I'm about to inspect with Father Francis, or it was in the house churches, with the doors closed and the curtains drawn. To see how different they were from today's Mass, the ritual dinners that filled wealthy homes across the Mediterranean deserve a quick review. Not much archaeological evidence has survived from Christianity's earliest house churches, but the textual evidence from the New Testament itself suggests the meals were not paired with the kind of wine I've been drinking since my first communion. In the old days, The female witches of Christianity who preceded the male priests were known for serving up a deadly concoction, the kind of wine the ancient Greeks would have had no problem calling a pharmakon, or Dioscorides would have easily included as one of his wine formulas in the Materia Medica. Judging from the ancient Greek of St. Paul, there's no doubt the Eucharist of yesterday was very different from the Eucharist of today. Above ground, the original Eucharist was being consumed as part of a larger meal, a Greek-inspired pagan banquet called an agape, or love feast, that was often marked by excessive convivial drinking. Indeed, the same Ignatius who coined the term pharmakon athanasias in the early 2nd century seems to have regarded the Christian Eucharist and the pagan agape as identical. Just the kind of stealth maneuver that might protect the illegal Dionysian nature of the budding religion. According to one historian, quote, "It is improbable that a pagan neighbor could distinguish whether the Christians who arrived in the neighboring house in Rome assembled for an agape or a Eucharist. While the smoke and mirrors may have kept the Roman authorities off their backs, Paul and the other church fathers weren't so happy about confusing sacred and profane intoxication. Eating and drinking Jesus to become Jesus was very different from getting smashed. From the beginning, therefore, Paul had to contend with these out-of-control love feasts. In 1 Corinthians 10:21, he chastises the Greek community established less than an hour's drive from Eleusis. Quote, "You cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of demons. You cannot partake of the table of the Lord and the table of demons." A few paragraphs later, Paul sets the ground rules for properly celebrating the Eucharist. As mentioned in the last chapter, this is the earliest written depiction of the ritual, dating to about AD 53. And it includes one very peculiar Greek word that convinced me, more than anything, that Ruck was truly onto something. When I first read his translation of 1 Corinthians 11:30 about 10 years ago, I remember being completely blown away by what instantly became, and remains to this day, my vote for the most fascinating line in the entire New Testament. It left me with little doubt that one of those unusually intoxicating, seriously mind-altering, occasionally hallucinogenic, and potentially lethal elixirs had snuck its way into Paleo-Christianity. In the middle of the 1st century AD, all was not well in Corinth. Paul reprimands the female stacked church for letting their solemn Christian ceremony devolve into a mind-altering Dionysian party. Having already condemned their version of the Eucharist as, quote, "a cup of demons," Paul complains in 1 Corinthians 11:21 that the communal meal in the Greek house church looks more like an agape, a free-for-all where some overindulge, leaving others hungry, and a predictable routine of getting drunk has become all too common, which makes Paul's "I told you so" moment in 1 Corinthians 11:30 all the more understandable once you tease out the Greek. In English, the line is usually translated, "That's why so many of you are weak and sick, and a number of you have fallen asleep." Instead of, quote, "fallen asleep," however, Ruck translates the Greek word koimontai precisely the way it's translated elsewhere in the New Testament. Quote, "That's why a considerable number of you are dying." He further explains, the congregation had fallen into rival factions, owing individual allegiance to whoever had baptized them. Paul reprimands them to do the ordinary eating at home, and reminds them of the Eucharist that Jesus instituted, the table fellowship of the bread and the cup. Whoever partakes unworthily will be guilty of sinning against the body and blood of the Lord. This is clearly not the ordinary eating, for many of them have fallen sick from taking the sacrament incorrectly, and some have even died, as if it could be a poison. My grade school could be pardoned, but how on earth did the Jesuits at St. Joe's Prep overlook this verb, koimontai? And how is this one line from the Bible not the subject of every single Sunday Mass, church service, and televangelism spiel around the planet? Has no one ever stopped to ponder why 2,000 years ago a, quote, "considerable number, hikanoi, of Corinthians were apparently dropping like flies during the Proto-Mass? I cracked open my 1829 edition of the Greek New Testament and found koimontai just where Ruck said it was, in 1 Corinthians 11:30. But his translation had to be off. How do people die from taking the Eucharist? So I checked the online Greek-English lexicon by Henry George Liddell, Robert Scott, and Henry Stewart Jones, also known as Liddell Scott Jones, available on the Perseus Digital Library website that had gotten me through the graduate seminars a decade earlier. Halfway down the page, there it was. Quote, the sleep of death, to die. To top it off, the lexicon cited an example in John's Gospel, where the same verb koimao is used with this exact meaning. As I dug deeper, I realized Ruck wasn't the only one who did a double take on the verb koimontai. The 19th century English theologian Charles John Ellicott, Dean of Exeter and Bishop of Gloucester, compiled a sweeping commentary of the New Testament in 1878 that is still consulted by pastors and students of the faith to this day. Ellicott knew Greek, of course, and paid attention to the grammatical nuances that force an explanation of something as weird as koimontai. Like Ruck, he preferred, quote, and some die, as the proper translation, but the rest of his one-liner on 1 Corinthians 11:30 is priceless. Quote, even death sometimes resulted from their drunken orgies, either naturally or by God's direct visitation. I love the thought of God the Father descending from the clouds to slap the wine glasses from the tipsy Greeks to deliver the touch of death. What an unexpected climax to an otherwise perfectly good orgy. Creative as Ellicott was, there are more terrestrial ways to decipher Paul's choice of words here. The plain meaning of koimontai couldn't be any clearer. The Corinthians seem to have incorporated an extreme beverage into their liturgy. The boundary between psychedelic wine and poisonous wine is razor thin, however, and fatal dosing mistakes can be made. Could the makers of the potentiated Eucharist have gotten their measurements wrong? Did the participants ingest too much of the elixir at hand? Or maybe they simply appeared dead, reveling in the near-death experience that brought the Corinthians closer to Jesus and the community of departed Christian saints. If Paul is to be believed, and there really was a lethal potion in Corinth, who mixed it, and why? The answer, once again, points to women. Like other house churches across the Mediterranean, the vulnerable Christian minority in Corinth was led by charismatic prophets who functioned as mediators of the Holy Spirit and displayed expertise in revealing God's messages to their brothers and sisters around the cultic banquet. In the footsteps of the priestesses who for centuries had been communing with Demeter in Eleusis to the east, Apollo in Delphi to the north, and Dionysus in the nearby mountains and forests, ecstatic women grabbed the reins in Corinth. In When Women Were Priests, Karen Jo Torgeson depicts a typical house church in the Greek city. First, one would rise and speak a blessing, a commendation, a revelation, or a word of wisdom. Before her oracle ended, another would rise with a word of encouragement or hope or exhortation. Mingled among these voices were the ecstatic exclamations of grace, thanks, or praise. For these new Christians, the presence of the Spirit dramatized the fulfillment of Old Testament prophecy. Inspired by the divinity coursing through their veins, these women were channeling the voice of Christ in their time. Exactly what Father Francis said the prophets were doing in Ephesus, almost half a century later. For Jesus to have been present at the consecration of the Eucharist, that sense of possession had to come from somewhere, didn't it? As with the Greek cult at Mas Castejar de Pontos, maybe the Corinthian witches were going for Demeter's ergot potion, but wound up with a deadly variation instead. Or maybe they were trying to recreate a psychoactive cocktail of whatever put the Pythias in contact with Apollo, with good leads among the barley meal, laurel leaves, and smoldering henbane seeds, the herba apollinaris, or pythonion, discussed in the first part of this investigation. Or just maybe it was the infused potion from the Lanaya and other Dionysian festivals that nicely complemented the Eucharistic meal. But when it comes to this murky period of Paleo-Christianity, we have way more questions than answers. If whatever happened during the Last Supper was crystal clear, the Christian faith wouldn't have splintered into 33,000 distinct denominations over the past 2 millennia. Despite the relative agreement among the Gospel authors and Paul, until more material evidence surfaces from Jerusalem, it's frankly unsettled whether the Last Supper actually took place as recorded in the New Testament or at all. No one has ever found the Holy Grail, and maybe no one ever will. Far more pertinent to our investigation is how the early Christian troops at Corinth and elsewhere chose to interpret and reenact what they believed had happened that evening. And as the years went by, particularly important is how the Eucharist of the Gospel of John, or the holy text and oral traditions of the Gnostics, would have colored that interpretation. Despite Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s observation in 1950 that a natural and unconscious process might explain the similarities between the Greek and Christian mysteries, John appears to have quite consciously spoken to women in Ephesus who were predisposed to a direct mystical experience of God. There were women just like them in Corinth who came before, and there'd be women just like them in Rome who came after. By deliberately copying the language of Euripides, John assured his target audience that the pagan Eucharist of raw goat flesh, omaphagon charin, had become the Lamb of God, and the true drink of Jesus' blood would carry on the illicit tradition of Dionysus in the safety of the house churches, where, for the first time, the Paleo-Christians would learn how to truly see, catching visions of the angels that Jesus himself promised in the first chapter of John. If above ground, the Eucharist was being confused with the Greek agape, the tombs below proved to be the real melting pots of the pagan and Christian sacraments. Instead of relying on the ancient Greek of St. Paul, we can look at the material evidence that is still there to see. Evidence that the Vatican itself qualifies as, quote, the most significant assets of the Paleo-Christian era, where once again, the original Eucharist appears to have retained its ancient Greek flavor. Father Francis and I chug farther east past the Colosseum until we're parked on Via Luigi Luzzati in the Esquilino neighborhood. Here in Rome, the subterranean equivalent of the agape was called the refrigerium. In Latin, refrigerium literally means a cooling, hence the English word refrigerator. But in practice, it came to describe the commemorative rite that was intended to refresh the soul of the deceased in the afterlife and ensure its peaceful existence in the world of the dead. The church father Tertullian, who lived from AD 160 to 220, co-opted this term to describe the blissful state enjoyed by the departed ancestors while they awaited the resurrection of the faithful on Jesus' return trip to earth. Early Christianity didn't have a clear idea what was supposed to happen to the deceased in the period between death and the Last Judgment at the end of time. But from the Roman cult of the dead, it learned one very valuable lesson. The spirits are thirsty. Wherever they are and whatever they're doing, the dead need constant refreshment to prevent them from haunting the living. So the Christians began celebrating the refrigerium meal at the gravesite burials and anniversaries of their relatives' deaths. It was believed that the dead, residing in their tombs, were actually present for the feasts. Ramsay MacMullen, professor emeritus of history at Yale, has coined the best term for these intoxicated get-togethers, a chill-out. He paints a vivid recreation of the traditional beliefs and rites that prevailed among Christians in Rome. Such loving times in the recall of the dead went on for as long as the celebrants' mood and their wine might last, even as an all-nighter, a vigilia. The dead themselves participated. They needed such remembrances for their tranquil existence in the beyond. They were to be offered whatever food was at hand and, most especially, a toast in wine, to be tipped onto their sarcophagus or into a pipe leading down to the head end where they rested, athirst and happy. A party mood was essential. Participants, if they were challenged to defend their bad behavior that might attend too much eating and drinking, answered indignantly that loving thoughts, respect, and the recollection of fleshly pleasures offered to ancestors whose favor was certainly of more effect than any mere humans, all this was not just picnicking. This was religion. Like the drunken agape in Corinth with its lethal wine, the all-night refrigeria got so out of hand that the church eventually had to put its foot down. The Roman catacombs are filled with graffiti indicating refrigeria were being held on sacred ground to commemorate Jesus' closest disciples, like Peter and Paul. Using the departed saints and martyrs as an excuse for Dionysian banqueting became particularly problematic in North Africa. Saint Augustine, the same theologian who earlier in our investigation reassured the Christian community in Carthage that all superstition of pagans and heathens should be annihilated is what God wants, God commands, God proclaims, railed against the drunken riots in cemeteries and social orgies that had become a daily habit in the late 4th century in his bishopric of Hippo, the modern-day port city of Annaba, where Algerian migrants have been gathering in recent years to hitch boat rides to the Italian island of Sardinia. The Latin word Augustine uses for drunken riot is commissatio, which the Lewis and Short Latin Dictionary defines as, quote, bacchanalian revel, and the succeeding nocturnal procession with torches and music that we saw on the bell-shaped crater excavated at Mas Castellar de Pontos and the Borghese vase in the Salle de Cariatide. Despite the best efforts of Augustine and others to prohibit the pagan cult of the dead, it stuck around for a very long time. Cemeteries around the Mediterranean were usually maintained outside the city walls, and the celebration of the Refrigeria kept them there. It wasn't until the 10th century that Christian churches, with their accompanying graveyards, moved into the centers of town, finally uprooting the rural death cult. Throughout the Middle Ages, the churches and their cemeteries remained the sacred place of the people, where their plays, dances, revels, and drinking bouts continued in full force. It's all strangely reminiscent of the excesses in Corinth that led to a considerable number of people dying, or appearing to die. In calling for a sober end to the intoxication, an emergency so great and hazardous, Augustine himself quotes the first letter to the Corinthians, where Paul rebukes the Greeks' routine of getting drunk. If that didn't already lump the agape and the refrigerium together into one paleo-Eucharistic tradition that was slowly taking shape in the early centuries after Jesus, the Catholic Encyclopedia from 1907 removes any doubt. It says that the Eucharist, quote, at its origin, is clearly marked as funerary in its intention, a fact attested by the most ancient testimonies that have come down to us. Our Lord, in instituting the Eucharist, used these words, as often as you shall eat this bread and drink this chalice, you shall show forth the Lord's death. Nothing could be clearer. Our Lord chose the means generally used in his time, namely the funeral banquet, to bind together those who remained faithful to the memory of him who had gone. It's easy to forget, even for most Catholics, but at its core, the Mass is a séance, where the living and the dead come together through the magic of the true food and true drink. The fact that Jesus himself makes an appearance in the Eucharist is only half the story. According to the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, that part of the liturgy known as the intercessions specifically implores God to grant the departed, quote, a place of refreshment in the afterlife. It signals that, quote, the Eucharist is celebrated in communion with the whole Church, of both heaven and of earth, and that the oblation is made for her and for all her members, living and dead, who are called to participate in the redemption and salvation purchased by the body and blood of Christ. Once again, we can sense bizarre survivals from the skull cults and graveyard beers of the Stone Age, as well as the Marzea that formed the bridge between the old beer cultures and the new wine cultures of the Near East. the same Marzea that could be celebrated by people who might also host a Dionysian banquet in Galilee or Petra during the 1st century AD. But before these archaic traditions morphed into the Mass, there was one final bridge to cross along the way: the Roman refrigerium. There, the wine was absolutely essential to making contact with the other side, which brings us back to the same question we've been asking all along. What kind of wine was it? What kept the all-nighters alive for centuries? And why did the cult of the dead refuse to surrender to Christian orthodoxy? I'm about to find out. As the priest pays the cab driver, I take my first look at the unassuming wrought iron gate with the characters 2B etched in gray stone on the brick pillar to the right. They may as well be etched onto my brain. For months, I've been exchanging emails about this address with the Pontificia Commissione di Archeologia Sacra, the Vatican's Pontifical Commission for Sacred Archaeology that, at its sole and absolute discretion, controls all access to the underground chambers known as the Hypogeum of the Aurelii. Discovered in 1919, when the Fiat shop around the corner was trying to expand into a sunken garage, this site is considered one of the most important funerary monuments from the first half of the 3rd century AD, tentatively dated from 220 to 250. While the successors of Junia and the many women applauded in Paul's letters were busy in their house churches here in Rome, these subterranean catacombs served an equally pivotal role in the early centuries after Jesus. By the papacy of Zephyrinus, AD 199 to 217, they were outpacing the pagan necropolis as the preferred venue for the new religion's burial rites, soon spreading to all Christianized parts of Italy, Greece, and North Africa. In Rome alone, the 40 or so catacombs excavated to date run underfoot for hundreds of miles along damp, darkened tunnels, an entire shadow city hosting thousands upon thousands of ancient tombs. Only 7 are open to the public. For the rest, like the one I'm standing in front of, special permission has to be secured from the Vatican to examine how the Paleo-Christians understood their transition to the afterlife. The prize for anyone with the credentials, patience, and 160 euros to cover the holy official who will chaperone your visit is an unadulterated look at some of the very first Christian artwork on record. A veritable time capsule of subsurface frescoes that leap off the soft limestone or tufa rock. A remarkable coexistence of themes that, quote, demonstrates the passage from pagan to Christian imagery. According to Barbara Mazzei, the Vatican archaeologist responsible for its 11-year restoration, the Hypogeum in particular boasts, quote, one of the most controversial scenes of the art of the catacombs. Unveiled in 2011 for the first time in high definition, this underground lair holds the key to what was really happening in the Secret of Jesus cult before Constantine gave the blessing in AD 313 for Christianity to become the biggest religion in the world. "Are you here for the Hypogeum of the Aurelii?" asks a slender young woman in a black peacoat and jeans with designer Italian eyeglasses. "Sì. Buongiorno, piacere, sono Giovanna," she introduces herself. I present Father Francis to the Vatican archaeologist, who looks nothing like the intimidating official I expected to be guarding this sequestered vault. Giovanna opens the wrought iron gate at 2B and waves us past the lemon tree to the kind of heavy metal hatchway that belongs on a nuclear submarine. She extracts a medieval skeleton key and clangs against the lock for a minute. I snap a photo of Father Francis with the same Cheshire cat grin he sported all through Dr. Alexandra Carianu's stockroom. Per the written policy that the Pontifical Commission for Sacred Archaeology sent me a few weeks ago, it's the last photo I'll be taking for the next 2 hours. If Giovanna catches me breaking the rules, it'll result in the immediate suspension, la immediata sospensione, of our visit. The door snaps open with a jolt and ominously creaks open. Into the underworld we go. The initial room is at ground level, a semi-hypogeum, one flight above the 2 subterranean chambers down the staircase ahead. To our left are the first of 32 tombs originally cut into the monument's rock. It's unknown how their inhabitants were connected to the 3 Aurelii who created the hypogeum, and whose names are recorded in a mosaic inscription: 2 men and a woman, Onesimus, Papirius, and Prima. We know almost nothing about them, but the honorary Aurelii was typical of former slaves who'd won their freedom. In the Roman system, slaves could be highly skilled and hyper-educated. For example, a pedagogus snatched from the sophisticated part of the empire to initiate privileged children into all the knowledge that put Greek tutors in especially high demand. It was one of the great ironies of the Roman Empire that it simultaneously ruled over and bowed to the cultural supremacy of the Greek-speaking Mediterranean. The lyric poet Horace, 65 to 8 BC, once wrote about the fate that tied the Latins and Greeks together. Quote, "Greece, the captive, conquered her savage victor, and brought the arts into rustic Latium," the region of western Italy where Rome was founded, now called Lazio. So the Greek provenance of the Aurelii is a tempting clue to unraveling the mystery of the paintings adorning the cavernous walls farther underground, some of the first Christian symbolism ever produced. A few low-quality images are available online, but until now, the closest I've gotten to any detail is an oversized monograph I had to purchase from the Vatican itself. Among the many frescoes that were commissioned by the Aurelii, there are 3 in particular that I've come to analyze and discuss with Father Francis. The first shows the coexistence of the pagan refrigerium and the Christian Eucharist, 2 ghostly meals in one. The second reveals the Greek sacrament that fueled them both. And the third explains it all, exposing the ultimate source of the ritual activity that took place inside the hypogeum, where both the secret symbols and language from the Gospel of John and the very Gnostic understanding of Jesus continued to resonate with the Greek-speaking Christians in Rome, and with one primary group of Dionysian initiates above all: women. Chapter 13. The Holy Grail. "Do you detect a banquet scene here?" I prompt our Vatican guide, Giovanna. We're now in the first of the 2 subterranean chambers proper. It's more spacious and far less claustrophobic than I expected. When we're not scrunching our feet against the dirt and pebble floor, there's an almost jarring absence of noise. Although we're many feet under the streets of Rome, this musty hole in the earth has a strangely inviting feel about it. A nice spot for a mind-bending chill-out with the dead, just like the one rendered on the fresco, high on the wall in front of me. "Yes, this is the stibadium, the round couch at the table," answers Giovanna. "These are the men seated around it, the servants with glasses and vessels in the foreground, and a young woman in the background. These scenes are very common in the 3rd century in the Roman tradition, and they consider her Aurelia Prima." The Vatican archaeologist motions to the female figure at the top of the painting, just arriving for the heavenly banquet. The color and nuance of the many figures around the table are crisp and well preserved. I can easily make out the 3 servants, barefoot in white tunics, approaching the dinner with refreshments in hand. The one in the middle has just raised a chalice in his right hand. It's hard to tell what they're staring at, but all the guests seem to be transfixed by the strange maneuver. "It's being held up ceremoniously," I suggest, referring to the golden chalice. "I mean, it doesn't look like a functional pose. That's not how you serve wine, right?" "Right," Father Francis agrees. "He's presenting it with his fingers sticking out, and the other hand has the fingers extended as well. I think that's intentionally some kind of ritual gesture. Would it be a stretch to call it a consecration?" I ask, referring to the magical procedure by which the Catholic priest is able to transform ordinary bread and wine into the body and blood of Jesus. There's a moment in today's Mass when Father Francis holds the Eucharistic cup aloft, just like this servant, as soon as the wine has transubstantiated into the life-giving blood. It's called the elevation of the Most Blessed Sacrament. I think it's a designation, my friend responds, mincing words. He's saying, this is something. Sure, but that's still a ritual act, just like in the Gospels with tuto estin. I threw out the Greek phrase for this is, tuto estin. In Matthew, Mark, Luke, and Paul, Jesus uses the same formula when consecrating the Eucharist for the very first time at the Last Supper. This is tuto estin, my body. This is tuto estin, my blood. The fundamental meaning of that language and this arm raising, ancient and modern, is all the same. This ain't grape juice. The God is present in this liquid, and once you drink it, the God will be present inside you. So proceed cautiously. Yes, you're right, concedes Father Francis, sensing my reading of the fresco. So then, how many people do we have here? The priest begins counting the guests arranged in a semicircle around the table, laughing out loud when he gets to the final number. Well, looks like we got 12 people, all right. Like an archaic model for Da Vinci's masterpiece in Milan, the fresco conjures the sanctity of the Last Supper, perhaps the oldest surviving example ever painted by Christian hands. But not everybody sees it this way. Does the Vatican have an opinion here, Giovanna? I inquire. A funerary banquet scene, just like the family feasting for the deceased. With the deceased, probably, she corrects herself. Given some of the more overt pagan motifs we're about to examine in the neighboring frescoes, the Church is hesitant to call this meal a Eucharist. But we've just spent the past half hour analyzing some of the better Christian symbols in the chamber. Behind us, on the opposite wall, was the bucolic landscape of a herdsman and goats, possibly John's depiction of Jesus as the Good Shepherd. Why he's tending goats instead of lambs is not entirely clear. Whoever he is, he's definitely rocking the long-haired Jesus look. In addition, we saw the portrait of a bearded man whom Father Francis and others have suggested is St. Paul. And we also examined a rose-studded path leading to the gates of a vast cityscape, perhaps Jesus' entrance into Jerusalem on Palm Sunday. I don't think a Christian interpretation is that crazy, I disagree after a slight pause. Whenever 12 people belly up to a sacred dinner and start drinking sacramental wine in a tomb under the Vatican's exclusive authority, what else are we supposed to think? But in this case, I wouldn't say it's the Last Supper, interjects Father Francis. He doesn't see Jesus and the apostles, but he does see their legacy. Whatever group this is, he continues, it must be celebrating a similar banquet, a ritual banquet with the Holy Grail. The priest draws my attention back to the shiny chalice he envisions holding the blood of Jesus. Giovanna is not convinced that the Roman Refrigerium and Christian Eucharist were so easily interchangeable. If it's really a primordial mass, then why is a dead woman walking around? She repeats her observation about Aurelia Prima descending on the banquet from the background, and notes how the 12 men seated around the table could be her living relatives. I look back at the delicate figure of a woman, her dress painted in red and black outline that disappears into the off-white of the plaster. She is the 13th member of the feast, and the only female. Because you're interpreting it as some kind of refrigerium? Asks Father Francis. Yes, Giovanna answers. Why a refrigerium? I question, trying to figure out what distinguishes this scene from a Eucharist. Because it's the Roman ritual during the funeral. They brought food to the tombs. They gave a banquet for the parentalia, she adds, referring to the 9-day celebration of the ancestors in Rome, during which the drunken night of the living dead would have been especially promoted. For as long as the celebrants' mood and their wine might last, according to Ramsay McMullen at Yale. A supernatural meal, I add. We're all getting lost in semantics and drawing boundaries where few existed in the 3rd century, between Greek and Roman, Christian and pagan, sacred and profane. The foremost authority on this lost tradition, the secular scholar McMullen, has no problem confirming the pagan continuity between the Refrigerium and the Eucharist. He notes that these family gatherings in a Christian context, quote, are not imaginary, citing the, quote, tangible testimonies of excavations at the papal basilica of San Lorenzo, built to honor one of the first 7 deacons of Rome who was martyred in AD 258. Several mausolea were unearthed with bits of cooking and eating vessels, objects that McMullen attributes to the service of Christian refrigeria, all as further evidenced by inscriptions left throughout this ancient city, which record, quote, ancestor worship, in the form of promises or debts to the Christian deceased. Quote, Dalmatius promised a communion picnic, a refrigerium, as a vow. Quote, Tomius Caelius held a communion picnic for Peter and Paul. Establishing a channel of communication with the other side was mutually beneficial. On the one hand, the dead would receive the nourishment they needed while awaiting the Last Judgment. They would not go missing in limbo. On the other, the living got a little closer to their Creator, since the martyred heroes of the congregation were believed to have special influence as petitioners at the throne of God. At St. Peter's Basilica, just a 15-minute drive to our west, the situation was identical. Underneath the largest Christian cathedral in the world, the seat of the papacy, and the nerve center for Catholics the world over, a 2nd-century shrine known as an aedicula was found, dedicated to St. Peter himself. Around it, embedded in the earth, were heaps of bones from domestic animals. A neighboring sarcophagus was equipped with a libation tube for supplying wine to the deceased. McMullen confirms, quote, the bones can only have been left from religious picnics. The tube obviously served the purposes of memorial communion. The basilica built among the dead continued to host chill-outs for years after Constantine's initial construction in the 4th century, where, quote, wine in worship flowed freely and not only on the saint's festival. And why not? With hundreds of burials beneath the floor, says McMullen, some family was bound to turn up for remembrance's sake on each and every day of the year. It should come as no surprise that the Eucharist itself would be celebrated at St. Peter's as part of the communion parties. One shocked cleric at the time remarked, quote, their martyrs' tombs are seen as Christ's altars. Imagine the intoxicated all-night affair, promising an in-person appearance by your dead relatives, the holy saints, and possibly the Lord himself, all made possible by the Eucharistic funerary meal that laid the very foundations for the Catholic Mass. For the purely pagan rituals that preceded Christianity, it was all about ancestor worship as well. The Romans designated their dead relatives as gods, dii or divi in Latin, sometimes adding immortales, much the way a Greek speaker might call them gods or theoi. The deceased were no longer limited by the physical body. They had access to cosmic information beyond time and space. They had answers. Once again, I can't help but think of the Stone Age death cults from the Rockafet Cave and Göbekli Tepe, or the mind-altering Marzea that survived for thousands of years in the ancient Near East. From the Canaanites all the way down to Aretas IV Philopatris, the king of the Nabateans, whose daughter married Jesus' arch-enemy, Herod Antipas of Galilee. In his decoding of the Ugaritic cuneiform, Professor Gregorio del Olmolete interprets the long-running ritual as a journey to the underworld. Key to the entire experience was the consumption of visionary wine, consciously manufactured under the rubric of some, quote, handbook or recipe to induce a kind of death-like trance. In the altered state of consciousness reached by drunkenness, the living and the dead might coexist. With the drinker's spirits temporarily dissociated from the physical body, they were essentially lifeless. free to communicate with the immortals on the other side. Whether his name was Osiris, El, Dionysus, or Jesus, what better way to make contact with the Lord of Death? Was it some kind of biotechnology that allowed the ghost of Aurelia Prima to join this paleo-Eucharistic meal in the hypogeum? A straight line can be drawn from her semi-veiled head down to Father Francis's Holy Grail. The golden chalice ties the whole fresco together. It has to mean something. Whatever is taking place here, by whatever ritual, the wine is making it happen. If it's a purely pagan refrigerium, then 12 relatives are summoning the dead Aurelia Prima from the underworld. If it's a Christian Eucharist, then 12 Romans, who wanted to portray themselves as the 12 apostles who attended the Last Supper, are summoning a dead Christian from the kingdom of heaven so she can be their intermediary in the beyond. According to Ramsay MacMullen, the pagan and Christian rituals could coexist and overlap. Christians did perform the refrigerium, and the wine was essential for the magic. Here in the moldy depths of the tufa rock, with the Vatican archaeologists beginning to wonder what the Roman Catholic priest and his sidekick are really up to, am I looking at the first artistic rendering of the drug of immortality? If so, what was in that chalice? I think the answer lies in the second fresco I came to inspect, just a couple feet to our right. Covering much of the wall like a mural, the scene in front of me was only first unveiled in 2011, after a painstaking 11-year restoration. By the Vatican's own admission, it quickly became one of the most controversial scenes in all the Roman catacombs. Before that, it was hard to tell what the Aurelii had in mind for this fresco, which is divided into two sections. In the lower register, I spot 3 nude males. They seem caught off guard. To their right, a bearded man lifts an imposing right hand, fingers splayed, toward a woman standing by a loom for weaving fabrics. The male is barefoot, seated, and wearing a tunic. The female is standing, dressed in a flowing robe that leaves the ankles exposed. In the upper register above, I notice the farm animals: sheep, cows, a donkey, a horse, even a camel. Behind them in the background, a woman is seen in front of a rustic building with sloping roofs and canopies. By her side, 2 male figures lie in repose on an open coffin or bier. According to the Vatican itself, the key to unlocking this hodgepodge of imagery lies in the loom. The Pontifical Commission for Sacred Archaeology details everything in the beautiful monograph they published in 2011, just after the fresco's restoration, complete with 79 glossy plates. In it, Dr. Alexia Latini dedicates an entire chapter to this one composite scene. It's the only chapter penned by the classical archaeologist from Roma Tre University, an Italian public research institution otherwise unaffiliated with the Holy See. When I first read it in the main reading room of the Library of Congress last November, because I couldn't sit around for weeks on end waiting for the copy I ordered directly from the Vatican, I thought it was a mistake. A serious mistake. In solving the riddle, Latini drops a bombshell I had to read 3 times to make sure I got the Italian right. The chapter is titled Quadro Homerico, Homeric Painting. For a scholar with obvious fluency in Greek and Latin, the loom was a dead giveaway. When it comes to weaving, there's only one mythical woman who instantly comes to mind. And there's only one loom in the extant manuscripts that looks exactly like the one in front of me. It's sitting peacefully in the Biblioteca Apostolica Vaticana, the Pope's personal library located right next to the Vatican Secret Archives. But if you go online to the Digital Vatican Library website and type in VAT Lat 3225, you'll find a color copy of the same wonderfully preserved codex, the Vergilius Vaticanus, created sometime between AD 400 and 430. It contains select vignettes from the Aeneid, the poet Virgil's epic adaptation of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, written in Latin a couple decades before the birth of Jesus. Like Odysseus, the main character, Aeneas suffers through an endless series of trials and tribulations on his fantastic voyage around the Mediterranean. At its finale, Aeneas is credited with the foundation of Rome, but not before making a pit stop on Circeii. Once an island, it is now the modern-day promontory of San Felice Circeo, a couple of hours south of Rome, where Circeo Mountain and the Capo Circeo Lighthouse stand watch over the Tyrrhenian Sea. The Greeks might call it Aiaia, and as the name implies, it was believed by the Romans to house the most famous witch in antiquity, Circe. Latini focused my attention on folio 58 of the Virgilius Vaticanus, where Circe is depicted tending a giant loom that is strikingly similar to the one painted here on the wall of the Hypogeum. She notes that both are, quote, large and equipped with massive uprights, solid feet, and two beams. The restoration work of Dr. Barbara Mazzei had revealed something even more incredible, however, in the upper register of the fresco. Ever since its discovery in 1919, the thick layer of calcium carbonate that had crystallized over the paint in the preceding centuries had prevented a clear reading of the woman in the rustic farmhouse. In her precision cleaning of the rock with laser ablation technology, Mazzei noticed the area around the ranch, quote, appeared to be concealed by an ochre-colored layer of particular tenacity and consistency. It was cinnabar, the toxic mercury sulfide ore, HGS, once used as a red pigment. Mazzei's micro-instruments had to be specially calibrated to avoid exposing the ore to radiation, which would have destroyed the fresco. After years of careful work, however, her restoration was successful. Quote, the laser ablation allowed us to recognize with certitude the story of Odysseus and the witch goddess Circe, excluding the alternative hypothesis of an episode in the life of the prophet Job. The distinctive pigment was another dead giveaway. Latini further explains in her chapter of the Vatican monograph that the blood-red cinnabar must have been intentionally used to indicate the same witchy scene from Book 10 of the Odyssey, where the Greek hero notices some, quote, fiery smoke rising from the halls of Circe through the thick brush and the wood. Like the loom down below, the thick vegetation, folto della vegetazione, up above, is an unmistakable Homeric clue for Latini. Together with these telltale symbols, all the animals milling about point to the cruel goddess Circe, who, according to Virgil, had robbed her prisoners of their human form with potent herbs, potentibus herbis. But as the tradition goes, these weren't just any old herbs that Circe plucked from her garden pictured in the fresco before me. Unbelievably, Latini references the exact lines from Homer's Odyssey that I'd read with director Polixeni Adamveleni at the Ministry of Antiquities in Athens. In English, the Italian scholar says that the master sorceress gave the unfortunate companions of Odysseus who landed at her home the koukion, a wine-based mixture in which goat cheese, barley flour, and honey were dissolved, to which she added extraordinary pharmaca, portentosi pharmaca, capable of inducing oblivion. With the aid of a rhabdos, a magic wand, she then transformed them into pigs, enclosing them in a stable. Those were the lines I had to read 3 times to wrap my head around them. How did the witch Circe and her magical drugged wine sneak their way into a Paleo-Christian tomb under the exclusive control of the Vatican, right next to the pagan refrigerium that brought Aurelia Prima back from the dead with a Paleo-Christian Eucharist? Of the 27,803 lines of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and the 9,896 lines of the Aeneid, why did the Aurelii include this one and only scene in their illegal underground church? Like the Holy Grail to its left, this Homeric fresco has to mean something. It certainly explains the 3 nude men to the left of the loom. Latini spies their just completed metamorphosis, metamorphosi appena compiuta, from pigs back into humans a split second earlier. The bearded man next to Circe, commanding his friends to be released, must then be Odysseus. After his victory, the hero is sent on yet another errand, to consult the tribes of the dead in the house of Hades and dread Persephone, to seek a prophecy from the ghost of the Theban Tiresias, the same blind seer from Euripides the Bacchae. In order to attract the spirits in the underworld, Odysseus is instructed by Circe to offer a few libations: milk and honey, followed by sweet wine, followed by water sprinkled with white barley. The witch's final recipe. It's a memorable episode in the ancient literature that obviously survived into 3rd century Rome, where Latini characterizes Homer's epic as a, quote, bestseller, on par with Virgil's Aeneid. For an educated Greek speaker of the time, Homer was much more than a poet. He was a divine sage with revealed knowledge of the fate of souls and the structure of reality. In Homer the Theologian, the Harvard and Yale-trained classicist Robert Lamberton charts the philosophical development in the 2nd and 3rd century Roman Empire that recasts Homer's narrative as a religious allegory with a secret doctrine. Rather than a fixed and unchanging teaching committed to paper, Lamberton says the tradition refers to, quote, a mystical and privileged contemplation or mode of seeing. He calls it the bizarre realm of Neo-Pythagoreanism influenced by Plato, perhaps best represented by an enigmatic thinker like Plotinus, circa AD 205 to 270, who was born in Egypt and died in the Italian region of Campania in Magna Graecia. It's still unknown if Plotinus's roots were Roman, Greek, or Hellenized Egyptian, but it doesn't matter. It's just another example of the intellectual melting pot of the time. In his introduction to the Vatican's monograph, Fabrizio Visconti, the superintendent of Christian catacombs, actually gives a nice shout-out to Plotinus. That bearded figure on the wall behind me, whom Father Francis and others have likened to St. Paul? Well, Visconti says the Aurelii must have borrowed it from the marble portraits of Plotinus that were just coming into vogue and had a major influence on all later Pauline iconography. In the last 17 years of his life, Plotinus wrote a massive 6-part treatise in Greek called the Enneads that repackaged the Greek genius Pythagoras for a whole new audience. In a passage that acknowledges the entire Odyssey as a parable of spiritual liberation and specifically describes the Greek of Odysseus' escape from Circe's island as full of hidden meaning, Plotinus compares our journey through life and the afterlife to that of Homer's main character. The real adventure, however, lies within. Our focus should be directed inward. Quote, we must not look, but must, as it were, close our eyes and exchange our faculty of vision for another. We must awaken this faculty which everyone possesses, but few people ever use. Lamberton traces this visionary technique to the legend of Pythagoras' own temporary death and resurrection. It was said to take place in a cave on the island of Samos, where the sage reportedly discovered his well-known mathematical theorem that everyone learns in high school. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. What everyone doesn't learn about is the altered state of consciousness that apparently gave birth to the breakthrough in Ionia, not far from the mystics in Phocaea and Ephesus. The procedure Pythagoras would later share with the so-called Pythagorean women, the wives, mothers, sisters, and daughters, whom the philosopher-magician would meet on his extensive travels across Magna Graecia, before his death in Metapontum on the sole of Italy's boot around 495 BC. So, what exactly did Pythagoras teach them? In The Cave of Euripides, published in the peer-reviewed interdisciplinary journal Time and Mind in 2015, Ruck compares Pythagoras' strange practice to Euripides' own seclusion in a cave on the island of Salamis, just across the Gulf from Eleusis. The 2nd century Roman antiquarian Aulus Gellius once visited the site where the playwright was thought to have created such works as the Bacchae, confirming its draw as a place of literary pilgrimage among the refined Romans of the day, quote, a cultic sanctuary for hero worship. True to his 40 years of scholarship on the subject, Ruck suggests that both Pythagoras and Euripides entered into deified states of ecstasy in their respective chambers through the Dionysian pathway of sacred drugs. He speculates that, quote, the mystic rites celebrated in the cave of Euripides, in particular, probably involved the tragedian and his troupe of actors in a subterranean frenzy in which they communed with the god Dionysus, who imbued their tragedian leader with his divine persona in a Eucharistic liturgy attended by an elite assemblage of his female Bacchanalian devotees. In his concluding remarks, Ruck anticipates today's visit to the Hypogeum. The poor early Christians of the Roman Empire customarily met in subterranean catacombs to celebrate their Eucharist. They did not do this to avoid persecution, since it was not apt to go unnoticed, nor would doing so arouse less suspicion than meeting above ground in private homes. The paintings on the catacomb walls indicate that drinking parties were celebrated there, apparently to invite the deceased to materialize and share in the banqueting. This subterranean festive drinking amid the revenant spirits continued a tradition that goes back to the kinds of rites that were celebrated in the cave of Euripides. It's an attractive theory, but I never knew what to make of it, and I never knew how Lamberton's secret doctrine could have possibly survived as an oral tradition in Magna Graecia from Pythagoras in the 5th century BC to Plotinus in the 3rd century AD. Until now. Is this Homeric fresco proof that subterranean rituals of death and rebirth not only flourished in southern Italy in the centuries before and after Jesus, but also entered Paleo-Christianity through Greek speakers like the Aurelii? And does it suggest that drugs were essential to the process? With countless scenes in Homer to choose from, the presence of Circe's pharmaca in this dank chamber could hardly be a coincidence. I reflect back on my meeting with director Adam Belleni and the work of Calvert Watkins, that towering figure from my Sanskrit days who scoured a dozen Indo-European languages to ultimately conclude that the Soma ritual of the Rig Veda and the ritual act of communion of the Eleusinian mysteries by women, for women, were one and the same. Quote, just too striking for a fortuitous resemblance to be plausible. From this very passage of Homer about Circe's Kukion and her pigs, Watkins was able to extract the holy language describing a religious ritual. He called it, quote, a liturgical act stretching back thousands of years, perhaps to the Proto-Indo-Europeans whose graveyard beers conquered Europe during the Stone Age. In the case of Circe's final underworld recipe, honeyed milk, wine, and barley water, Watkins called it a, quote, ritual to call up the dead, with Persian influences. Behind all of these Indo-European elixirs, he believed, were psychedelic drugs. With Soma, it was the juice of a plant or fungal sacrament that Watkins explicitly characterized as, quote, the source of the hallucinogenic agent. With the Greeks, he couldn't say for sure, but like Gordon Wasson, he thought the Amanita muscaria mushroom was a good candidate. The hard data from Mas Castellar de Pontos suggests another mushroom, ergot, spiked the beer-based Kukion at Eleusis. As for the Dionysian wine that replaced Demeter and Persephone's beer, Watkins said clearly it is no ordinary wine. The hard data for that, straight from Italy, will come later in this investigation. By the time of Jesus, the separate Greek sacraments of the grain and the vine were combined into the most blessed sacrament, the drug of immortality. Like the Soma, Kukion, and Dionysian wine before it, the Eucharist appealed to women around the Mediterranean in the agape meals of the female-run house churches, especially in Corinth, and the graveside refrigeria of Paleo-Christianity, especially here in Rome and Augustine's city of Hippo. But perhaps the drug-induced ritual found its greatest expression in a subterranean chamber, just like this hypogeum, where the legendary cave techniques of Pythagoras and Euripides could put the secret doctrine of Plotinus to the test, where the faculty of vision that, quote, everyone possesses, but few people ever use, could be awakened, and where the doors to the afterlife might be forced open with a big gulp of the Holy Grail. Maybe the dead Aurelia Prima would come through the portal. Maybe Dionysus, at the head of the same ghost train he conducted through Athens during the annual Anthesteria festival, the Greek Halloween. Maybe Jesus himself, fresh from the harrowing of hell, with a few saints and martyrs in tow. Whatever happened at the banquet scene to my left, it was not a picnic. As Ramsay MacMullen might remind us, quote, this was religion. A religion that might look like a silly little children's story about witches and pigs. But for those like Plotinus with eyes to see, Circe is here as a coded image for the pharmaca that offered access to the kingdom of heaven. If the wine that fueled this underground ritual was psychedelic, as Calvert Watkins concluded in his analysis of the very Homeric passage depicted right here, then it wasn't just any religion. It was the religion with no name. This recently restored fresco might finally explain how the cult of the dead and the all-night communion parties refused to surrender to Christian orthodoxy. Because if life-changing visions of the afterlife were in play from Christianity's earliest days, from the house churches in Corinth to these catacombs in Rome, then the newest mystery religion would not only have found a pool of willing converts among the Greek-speaking pagan population across the Mediterranean, it would have also kept the rural Christians glued to the graveyards of their rural churches for the next 1,000 years. After all, that's what the beatific vision apparently did in Eleusis. It brought the best and brightest to Demeter's temple, year after year for 2 millennia, on one basic principle: seeing is believing. Was the Homeric fresco used by the Aurelii to demonstrate their intimate knowledge of the mystical Greek tradition that connected them to the likes of Pythagoras and Plotinus in Magna Graecia? And, taking a cue from both the Gospel of John and Gnosticism at large, did they try to merge the secret doctrine unique to this part of Italy with the Eucharist of Rome's newest mystery religion? Was that the whole point of the true drink in John 6:53-56? The people of Galilee certainly didn't get it. After Jesus reveals the key to the Christian mysteries at the synagogue in Capernaum, a number of his Jewish followers leave in disgust after hearing the cryptic instruction to drink his blood. They couldn't stomach the cannibalism. They called it too harsh, or skleros. With that curious ending to his bizarre scene, John is clearly saying that his Eucharist has hidden meaning. It wasn't supposed to make sense at first blush. Only those versed in the secret symbols and language of Dionysus might understand. Only they might recognize the Greek Gnostic Jesus. Women like Mary Magdalene, the apostle to the apostles, who was supposed to take Christianity to the masses as the first witness to Jesus' resurrection, and whose gospel might reassure women everywhere that they were entrusted with the visionary information denied to men, and they were the keepers of immortality. Like Junia, the foremost among the apostles, who made the church in Rome a reality. Or Aurelia Prima. Having finished with the Holy Grail and the Homeric fresco, we ascend 7 brick and mortar steps up to the hypogeum's central landing and descend another 7 to the second subterranean chamber. It's time to inspect the third and final fresco that called me here today. As we enter the crypt, the priest and I let out a simultaneous, wow. Nearly every surface of the cramped room, slightly more cave-like than the first, is covered with imagery that stirs the imagination. Peacocks, flying billy goats, cupids, genies, and nature demons crowned with flowers. The red and green color scheme looks like it could have been painted yesterday. I take in the 3 arcosolia, arched recesses cut into the soft limestone to serve as tombs. In each of them, 12 figures stand shoulder to shoulder. Sure, the Romans had 12 principal gods, the dii consentes, memorialized in the nearby pantheon, to match the 12 Greek Olympians. But it's hard to see 12 humans in 3rd century garb and not think of the banquet scene next door, or the Last Supper on which it appears to have been modeled. But what I'm really here for is the ceiling. A perfect circle within a perfect circle, separated by a couple feet of eggshell plaster. Connecting the inner orb to the outer orb are 4 rectangular spokes that give the whole scene the effect of a Greek cross, or the cruciform halo that might appear behind the head of Jesus on an Orthodox icon. In each of the 4 spokes, there's a single peacock feather. Between them, in each of the 4 wedges that form the outer orb, the same image is repeated 4 times. A man in a tunic and pallium, the long, rectangular cloak traditionally worn by Greek philosophers, but now popularly featured in the papal vestments. He's holding a scroll in his right hand. Latched into a kind of holster around his waist is a long, thin object you would almost think is a sword. On closer inspection, it's more of a wand. In a total non sequitur, the distinguished bearded man is standing on top of some kind of giant plant or fungal arrangement that branches into 3 pedicels. They all seem to be leafing, leading Father Francis to identify the flat, disc-shaped tops as possible umbellifers. But all I can think of is the hookah-smoking caterpillar from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, perched on a mushroom. I stare at the 4 carbon copies of the trippy vegetation until my neck can't take it anymore. In the middle of the bullseye, the focal point of this entire chamber, 2 men flank a veiled woman. She's clothed from head to toe in a white robe. Only her face is visible. The males are dressed like the fungal surfers that surround them, complete with elaborate sandals. The one on the right holds the same wand clutched by each of the 4 men around him. He's dangling it over the lone woman's head. Aside from the 5 figures on the ceiling, 2 others are depicted on the walls, bearing the wand in exactly the same pose. They also show up elsewhere in the hypogeum, though I hadn't even noticed them before. Like Circe's loom in the neighboring room, the wand is the key to unlocking the meaning of this scene, and perhaps the entire hypogeum. Leave it to one extremely obscure German monograph to crack the code. Published in 1975 by the respected classical archaeologist Nikolaus Himmelmann, Das Hypogeum der Aurelia am Viale Manzoni, Ikonographische Beobachtungen, The Hypogeum of the Aurelii at Viale Manzoni, Iconographic Observations, provides the answer. According to the German author, the purpose of the wand is unambiguous. It can be easily gleaned from the, quote, literary record of this time, which is filled with reports of magical practices of the popular, religiously charged philosophy. The magic wand in the hands of the male figures shines a light on the irrational philosophy which is taught in the tomb of the Aurelii. For the inexplicably numerous magicians, to the best of my knowledge, there are no certain parallels in the iconography of ancient philosophers. Even if the magic wand appears with Moses, Ezekiel, Christ, and Paul, this does not suffice to interpret the figures in the tomb at the Viale Manzoni as Christian. This appears to represent an initiation ritual, known mostly from Dionysian and Eleusinian contexts. Like the Homeric fresco in the previous room, this medallion on the ceiling of the best-preserved painting in the hypogeum takes us straight back to the Greek mysteries. Or rather, it brings the mysteries and the irrational philosophy practiced by the likes of Pythagoras, Euripides, and Plotinus right here to the heart of Rome. And, whether they like it or not, into the custody of the Vatican. For the connection to Eleusis, Himmelmann cites the blessing branches, Segensschweiger, reportedly carried by the initiates in the oldest versions of the rites. But the Dionysian influences are really the most compelling. The German scholar directs the reader to the so-called Villa of the Mysteries located to our south, just outside one of the main gates at Pompeii. The 40,000 square foot compound somehow survived the wrath of Mount Vesuvius in AD 79. 17 feet of volcanic ash once protected the spectacularly vivid dining room murals that were unearthed in 1909. Dated to the 1st century BC, they are widely considered to be among the best surviving depictions of an initiation into the wine god's Greco-Roman cult. All the Dionysian symbols make their way into the secret ritual sequence: the female initiate with her laurel crown, a pipe-playing satyr, a goat-suckling nymph, a bowl of the magic potion, and Bacchus himself. But it was one fresco in particular on the vermilion background that reminded Himmelmann of what's on display overhead. The sixth scene in the Villa of the Mysteries shows 4 women. There's the semi-nude initiate in her bright purple robe, kneeling into the lap of an elder female who could be her nurse. Then, to their right, a fully naked Maenad clashes cymbals in the air, while the 4th woman is about to hand the initiate the thersos that symbolizes the completion of her initiation. According to Ruck, the Maenads used to stash their drugs at the tips of these staffs, which is probably where our notion of the magic wand came from in the first place. To the immediate left of this scene, a winged female has just lashed the initiate, the whip arched behind her back, as if about to strike again. But as with the wand in the hand of Himmelmann's magician above me, literal flagellation was not the real secret to the Dionysian initiation. Rather, the long goad is the Greek kentros, figuratively whipping the initiates into ecstasy. As the Harvard-trained Olga Levaniuk put it, the goad might better represent the suddenness and unpredictability of the madness that was the true hallmark of the rites. Quote, manic experiences, as seen through a visual, acoustic, and emotional code. I take out my iPhone and pull up the photo album I'd created specifically for this moment. I toggle back and forth between 2 pictures. The scene from Pompeii, where the thyrsos hangs over the head of the female initiate, and the relief on the Borghese vase from the Louvre, where the dazed and confused Bacchant is slumped over in ecstasy, propped up by the satyr with thyrsos in hand. In each case, the angle of the gesture is identical to the initiation on this ceiling. Yes, that angle seems to be repeated over and over again, concedes Father Francis, referring to the way the instruments appear diagonally over the initiate's head. It's no wonder Himmelmann so confidently attached this fresco to the Dionysian mysteries. The Dionysian masks and kantharos, the god of ecstasy's ritual vessel, that are painted onto the wall of the first chamber certainly don't hurt. I noticed them next to the Good Shepherd and his goats the minute we landed in the Hypogeum. It's kind of remarkable that the Vatican is preserving all this material, I announced to Giovanna. I understand why you saved this room for last. Yes, the Virga is quite interesting, she responds, using the Latin word for magic wand. She adds that all the artwork of the Hypogeum, both chambers we've now analyzed, was likely meant to be read together as one combined theme. I don't dare announce it to the Vatican archaeologists, but I completely agree. And only 2 words come to mind for the theme I've noticed over the past couple hours: women and drugs. For 2,000 years, they've been the 2 biggest thorns in the side of the church, both senselessly scrubbed from the origins of the faith, as I've now witnessed in the Hypogeum. The first fresco shows how the Roman Refrigerium and the Christian Eucharist could live side by side, each a drunken seance aimed at entering the underworld. In the death cults that preceded this proto-mass by thousands of years, it was spiked beer and mixed wine that may have summoned the Lord of Death from the depths, ancestors in tow. If the Holy Grail is supposed to be the drug of immortality, then the second fresco adds some intrigue. The Vatican's own confirmation of Circe and her drugs implicates the secret doctrine from Homer that connects the Aurelii to luminaries like Pythagoras and Plotinus from nearby Magna Graecia. This one scene from the Odyssey also implicates the liturgical act that Calvert Watkins linked to a psychedelic kykeon and drugged Dionysian wine. Sacraments that were always prepared by women, as suggested by the third fresco. With the initiation of Aurelia Prima into the Dionysian mysteries, the whole sequence leaves no doubt that women enjoyed a privileged position in early Christianity. Was it their ability to manufacture a mind-altering Eucharist that kept the ecstasy alive in the house churches and underground catacombs of the new faith? At a very dangerous time in the Roman Empire, when fans of both Dionysus and Jesus had to watch their backs? As we pack our things and prepare for daylight, Father Francis offers a concluding thought on the politics of the situation. There's little doubt that the Aurelii tried to record their self-defined elite status. But we have to remember the persecutions at this time. As Christians, they would have tried to depict their beliefs under the veil of other, more acceptable symbols, because they couldn't just explicitly say they were Christian. For those who knew, the images could be interpreted as Christian, the Good Shepherd and St. Paul and so forth. The banquet of the refrigerium, of course, resonates with the New Testament narratives of the Last Supper. But for those who weren't Christians, it would just look like a refrigerium. The whole scheme is a deliberately designed external presentation that would be acceptable in a society where Christianity was not a lawful religion. But even their Christian friends who came here would still have to acknowledge the persistence of this tradition, he says, motioning to the ceiling. This Dionysian worldview. You see, this is the whole paradox of an intercultural encounter. Seems reasonable. The Vatican, to my Catholic school shock, goes a step further, calling scenes like the Holy Grail, the Homeric fresco, and the ecstatic initiation of Aurelia Prima, quote, the most explicit and concrete evidence of the origins of Christianity. That's the phrase used by Monsignor Giovanni Caru, the secretary of the Pontifical Commission for Sacred Archaeology. In the preface to the Vatican's monograph from 2011, he explains in polished Italian prose, since the first churches disappeared, obliterated by subsequent constructions, the catacombs, already abandoned in the 5th century, constitute the most significant assets of the Paleo-Christian era. We are facing a border monument where pagan thought and Christian thought are joined, giving rise to a sort of syncretism. And so the monuments of the dead speak to us about the community of the people of God. With the hypogeum of the Aurelii, the parable of Christianization has not yet found its final solution. It presents all the peculiarities of a cultural process in progress. By placing the Aurelii's syncretic and peculiar brand of Paleo-Christianity under its exclusive jurisdiction, however, the Vatican needs to consider the real reason people may have flocked to this new mystery religion in the centuries after Jesus. Maybe the earliest and most authentic Christians weren't looking forward to a, quote, final solution, whatever that means, when the bureaucracy of the church would stamp out the kind of private, mystical experience that took place in the hypogeum, an experience where women and drugs seemed to be the driving force. Maybe Paleo-Christianity was fine just the way it was. If not Jesus' original vision for the church's defining sacrament, then at least John's, or the Gnostics. Their secret ceremonies and visionary techniques, all Greek to the core, would certainly fit the kind of initiation in evidence here. When the Aurelii painted Aurelia Prima, joining their Eucharistic banquet, I'm inclined to believe it actually happened, if only in their drug-soaked minds. For the intoxicated agape and refrigeria to have survived as long as they did, something must have made the Christian initiates believe they had ingested and become one with the Son of God. Once you've seen the hypogeum, it can't be unseen. If these are the true origins of Christianity, then I need to see more of the most explicit and concrete evidence hidden underground to make sure the Aurelii weren't the only Paleo-Christians smitten by the Greek mysteries. The frescoes I've just inspected add a lot of color to the lethal wine that St. Paul accused the house church in Corinth of administering. Both above and below ground, the Eucharist of yesterday appears to have been very different from the Eucharist of today. The simplest explanation is that the Christians of the first 300 years after Jesus were caught in what Father Francis has just described as an intercultural encounter. The witches who were attracted to the visionary secret doctrine and Dionysian mysteries in Magna Graecia were the same witches attracted to the idea of the original Eucharist and its promise of instant immortality, especially as captured by the Gospel of John and the Gnostic tradition. For that crowd, drawing additional inspiration from the all-night refrigeria with the Roman dead, the wine of Dionysus and the wine of Jesus could have been fairly interchangeable. Before the Church Fathers drew a sharp line between paganism and Christianity in the 4th century AD, whatever was happening in the hypogeum of the Aurelii was far from unusual. For the Paleo-Christians who vanished long ago, it was the norm, and the evidence is sitting right under the Pope's feet. As the humanists might urge, ad fontes. When in doubt, go to the source. Chapter 14. A Gnostic Eucharist. The Uber speeds west across the Eternal City, skirting the Colosseum and closing in on the Tiber. Father Francis and I are off to our second appointment of the day. Just after the Rose Garden on the Aventine Hill, the priest rattles off another landmark he knows will pique my interest off Via della Greca, Greek Street. Nowadays, the Greek Rite Church of Santa Maria in Cosmedin is where the tourists line up to snap a trite photo of their hands entering the open stone mouth of the Bocca della Verità, the time-worn marble mask made famous by Audrey Hepburn and Gregory Peck in the 1953 film Roman Holiday. Originally, this was the site of an old Greek-speaking parish from the 6th century AD. Since Constantine, the Greeks who cornered this part of Rome turned the whole neighborhood into the Ripa Graeca, the Greek bank. But the language that founded Western civilization was here much earlier, of course. After planting themselves in Magna Graecia in the 8th century BC, the Greeks and their cults traveled north to Rome centuries before the birth of Jesus. By AD 150, as the Gospel of John started circulating among Greek speakers in the capital of the empire, the mystics were still here, thirsty to keep their mysteries alive amid opposition on all sides. The political suppression of the god of ecstasy by the Roman Senate was only part of the issue. At the time, Christianity itself was already beginning to fracture. There were those like the Aurelii and the Gnostics, on the one hand, who thought initiation into Christianity's biggest secrets belonged to anybody who consumed the true food and true drink of the Lord of Death, just as John promised. And there were those like the Church Fathers, on the other, who thought a few men within the 1% were uniquely called by God to handle the Eucharist, perpetuating a tradition of elitism that had existed among the Egyptian pharaohs, Near Eastern royalty, and Jerusalem's high priests for many thousands of years. Traces of the tangled history, where women and drugs once competed for the survival of their version of Christianity, have all been wonderfully preserved in the building that classicist Helen F. North once described as, quote, the reason why Rome is still the center of the civilized world. St. Peter's Basilica. Father Francis and I are about to meet the gatekeeper of the city of the dead that rests under the largest church building on the planet. The foundations of Christendom were literally built on top of a death cult. complete with a graveyard wine to match the graveyard beers that could very well have sparked the agricultural revolution in our deep prehistory. Was the drug of immortality the spark of the Christian revolution that would turn the cult of Jesus into the religion that colonized the world? At last, I've come to see the evidence for myself, where the continuity between Dionysus and Jesus is hidden deep underground, and where all the high drama between the Greek mystics and the Greek bureaucrats is locked in place under Catholicism's highest altar, hearkening back to a lost time when the sacred language of the Church was Greek. As we motor along the eastern bank of the Tiber, the pines and cypresses guiding our way, Father Francis reminds me that the earliest popes were, in fact, all Greek speakers, including Pope Clement I, circa AD 88 to 99, who actually died in Greece, Pope Telesphorus, circa AD 126 to 137, who came from a Greek family in Calabria to the south, and Pope Anicetus, circa AD 155 to 160, whose name is Greek for unconquered. After all, what good was a pope who couldn't read the Greek of the New Testament, or unpack the hidden teachings of Jesus that even the Gospel of Mark had plainly referred to as mysteria, religious secrets confided only to the initiated and not to be communicated by them to ordinary mortals? But most important, the popes and the emerging orthodoxy of the Church had to be able to defend against all the mystics who claimed to be the true heirs of the Dionysian Jesus. Whether they had penetrated the symbols and language of the Gospel of John to come into possession of the real Eucharist, or been exposed to a Gnostic version of Jesus, the mystics wanted the pharmakon that would unlock the kingdom of heaven. In the early centuries of the faith, there were many Christians in Rome who professed knowledge of the true drink. Ruck mentions several in his Jesus the Drugman chapter from The Apples of Apollo, Pagan and Christian Mysteries of the Eucharist. The earliest, high-profile example is Simon Magus, a Samaritan sorcerer of the 1st century A.D., who traveled to Rome all the way from Jesus' neck of the woods in what today is Israel. He would establish a rival sect to the mainline church, becoming, quote, the founder of all heresies, with a religious following of Simonians who considered him a god. His partner in crime was an altar Mary Magdalene named Helena, a prostitute whom Simon Magus had picked up at a brothel in Tyre. She claimed to be the reincarnation of Helen of Troy. The church historian Eusebius, AD 263 to 339, relates how Simon Magus won over many of the inhabitants of Rome through his, quote, magic. Justin Martyr claimed a statue in his honor was erected on an island in the Tiber, now to my left, with the inscription, Simoni Deus Sancto, to Simon, a holy god. Instead of the ordinary bread and wine, wrote Eusebius, the followers of this fake Christian philosophy used special incense and libations in their, quote, secret rites that resulted in their being thrown into marvel, or thambosthesesthai, in the most Dionysian way possible, with utter ecstasy, ekstaseos, and frenzy, manias. The church father Irenaeus, circa AD 130 to 202, said the Simonian sacraments were nothing but love charms, philtra, and love potions, agogima. The Acts of Peter, an apocryphal Greek text from the 2nd century AD, dramatizes the death of their spellbinding leader. When Simon Magus was levitating in the Roman Forum one day, St. Peter prayed for God Almighty himself to stop the arch-heretic in midair. Without delay, Simon Magus fell to the ground, breaking his leg at the site of the current-day church of Santa Francesca Romana. And so began Gnosticism. It grew particularly popular in Rome during the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. As mentioned earlier, Princeton scholar Elaine Pagels has written extensively about the forbidden nature of the Greek gnosis, knowledge, that was the Gnostics' chief aim. Quote, Self-knowledge is knowledge of God. The self and the divine are identical. Pagels looks to the Greek-educated Valentinus, circa AD 100 to 160, as the most famous and influential of the early Gnostics, a spiritual master who established his school in the Eternal City around AD 140. Just like Simon Magus, Valentinus was out there trying to steer Romans toward the true version of Christianity. He claimed to have been initiated by Theudas, a direct disciple of St. Paul, into a secret doctrine of God. Pagels explains the position. Quote, Paul himself taught this secret wisdom, he, Valentinus says, not to everyone, and not publicly, but only to a select few whom he considered to be spiritually mature. It's no wonder, then, that the Gospel of John became the favorite gospel of the Gnostics in Rome, especially among the Valentinians, who wrote the oldest attested commentaries on John's Greek, even before the Church Fathers got around to it. The record of their ritual practices adds enormous weight to Dennis MacDonald's insight about the Greek language in John 6:53-56 being designed by the evangelist as, quote, Dionysian cult imagery, specifically the eating of the flesh and blood of the god and the immortality that initiates gained by such activity. In perfect accord with John's word choice, the gnawing and munching on the flesh of Jesus, just like the Dionysian Eucharist of raw flesh and blood, omaphagon charin, from Euripides, part of the secret doctrine that apparently passed from Jesus to Paul to Theudas to Valentinus was a magical, drugged Eucharist. And it was Valentinus' student Marcus who unleashed the pharmakon on the ancient Mediterranean in the years he was active, between AD 160 and 180. Ruck notes that although all the heretical sects had a reputation for herbalism and sorcery, Marcus himself was apparently notorious for his expertise with drugs. Thus, Irenaeus accused him of pharmacological deviltry. Similarly to Simon Magus, Marcus apparently seduced the wife of one of Irenaeus' deacons to become a Marcosian with a blasphemous love potion. For some inexplicable reason, both Irenaeus and another church father named Hippolytus, circa AD 170 to 235, went to great lengths to document the procedure by which the secret sacrament was actually made, and how the fairer sex, instead of throwing together some leftovers for the kids, was busy cooking up a healthy dose of drugged wine. At Marcus's Mass, women were invited to perform their own solemn consecration of the holy wine. After being handed a smaller chalice by the heretic, each woman would offer up the Eucharistic prayer, blessing the purple-reddish elixir that had been spiked with an unknown pharmakon. In his recounting of the Marcosian ceremony, Hippolytus uses the Greek word for drug no less than 7 times. The women would then pass their cups back to Marcus, who would pour the contents into a larger chalice that seemed to miraculously overflow with more wine than had been added to it. A classic epiphany trick worthy of both Dionysus and Jesus. Marcus would then invoke the goddess Grace, or Charis, by name, the same Greek word that was used by Euripides to capture the Eucharist 400 years before the birth of Jesus. Omaphagon charin. In the language of the mysteries, Marcus would call Charis the one who, quote, transcends all knowledge and speech. Once the, quote, silly women had drunk from the central chalice and been, quote, whipped into frenzy and ecstasy like a bunch of maenads, they would then start prophesying. Echoes of the lethal wine from Corinth, or Aurelia Prima's Holy Grail. For a time, the heretical Eucharists of the Simonians, Valentinians, and Marcosians posed a genuine threat to the Church. But like the Greek mysteries themselves, Gnosticism in any robust form would not survive the 4th century AD. A movement based on underground initiation rites, intended only for the spiritually mature, could hardly keep up with the expanding bureaucracy of Constantine's religion, those social and political structures that identify and unite people into a common affiliation. For Pagels, the shadowy practices of the Gnostics simply, quote, did not lend themselves to mass religion. The Eucharist of John's Gospel may have been intended for the 99%, but the Greek-speaking Christian mystics ran into the same problem as their Dionysian sisters centuries earlier. It's hard to mainstream this stuff. If drugged wine was the real secret behind the Greek and Gnostic mysteries, then finding enough skilled women to safely and reliably produce the sacrament must have been very difficult. No wonder the Vatican went with the cardboard wafer and grape juice. Sensing their advantage, the Church Fathers did everything in their power to abolish the competition. The framework of canon, creed, and ecclesiastical hierarchy that Irenaeus and others began to forge in the crucible of persecution during the 2nd century, says Pagels, is what turned Christianity into the default faith of Western civilization in the 4th century and beyond. By the death of Eleusis in AD 392, the Eucharist of the female-run house churches and subterranean refrigeria was no more. In perfect imitation of Roman governance and law, women had been systematically excluded from the priesthood, and the bishop had come more and more to resemble a monarch, seated on his throne at the head of the new, above-ground basilicas. Like loyal subjects, the parishioners lined the pews to witness the consecration of very ordinary bread and wine by very ordinary men with no particular pharmacological expertise. In a mix of misinterpreted Greek philosophy and shameful biblical reasoning, St. Augustine, AD 354 to 430, and others blamed the passions and appetites of the female body for distancing women from the religious life. Free of the chains of the menstrual cycle, childbirth, and breastfeeding, only men could properly control and tap into the rational aspect of the soul that liberated the male species from their own irrational physicality, connecting them to a spiritual heaven. The equation of women with sexuality, says Karen Jo Torgeson in When Women Were Priests, meant she was both subordinated to man and alienated from God. Nothing has changed in over 1,600 years. In 1976, the Sacred Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith reaffirmed the infallible doctrine that women had been prohibited from the priesthood, quote, in accordance with God's plan. Quote, the incarnation of the Word took place according to the male sex, it proclaimed in an official declaration that was later endorsed by Pope John Paul II in 1994, and again by Pope Francis